We now continue with Smurf.
I used to be enlisted in the US Army for many years until I messed up my back and took a bullet in my leg during the Second Battle of Fallujah, which resulted in me being medically discharged and disabled for life essentially. Long before that though, I was stationed at Dugway Proving Ground in Utah, where I was a junior enlisted soldier undergoing training to become a part of CBRN Defense Unit, which essentially just means that we specialize in protecting our military forces from things like chemical and biological threats, as well as other things like nuclear or radiological threats too. A lot of the training has to do with detection, how to respond to certain situations, and decontamination and the like. Not that any of it really matters, as I never even finished my stay at the base due to events that happened there that I feel the need to share, because I need some kind of answers and to know that I am not going crazy. I figure people here can give me opinions on what I saw and perhaps reaffirm the conclusion I have already come to so many years later, however illogical it seems in my brain. I just need to know. I just need some kind of peace. Now, this base is pretty old in terms of how many years ago it was constructed, 1942 for those who care, but compared to other military installations in the United States, it's fairly recent. It's a weird one too. It's a pretty remote place, essentially in the middle of nowhere with barely anything else around. There are tons of places on base that are strictly off limits to anyone except those with the highest clearance. Security is tight, I mean really tight. It's not easy to just stumble upon something restricted, although there have been strange incidents over the years. That's not super important for my story though. Those who are keen-eyed and who have spent any time in the military would have called BS the second I mentioned I was a junior training at Dugway. I know you've probably already replied something about how most CBRN training happens at Fort Leonard Wood, and you will be right. Let's just say I was attached to a test unit working on something that needed minimal eyes on it. I won't be talking about that here, and it is not important for my story or what I saw. If what I was working on had an explanation for this, I would not be here sharing this story and asking all of you. So, the night that this happened, I was on static guard duty on a checkpoint on the base. My friend, we will call him A, was supposed to be on this shift with me. You're never supposed to take shifts alone, but he was grumbling about something earlier in the day. See, the second that we got there, we stuck to each other like flies to shit. It's hard to build trust from nothing in a remote and scary new place, but we hit it off. We shared the same room. We ate all of our meals together. He was a brother. Even if you know that eventually you will be shipped off to different places and might not see each other again for a long time, or even ever again sometimes, it's hard not to form these kinds of permanent bonds. Anyway, he was complaining that he had to transfer this package between two facilities on base, but he could not tell me what it was. Just assured me that he had been told it was urgent. He mentioned that the route would take him down the service road that my checkpoint would be looking at, so he told me he would give me a wave on the way by, and I could laugh at this dork following every order like a teacher's pet. So I'm at my checkpoint, like I was told to be. I think it was around 2 or 3 a.m. at this point. I am trying my best not to nod off while standing upright, and then I start to hear something rolling up. It's a Humvee, one from the base, but it has no lights on, like, at all. No cab light, no headlights. Why is this idiot driving completely in the dark? The only thing I could think of was him being told to drive under blackout, but it still seemed weird. And I can hear this horrid sound too as this vehicle gets closer. I can hear this really weird humming. It's like the sound you would hear when you use a taser, except it's a lot lower and is accompanied by this crackling sound. I can only assume that this is A on his drive. There are no other vehicles scheduled to be driving down this service road. It's remote and rarely used, and so I would definitely know about it. And then the Humvee just drives past me. This asshole did not even give me a wave like he promised. He had his head almost pressed up against the windshield, just really intently focused on the driving. I had no idea what his problem was. I thought maybe he needed glasses and just didn't tell anyone. And then I have no idea what happened. The vehicle, it started jerking really violently to the left and right all of a sudden, like when you see something in the road and you had to swerve. Only it was more like a pattern instead of trying to save your life. The sound that I could hear, it was much louder now, It sounded like it was being played at full volume on a speaker. I would be lying if it did not make my ears ache just a little bit. And then the vehicle starts skidding and leaving these really intense tire marks. It's threatening to flip. And when I see this, what I can only describe as some kind of flash of light, but not exactly. It wasn't strictly a blinding light or anything, it was more like an electrical spark or something. I saw that happen near the rear of the vehicle, and then this thing just flipped and tumbled a couple of times before coming to a grinding halt. I shit my pants. I could not believe what I had just seen. I was in such a state of shock I forgot to change my radio channel to contact a medic, and instead accidentally ended up contacting my CO, as I had been conversing with him earlier about tasks that needed to be completed. I was screaming and crying to him, but he did not seem frightened. All he told me was to stay put, and that someone would be there soon. But I couldn't stay put. I had to check on A. I knew he must be hurt. What could have happened that caused that to happen? He's not exactly a drinker, so no way he crashed because he was drunk. The scene that I ended up coming face to face with was horrible. So horrible, I don't really want to type it all here, but I figure I need to give you an understanding of later events. I found him hanging about halfway outside the window, his body all contorted and twisted up in an impossible way. His leg, it looked like it was snapped at a right angle. There was a wound where his leg was bent, and it looked soaking wet. Weirdly enough, it wasn't red, it was closer to this grayish color that was soaked into his uniform, but I just figured it was because his blood had soaked into something else, or something had soaked out of the vehicle. It was leaking onto the ground actually, this weird grayish pool starting to form, so I figured it had to do with the vehicle and it being messed up, which must have caused the crash. He was not breathing. I could not hear anything, so I reached my hand down onto his neck to check his pulse, but when I did, I pulled my hand back reflexively because it gave me some kind of a shock. This happened another 2 or 3 times before I managed to get myself to stop acting like a pussy. He had no pulse. I tried everything to resuscitate him while waiting for help to arrive, but it did not matter. He was dead. I stood up and took a look at the vehicle. I'm not a mechanic, so I could not really figure out much of anything. Aside from the rear of the vehicle being opened up, which I assume was from the impact, and the rolling, everything looked fine from the outside, and I could not figure out why he crashed. I checked the rear. I found the package or whatever he was supposed to be delivering. It was still in the box. It had taken a knock and had some scratches. I should mention, it was in some kind of weird metal container of some sort that I had never seen before. It wasn't massive, but it looked custom made. It had some kind of code engraved in it, for sorting or delivery purposes, I suppose. But other than that, it was fine. I never saw inside the package or the box. Although, those weird sounds I had heard earlier, they were coming from inside this thing, I guess. Honestly, I was feeling dizzy just being near it, but I did not have any time to investigate anything further, because that's when help showed up, kinda. My CO was not there. It was these 3 soldiers I had never seen before. One claimed to be a medic, but his uniform was off. All of them were. They looked like knockoffs that were hastily stitched up in some shitty factory somewhere. The color was mostly right, but it was just little details here and there that were wrong. When they caught sight of things, they freaked out and got very defensive when I asked who they were. All I got told was that they were sent by my CO and that they outranked me. They told me to fuck off, that this site was now off limits, pending investigation, etc. I got mad. I shouldn't. I knew full well I could be punished for mouthing off like I did, but I was sad and angry and confused, and I had just watched my best friend, my only friend, die a horrible death I could do nothing to stop. We got into a fight, and let's just say that I stood no chance on my own against a group of people. They threatened me. They told me I had one more chance to leave, otherwise they'd kill me. They did not say it straight up in those exact words, but I knew what they meant, and honestly, I was too caught up in grief to really even realize what they were saying to me. It was only a long while after that I really understood what their threats meant. I got pulled off duty for the rest of that night, obviously. My CO confirmed I could just go back to my bunk, but I could not sleep after what I saw. I just lay awake the entire night staring at the ceiling until we all got the morning call. We went to our shared eating area for our morning meal. I was not really hungry, but we don't get enough food for me to have the privilege of turning it down. I was just sitting at a table somewhere tucked into a corner, somewhere I would usually sit with A. I was just pushing some really soggy peas around my plate, which had this weird chemical smell. All of the food in there was horrible. And then I saw something that I could not believe. I actually dropped my fork to the floor and just stared in disbelief. It was A. He had just walked into the room and went up to get some food. He looked okay, not injured. I couldn't really understand what was going on. He did not even take a look at me. He did not say a single word to me. He just went to some random table alone and ate there. I tried to go up to him once I had finished and before he left, but he was acting really weird. For a start, he had not eaten any food in the 10 minutes he had been there. It was all smushed and moved around to make it look like he had, but he still had a full meal. This fat bastard never turns down an excuse to eat, and the way he talked to me was just off. At first, I'm not sure why. I just tried to play it off like maybe I had made up what I'd seen, like maybe I didn't check his pulse properly. I know that sounds utterly stupid and unbelievable, but I just could not comprehend anything else at that moment. Or maybe it was just a nightmare. I don't know. So I drilled him with questions, asking what happened, how he flipped, how he recovered so quickly. But he was so short and to the point. He acted like he did not know who I was. When I first talked to him, he asked me for my name, and I told him to stop screwing with me. And he would not answer any of my questions. He told me that he was not in a crash. He actually got mad at me and just walked off. It didn't make sense. I tried asking around, but no one really knew him as well as me. We were basically each other's only friend on base. This continued for a while of me trying to talk to him, and him being cold and distant, and he did not really remember anything either. I tried asking him about something that happened to us a few weeks ago. We pranked one of the guys on base by filling his boots with mashed potatoes. But when I said it, he kind of paused for thought for a few seconds, with a blank look on his face, with his eyes looking upwards instead of looking at me. And then he started laughing really hard. And at first I thought my buddy was back. Maybe he just took a strong knock on the head. But he kept going. He was laughing like really hard. And it did not really sound like how he laughed either by the end of it. And when he realized the smile had been wiped off of my face, his laughter stopped in like an instant, and his face returned to that blank, almost emotionless look. I will admit that I acted like an idiot. I was not thinking properly and my emotions got the better of me, but I actually got into a fight with him, like a physical altercation. I can't remember exactly how it started. He said something to me that just really set me off. Just something mundane that made me really angry. I remember going to punch him, and him grabbing hold of me, and he was really cold, freezing almost, like his hands and arms and everything. But when I went for his face or chest and made contact with them, he was oddly warm. I think the weirdest part was that he knocked me out. I remember fighting for a while and just, boom, everything went black. It wasn't weird because I'm some super tough guy who can't ever be hurt, but because this guy, I mean, this is gonna sound backwards for a guy in the military, but he hated to fight. He was always hesitant to throw a punch. He was never one to get into confrontation and always tried to de-escalate if possible. But now he was trying really hard to hurt me, and he hit hard too. We are all trained the same way, with basic unarmed combat, but I don't know, his punches just seem really powerful. We, of course, got into a lot of trouble. Punishments were given, threats of being discharged, etc. I was just in shock. First I thought he was dead, and now he was like this. I was in a bit of a pit for days. I basically talked to no one at all for weeks on end. And all this time, this guy never came back to his bunk. As far as I'm aware, he was never moved formally. I don't think they grant that shit even if you asked. But I never ever saw him come back to the room and sleep in his bunk. Not at night, not during the day, literally never. But he would turn up for all of his duties, always waiting there bang on time or even really early a lot of the time. Not weird in itself, but this dude was not the type of guy to hurry himself any more than he really had to. But yeah, Aside from that first day I saw him return, I never saw him go in to eat meals with the rest of us. I never caught him by the showers, never anywhere near the toilets. Literally the only time I found him from then on was when he was at his post, never talking to anyone or acknowledging them, just staring off into space. I suppose it could have just been coincidence, and maybe he was showering or pissing when I was asleep or something, but added all together, it just seemed really weird. I was suspicious, and so one night, I violated curfew. Not a strict curfew. After a certain time, you were expected to stay in your barracks unless you were on duty. This goes double if you are a newbie. We wouldn't exactly get in trouble for being out, but people definitely take note of it. And so I attempted to find out where he went. I caught sight of him at some point. He was standing guard. I knew his shift mostly. His shifts were pretty stable, and so I remembered them from before. I mean, we got really close. I knew he was about to just finish up, and so I hid nearby and waited for him to move. And when he was relieved, by men I had not seen on the base before, I must add, he never headed towards the barracks. He headed further out to a more remote part of the base. Remember what I said before about the base being very high security? Yeah, this guy should not have been able to just make a beeline to an abandoned warehouse on the edge of the base. It was off limits to people like us, but for some really strange reason, there was no one stationed there at this time. There is usually always at least one person, so that newbies like us do not wander in and screw around. To my knowledge, they don't really keep much of value in there anymore, so I wondered if A got a new assignment and was now too much of a big shot for me. So I tailed him for a while longer. I watched him walk inside. 5 minutes went by, 10 minutes went by, but he never came back outside. So I snuck my way in, and he was just standing up against the far wall, doing a whole lot of nothing. He was stood up perfectly straight, but his head was like craned downwards, looking at the floor. I actually laughed out loud, which was a bit too loud and echoed. I laughed and joked that he looked like someone powered him down, but A did not respond. He just stayed in that position while I crept closer to him. I reached out to touch him. I gave him a wee slap on the face to wake him up, and when I did, I felt that little jolt of static again, which caused me to do a stupid dance out of shock and pain. Before I even got a chance to react or say anything, A had already grabbed me by the neck with both hands. He lifted me off the ground only just a few inches, which, to this day, I have no idea how. It was not very far off the ground, but still, it should not have been possible because I am not exactly a small guy. He asked me why I was there. He was very blunt and to the point, and he did not look amused. I tried to wriggle free and managed to catch him with my fist just slightly, but he was just barely in reach. I said I was big, I never said I was tall. And for a second, I saw his blank stone face change slightly to anger, and he threw me down onto the ground after punching me in the stomach. And before I scrambled to my feet, I saw something that almost made me piss my pants in fear. I only got a look for a couple of seconds because A was trying to brawl with me almost immediately and was shouting at me that I should not be in a restricted area and that he was reporting me to the CO. But for a couple of seconds, I swear, I caught sight of something at the other end of the warehouse. Now, my brain could have made this up. I could have imagined it, but I swear I saw a few other people stood up against the wall at the opposite end of the warehouse, in the exact same way as A had been stood, with their heads and necks craned downwards, slouching up against the wall. They did not react to our brawl, they were just stood there like that, like they were asleep. I was not planning on getting knocked out again, so the second I had a chance to slip free, I ran all the way back to my bunk. A never chased me outside. That rat did report me to my CO though. I did not even get to eat that morning. The second that dawn hit, I was pulled in for a meeting, a disciplinary one. I won't go into the long and boring bureaucracy of everything, or the veiled threats I had to decipher. To put it into simple terms, I was told that I was being reassigned to a different base and duty. I was dropped entirely from the test unit I was part of, and my CBRN training was discontinued entirely. I had apparently violated numerous protocols and proved that I was untrustworthy, which I'm still not fully sure what that means. I flipped out and tried to plead my case. I made the mistake of trying to explain about my friend, but my CL got real quiet and told me to shut up, and I did so without even thinking. I think I could subconsciously sense what was coming if I didn't. I was told that I would either accept my reassignment and keep quiet, or I would be dishonorably discharged for assaulting a fellow soldier, and that they would formally press charges against me. He basically insinuated that the chance of serving time in a military prison would be very high. And that was basically it. I had no choice but to accept, unless I wanted my life ruined before it even started. I stayed a grunt for most of all of my time in the military, and paid the price in the end. I never did see A again. I never did find out what really happened there. I forgot about it for a while, but I could only keep it buried in my mind for so long. Does anyone here know what the hell happened there, or what I might have witnessed? Hey, hope you've enjoyed the story so far. If you want to hear more, make sure to subscribe, like the video, and leave a comment because it lets YouTube know you like the content and helps more people to see these videos. My next big goal for the channel is 100,000 subscribers, and as a celebration, I will be doing a Q&A video once we hit that goal. Thank you, and back to the stories. I had an experience about 2 years back with what I can only believe to be a Wendigo in Severn, Tennessee. I was 20 years old at the time this happened. I am home on leave from the military. My buddies and I have been planning a camping trip for quite some time. I start asking around and posting online if there was anyone with land that we could camp on. After some time, my mom hears back from a friend that we could camp on his land. It's around 400 acres. Everyone is excited. The day before we go, it's rainy as shit. All we can do is hope that the rain clears up before we get there, and thankfully it does. My buddies and I load up in the car and head south. We are all excited as we are from a large city in Tennessee, and we don't really get out in nature very much. We are driving along the freeway and notice the amount of trees grow in density every mile. The four of us meet up with a landowner. I have never met him before, but he is a southern nice guy. We follow his pickup about 20 minutes outside of this one stop sign town. It's the middle of absolutely nowhere. We arrive at the gate on the side of the road. The landowner's brother is waiting. It's creepy he didn't mention it, but whatever. We got 400 acres to screw around in. They take us about 150 yards to the tree line in their pickups. Then they drop us off. They tell us to have fun and just leave us to it. They dip out of there and we set off into the woods looking for a clear spot to set up base. We find the perfect spot and get to work, but my dumbass only brought a tarp and a blanket. 4 hours later and my lean-to is complete. My face went. It only took my friends 10 minutes to set up their tents and hammocks. I decided to take one buddy to go hunting. He'd never been before. Me and, we'll call him R, set out with a rifle to try and find something to kill. It's a .223. We brought 2 rifles along with us but left one back at base camp. We are trudging along through the mud and thick brush. There is no noise, it's just completely quiet all around. It's kinda weird actually. I hear movement and see leaves rustle, but there is no animal to be seen. Must have been a squirrel, I say. We continue. Nothing eventful happens. We walk back to base. There is no leaves or foliage, just bare trees tightly packed in a dense cluster. We have trouble finding the base. We hear talking and so we decide to follow the sound. There is some distant muttering. It sounds like a female? That's not right. We go in the opposite direction and end up finding the camp eventually. The other bros have a fire going good. They are cooking up some bacon. It's weird because we did not smell anything until we were right up on the fire. We all hang out until nighttime. I thought we brought some more food than bacon and a few eggs. Oh well. Other bros are starting to get really hungry. It's already dark outside. They decide to hike out to the car and go and get some food. I decide I will stay and keep the fire going. I have them take my phone to charge it. I guess the cold weather kind of killed the battery. They leave, making all of the noise in the world. There goes my chance to hunt at night. I am just sitting by the fire, feeding it what little dry wood we found. The temperature is dropping pretty rapidly. It's already 30 degrees Fahrenheit and dropping. It's not weird since it's winter. I notice the eerie silence. My ears are actually ringing from the silence. There is no wind or branches falling, just nothing. I am feeling spooked, but I managed to maintain my composure. I suddenly start to hear this strange noise. It's like a whispered death rattle, like someone with asthma is being waterboarded after a marathon. I hear distant branches start to break. I think maybe my bros are back with dinner, but it's coming from the wrong direction. I grab my 7.62 by 39 and flashlight. I rack the charging handle quietly. My frozen hand slips off the handle and makes the loudest noise possible. I look around with my flashlight. Horror movie moment, my battery dies. Here we go. I sit down by the fire to try and get warm. My ears are wide open. There is no more movement, but I can hear slight whispers all around. The noises die down. It must be the PTSD. I am sitting by the fire for another 5 minutes. I hear a noise in front of me. I ready my rifle and look up from the fire. What in God's name? It's the legs of a deer. It's a decaying torso of a deer in human mix. There are these skeletal arms that dangle down to its knees. The head. That head. It's a coyote head with antlers. The hair on its body is half fallen off and covered in blood. 5 seconds of looking at it and my training kicks in. I put 2 shots in the chest. It still stands there, but breathing heavily now. I decide to mag dump. It lets out this hideous scream. It was a mix of a coyote, deer, and human screaming. I reload my rifle. I mag dump again. It eventually retreats into the woods. This noise starts to erupt all around me. The wind starts to flow very heavily. The trees are making these croaking sounds under the immense streams of wind. I can hear the distant screams of that thing, the coyote, deer, and human hybrid screams. Then all of a sudden there is just nothing. The world around me continues as normal. My buddies return maybe 10 minutes later. I have no way to tell time, as my phone is with them. I munch on delicious Taco Bell. They ask me if anything happened, and I'm just like, nah, pretty quiet night. They ask me what's with the shell casings, and I just tell them I got bored. I didn't really want to tell them what actually happened. I stay up all night stoking the fire and keeping watch. We get out of there upon first light of sun. Screw staying any longer. I have not been back on that property since, but I would be willing to go again if I can get in contact with the landowner. He has not been heard from in a year. Any idea on what the hell I saw and shot? Are Wendigos even in Tennessee? Alright, I'll tell my story and then I'll give you my best rational explanation for it afterwards. Here's what happened to me. I was around 19 years old when this happened. I'm living with family. We're moving from one apartment to another at this time. I wind up doing all the heavy lifting and coordinating the move, packing and moving things during the day, and then sleeping alone in the old place each night. The last 4 days, as I am drifting off to sleep, I hear a voice calling out, "Help me, I've fallen, please, I'm so cold, please, help." It jolts me right out of my sleep state. It sets my teeth on edge and my hair on end. Every time I start to drift off, I hear it, so I reach for that nighttime, coughing, aching, sneezing medicine, Old Crow bourbon whiskey, and also Jim Beam. There was another reason I bunked at the old place while we were moving. I had a lot more liquor on deck than I legally should have, and wanted to keep a close eye on it. I chug whiskey each night until I could not hear shit, and that whispering could not wake me up anymore. I make it through the move. On the last day, a neighbor is chatting. She says it must be a relief moving after the old lady next door had died. I press her for details, as it sinks in that I may have been drinking myself senseless to the point of ignoring a dying woman's call for help. My neighbor says they found her corpse 3 weeks before. She was already dead, well before I ever heard her voice. So, my best logical explanation is this. I had heard her call for help, subliminally, while she was dying, but it did not register because I was too distracted. It was only when I was at the old apartment, alone, in solitude, with no cable, and all my vidya packed up, that I started to remember it as I fell asleep. I guess my mind recreated it in the absence of stimuli, and then it hit me when I had no distractions to focus on. That's my best rational guess, but I don't know. So I have to pass a piss test for work. I am not really in the mood to quit weed. I buy this fake piss called Monkey Business. It smells alright, I decide to go for it. I smoke a dab, put on a flashy suit with shades and a captain's hat, and head to the lab. I get there. I immediately realize I smell like straight weed. I am horrifyingly stoned. The hottest woman I've ever seen in my life appears. She is the attendant. She knows I'm high. Thank goodness for these shades. She sits me down and says some things, then hands me a cup. I go to the bathroom to do the deed. I unzip my pants. I pee for real first into the toilet. I grab the monkey tube. It is attached to my leg with a warm fake bladder on my thigh. I pop the cork. The monkey urine starts spraying everywhere. I can't control the flow. I try blocking it with my hand. There is piss blasting at the speed of light, getting on the walls, all over my nice clothes, the toilet, everywhere but the cup. The pee actually hits my shades. Thank God for these things. I manage to dribble some primate pee into the cup. This woman starts knocking at the door. Pretty sure she wants to bang me. I tell her just a moment. I start wiping up the wee-wee. I am so ripped from the marijuana, doing a terrible job, getting it all over my sleeves and hands. I present myself as suavely as possible. She leads me to the office again. She is rushing to get me out of the room, trying not to gag from the primal odor. I sign some papers, urine stains dotting my signatures. I pass the test. I land the job. Thanks, Monkey Business. I'm not sure how long this will stay up, or if anyone will even read this, and if it will even get any attention before this is fully gone, but I want to try anyway. I can't live with the guilt anymore. I don't know why I went along with it and did what I did, but once I had a change of heart, it felt like I was in too deep, and so I stayed until I had a clear exit route. It has been a few years since I left. I have changed my name, where I live, how I look. I have no connections to my previous life, but I have no one to talk to who would understand, and I figure people here will either be interested, or at least humor me before telling me to GTFO and stop spreading BS. When I was quite young, I was inducted into a secret society through a familial connection. More specifically, my father had been in this society for most of his life. He kind of, groomed me into it, if that makes sense. He went on and on about how we had a sense of duty to uphold, that we had to make sure that the world kept spinning, and that it was up to us to cast judgment and carry out his will. That is something I remember he said to me, word for word. I guess you could say it was the family business, in a sense, and I mean, it did pay well. That's why I agreed to go through the initiation in the first place. But I did not get any kind of special treatment. I had no idea, and still have no idea, why we were doing what we did. All I knew is that I would be given orders and be expected to carry them out. Fail to go through with it, fail my task, betray people, etc., and I would receive punishment. Everyone in my family would receive punishment. Everyone I ever smiled at or even had a brief chat with would be punished. Not literally, obviously. Once you are in, they take all of your important documents, like your birth certificate, your passport, your social security, etc. They set up a bank for you, which only they can access, etc. This is so they have even more leverage over you, so that you cannot escape. Anywhere you want to go, anything you want to do, every purchase that you want to make, it goes through the people there first. So even though I earned all of that money, I am still broke and a loser after managing to escape. Again, I want to specify that I was at the bottom of the totem pole and not any kind of leader. I got asked to do something, and I did it. The society I was part of was based in California, but we had members all over the country, and you would sometimes be asked to leave the state to complete your tasks. They could be anything from menial work like scrubbing something clean, dumping some trash, or something far worse. My initiation was an odd one to say the least. I had a bag put over my head, and then they drove me out to the middle of nowhere. Even I don't know where I ended up. I never found out. The drive was so long, I guess it must have been out of state. It was somewhere rural that I did not recognize, with only empty fields as far as the eye could see. At some point, the vehicle just came to an abrupt halt, and I was ripped out of the truck and thrown to the ground on a road somewhere, but not on a main road or anything. There was basically nothing in sight except for some kind of tall wooden pole. It looked like the kind of ones you would see used to connect power lines, but the top of it was vacant. The lead guy in the group, the one in charge of the initiation, he told me I had to strip down naked. When I refused, he punched me in the face and told me that I would not get another chance. He told me if I refused even once more, then I would have failed my initiation and would have to face the consequences. So I stripped down to nothing. I was not even allowed to wear any underwear. The other members of the group came and held me down as I was tied up. The leader, I guess I'll just say L for short, came up to me and squeezed my nuts so hard that I let out a scream, and then he punched me in them, hard. He punched me so hard that I instantly had a stomachache and I felt winded. My hands were tied up with rope and a gag was put in my mouth, and then they carried me up to the top of the pole, using some kind of ladder or whatever, and tied me right near the very top. I was told that I would have to sit there for 3 days and 3 nights in order to pass and be accepted. They said if I somehow managed to scream or draw attention to myself, which they told me was unlikely since no one lived out here, then I would be punished. They told me if I died, then they would bring me back to life just to punish me. And with that I was blindfolded and left for I don't know how long. I heard them drive off, but there must have been someone nearby just in case. It would be too risky otherwise, even if there weren't any other people around for miles. I remember some time passed. I could not even track the time because I was just in darkness. With the way I was tied up, I could not sleep either, because I basically had to bear my whole entire body weight. I would guess it had been a few hours, maybe a few more, but a vehicle pulled up, and someone told me to open up my mouth. They took the gag off and put something to my mouth. It felt like something plastic, like the rim of a water bottle, but when I took a sip, I had to spit it back out because it tasted so disgusting. It tasted bitter and salty, and I could feel myself retching reflexively. The person who made me drink it just laughed and told me to suit myself, told me I would not be getting anything else for another couple of hours. And 3 days passed just like that. They would not give me water, just whatever that horrible drink was, although it didn't always taste as bad as the first time. They brought me food, but it was just all mashed into a liquid concoction and tasted horrible. But after I got through that, I was accepted, although for months, for even years, all I did was scrub up messes and drive things places. It was usually things boxed up. I never knew the contents. Sometimes I would be told to deliver letters to people, and just to make sure that they got the message. Most of the time it would be someone I had never seen before, and they would have the most horrified looks on their faces while reading it, and retreat inside their homes. After a while, I started getting jobs that actually meant something. These ones were different. We had to wear masks for these. Not only were these for other people to not be able to see us, but so that we could not know who we were working with. That way, there was no power imbalance, and no one could start a coup or blackmail their way to the top. They would always be these really shitty plastic masks in the shape of an animal, or those weird latex ones designed to make you look like a celebrity. We only wore those on the night of the rituals though. Sometimes, we received envelopes of preliminary work that we had to do first. We had to do exactly what was instructed on the letter and make sure that the work happened the same way every time. Getting sloppy or panicking would result in punishment, and we also had to make sure that we made things fit neatly. We were asked to dispose of people, but we were never really given a big reason. It wasn't anything as dramatic as revenge or members who had fled and betrayed us. I was just told that they had been chosen as part of specific parameters and that we had to cast judgment. I had a wife and a mortgage by the time I was asked to do this. I had a kid already well on the way. This is how long I had to shovel shit for. The first one I was involved in, I remember, was this man in his late 30s, who I think was newly divorced or something. He worked overnight inventory for a big box store, and he did not have any kids to take care of. I think his parents were long gone too. He was the sloppy drunk kind of guy, always drinking, always trying to numb himself from his sorrows. He was an oversharer too. I know this because my involvement started a few weeks before we erased him. We never just grabbed people off the street. shove them into a van, and slit their throats. No, we had to be smart, and not only that, it had to be a ritual. Something like that would be too messy. Too many people would ask questions. Too much evidence would be too easy to come by. Sure, we could erase a lot of that evidence, but not only was this much safer, the society generally viewed it as more fun. That's not to say it did not have a purpose. I just don't know what that purpose was. So, someone would be assigned to become a part of that target's routine, worm their way into their lives, become their friends, work colleagues, acquaintances, etc. Make them trust you. Make them feel vulnerable with you. Learn all of their weaknesses. It would be done in a natural way. Some targets you would have to crack open for years. Some were more easily trusting and could be wrapped up in a matter of weeks. For this case, we had a woman who was stationed at a bar that he stopped by after every single shift, pretty much. He would talk and she would listen. She remembered little details that he would bring up. She laughed at the right things without coming on too strong. The poor sucker fell for one of the oldest tricks in the book. I dropped by one night, pretended to be a newbie stopping by for a drink just to check the status. He trusted her wholeheartedly. He basically believed that they were best friends and that he had charmed her and won her affection. He was wasted, completely spilled his guts out to me, even though all I had said was a polite hello. The next night, we moved on to the next phase of the ritual. When she asked him to follow her to a storage unit under the pretense of helping her move something to her house, he jumped at the chance. She asked him early so that he would not drink. For some reason, one of the rules was that they needed to be fully aware of what was happening. To an extent anyway. We did have to minimize the amount of variables. The unit was already prepared. There were no cameras active nearby. The thing had been sound dampened. The moment he stepped inside, the two of us came from behind and took him to the ground. The bar girl just went home. Her part was finished. We tied him up with zip restraints and put his hands behind his back and then shoved a hood over his head. We put him onto his knees, facing the wall. I remember just how confused he sounded. That's what really stuck out to me. He was not scared at first, just really confused. He just kept asking if this was a prank or if he had done something wrong. Kept asking what we had done with the bar girl. Even to the end, he trusted her with everything he had. No one answered him, of course. No need to give away what we sounded like without reason. Silence was almost a part of the ritual in that way. The killing happened exactly 48 hours later in a rented house on the edge of a development that never quite filled in after the housing crash. He was kept conscious most of that time, fed just enough to keep him alive, spoken to only to give instructions. On the second night, we dressed him in clothes identical to what he had been wearing when we took him, right down to the scuffed up sneakers, then drove him to a closed municipal pool that had been slated for demolition. The death itself was quick, a blow to the head followed by submersion, timed so that the water entered the lungs. Afterwards, we staged it as a break-in by a drunk trespasser who fell, hit his head, and drowned. His wallet was returned to his apartment. His car stayed where it was. The woman who lured him in cried to the police and gave a statement, and then she was gone, reassigned, and I never saw her again. That was how it worked. Clean and repeatable. After that, the erasure process would begin. Anyone who went looking would come up empty. Records would no longer turn up if you went looking for them. It was like they never existed at all. How this worked, I have no idea because I was never involved. It was never something I was assigned to do. All I heard were rumors. Nobody involved spoke about how it felt because how it felt did not matter. Not that there was ever any time to gossip. You were either carrying out a task or trying to maintain whatever semblance of a normal life that you could. Most people ended up single, lives falling apart, relationships falling apart because of the secrets. That is how they kept you in. Who would believe you if you told them? And if they did, who would stay with you? And if they did, what could you even do except for your next task? I'm not sure if I should even share another case. I suppose it could give you a better understanding of how this society works. I don't know. I guess typing all of this out makes it feel even more real, I suppose. These memories, I just pushed them down. They are not things I have ever confronted head on and acknowledged like this before. Acknowledging that it was me who did this, that I did this, that I chose to do this, it makes it feel real. Some people might rationalize it as not having a choice, but I did. I had a choice. I could have chosen to lay down and die and refuse to be a part of something evil, but I was too selfish. I valued my life over random ones. I valued money and safety over real people, and that is something I am not sure I will ever be able to live with. This other case I remember. It was this woman in her early 20s who was a nobody really. I know she was bouncing around between friends' couches because her parents had disowned her. She had no money to live on and could barely keep a job. I think that she was working part-time delivering orders for some food service that I could not remember. This approach took a lot longer. We had someone positioned to become a neighbor in her apartment. Someone else helped her get a better paying job, helped her out with bills, etc. It was just these little things designed to make her feel, I don't know, lucky, I suppose. Give her lots of little wins over the course of a few months. Make her feel like life was finally improving, that her suffering was finally a thing of the past. I don't want to go into too much more detail about how she was charmed. This is the one I am most ashamed of. We took her from her own car after we had convinced her to pull over and help with what looked like a broken down vehicle on a service road. We restrained her face down on the gravel. She was just screaming into the dirt, while someone else held her head still so that she would not break her teeth or suffer any of her injuries. We could not allow any damage before the ritual was complete and the person could be erased. She was kept in a basement for 3 days, which I remember being longer than usual. I remember her begging in a very practical way, offering money she did not have, asking what she needed to say to make it stop, promising she would not tell anyone. The man overseeing it checked his watch every few minutes and adjusted things to keep the timing aligned. When it was done, we drove her to a stretch of highway where accidents were common. Her car was accelerated to speed, and she was forced behind the wheel just long enough to be conscious when it happened. The impact killed her instantly. Her death was ruled a fatigue-related crash. I watched the news report the next morning while drinking coffee and listening to my wife talk about baby names, and the disconnect made me feel hollow in a way I did not have words for. After that, there were more that just kept on piling up. There were so many that I do not even remember them all anymore, as horrible as that sounds. They all just started to blur together. This took years of my life. It took me years to gather up the courage to escape. What finally broke me was the last disposal I was ever a part of, and it was all because of a screw-up. We were assigned to a man who fit every single parameter that we were told that we, and by we I mean the society, had been looking for. Again, what those parameters were, I do not know. Only, when we were becoming a part of his routine, we did not do our due diligence, and we overlooked something that on the surface may have been nothing, but for us it was catastrophic. He had a brother who was always lodged firmly up his ass, checked on him every single day without fail, and was a thorn in my side. He was always defensive, always suspicious, always asking who I was, always giving me weird looks. I naively thought he was irrelevant, that we could handle it, but I guess I was too cocky by this point. Nothing had ever gone anything but my own way so far. When our target did not answer his phone for 12 hours, the brother filed a missing persons report and kept on pushing. We had already taken him by then. I was there when someone suggested accelerating the timeline to avoid complications, and I was there when the person in charge shook his head and said no, because the ritual must be followed to the letter. Apparently, to forsake the ritual was to forsake ourselves or some other preachy bullshit that I cannot remember. The man was killed the same way as always, and his death was staged as a workplace accident involving heavy machinery. The brother did not buy it. He hired a lawyer. He kept asking questions, and then I was told to handle it. I was told to insert myself into his life the same way we always did. Offer help, offer answers, steer him away from the truth without ever lying outright. I sat in his kitchen, and listened to him talk about his brother like he was still alive somewhere. I made a big song and dance about how close I was to his brother, how much we bonded, how much I missed him, etc. And I guess grief just clouded his brain to the point where he dropped his guard. He went from being suspicious of my every move to just eating up anything and everything that I said. Because I told him things. I told him things that his brother had barely shared with him, let alone anyone else in the world. I earned his trust by drip-feeding him information that proved I had earned his brother's trust. I guess his brother was the only one he trusted more than himself. Once this was done, I guess something inside of me just snapped. It finally clicked in my head. It clicked in my head that my life was not normal. That normal dads do not bring their sons into something like this. That compartmentalizing an entire week's worth of memories just to be able to function and not have to see those judging faces staring up at me from inside my head was not normal. I mean, it could have been me on the other side if not for my father. What if one day my wife fit the parameters, my son even? How was I supposed to tell my son that this would be his life for as long as he lived? In the end, my decision was made for me. I thought I was being smart about it, but they just knew. They knew what I was planning. They knew I was not buying what I said. That I was buying things and then pawning them so that I had cash on hand. So I got home one night to a letter. A letter that told me they had my wife and son. And the letter offered me a choice. I could go back, admit my wrongdoings, and accept my punishment. Or my wife and child would bear my punishment instead. And I just panicked. I grabbed a small bag, whatever cash I had managed to squirrel away, and I just drove. I drove for so long. I drove until I was having microsleeps at the wheel and waking up in a panic and swerving all over the road. And I never went back. I know I'm a coward. I know that I deserve nothing but death, worse than death. My wife, my kid, they never asked for this. I had a choice and they did not. All I can hope is that they were killed quickly and painlessly. All I can hope is that one day I do not receive a knock on my door and everything goes black. I can't trust anyone. I have no friends, I mean, how could I? I just hope the people here can understand why I did what I did. And if not, then that's okay. I would not forgive me either. I just hope that death comes for me peacefully in the dark while I am all alone. Getting this off of my chest, I can't say it made me feel better exactly, but I feel less heavy. I know most will not believe me, and that's okay. You don't need to. I used to have a job where I needed to travel a fair bit. I was working on cruise ships selling art in the galleries, and was in Australia/New Zealand doing runs when I got the email. I was really glad, because I was being transferred to Hawaii, and it was on my bucket list. I flew from Melbourne to San Francisco to Lihue. This bit is kind of important. After a lost baggage and a late flight, I got to Hawaii at around 10 or 11 p.m. I called a cab and took it to my hotel about a 20-minute ride away. Once I got to the hotel, I tried to take money out of the ATM and was basically told I could not access my account. I was really ashamed that I could not pay the cab driver, let alone my first night in the hotel, which was pretty expensive. So I told the hotel clerk that I would head to a nearby McDonald's to get some Wi-Fi and try to call my bank back home. The clerk told me not to go because it's Lihue, and I didn't really understand what she meant by that. After walking over 2 hours to the McDonald's to find the McDonald's closing for service, I was stuck in Meth Head Central. One was an older woman who followed me for a couple of blocks asking for change. I told her I did not have anything spare and said that's alright. I wrote it off, too tired to keep up with what she was really saying, until I heard her mumble, "You know, I can tell when people are lying when I touch my hair," and noticed that she was yanking on her bangs. I increased my pace, and I decided to walk to the airport to use their payphone, because it was closer than going back to the hotel. The Lihue meth addict then said, "I can also tell when people have knives on them." Now, I did not carry a knife on me. I'm from Canada, so guns and knives are really only openly carried up north when you go hunting. This made me nervous around her. She was one lone meth head who probably weighed like 80 pounds, but I could see others skittering in between buildings like cockroaches. What she said next was what made me bolt. She stopped, looked up at me, and asked, how could I have her papers? I did not want anything to do with her. My phone was dying, and I was not going to take a second to double check if I was going in the right direction. I just took off running towards skylights in the distance and hoped that it would be the airport. Thankfully it was, and I finally made the call back home to Canada. My bank suspended my account because I had used my card at a San Francisco vending machine after flying from Noumea to Melbourne to San Fran to Lihue. They said they would sort it out, but that it could take a few hours. Anything was better than nothing, so I started to make the walk back to the hotel, taking back ways around the town centre to avoid the meth addicts. Eventually, I got back onto the main hallway, but it was so dark. Nothing out of the ordinary so far, besides the odd wild chicken or piglet that darted out of the brush, and I got used to it. Here is where things get strange. I decided to stop and take a break on the side of the road. I knew I was only about a half an hour away from the hotel, after walking for about 2 or 3 hours, so I was glad to see the home stretch. I only knew where I was because I remembered a creek that ran parallel to the road. It went down to a ditch and rose up slightly on the other side into what was maybe a sugarcane field, tall stalks like corn. That is when I saw it. I didn't really know what it was at the time, but its eyes were reflective like an animal, and in my head I thought, oh great, another pig. But this pig would have had to have been enormous because the eyes were above my own line of sight by at least 2 feet, and I am about 6'2". I did not stop running. I did not survive the crackheads of Lihue just to be pulverized by some cryptid on vacation. I made it back to the hotel, drenched from the late night rain in Hawaii. It was warm, but by the time I got back it was almost 4 a.m. and the adrenaline had worn off. The night clerk, an elderly old lady, could tell I was shaken up, gave me a towel, and she brought me a few granola bars and an apple after I told her the whole story. But I left out the bit about the sunny Sasquatch because I was not 100% sure if I really saw what I saw. Anyways, she booked me into a room and let me have a bed to sleep in that night, as I promised to her that by the time I woke up, my bank account issues would be resolved. The next day went about normally. I did some shopping after waking up, still exhausted and jet-lagged, but it was a good sleep. I'm home now in Canada, but lately, I've been having weird nightmares of the Hawaiian beast I saw that night in the sugarcane field. Woken in the middle of the night, I felt compelled to get down to the mystery of the thing and read about a Sasquatch-type creature of Hawaii called Ikanaka, a large, 7 to 8 foot tall, piggish man-type beast with a gnarly growl. This happened to me around December of 2009. I am driving on a small, winding road around a mountain. It's snowing. I pass by a car that is on its side. What the hell? I turn around. I pull off-road across from the wreck. I see the driver partially thrown from the car. I run over to help while shouting, "Are you okay?" I get to the guy. It's a complete and utter horror show. The guy has been decapitated. There is blood everywhere. I call 911. I give them all of the information that I can. They tell me that they are sending people out right now. The dispatcher hangs up. I didn't think they were supposed to do that. Whatever. I am waiting for the paramedics. I am creeped out just from the sight. I am leaning against my car. The decapitated man starts screaming. He keeps crying out for his mom. It gets louder and louder. It lasts for a total of about 10 seconds. I am completely frozen. I cannot take my eyes off the man. No one else is around. There are no cars, no people, no houses, nothing. I cannot wrap my head around what is going on. I stay this way for what feels like eternity. Help finally arrives. Police, fire trucks, ambulances, they sent everyone. I give my statement to the police, minus the talking dead part. I am completely numb. I can only talk in short sentences. The police say I can go. I get in my car and drive away. It's not much of an ending, but real life rarely has good endings. I have no explanation for how a decapitated hag could speak, but it did. That was the worst day of my life. This happened to me about a year ago. I was having this series of dreams. In the first dream, I am walking around my town. I am running errands and such, very mundane stuff. When I get home,
I walk into my room and flip the light switch a few times. The switch does not work, and I am filled with a sense of dread. Suddenly, I am lifted off of the ground and dangled by my leg upside down. Objects are thrown around, and the lights start to rapidly flash. I go lucid and start to recite the Lord's Prayer. I wake up. Strangely, I am very calm despite the circumstances. About a week later, I am dreaming again. I am in my house and I walk into the bathroom. Lights start flashing, and I have that same sense of dread as before. I am dangled by my leg again. I recite the prayer again. I wake up. Again, I am very calm. Another week passes by. There is no dream this time. I wake up very early in the morning. It could not be later than 6 a.m. I think I may have been in sleep paralysis. There is a shadow figure at the side of my bed, staring at me. I stare back and recite the Lord's Prayer a third time. I fall back asleep and wake up later that morning. I have not had a similar experience since. I'm convinced I was attacked by a demon through my dreams. How it appeared 3 times, how my prayers drove it away. I know that these were not just regular dreams. I've had many nightmares during my life, and every time I've woken up shaken afterwards. I felt no fear during this event. God was with me.
I am coming here because I have nowhere else to go, and I can't keep this to myself because it is eating me up inside. If I am honest, I think my time with the NYPD as a detective is pretty much up. Not that I really have a choice in that anymore, because something absolutely rotten stinks and our department is corrupt from the ground up. It's likely that none of my superiors will see this post on this website. I mean, who even goes here anymore? But I just needed to share it somewhere and get some kind of opinions on it so I can decide what to do next. I have worked as a detective with the NYPD for close to around 10 years now, and I'd like to think I'm pretty well respected among my colleagues. People trust me with things. They come to me for advice. I have a pretty good relationship with my boss, and I'd say I'm known for not flying off the handle. Too many cops these days are assholes who crack under any pressure, abuse their power, and are quick to anger. I mostly worked in Manhattan North. That's where most of my cases came from while working homicide. I worked some Bronx cases when things overflowed, more so in my early days rather than now. I've seen my fair share of horrific cases, and these cases leave a lasting scar on you. This is only made 10 times worse when the case gets shut down. You lose any kind of trail and are forced to leave it unresolved. Telling the family that there is nothing else that you can do is the worst part. I remember this one case. We found a body of a young girl stuffed in a closet in Midtown. Just this random office, still used daily. How people did not notice a smell or anything for days on end truly baffles me, especially since that office gets pretty stuffy. She just stayed in there for days until this leak started dripping into the lobby below, and then the janitor found the body. She had no ID on her, no nothing to identify her, and her face was beaten in pretty badly. Whoever it was who did this had attempted to burn off her fingerprints with what looked to be a lighter. This obviously did not work, and we were still able to pull partials. Cause of death was asphyxiation, but we never caught the bastard. Security footage was scrubbed in that office in a 90-minute window. We eventually found her parents, and telling her mother what happened, man, it broke my heart. The case got transferred higher up. The old boss wanted to rule it as a suicide initially, or downgrade it to accidental or undetermined, but that is because he was a lazy bastard looking to close things out quickly. That was not an option anymore when another girl turned up the same way across town a couple weeks later with the same MO. After that time, I told myself never again, but I never quit. I told myself I had to keep going. I convinced myself I needed to just work harder to keep the street safer, and so no other girls would end up like her. This most recent case is the straw that broke the camel's back, and I don't know if you will even believe it. Honestly, I think if another officer came to me and told me this, I don't think I would believe him either. So, a body shows up one late night in January, and it was one of the most confusing things I'd ever seen. They brought him in off Delancey. It was the EMS who got to him first after a call had been put in. Nearby patrol showed up about 10 minutes later, and it wasn't long before I was on the scene with my partner.
He came stumbling over from near Williamsburg Bridge in the middle of the night, walking like a zombie. This guy was male and probably in his mid-40s. He looked messed up, but he didn't look dressed like a homeless guy or anything. This guy was wearing some kind of old and tattered hospital gown. The nearest hospital was Woodhill, which is the opposite direction from where he was seen coming in from. And this wasn't some standard issue light blue or white shit. It was stained with mud, looked like he had been rolling around in it, had some faint blood stains at the hem, and was a kind of a yellow color in design. Although I couldn't tell if that was because of age, or if it was the actual color of the gown. This was not like any gown in any hospital I'd ever seen. He had no shoes on, and his feet were shredded. The skin on the bottom of them was just coming off in clumps, and they had been bleeding really badly. There is no way any nearby hospital had discharged him, and no way he could get far in this state. No way he just checked himself out. Nearby hospitals were contacted, and they confirmed that this man had not been a patient there. His skin was beyond pale. It was like this sickly grey color. He looked like he had not seen sunlight in years. Someone had spotted him shambling down the road from their bodega, and he eventually collapsed in front of it. Witness says he was rambling about something, slurring his words, but she could not really get a lot out of him. In her statement, she guessed that he maybe said something like, "from under there," again and again, but she reiterated that he was hard to understand. He was apparently slurring his words and sounded like he was massively dehydrated. We ran a toxicology screening on him, and he was not drunk and not under the influence of any kind of drugs like meth and such. We did, however, find traces of sedatives in his urine, but not just the one. We found traces of several different sedatives, like someone had just reached into a bucket and just injected whatever they could find without thinking. Valium, Klonopin, other benzos, you name it. We found it in his system. He was clearly very dehydrated, but that was not the only strange thing that we found. There were some very clear and harsh ligature marks on his wrists, ankles, and neck. They looked sore, and we could tell that some kind of rope had been used to bind him for a significant amount of time. We also found puncture wounds from a needle in multiple sites on the body, stomach, wrists, and neck. More disturbing still is that we found a scar on the side of his abdomen that looked relatively fresh. Must have happened in the last week or so. It was just one linear cut running down below the ribcage. It was very poorly stitched up and looked to be infected. It looked like whoever performed it did it in a rush. This was certainly not done at a hospital. We suspected foul play, and we were later able to confirm that he had indeed had a kidney removed. He deteriorated pretty rapidly after he was found, went into septic shock, and it was not long before he passed away in the nearby hospital. I never got to ask him any questions, so I only had what the witness had said to go off of. The witness agreed to come down to the station to give a more in-depth report, but it was mostly just her repeating herself. She flip-flopped a little on what she thought she heard though. She was now convinced it was more something like, "they're gonna send me back." She said he had a really thick accent, not from around here, and she was scared, and that's why she could not remember at the time. I made a note of both as possibilities. We tried to ID him, but we could not find a record of him anywhere. There was no missing persons report out for him, and we did not have his prints in the system. We did our best to try and track down someone who knew him, but some of the boys back at the precinct were convinced he was from elsewhere. Absolutely nothing about him screamed local. His ethnicity was one that was hard to place, and the overgrown scruffy facial hair and bruised up face did not help. Combined with the witness talking about the thick accent, it gave it weight. She could not really tell us exactly what accent when we pressed, just stressed that it wasn't from around here and that it was definitely foreign. If not for the marks on his body, this would be a cookie-cutter case. It's not uncommon for homeless people to get hopped up on whatever they can find and end up dead. People will kill you on the street for a pack of smokes or for looking the wrong way. They're cold and you have a nice furry coat. You best stay out of sight somewhere. But what really caught my attention was the condition of this guy's lungs when they brought him in. Just before he passed, he'd aspirated something thick. It was black and oily and it wasn't any kind of dirt. It only got mentioned offhand to me by one of the ER doctors. The ER doctor said it looked like he'd been funneling sewage down his throat. Not literally, of course. We found 2 more bodies over the next week. The first guy they pulled out from near the sewer system. He was missing his left arm, and one of his eyeballs looked to have been removed forcefully. He was hysterical when we tried to talk to him, telling us he had to climb up so far that he thought he would never get out of that place. We got a lot more out of this guy, for a while at least. He ended up telling us that he had been in the sewers. He said some gang of 4 or so men had taken him off of the streets and taken him down there. He said he had been there almost a month. He was a weird one. He would be able to talk to us for a little while, but then he would just have these outbursts, crying and kicking and screaming, and would just become unintelligible. He had to be sedated on more than one occasion, which really slowed down progress. When I tried to talk to him again the next day, the hospital told me he had been moved at city request. What does that mean? Heck if I know. To me, officially, it means nothing. But I guess the idea was to shut down questions pretty quickly. I was told it was at city request, and then when I pressed, I was told that he was not safe, that he was becoming violent, and that the staff here were not trained for it. And when I pressed again, the nurse got really, I don't know, not scared, but she was very clearly upset. She relented and said it was someone higher up than me and to take it up with them. His clothes disappeared too, including the gown, which I remember very clearly because it annoyed the hell out of me. Chain of custody is a thing until someone higher up decides it's not. I started asking around anyway, but there was no report filed on who authorized the transfer, and the EMS logs were suddenly incomplete. The body camera from the patrol officers cut out for about 6 minutes during transport. That kind of thing usually has a dumb explanation, but when you start stacking them together, it stops feeling dumb and starts feeling intentional. I asked my lieutenant if I could keep digging, and he told me to let it go. Said we had 3 real murders on the board and no time for sewer people and ghosts. I asked if it was him who initiated the transfer, and he told me to drop it. When I pressed, he told me that we'd gotten everything we needed out of him. The next body was found around a week after the first guy in the East River by the Williamsburg Bridge. He was male and had a similar build to the first guy. He had the same ligature scarring and that same weird residue in his lungs, but for some reason, the ME ruled it as an accidental trauma with no foul play. I went ballistic. This was obviously a connected string of deaths, but I was made to feel like I was crazy. I was told that they could not conclusively prove homicide due to the degradation of the tissue and the water damage. His body had obviously spent quite some time in the river. His fingers were worn down at the tips, like he'd been scraping them against concrete for a long time. Underneath his nails was the same black-gray grime that did not quite wash off. I took personal photos I was not supposed to take, and later compared them to the hospital intake images from the first guy that I quietly copied before those disappeared too. All the details seemed to add up. That should have been the end of it. Case downgraded, paperwork filed, body buried in a potter's field. But I could not stop thinking about what the witness told me about sending him back down, if that's what he really said. About that second guy, moved for no reason when he obviously had more to tell me. I started looking into this a little bit deeper, using what he told me at face value as a working theory. Say there is some shady shit going on in a tunnel, be it sewers or whatever. I started pulling up old maps, the kind that show infrastructure nobody thinks about anymore. I'm talking steam tunnels, utility corridors, abandoned subway spurs, civil defense shelters that never got finished. New York is layered on itself in ways that most people don't realize. There is a lot of shit under there that does not get used anymore and is not really maintained anymore. There are places down there that have not seen daylight since the 1940s, places that were sealed because it was way cheaper than dismantling them. I started noticing a few patterns once I looked. Not so many that I could do some serious damage, but just enough here and there over the years. I'm talking spread over many years. I'm talking missing persons cases that never went anywhere, even with the families begging for more to be done, hounding the cops every single day. Bodies that surfaced in the water with no clear entry point, and their cause of death clearly obfuscated. Even found one report about a guy found wandering who could not explain where they'd been for months. It was all filed under different categories and spread across precincts. I tried taking it to my lieutenant one more time.
Once I had some clear links and a working theory to pitch him, I made sure I had something concrete to work with, and I even put my neck on the line, showing him the pictures I had taken, which I was not supposed to do. He just freaked out once I had done talking. When I was talking, I swear I had never seen someone so calm in my life, but not like he was taking it all in. I think he was just holding himself back before laying into me. He told me that I had clearly lost my mind by violating procedure. He told me that not only was this not a homicide issue, but that the case had been transferred to a different department, and of course, this asshole would not tell me which or why. He said that I needed to take some time off, that stress was clearly getting to me and clouding my judgment, and that he could not have a loose cannon. He told me I was a danger to myself and to others. He sent me home that day and told me that I would have to submit to a psych evaluation. 2 entire months I sat on my ass, being paid to talk to shrinks who looked at me like an idiot. I was just biding my time now. I was talking to people around town, looking into the leads I still had. The homeless people in the area are pretty talkative if you give them what they want. I was warned repeatedly, but I did find an access point to an old tunnel system that ran underneath the city. I heard a lot of ghost stories about that place, and a lot of weird urban legends that I don't think is best to get into right now. Either way, it gave me something to work with. I used a maintenance hatch behind a condemned building in Harlem that I confirmed still opened because someone was still greasing the hinges. That alone told me everything I needed to know. I went down with a flashlight, a burner phone, and a gun that I hoped I would not need. I did not tell anyone or leave a note because I knew I would be stopped and things would not end well. It wasn't like some movie scene. These tunnels were actually clean, which, if you lived here, you would know sounds like BS. But it barely even smelled, and there wasn't a sign of rats anywhere. There were concrete walls that looked to have been either painted over or patched up recently. There was some old signage still in place that was still faintly visible but was old. The one part that really caught my attention were the lights that were placed around every 50 feet or so. They were this sickly yellow that made your head hurt, but you can hear that distinct electrical hum coming from them. Someone had some serious power down here to run these. I walked for longer than I can even remember. There were a few turns, and I remember getting turned around and lost at one point because everything just looked the damn same. I only knew that I was finally getting somewhere when I came across these doors installed into the concrete walls. These were heavy metal doors, and they had numbers stenciled on them in black. A couple of them had those small peephole windows with reinforced glass. These windows were not frosted, so I caught a few glimpses inside but did not see too much at first. There was some paper on the floor in one of them. I think I saw a backpack and then an open locker, but it was empty and hanging open. All of the doors on that side were filled with similar mundane things. I checked the other side. The next one I checked was weirder. This room had restraints that were bolted to the floor and with drains in the corners. The floor looked to be wet with some kind of murky brown water or other liquid. There was another locker in this room too, still wide open, but stacked with clothes, sheets, those kinds of things. They all looked pristine. There were pairs of shoes too, stacked on top, all mismatched and different sizes. I heard voices at some point, and I nearly shat my pants and ducked around a corner, but they were not close. They were echoing from somewhere deeper up ahead. I could not make out what they were saying, but it was not anything out of place, just this deep voice muttering something, and then what sounded like a chuckle from another person. I did not head towards them. I was outnumbered by at least one person just from what I could hear, but who knows just how many other people could be down here. I was only here to figure things out, not to be some kind of a insane action hero. I scanned more rooms with most being similar, until I found one that had a man inside of it. He did not even see me at first. He was sat on the floor against the wall and was looking down at the floor and cradling himself. He had his knees pulled up against his chest and looked to be in some kind of hospital gown. It looked to have what I can only assume were vomit stains going by the aggressive smell. There looked to be dried blood stains on it too. When I tried to wiggle open the door, he recoiled in fear against the wall and started babbling and begging me not to take him. I had to shush him and get him to shut up, but he was just in a frenzy. He begged me to help.
He told me that he would be taken next. No amount of trying to calm him helped, and I could not get him to clarify on anything that he said. I told him I was the police, that I was going to help him, but he kept crying and shouting and telling me I could not help. I tried to ask where a key might be for the door, but he told me I had to break it and help him. He started thrashing now, yanking his arms away, but he could not do anything with the restraints. Then he starts kicking this thing next to him. It looks like something rolled up in a sleeping bag. He is kicking it and saying, see, if you don't help me, they take me next. They got him wrong, and now he's here. They might get me wrong too. He kept kicking at the body, and I asked him to stop because it was so loud, but he kicked at it until I saw a body partially roll out of it. All I could make out was the face and the upper chest area, what was left anyway. Both eyeballs had been removed. His nose looked like it had been cracked in several places. I think the worst part was the head. His head had been partially shaved where it had been cut open and operated on, only they had not bothered to stitch him back up, so it was just a hole, a massive opening. He had a mark on his neck from an injection site, and his lips were bruised, but they had turned this weird shade of green I had never seen before. The man who was talking to me still looked relatively healthy aside from some bruises and a black eye, but he would not cooperate. I could not get the door open and there was no way to force it. The conversations I had heard echoing for quite a time had halted for the last few minutes, and I was becoming scared. My mind was running through all of the worst case scenarios all at once. It got to a point where this guy just started screaming non-stop. He was not even saying words at this point, he was just squealing and had clearly lost his mind. I had to leave him. I had no choice. There was nothing else I could do for him, and I would have gotten myself killed, and that would not be of any use to either of us. I had to be honest with him. I felt like that was the least that I owed him. I told him I planned to come back though. He had the strangest reaction that still gives me the chills to this day. He went from full-on sobbing, breaking down, begging, pleading, squealing, to just stone-cold silence and a blank look on his face once I told him this. It's like his emotions just reset back to neutral, and he did not say a word to me after that, even when I tried to reassure him. He just gave me this blank stare that he would not break until I was out of his line of sight. I came back out miles from where I went in because I got hopelessly lost. I ended up coming out through a service stairwell that emptied into a building lobby that looked abandoned. The door was padlocked and I had to use force to break it. I panicked at first, thinking I was stuck and had to go back and find a different way. Under no circumstances was I ever setting foot back down there. I never got chased or anything, and nobody tracked me down afterwards. There were CCTV cameras in that building. I could not tell if they were working or not, but it creeped me out all the same. I was faced with a choice: pretend like nothing happened and live with the guilt that I condemned a man to die, or report it to my boss and most likely lose my job and ruin my reputation. I knew I would not be able to live with myself. I was pulled off of active duty immediately. They had the perfect reasons already laid out. They told me that the stress had caused some kind of break in my mind, and that is kind of where I am up to now, puzzled as to what I saw, confused as to what to do next. Everyone thinks I'm some kind of Fruit Loop and will not take me seriously anymore. I still have no idea what I really saw down there. Does anyone who lives in New York know any stories about these tunnels? This happened to me when I was 18 years old and I was hanging around with a couple of buddies. We went to St. Augustine on a whim. We had fun with fort and stuff. We leave St. Augustine at around 1 a.m. The GPS takes me on some backwoods journey. It's an 80-mile long road with 2 lanes. There are no streetlights or anything, nothing at all in sight. There are woods up to the road. Oh great, now there's fog. All I was thinking was, some deer is going to come running out into the middle of the road, and I am going to strike it and probably die. I am driving along just fine. My friend in the back passes out. Passenger seat friend and I are chilling and smoking. The road starts to have some hills, which is odd in Florida. These are some big-ass hills too. I am cruising along when I see headlights in the distance. I see them go down the hill, then I see them go up the hill, and then now there are no lights at all. Maybe they turned off the road? I keep going and we see no roads that you can turn off to. I keep going and we still do not pass a car. Where the hell is that car? I am at the crest of another hill now. I see headlights in the distance. 10 minutes later and we still do not pass a car. Passenger Anon is just cracking up because what the hell? My friend in the back wakes up to a noise. I tell him about the cars and the lights. As we are going up a hill, this huge flash of light occurs. It is so bright I have to shut my eyes and swerve all over the road. I feel my hands on the wheel and I hear a, "Man, I can't see." The light just disappears instantly. My eyes open back up and we are still on the road, just in the other lane. I immediately notice the brake lights of a car in the rearview mirror. I asked my friends if it was just the car's brights that blinded us, but they said they had their eyes closed so they could not tell. Thing was, we were going up a hill. If another car was coming up on the opposite side of the hill with its brights on, the fog would have reflected some light at the top of the hill, making me aware of it. But that didn't happen. Paranormal or not, it was kinda spooky. I was around 11 years old when this one happened to me. I am traveling with my mom through the country, following the 40 route. We are getting close to our first destination, which is my mom's hometown. It's a 15,000 population small town, surrounded by large farms. We are still another 300 kilometers away. In less than 15 minutes, we are surrounded by a very, very thick fog. Being in the middle of the night, we cannot see further than 2 meters ahead of us, with luck. Nothing unusual so far, since we are in the season for such a thing to happen, and it does happen very often in this part of the country. My mom decelerates to 15 kilometers an hour and keeps that speed. She tells me to look around for lights. She wants to stop for a while at a gas station or a truck driver's rest stop. 10 minutes go by and I see a light, but it's kinda weird because it seems to be too far away, but still manages to get through the fog, and it's at the sides of the road. It's a straight road, perfectly straight. That's how it was designed in the first place. I tell her, and she asks me where, and I point. She lowers the speed even more while looking at the light for a whole minute. Then she decides to just keep going and ignore it. I ask her why and she tells me that it's fine. We'll be searching for another place. I keep looking straight at the light and after some 20 minutes, I realize that not only have we not left it behind, not even a little bit, but that also the light is approaching us slowly. I tell my mom and she tells me to ignore it. I tried to ignore it, but it kept drawing my attention. 15 minutes later, and it could not be more than 5 meters away from the road. My mom is still calm and ignoring it. We see a light a bit ahead of us, and this time it's obviously a gas station. Around 20 meters before we get into the gas station, the light suddenly disappears. It does not go away, it just disappears, like turning off the switch. We stop there. I eat something. My mom drinks a coffee, and we wait an hour or so for the fog to lighten up a bit before resuming. We get to her town, and at the second day that we are staying there with some family, I remember about the light, and I ask her about it. She tells me it was the bad light, an old legend of the region. Basically, it's a light that searches for lost or nervous travelers, specifically in the fog, and draws them to it. It tries to get them to kill themselves, or actually makes them lost, and kills them from starvation, and thirst, or makes them fall from bridges, or the borders of cliffs to their deaths. It's the soul of a traveler apparently, who got lost some 150 years ago. He died, and no one has ever found its body. Another story that of course nobody knows how we know about it, says that said traveler first got lost. When extremely hungry, the devil appeared in front of him, and offered him food and water, and also to guide him out of there in exchange for a couple of favors. The traveler accepted, and started following the devil. The devil, instead of keeping his part of the deal, decided to make him fall from a cliff during the night, killing him. Since my mother was raised there, she knew the story very well, but says she was never faced with the bad light until that one time that we were traveling together. A bit of background. I am from Argentina, and the 40 route is a route that goes from the northernmost part of the country to the southernmost part of the country, right before reaching to Tierra del Fuego, where you need to take a ferry to get there. It goes following the Andes mountain range. I cannot tell you exactly where this happened to me. Call me a coward if you want, but even though this happened so long ago, and I can barely believe what I witnessed, I am still scared. Scared that someone could still find me all too easily. I think if they wanted to kill me back then they could have, and just decided that scaring me into silence would raise less questions. I will try and be as specific as I can, and not leave out anything as long as it does not identify me. I worked as a fire lookout, or Firewatch as I have seen lots of people referring to it as now, for around 3 seasons or so in the mid to late 1990s. I was young and really hated my home life, so it was a way to earn some decent money in the summer away from my overbearing parents, and really just feel a sense of independence. Pretty much the only things I had in my tower was a radio, so that I could check in for roll call at various points in the day, a pair of binoculars, and a notepad. I would also occasionally get a heads up for weather warnings and potential people in my area, etc. Now, this last season was a little bit different and caused a bit of confusion for me. There was a paperwork mix-up as I found out later, and I was told that my regular tower was scheduled to be decommissioned. They wanted me up at a different tower to cover another area, not realizing that was the tower that was actually scheduled to be decommissioned for part of the season. I honestly don't understand how they managed such a major screw-up, but hey, that's none of my business as long as they pay me, right? It was a fairly remote area, much more remote than my previous posting. It wasn't completely unreachable, but unlike other towers, I had pretty much no one close by within walking distance. You would have to wait a long time before anyone showed up if you called for them. My tower was, how do I put this? Absolutely overrun by forest and was completely surrounded by it. When I got to it, I did a double take and asked my supervisor again if this was right, and he pulled out some paperwork and confirmed. Man, there were some damn vines growing around the pillars of the fire tower, and the grass was so high it came up to my midriff. Okay, maybe I am a little on the shorter side, but that's besides the point. I felt like a little grasshopper waiting to be trampled on walking around there. The tower smelled like shit too and was a mess. My supervisor was basically just like, yeah, that sucks for you. You are just gonna have to clear it up. Why were alarm bells not ringing in his head? Why would they want me to cover this area that looked left to the animals? Anyway, further down in my area there were some shallow clearings where fires had burned through in previous years. They were thankfully all stopped before they got out of hand, but you could still tell and see the marks. You could see a long-ass way from my tower, and especially at nighttime with the binoculars. It was actually kind of a rush, just looking down on so much vast wilderness, and just seeing things. The first few weeks flew by pretty routinely. I got up, I did roll call, I took a whiz around the side of my tower, I did a couple of walks around the area here and there, just to familiarize myself. It was pretty nice. I had my little notepad to log weather conditions, whether there were any lightning strikes, if any controlled burns started up, and making sure that they fizzled out. And I would obviously radio these in when I could, but the radio that I got in here was a piece of shit. It was always cutting out and picking up static, or sometimes even what sounded like wrong channels. Really, really annoying. Now, at night, I did hear a truck once or twice moving down access roads that did not appear on my map. I didn't even know they were there till this season. But I honestly did not start paying closer attention to things in my area until I saw the first odd fire. I mean, even when I saw it, it did not click in my brain that something was truly wrong at first. I just thought it was a mistake or an accident. So this one night after midnight, I get woken up. I'm a pretty light sleeper, and so any slight noise or disturbance is enough to rouse me. Now, I get up because I hear some slight movement. I'm just talking the rustling of some foliage and maybe some steps nearby, but not like right underneath my tower. I get up and take a peek, and before I even put the binoculars to my face, I can see this faint glow low to the ground in the distance. I just want to emphasize that we are well out of the way, and it would take a while for anyone to reach us. No one can see anything out in this section, aside from me, obviously. There's a burn, but it's really oddly contained. It doesn't look like a natural sudden spark, and it's not climbing or racing or threatening to spread. It's literally just sitting there, and it's this almost circular burn. It looked like it had been set deliberately. I was trying my best not to panic, but I was internally, just a little bit. What can I say? I'm a warrior. So I radioed it in, and gave every detail as best as I could. I thought my radio had screwed up again, because there was a long line of silence and almost a delay before I was told anything. I knew they had heard me though, because they responded initially. I was then told that there were no reports of people in the area. I was told it was probably nothing, but to keep an eye on things. That burn went on for hours and hours. I think I remember I did not get back down to sleep until around 3 or 4 a.m. The flame never spread and burned down into the ground rather than out. By the time I woke up again, there was only a dark patch on the ground that I could just barely make out from where I was. There was no smoke or residual haze or anything either. Later that day, I decided that it was best to hike out and check around the area. I wanted to check and see if something fishy was going on. When I got to the area that I saw the burn, which was tucked away and out of sight to anyone but my tower, I found the ground baked hard and blackened in a way I had never seen before. The soil had bubbled in places, like it had been overheated and then cooled too fast. It smelled, I'm talking really bad. It smelled like someone had burned an animal carcass out here. That's not all though. There were impressions in the dirt that did not match anything I recognized, and they were obviously not boot prints. They were from something heavy, it looked like. They were like shallow trenches where something had been dragged or pressed down repeatedly. Mixed into the ash were these whitish fragments that I initially thought were animal bones. They were blackened, presumably from the burn, but they did not look like anything I've ever seen on an animal. They were small but really heavy, and when I touched them, they felt almost greasy. That's not all though, because a little further down, way off where you would not even see them unless you were right up against them, I found some tire tracks embedded into the ground. It looked like someone had tried to cover them half-heartedly by kicking up dirt and digging in their heels and stuff, but just gave up after a minute. I was told to bag them so that animals would not get a hold of them or scatter them elsewhere. I bagged a few of these fragments and logged it as unidentified remains from a burn. I radioed it in on a channel direct to my supervisor, but they were weird about it. I was told not to mention them or show them to anyone. The rationale was that it was probably nothing, and we would only cause panic and chaos to both visitors and other lookouts. I was told just to keep them there, and that he would sort out the rest. Only, he never even bothered to come down here, so I had to sleep with this shit in the same room as me, which kinda unsettled me a little. After that, I started to notice a lot more odd things at night. I noticed more controlled burns spark up in odd ways that always took care of themselves. I noticed more movement at night, and let me tell you, these were not hikers. I caught the flash of something reflective, and just the silhouette of what looked like a vehicle. They had been using the unmarked access roads without their lights on, and it had been going on for a night or two. I was starting to put 2 and 2 together, but did not want to jump to any conclusions. My supervisor though, he was getting nervy, but not because of what I told him. He said that it was fine and to just ignore it. He gave me some BS half-assed excuse about woodland preservation and something else that I can't remember, but I did not call him out on it. He told me to sit tight and keep to myself for a couple more days, then he would move me out of that tower. I left the tower anyway that night. I really couldn't help myself. I went over to investigate the area, making sure not to use my flashlight unless absolutely necessary. Honestly, I wish I never had. There had been no activity that night, and so I thought I was in the clear. I got pretty far out without seeing much of anything, except where previous burns had been. Someone had been sloppy, because there were boot prints all around this area. You could see them around the ash and the scorch marks. There were drag marks leading up from the access roads nearby,
and the sight I saw before me made me reel away and vomit. I don't know how the tree nearby had not caught fire, it was so close. I saw what I could only describe as a person, or what was left of one. I don't think that this was supposed to happen. I think the burn had stopped too early due to the sudden winds that night. The skin was just completely blackened and shrunken. Parts of the skin were split and peeling away, and was exposing bits of bone underneath that were also charred. The corpse looked tiny. It had shrunken down so small it barely looked human anymore. The lower half of the body, these parts, the skin was almost entirely peeled away and were now just bones, only not all of them were there. The smell was enough to make me have to cover my face the entire time. The bones had become calcined, I think that's the word for it. I only know that word because I looked it up while typing the story out, which basically just means they had become more brittle and porous, but this meant they had fused to something nearby. Like, one of the arm bones was fused into something. Metal, maybe. It looked like it was fused into something. Like it had been restrained to something metal, and they had now fused together because of the heat melting them. There was a hole in the tree that this body was burned next to. I found a few scattered bones jammed into it, all in various states, some being only a few broken up pieces. I think the thing that sticks in my brain was the face. I could still make out some of the face. Half of the skin was peeled away, exposing the lower jaw and lower half of the skull. The eyeballs themselves had been reduced to just ash, but I could almost make out a terrified look from what skin remained, but I think that was just my horrified brain filling in the blanks. I shit my pants when I heard rustling nearby and the slam of a car door a little further down the road. Someone was still nearby and was not finished here. I had to quickly switch off my flashlight and duck for cover. I pretty much crawled the whole way back, I was that frightened. Now, at this point, any normal person would report this in, but I didn't, which was very stupid, but in a weird way, I think it also saved my life. My supervisor was being weird. I had a really off feeling about something, and I grew up being told to always trust my gut in bad situations. There was clearly something going on here. I had already reported numerous things and been brushed off. I felt like maybe he knew something, or maybe I just imagined that. The other reason is because there was a big part of me attempting to remain in denial, that I imagined things, that my brain got scared and made something up. And also, if I stayed in denial, I would not have to face reality or get involved. So I just made notes. I did not want to report anything before my supervisor moved me to another tower where I would be safe. Also, I was explicitly told I was not allowed to leave the tower at night. No one is unless it's an emergency, and I desperately needed the money and did not want to go back to my parents already. Things were pretty quiet for a couple of days. From where I was, I could not see a trace of what I saw the other night, aside from the burn. I was really on edge all day long, and sleeping that night was impossible. Being a light sleeper combined with being on edge does not make for a good recipe. I heard these hushed whispers and something muffled, like someone was trying to keep themselves quiet. I knew I should just try to sleep, but I could not ignore it. I needed to know. I did not get close, but I got close enough to say. I saw one of those trucks roll in this time, actually in here instead of just on the access roads. I saw people. It must have been a group of 3 or 4 men, but it was hard to tell in the darkness. I could not even really tell what they were wearing. I saw them unload something from the truck, but I know it took all of them to lift it out of the truck. It was, wrapped in something, and it was squirming or swaying. At the time, I had no idea, but I could hear more sounds faintly. It sounded like someone breathing really heavily, and again, something just muffled. And I heard someone hit something, but it was dulled by whatever material they hit. I tried to inch a little bit closer. My eyes were kind of adjusting to the dark, but not very much. There was something in some kind of a tarp or a sleeping bag or something, and it looked big. It looked about human size. It was sagging in the middle when they carried it. That is what made me jump to this conclusion.
By this point, I was in full panic mode. By this point, I could just about make out that they were all wearing these same coveralls, and they had something covering their faces. It looked like some kind of material draped over with holes cut out, or that's what I assumed at least. They whispered to each other here and there, but pure silence other than that. They slammed whatever it was down to the ground with a thud, and I definitely heard something inside make a muffled noise. They took the bundle into the clearing and set it down near a shallow pit that had already been dug. By now, the movement inside had become more frantic. Whatever it was twisting, and I saw an imprint of something kicking out at the bag and trying to break free. One of them took a knife to it and cut it open. It was a person. They were gagged and had their hands restrained behind their back, and they dragged this person to their feet before pinning them to the floor. I saw one of them inject something, I think, into the person, and after that they did not even resist. They also, and I could be wrong because it was so long ago and I could not see fully clearly, it looked like they took a sample of this person. Like they took a knife to their skin and cut off a chunk and just sealed it in something. I was too frightened to even turn my eyes away at this point. This person, while they were lying in the shallow pit, they took their arms and hammered them into the ground. They took these metal sticks and put them through the wrists and the ankles. The person woke up pretty much immediately from the pain or whatever. Whatever they gave them did not work, or was not supposed to work in that way anyway. I saw the person squirming and trying to free themselves, but all they did was cause more damage and rip what looked to be a bigger hole in themselves. There was blood and little specks of flesh just flying off them. Then the men poured something over the person, but I could not smell gasoline or diesel. It smelled different. It was this sharp chemical odor, and it felt like the hairs in my nose burned off when I smelled it. When they lit it, the body did not flare up. It was a controlled burn. It creeped slowly across the surface and produced almost no smoke. The gag burned away pretty quickly, and I could hear them now. They were coughing and spluttering and producing these sounds I had never heard before. It was like a gurgling mixed with a moaning, and then I saw something that I'm not sure I believe really happened, something that you almost certainly will not believe. I had better visibility now due to the flame, and I saw the face of this person peeling away. I could see their face charring and becoming black, but before that I saw it change is the only way I can really describe it. As the skin started to peel and burn, I saw the head change shape. What had once been just an ordinary looking woman, the head started to change shape and grow bigger. It became big and bulbous and elongated. As the skin burned and peeled away, and the groans became worse, I saw this happen more and more. The men looked panicked, taken aback almost. I saw the skin rip off of her fingers, being peeled back like an orange, and these other fingers came out. They were longer, more slender. They looked barbed or spiked or something. She was just becoming less human, if that makes sense. I saw her eyes literally change shape and become taller, and I swear her skin changed color before she was all gone. I saw her arms change shape and grow as they ripped against these metal stakes. It was just ripping a bigger hole in the arm as it grew. It was horrible to look at. And when the skin changed color before she was all gone, it wasn't being blackened, I mean actually a different color. And she said something. Only she sounded nothing like she did earlier when she was crying and trying to beg for help. Her voice sounded, I don't know, not human, more guttural, making sounds I never heard vocal cords make before. When I heard this, I jumped and accidentally made some noise. I had dropped my flashlight on the ground. I ran off as fast as I could while keeping low to the ground and trying to make as little noise as possible. But I was spotted. I must have been spotted. I heard them say something out loud to each other while I was moving, but I did not hear because of the adrenaline rush and focusing on getting away. When I got to my tower, I tried desperately to reach my supervisor, but all I could get was static and the sounds of voices cutting out. I tried to explain, but I got no response, and none of the channels would work at all. I was too scared to leave. What if they did see me and were looking for me? So I just laid down and tried to quiet my mind, which obviously did not work. I just made lots and lots of notes so I could report it immediately as accurately as possible, although I left out the part about her changing how she looked. At one point my brain was so exhausted from fear that I guess I just gave in and I finally fell asleep. And I remember waking up in a panic because my nose caught a whiff of smoke and roused me. I could see a trail of fire that had started a little ways away, and it had caught and spread up to my tower. The support pillars were alight, and they were burning up quickly. I just thanked God that my radio was working by now. If it wasn't, it could have been so much worse. I managed to get out just before it got too bad, but I breathed in a lot of smoke, and I was wheezing for a couple of days afterward. The fire team got out there pretty quickly, but it was too late to fully save the tower. The supervisor gave me some bullshit spiel about how lightning had been striking in the area and must have caused it. I know that isn't true. I know that shit would have woken me up, and no one else in the area said they heard lightning either. I told my supervisor. I talked to him in his office, if you could call it that. I sat him down, prepped him, showed him my notes, and I told him exactly what I saw. And I shit you not, he just laughed at me. He told me I had experienced something traumatic and was just under too much stress. He told me I had too much of a wild imagination, but that it is not appropriate to make false and serious claims like that on the job. I told him he would find evidence if he went out there. I told him I had reported the truck activity before. I asked him, what about the fragments I found and bagged for you? And he got real serious and quiet for a moment. He looked at me really sternly and he said, "What fragments are you talking about?" I clammed up at that point and was visibly sweating. Motherfucker. Those fragments were still in my tower. I was told that I was being sent home, but that I would be paid for my time. He explained that there had been a mix-up anyway. Someone screwed up the paperwork, and the tower I was sent to was scheduled for decommissioning anyway, but that he already had someone else ready to fill my tower. But here is the part that gets me. How did he have someone else ready to fill my tower so quickly if he thought it was going to be decommissioned? He would not budge. The police had to be on scene due to the nature of the event, just as per protocol. They thought I was crazy too, but I guess I came on too strong. Visibly sweating and rambling about mysterious trucks burning people in the woods is not too convincing. They assured me they were going to be checking out the area thoroughly for any kind of cause. And of course, they found nothing, the useless assholes. When I got home, I did not tell my parents anything beyond the fire to my tower. I did not want to talk about it anymore. I compartmentalized this experience for years and gaslit myself into thinking it did not really happen. But I know it happened. You won't believe me, but I need to know what was really going on there. What the hell did I say? What was actually going on? This happened to me in the summer of 2007 when I was like 12 years old. I was playing games really late and woke up relatively late in the afternoon. I was home alone and woke up feeling weird. Like, you know that weird feeling as a child when you know you did something wrong. I brush it off and get ready for the day. My dad comes home looking worried and kinda scared. I ask him what's wrong. He tells me that my aunt called the restaurant that my family owns and that she sounded hysterical. We head to the restaurant and wait for her to come by since she said she wanted to see if I was alright. Fast forward an hour or so later, my aunt comes running into the restaurant with her hair all wild and pale. She has black hair, so I don't know if that makes sense. She looks disheveled and she is barefoot. She runs up to me and hugs me, shouting things like, "Are you alright?" and "Did he hurt you?" I am standing with my dad in the kitchen at the time, and she looks up at him with this murderous look. "Stay away. I know what you did to him and my children." She picks up a knife and attempts to stab him in the face. My dad blocks her before she can do some serious damage, but she manages to get a good scratch on him. 2 guys outside the kitchen see what's happening and try to restrain her. Me and my dad look at each other with a what the hell kind of expression. Somehow, my tiny 5'4" aunt is overpowering these 2 fully grown men. My dad picks me up and runs me out of the restaurant through the back door. Me and dad are now inside the restaurant screaming. A concerned customer comes outside to check if we are okay, says that the 2 guys can barely restrain her. My dad is concerned for my safety, so we nope the hell out of there. Back at home, and dad has to go back to the restaurant because mom is taking aunt to our house since it is the closest house. My mom comes home with aunt and her children, so the people at my house at the moment are me, mom, aunt, and my 2 cousins, my aunt's kids. My aunt sways through the door to the house with like a devilish grin. She looks really creepy. "We are safe," she whispers. My mom tries to get her to lie down in the guest room and rest. My aunt flips out again and starts freaking out on the bed. She is thrashing her limbs and bouncing on the bed. She screams at my mom, "You bitch, you brought him here. It is your fault." She then proceeds to fling a lamp at my mom's face. My aunt jumps out of bed and starts punching my mom in the face. Everybody there is stunned, not knowing what to do. After a couple seconds, I jump over and try to restrain my aunt. Nope. I get thrown off and pushed several feet away. My mom takes all of the kids out of the room and into the living room. We sit there and wait for aunt to calm down. A few minutes later, we hear a loud wail come from the guest room. My aunt runs out crying about how she needs to know if our other cousins are safe. We have to call our cousins to come over so that aunt calms down. There is a momentary respite. Everyone is sitting quietly in the living room. Nobody knows what will set off aunt next. She is sitting on the floor in the corner of the room, rocking back and forth, saying things like, "I saw him do it. They told me that he did it." My aunt freaks out again. She grabs my cousin by the hair and pulls his head back. This is what he did, and she starts thrusting him. It takes my mom, my cousin, and I to restrain her and just barely keep her in a hold. There is a knock on the front door, and it's my 3 cousins and their mom. I will call her aunt number 2. I thought the aunt would just run over to the cousins that just arrived and make sure that they were okay. Instead, what actually happened was that she started shouting things at aunt number 2 and starts to sprint at her. My eldest cousin takes her mom to their car to escape from aunt. Me and my mom try to restrain her and get her back in the house. She's screaming like bloody murder. At this point, she has made such a ruckus that several neighbors call the cops in concern. 2 cops show up and help us get aunt back in the house. An intense line of questioning follows. They ask things like if she was on any drugs or if there was anything that set her off. Instead of answering, she is just rocking back and forth in her corner. They want to take her to the hospital or a psych ward to get her checked out or something. She freaks out again, but it was worse than the previous times. The cops try to grab her by the arms and take her out of the house, but she is able to fight them off. They call for backup and tell us kids to stay inside the house while my mom and my eldest cousin helps restrain her. This is where my part of the story ends, and the next part is told to me by my cousins. Another squad car shows up to the house, accompanied by an ambulance. The cops are trying to wrestle her into handcuffs. She is twisting her body in a weird way that makes it hard for them to get the cuffs on. They stop trying to handcuff her and instead grab a straitjacket from the ambulance. It takes 4 cops to pin her down and get her in a straitjacket, and they strap her onto a stretcher and take her away. According to the doctor/therapist, she just suffered from a mental breakdown, maybe early onset schizophrenia. They did not find any drugs or anything out of the ordinary. The family thinks that she was possessed by something, since she was talking about they and them. I don't know what is scary, the fact that she may have gotten possessed, or the fact that she might be schizophrenic. On one hand, if she was possessed, that's some spooky shit. On the other hand, if she's schizophrenic, it can be genetically passed on, so I may have the gene, or any of my cousins may have the gene. And the fact that it happens so randomly, it's scary that those things can happen. I've got one, but it might need some explaining for you non-Irish people. The banshee is a type of fairy in Irish mythology that foretells the death of someone near a person that hears her screams. This is my granddad's story from the late 1980s. My granddad is in the hospital in Belfast, recovering from a surgery. There are 3 other men staying in the same room. 2 a.m. rolls around and all is silent. Without warning, he hears a god-awful scream that fills the entire room. He jumps out of the bed, along with the 2 other men, both of which seem equally startled. The scream lasts for about 10 seconds and then there is just nothing. The 3rd man, who did not jump out of bed, asks what the hell they are doing. My granddad tells the men about the scream, and the other 2 back him up, but the 3rd man is not buying it. After about another hour of shitting the bed, they all manage to finally nod off. Early next morning, my granddad is awoken by doctors and nurses rushing into the room and moving the 3rd man to the ER. My granddad asks around later that day. The 3rd man suffered a fatal heart attack. A banshee claimed her victim. I realized Belfast, being a large city, could very easily explain the scream, and the man's heart attack may well have been a coincidence, but stories like this are not uncommon in Ireland, even today, and it's a neat bit of mythology to boot.
Alright X, I've been debating whether or not to post here, since if anyone who knows me reads this, they will instantly know it's me. And since I signed an NDA, it would mess up my future career opportunities, but to be honest, I don't even really care anymore. Screw you, John, if you have screen grabbed this. I know you use this website religiously. Be me. I am Firewatch in Alaska. It's boring as all hell, but at least it pays kinda well. I get my own little Firewatch stand in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. My only contact with the outside world is my huge ham radio, the free Wi-Fi, and the guy who delivers my supplies every 2 weeks. I'm talking beer, food, water, etc. I'm basically being paid to live in a huge-ass tower, all expenses prepaid, and occasionally look around for smoke or a possible fire. The tower is cozy. It's cool in the summer because of just how high up it is, and warm in the winter because it is insulated and has an electric heater. There is no fireplace for, I think, obvious reasons. It is so tall that I do not have to worry about any of the wildlife. The only thing I am actually forced to do is the hourly radio checks, since if I don't respond, they will send an entire SWAT team to go and check up on me. I will explain this one later. You can basically do anything that you want up there, since there is no one around to actually monitor you. Okay, time for the spookies. Be me. This was my first month of the job. I am kind of spooked out, just because of how isolated I am. I am not used to it. I am just shooting the shit, and definitely not masturbating, when I hear something huge slam into the bottom of the tower. The whole thing just shook. I am like, what the hell? I decide to go and take a look, since I do not want this damn tower collapsing while I am stranded, with the next visit from the supply guy a month away. I take a flashlight and my company standard Remington hunting rifle. I climb down the steps and point the flashlight at the wooden beams that hold the tower up. It is smeared in blood. It looks like the front of your car when you plow through a deer at full speed. What in tarnation? There is a mangled deer corpse at the base of the steps. Holy shit. It is absolutely torn to pieces. There are only a few patches of skin still on it. There are 2 legs missing from it. The head has been ripped in 2 from the center down. It hardly even resembles a deer anymore. I only knew it was a deer because its antlers have been snapped off and shoved into its own throat. There are intestines and deer guts stuck in the beam supports. Someone threw the mangled deer cadaver into the damn beams. What in the actual hell? I hear loud footsteps in the deep snow coming from the tree line around the tower. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I take my rifle off of my shoulder. I point it at the tree line. I shout at whatever is there to get the hell away as I slowly back up the stairs. I chamber around in my rifle. I yell out that I have a gun. I fire a warning shot into the woods. I think I hit something. What the hell? Whatever I hit just starts squealing really loudly. This sound actually causes my ears to bleed. Okay, screw this. I run upstairs. I hear something running after me. I do not turn around. I run inside, lock the door, and close the shutters. I hear a loud roaring from the bottom of the tower. It sounds like a mix of a bear's death cry, an elk, and a person getting CBT. Do not ask. Things start climbing up the stairs. Shit. There is a small gate about a third of the way up meant to stop bears and stuff from walking into my damn living room while I sleep. It doesn't know how to open it. Praise Keck. After about an hour of it trying to push the gate open, and it scream roaring at me, it finally leaves. I do not go outside until the next day because it could be trying to bait me out. The deer is gone. The guts are gone. The blood smears are still there. There are no tracks because of the snowfall. I go back inside and play Skyrim. I just act like it never happened. The first picture is the closest to my work environment since I am not using real pictures because I don't want you assholes calling the park ranger station to tell them that Tower 7 is snitching. Sure thing, Anon. I guess I should elaborate on why the park rangers send a SWAT team to check on you if you do not respond to the hourly radio check. Be my hourly radio check. Basically just responding to Tower 1, our coordinator, when he says our tower number. It's just a shitty roll call. Tower 4 does not respond. It's the 6 AM check, so he is probably still sleeping, which is normal for Tower 4. 3 checks later, he is still sleeping. Okay, what the hell? Tower 1 says that I and Tower 8 should go and check on him if he does not respond to the next one, since we are the closest. The next check comes, and he does not respond. Well, shit. Tower 8 rolls up in her shitty Land Rover and drives us to Tower 4. We pull up outside Tower 4. There is this huge blood trail leading from the stairs and into the woods. Holy crap. I go up the stairs, while Tower 8 tries to find where the blood trail ends. The bear gate has been torn off and is currently up a nearby tree. What? I climb upstairs. I slowly enter the living room with my handgun. We have to keep it on us at all times. The door is already open, or rather, the door is not there anymore. I enter the room and it is just carnage everywhere. There are blood and bits everywhere. There is half of a hand on the floor, but there is no body in sight. It seems like something burst into the room, tore up Tower 4, and dragged his body out. I remember that Tower 8 is literally following the trail of whatever could tear through a thick wooden door. Oh crap. I jump down the stairs and yell. She is staring off into the woods with her gun drawn. She says she is not going there because there are bears and wolves and stuff. I think this is wise. I call it in on the radio. An hour later, a literal convoy of armed park rangers arrive. They tell us to get the hell out of there. I never hear anything about this incident again. I have to give some shitty story to the others that he retired at 22. There is still more. Since you've been a good boy, I will keep going. Time to introduce you to the guy. The guy is literally just this guy with a burnt face who wears a suit. He looks like he has been in a fire or something, because his face is scarred as all hell. He does not say anything. He just watches you from a distance, normally from the tree line, and writes in his clipboard. Every single tower has seen him. Apparently, according to Tower 1, he has been spotted here since the 50s. I've tried approaching him a couple of times, but he will just walk behind a tree or a rock and just up and vanish. It looks like the Jim Carrey mask guy from Metal Gear Solid 5, just without the mask that he wears. I've only ever heard him speak once. I was slowly approaching him from behind, trying to get the jump on him, when he turned around, looked at me, and said, "Cougar," in a Norse/Russian accent, before turning around and walking behind a rock. What the hell? I turn around and there is just a cougar there, a few feet away from me. It had probably been trailing me as I followed him. It runs the moment I point my rifle at it, due to fight or flight. I don't know if he saved me or tried to get me killed. Thanks, Jim Carrey the Mask. No one knows who he is or where he comes from. He just shows up, looks at you, writes in his clipboard, and then screws off. The closest he has ever got to someone was when he walked out of Tower 3's toilet and just left through the front door,
or the time he appeared outside my damn window watching me sleep. The local Inuit folk seem to know about him too, but they refuse to say any more than, "Oh, him, right." Aside from that, he's been here well before Whitey showed up, and has just been a part of the local tribe's life for eons. They won't give the name they have for him or any stories about him. They just tell you to keep your distance and not to piss him off. I know it's boring, but that's literally it. You will see him around 8 times a month, and then he will disappear for 4 more to go and spook the shit out of the other towers. Tower 9 leaves him a little goodie bag of spare food, etc., which he has seen him pick up and eat, so that's cool. Okay, sure, here is another story. Be me. I just finished up the 8 PM hourly radio check. All the other until 6 AM are optional, cause sleep is a thing. I load up Skyrim since it is the only game I can play because the Wi-Fi is down due to the snow. I play it for like 2 hours straight. I suddenly hear this knocking at my window. I don't care. It's probably the guy or something. He does this pretty often. The knocking continues. I ignore it. Suddenly hear a loud slam at my window. Holy shit, okay, you've got my attention. I open up my blinds expecting to see this guy and his stupid ass clipboard. Only he is not there. I scan through the windows. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Child peeking from the corner. Nothing, nothing. Wait, what the hell? I snap back to the window. The kid stops peeking the moment it realizes I've spotted him. Oh shit. I override my gut feeling telling me not to go outside. If there is an actual kid out there, then it will die, and I do not want a frozen kid corpse on my stairs. I open up the door. There is absolutely nothing there. I call out, but there is still nothing. Nothing responds back to me. I hear the scuttling behind me. I turn around. There is a dead bird on the floor that was not there before. There is a gift tag on it. It just says, "A gift from me to you." Okay, screw this. I am going back inside. I bring the bird with me, because I do not want to piss off the ghost kid. I shut my blinds and then I go to sleep. I still occasionally get knocks at my window at god-awful hours of the night from time to time, with little dead bird gifts every 4 knocks. Here is a picture of the type of bird that it was. Okay, here is another story. I am going for a walk because I am bored. I tell the radio that I am going on a walk so they don't send the army after me. It is summer, so there is no snow. I still bring my rifle because I am scared of the bears and what else could be out here. I have fun taking pop shots at deer to scare the hell out of them. I stumble across a huge camper van. We are not accepting campers because of COVID, so I go and investigate to make sure it's not a hobo or a cultist. I will explain the cultist part soon. The place looks old yet new. I go inside after checking some of the tents outside. It looks like someone has been living here. I empty the cans in the corner. There is a sleeping bag on the couch. It doesn't stink like shit, surprisingly. There is an old diary on the table. I take a read from it. It's from one of the people who used to work here. He got promoted from Firewatch to Park Ranger, and then he retired. I have fun reading through his journal. It's about him coming back because he missed the openness of the forest. He starts writing about some guy in a suit in the woods. I realize it's probably about Clipboard Guy. He mentions chatting to him. He doesn't do that, but okay. Pretty cool. Last entry was a few days ago. Says he is going on a hike tomorrow to look for it. There are no later entries. What the hell? I leave because it is getting late. I go back a few more times, but nothing changes, and he does not come back. A few weeks later, I have basically forgotten all about it. I am now on roll call when someone mentioned that an old colleague went missing. Oh shit, who? It's the journal guy. Wait, what? It has been months and they still have not found him. I gave the journal to the park rangers in case it could help. They sent me an email the next day and said that telling anyone about the campsite or the journal will violate my NDA. I didn't even mention the campsite. Rest in peace, Roger of Tower 11. This picture is the model of the camper van. Okay, fine. I will talk about the cultists. Be me. I get a radio call from Tower 8. What the hell does she want now? Anon, get to the lake now. Okay, sure. I walk down to the lake. There are park rangers holding a group of robed figures at gunpoint while local police call something into the radio. The guy from Tower 5 is also there. He looks like shit. Then realize that there are a bunch of stone pillars that were not there yesterday. I go to ask one of the rangers. He is surprisingly chill. He explains that Tower 5 guy had gone for a walk through the 4th sector, the area me and Tower 8 manage, and happened upon the robed guys sacrificing a wolf. The robed guys proceed to flip shit. One runs at him with a knife, stabs him in the thigh. Tower 5 guy proceeds to shoot him in the chest. All the other robed guys are now pissing themselves because Tower 5 guy has a semi-auto rifle and is now screaming at them as his leg starts bleeding. Tower 8 hears the commotion and calls it in. That is when the park rangers arrive and hold them all hostage. They pull the shot guy into one of the trucks and provides first aid. Tower 5 guy is former Spetsnaz, who is living out the rest of his days in retirement in the Alaskan woods. Go figure. So he is perfectly fine. He did all of the first aid himself while warding away knife-wielding cultists. The park ranger tells me to leave. I am not going to argue with the park rangers, so I get the hell out of there. I fill Tower 8 in once I get back. I later find out that all of the robe guys got off scot-free because one of the people in the local police force is a member of their cult and used his admin powers to save them from jail. All they had to do was tear down their stone pillars and promise to never come back and they could leave. After stabbing someone? Apparently, their cult is the 3rd largest faith in the region, with the native religion and Christianity ahead of it. They worship some water god called Malak or something, I don't know the name. I could tell you some stuff about the native faith, it's kinda interesting. Local natives have a pretty small pantheon of gods. It comprises of Fol, the god of snow. He is like the Allfather. He is like a king sitting on the throne, made of pine trees. Tamaka, speaker of Fol. Fol does not speak in a way humans can understand, so Tamaka translates for them. He is a bird/guy wearing a bird mask, who is in a dress with no armholes, who has a scabbard on his left side. Flumene, wife of Fol. She is the god of warriors, mothers, and legs. She is a woman with one arm, riding on a huge elk that's larger than a tree. And then there is Tate. The natives refuse to say his full name, so they just shorten it. He is the god of fire, rot, mold, and decay, who is currently chained at the bottom of the lake in my sector. He has cougars and other lesser gods do his bidding, since he can't do shit under the lake. Fol, Tamaka, and Flumene all live in the mountains away from humans because their voices scare them. They are all mute, aside from Tamaka. Here is another story. I am kind of depressed at this time. My GF at the time left me. I have no friends because the job means I am far away from anyone for months. The isolation is really getting to me. I decide that enough is enough. I take a rifle and head into the woods. I find a nice clearing to do what I'm gonna do. I put the barrel in my mouth and I am about to pull the trigger when I hear footsteps. I turn around and see an old man with a huge white beard wearing a bear pelt robe approaching me. I quickly hide my rifle, because I cannot bear the embarrassment of being caught failing at this. This dude walks up and says, "Can I sit with you, child?" in a deep German accent. "Sure thing, Santa." The man chuckles and sits next to me. He's got a cool looking eye patch on one of his eyes. He starts talking to me, just casual convo. I talk back, chatting about sports, etc. He asks me what I am doing out here on my own. I just tell him I'm hiking. He says he knows I am lying. I proceed to vent to the old man about how crap my life is. The old man comforts me. I realize the old man has a pet bird on his shoulder. Holy shit, that is badass. The man says his name is some bizarre Swedish shit. I feel happy now. I no longer feel depressed. I finally have clarity on my life. The old guy says he has to leave. Lol, bye. He gets up, walks over to a thin tree, waves, and then walks around it, and then just vanishes. What the hell? I go and check because there is no way he could have just walked around this thin tree and just disappeared before he reached the other side. But he did. I take the rifle and go home. I have not felt suicidal since then. Thanks, Santa. Tower 7 and on here. I am back and I have got more stories. I have asked around the other towers and I've collected some of their encounters with weird stuff about the forest. This one comes from Tower 3. He is one of the local natives. The company did a diversity expansion program to include more of the local natives for a public image, I don't know. It fails spectacularly because the natives view the forest as a holy site and do not want to work in or near it. Their version of the devil is literally underneath one of the lakes in the park. Tower 3, we will call him Ricky since it's close to his IRL name, is one of the only natives who signed up for the program. He is sent to replace one of the Firewatch guys who retired. He gets there and sets up shop in the tower. He decides to explore the local wilderness. He says it was the first time he'd actually been to the forest, and he was not expecting it to be so peaceful. He only ever heard stories about it. He is basically just exploring, all campsites and stuff, etc. He notices something moving in the distance. He locks eyes on it. There is now nothing there. The same thing happens like 7 times in a row. He is certain that something is following him. He hears leaves rustling every now and again. Okay, screw this, he thinks. He heads back, hearing the rustling all the way back. He is spooked. He gets past the tree line. There is a clearing that surrounds every tower. He looks back. There is a literal clone of him, staring back at him. It mimics his every move perfectly, all the way down to breathing at the same time as him. Just mirrored. Holy crap. He yells out to him, "Who the hell are you?" It says it back, in his exact voice, in the same exact cadence. He slowly walks back toward the tower. It follows him. Stay the hell back. And then it just repeats back. He pulls out his gun. The thing does not have a gun, so it just mimics him holding the gun, but without an actual gun. It speaks. It speaks on its own. You back. He asks him what the hell he is doing in the woods because the park is closed for the season. You come back woods. What the hell? Asks him what he's trying to do. You come back to the woods. The thing has started moving on its own. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. See you soon. The thing runs off into the woods. He never sees it again. He still has nightmares about it apparently. Here is another story. It's camping season, so every night I have to deal with drunk teens and poachers. I am just chilling when the radio pings. What the hell do they want now? I put my headphones on. It's one of the lead park rangers. Oh damn. Anon, we've got some missing campers in your sector. We are sending Tower 8 and 5 over to help. Tower 5, Spetsnaz guy, is coming because me and him are the only people in Firewatch who know anything about tracking or finding missing people. I am basically a veteran forest ranger at this point. Tower 8 is coming because it's also her sector, so it's her responsibility to go and find the campers. The park rangers cannot do it themselves because they have their hands full at the moment. Those damn rangers, they are never there when you actually need them. I wait for 8 to arrive so we can go and pick up the Spetsnaz guy. I start heading towards where the campers said they were going to be camping. There are mangled animal corpses along the road every couple of minutes. What the hell? They cannot be roadkill because they do not look run over. I don't mention it since I do not want to spook the other two out. We arrive at the campsite. We park along the road and haul ass over to the area with the tents, etc. They were camping in the middle of nowhere, so their campsite is in a tiny clearing in the middle of the dense woodland. Goddamn teens. I shout to see if anyone is there. No response. Screw this. I check all of the tents. It looks like everyone left in a hurry. There are clothes everywhere, spilled food, etc. Where the hell did these guys go? After a few minutes of searching, we find one. He is in a tree, butt naked. He is neck deep in panic. The guy is freaking the hell out. I ask him where the others are. He just says they went into the woods. Nice answer, Dick Cheese. Spetsnaz guy in Tower 8 tried to get him out of the tree as I go and look for the others. Walking back to the campsite, I see something on a bench. I decide to have a quick look. It looks like a wet jumpsuit or something. It's folded really neatly, like in a posh English hotel or something. I pick it up and unfold it. It is not a jumpsuit. It is human skin. It looks like what would happen if you scooped out everything from a corpse, so it's just an empty skin suit. Dick, balls, and everything. Holy crap, what the hell? I drop it. It is still fresh. The blood has not even coagulated yet. I immediately call it in on my walkie-talkie. The park ranger on the other end goes from bored and uninterested to full panic mode within a few seconds of me explaining. I put the skin back on the bench. The park ranger says they will be there any second. 5 and 8 heard what was happening through the comms, so they are already bringing the team to 8's Land Rover. They give him some clothes because he is naked AF, and that is not something I want to say. The guy just keeps rambling about how they went to the lake and pissed him off. He is not talking about himself based on the way he is talking about him. I ask him why he was in the tree. He tells us he put me there. The guy is bawling his eyes out while rambling. For the first time ever, the Spetsnaz guy is actually concerned. I have never seen him look like this before. The park rangers finally arrive. There is a full convoy of the guys, armed to the teeth. They tell us to GTFO and give them the kid. We oblige, not wanting to face the wrath. We get out of there. We later find out that the skin belonged to one of the 9 kids who went missing. The rangers found 2 more skins floating in the lake. There was no trace of the other 6. We have to explain to the grieving parents that it was a bear attack, which is bullshit. The one teen that survived is sent to a mental hospital because his brain is completely mashed. Never hear anything about it again. Fire tower weirdness in Deep South. I will green text this. Be me. I am just out of the military. My bro, who we will call Bill, works for State Forestry in a fire lookout tower. It's pretty dope. It's basically a mini apartment. It even has internet. He invites me to stay with him for a few days. We basically hang out and play board games and video. It's an awesome view. He shows me how to work the firefinder thing and call in a fire. I ask him about the weird things he's seen. He's pretty solemn about this and does not seem okay talking. Anon, I'll tell you man, but you cannot freak out if you see this shit. At this point, I will change perspective. He had more than one story. Story 1. Watching out across the forest one day, pretty chill. Saw a structure. Not stairs, an actual structure of some sort. Couldn't really tell. People were around it. Called it in, gave coordinates. Game warden says he will investigate in the morning. It's too late in the day now. They are discussing this via radio. Radio chatter is interrupted by something unfamiliar. Disregard all. This conversation is over. Comms cut off on the radio. Just use his phone. Call disconnected. The cell has no signal now, despite having perfect signal before. The structure is still there. Gets a phone call. It's his supervisor. Bill, leave this one be. Don't talk about it, don't log it. Drop it. He is confused, asking what the deal is. Bill, you're not in trouble. Just forget seeing it. You will be fine. Bill complies. He removes log entries. The phone rings again. Same voice as the guy on the radio that broke comms. Listen to boss's name. He is taking care of you. Bill says he understands. He does not want any trouble. I will not have to call you again, the voice says. Night falls. Bill goes to sleep. Next morning, Bill looks where the structure was. It's not there. The clearing it was in is gone. Nothing but the trees, as if this never happened. Fast forward a few years. This structure pops up sometimes in different places. Out of nowhere, just there. It's different, but I cannot tell what it is. Can't determine purpose or even clear shape. Story 2. Bill finished the day's watch. There is a mild thunderstorm, but the tower is safe. He is chilled out, playing some video games. The power goes out suddenly. Bill looks to see if lightning strike, sees nothing. He waits it out. He hears a clung 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 coming from the steps as if someone is climbing them. There are no houses for miles. No vehicles can be seen approaching from the road. Bill grabs the flashlight and the rifle. The clunging sound on the steps stops. Hey, it's bad weather, let me in. This voice says underneath the building. Bill says back, This is state property. You cannot be here, sir. You have to leave, or I will call the sheriff. Bill cannot see anyone through the windows. It is pouring rain, thunder and lightning. The voice keeps calling. Let me in. It's bad weather. The voice is not panicked. It just states it, as if it were just a simple calm request. Can't see anything. Bill goes out with the rifle. Still repeating the same thing. Let me in, it's bad weather, down the steps. Bill says, I have a gun. The sheriff is coming. Leave. Same phrase, further down the steps. Bill cannot see the source. Bill goes in and locks up. He calls the sheriff. There is no more voice. The sheriff shows up and looks around. The weather is calming down a lot, so both go down. Something stinks. Bill and sheriff look in Bill's truck. Deer, bobcat, coyote. More than one, maybe 3 dead, rotting animals just laying back there in a lot of mud. Sheriff says it might be someone pulling a sick joke. He drives around. Bill goes back up. Sheriff goes to Bill's truck and then calls up. Why did you move it? I needed pictures, Bill. Bill is confused. The animals have been removed from his truck. Bill calls supervisor. Supervisor shows up and puts hunting rifle and shotgun under sofa compartment. This stays here if it is needed. The supervisor would not speculate, but had 0 doubts at all. Here is an update. Bill still works for State Forestry, but the Firewatch Tower is now shuttered. He now does most of his work from a small office building near the same location. Most of what he deals with now are strange noises at night, and he still has his rifle, and his supervisor still makes him keep a hunting rifle and shotgun on site. The last I spoke with him, he did not have anything new, just some basic updates on the area. Most of the residents nearby are elderly, and live miles away from one another. The area where that took place is also known for strange stories, like small convoys of vehicles with super dark window tint at 2 a.m, no headlights on down these narrow country roads. Bill has never seen anything like this, but he did state that you will hear 4-wheelers out in the deep woods, but never see the lights. Bill's rationale for story 1 is that there is some kind of meth production lab that get broken down and moved, and maybe there was an operation underway observing them. Some of the locals believe it might be a cult, but considering that no strange or unfamiliar people have shown up in the stores, and the only other stores are like 40 minutes away, it's probably more likely the structure was a mobile meth lab that could be broken down and stood up elsewhere quickly. As far as story 2, Bill is not the only local that's had a similar issue. There are people whose cats and dogs have gone missing and found miles away several days later, horribly mangled. There are also odd dead animals that turned up in yards or on people's property that are very out of place, like an alligator 7 miles from the nearest body of water where an alligator could live, mangled loggerhead turtle in someone's trash barrel, and a pile of chickens in the middle of a state park torn to shreds. No one is really sure what this is. It's not a frequent occurrence, but it has happened enough that there was a state investigation. Recently, the head game warden abruptly resigned, and the sheriff of well over a decade withdrew his election bid. The strangest thing about this area, in my honest opinion, is that on some days, livestock start acting weird, and will try and hide or cluster together and stay really quiet. I have heard of this happening before, but I have got no answers. What I am about to tell you happened to me around 4 or so years ago now, and I have since been disconnected from the program, and with all of my connections severed. This was not by choice, and it happened pretty rapidly within a year of this event happening, and I am still not fully sure as to why not everyone was terminated. I probably should not even be typing this out anywhere, but I think this is something that people need to know. I think I have seen a similar discourse here in the past too, but I can't quite remember. For a number of years, I actually worked with the Department of Defense for a specific branch called the AARO, or the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. Now, I am not a scientist per se, but I do have extensive knowledge of certain fields, specifically oceanography, as well as a military background, as do many others that I work with. This all started with an anomalous reading that was detected near the continental shelf located in the Arctic Ocean, named the Siberian Shelf, as you might be more familiar with. The first thing that we picked up on our sonar was a persistent acoustic return that did not match any known vessel or geological source. It wasn't incredibly loud, and wasn't something that we noticed immediately, but after seeing it repeatedly, it was not something that we could ignore. Our follow-up sonar passes showed a feature on the seafloor that had not been present in previous surveys. That was strike number 2. This feature had defined edges where you would not expect them, and the profile did not match sediment buildup or exposed bedrock. It's easy to say now that it was very clearly some kind of structure, but the office is not quick to classify things in an effort to understand them first, in order to not cause any screw-ups. At the same time as we were doing these sonar passes, magnometer data showed a localized disturbance that did not align with any known wreck, mineral deposit, or infrastructure. What made it impossible to dismiss is that there was more than one contact, and one of the contacts began to move after a while of tracking it. It separated from the seafloor, gained altitude in the water column, and changed direction without any detectable increase in acoustic output. Now, I know what you were thinking, but this was not anything that the Russians were doing. In fact, they were completely oblivious to any of this. Kind of, at least we thought so. We did not actually act immediately. We kept observing for a time. That was only until we actually received some reports. There is an isolated city of over 100,000 people in Russia called Norilsk. It was built on prison labor and yada yada yada. This is not a history lesson. Point is, it's remote and isolated and is near to the Arctic shelf. And the people there, they started talking. They were reporting things like sonic booms in the middle of the night. These strange light shows that people couldn't really accurately describe that looked way higher up in the air than any planes can go. Not only that, but something crashed there. It wasn't any kind of vehicle or structure, it was just a hunk of metal. It was this sphere-like thing that nobody could tell what it was made out of. That particular information was obviously not disclosed to us once it was discovered about the materials. And here is the thing that gets me, and in retrospect, I guess it should have been a warning sign. The Russian government were fully aware of this. They sent out a team that extracted this sphere, and that was it. They took it back, they broke it down into scrap, and then they wanted nothing more to do with it. In meetings that we had, they seemed very apprehensive, and we were warned to stay away from the detected anomaly. We, of course, did not heed their warnings, and with the events that followed, I am amazed that we did not inadvertently spark a war. Not that we did anything hostile, but purely from how it could be interpreted, I guess. I think we're lucky that they knew a lot more than they were letting on. We were assembled on board a US Navy Arleigh Burke-class destroyer, DDG-51. The idea was to pretend to be conducting standard surveillance and routine patrol as a cover story. They would obviously know that we were there, but these ships were deployed in these waters all of the time. We had around 300 personnel on board. It's a difficult ship to run. Most of the crew were just there to run the ship, and I mean, it's not like we were planning on a fight. I was there as an AARO liaison and technical advisor. Not everyone on board knew exactly what we were there for. It was mostly just the people from AARO, the command crew, and the sonar technicians, since we needed them to know what to look for. We also had an MH-60 Seahawk stationed on board the vessel. Our forward deployment happened from the US naval base in Yokosuka in Japan, as it was the closest access point and would cause us the least amount of logistical problems and the shortest travel time. Remember, only select crew knew the true mission, and this had to not raise questions from anyone. It took about 2 weeks to reach the Siberian shelf due to the conditions, but once we got in the ballpark area of where we detected the anomaly originally, that was when the real work could begin. It did not take long for us to start picking up signals again. We had run a sonar imaging scan, a multi-beam sonar scan, and what came back was strange to say the least. We had been detecting moving anomalies, but this was stationary. It was a stationary structure that looked to be embedded into a ridge somewhere deeper into the ocean, where the Siberian shelf becomes deeper and submerges more. That's about all we knew at this point, due to the way the reflections were bouncing. Hard rock usually bounces sonar in a predictable way, which this didn't. We could tell this structure was actually embedded into the bedrock and almost fused with it at some point, but only partially.
This, combined with the moving anomalies we had started detecting moving quickly through the water, made some of the command staff nervous. And this is where my account is going to appear to be some nutjob who managed to find a computer in the middle of a come down from crack. I would not be here typing this and putting my neck on the line if I did not believe that people needed to know what I saw. In the space of a few seconds, the amount of anomalies that we were detecting multiplied before our sonar imaging system and most of the electronics on board failed. Just a sudden loss of power. None of the equipment was broken, and there was no explanation for it. We started to hear a couple of thuds striking the sides of our vessel before we started to hear the sound of splashing water, and a sploosh around 5 or 6 times in a row. There were these things that shot out of the water quite quickly, and were now hovering above our vessel in kind of a triangulated formation. I imagine that between them, they covered every single angle of the ship. They were these sphere-type things, like quite literally, it was just a ton of floating spheres that did not look like anything I had seen before. I could not work out what kind of propulsion system they were using, how they functioned in the water, how they were even hovering there right now. They were this metallic and dull grey kind of color, and they had what clearly looked like a lens on the front. They were essentially just floating metallic eyeballs. They hovered in place before the lens on the front or whatever shot out this barely visible red kind of light. They were just direct beams that seemed to draw an outline of the vessel and even hit some of us, but nobody felt anything. The only thing I could think of in that moment is when a LiDAR scanner hits fog or dust and you can kind of see the effect of them, but there was no way that this was that. I must mention that those on board who did possess weapons were explicitly ordered not to fire on these things and for us to just observe. Again, we were not here for any kind of conflict and were simply there to observe covertly. Although I suppose the covertness was well out of the window by now. Once these spheres seemed to be done, they reduced their altitude and floated closer toward the vessel and seemed to just be looking at us. They were now within arm's reach, and some idiot decided the best idea was to reach out and touch one of them. He was shouted at to stop, but not in time, and when his hand made contact, his body started to spasm, and he fell to the ground and shook a little bit before passing out. It looked like he'd been hit with a fairly significant jolt of electricity just from touching the thing. I remember at this point is where things got a whole lot worse, because 2 very bad things happened almost simultaneously. Not simultaneously, but within a very short time of one another. The first was the Russians. They had sent out a vessel to observe us. They were not idiots. We had just had a conversation with them about this. This vessel had been sent to shadow us. Some of our basic systems had managed to come back online, but it was almost like the power was being stifled or blocked somehow, so not every piece of equipment was working, and not at 100% capacity either. The Russian vessel contacted ours on the bridge-to-bridge radio and explained that they had been sent to observe, and in a best-case scenario, convince us to leave and abandon the mission, to which they were very kindly told that would not be happening. In the midst of this happening, this orb proceeded to get closer and closer to the idiot who had been zapped to sleep. It got really close, and some kind of compartment opened up on this thing. Some kind of mechanical contraption or arm, very tiny, came out of this compartment and proceeded to prick the arm of the unconscious man, or at least, that is what it looked like. And we could see something blinking just barely underneath his skin. At the same time as this, a soldier on board had run over and smacked this thing with the butt of his gun, which knocked it off balance and seemed to cause some kind of a spark. And then there was an immediate retreat of every single sphere. I remember out of nowhere just having to throw my hands over my ears because the noise they were emitting hurt so badly. I say noise, but it was not so much a noise. I felt this heavy pressure in my ears, and I guess my brain just kind of filled in the blanks and interpreted it as noise. At the same time as all of this, they all immediately shot up into the sky, into this circle kind of formation, before all of them shot back down into the water without a trace. It was at this point that we started to feel the tremors in the water. They were enough to cause our vessel to shake violently from side to side and to throw some of us off balance into the ground. I felt like I wanted to throw up all of a sudden. when I managed to wrench myself back to my feet, and then I just heard this really slow, deep groan coming from our vessel. It sounded like it was echoing throughout the bones of the vessel. The waves and water continued to be unpredictable, and I swore that at one point I could see these weird circles, almost like a mini whirlpool, starting to form over the port side of the vessel. And then all of a sudden, everything just stops. Our vessel becomes still. The creaking and groaning of the ship has stopped. The only sound going on is the Russian vessel, shouting something quite desperately over our comm system, but it was in Russian, so I don't know what they said. And then, boom. Faster than my eyes could even comprehend it. It was like I was just looking at the Russian vessel, and everything was normal, and then blink, and it was suddenly just split in half, like literally in half. The bow of the vessel was already capsizing and being dragged under, and there was so much debris scattered around in the water. I think I saw people flailing around in the water before just going under, but I could not see clearly. I could not really believe my eyes. When this happened, I also heard this sonic boom kind of noise, but not precisely. There is this weird trail in the sky, going up just completely vertically, but it's not like any fuel trail I've ever seen from an aircraft before. It's more cloud-like, but it is not pure white either. It's more grayish, I guess you could say. Maybe blackish. That's what my memory is telling me anyway. And it is now directly above us in the sky, but still close enough to be able to make out that it is some sort of craft. There is no windshield or anything or any kind of glass at all, so I don't know how this thing is even being piloted, if anything is actually in there. My memory draws a few blanks here and there from this point, and I think it will be obvious why in a minute, but I will try my best. What did the craft look like? I would say it was a grayish color, but it was very reflective, I guess. I would say that if you were not looking for it, if I had not just seen it rip a vessel worth hundreds of millions of dollars in half, then my eyes probably would have just passed over it. I guess similar to a stealth bomber in that respect. Not in how it is constructed because stealth bombers are matte, but that is the only comparison my brain can make right now. It was just something about it. It blended in with the sky essentially and was really hard to pin down. It wasn't small, but it was not massive either, and was very clearly capable of some kind of omnidirectional movement from what we had observed. It had no difficulty adjusting to any kind of angle to perfectly observe us. The craft, how it looked. It didn't have any kind of wings for flight. It wasn't a sphere though, man, fuck, I don't know. In that moment though, my eyes, I don't know if they were just tired or what, but with every moment that passed by, this craft looked more and more like a mirage. It was already hard to keep track of, but the air around it seemed to be being displaced and was shimmering, and my eyes were starting to water just looking at it. And before I knew it, I was having to look away for a few seconds before I could even observe it again. And then this light, this overwhelming and sickly light, started to come from it. When I looked back, it now had these two things that had come out of a compartment above it. They looked like subwoofers stacked in groups of 4, but not exactly, and it looked like some kind of glass on them. And then I heard the sound. I can't really describe it. It was just some kind of really intense, like, digital sound that made my ears ring. And then all of a sudden, there is this sickly light being shined down onto us, but like, I can only see it when I look up. I can't see it physically shining on the vessel or on other people. And then I start to feel sick again. And all of a sudden my muscles start to feel really weak, and it's like the gravity in the immediate area has been doubled, and I am now struggling to stay standing. At one point, I am taking a knee, and eventually my lower body is shaking really hard, like I've been holding a plank for a really long time, and it just gives in, and I am laying flat on the floor now. But it was not just me. Everyone else on the ship is in various states, some flat on the floor like me, others down on their knees, others just barely standing still, but they are all sweating. One guy had gone a red color I had never seen a human turn before. I am laying flat on my stomach. I can't even lift my head, so I can just barely see the port side of the ship. I can feel this intense heat beaming down onto my back, and it feels scorching hot, and I notice that all of a sudden,
that it has become so much harder to breathe. I am down here gasping, trying to get any air that I can, but it hurts really badly. My lungs feel constricted. It's not long before people are on the floor, starting to lose consciousness. I am not far away from blinking out myself. This next part that happened, I like to tell myself that it wasn't real, and that it was just my brain losing brain cells from the lack of oxygen, that passing out and feeling this heat was just making me see things, that I made it all up in my head, but I'm not so sure anymore. Especially considering I'm not the only one who reported seeing this. I don't think collective hallucinations are possible, but I could be wrong. My eyes are barely staying open. There are people slumped up against the side of the vessel, in a sitting position and barely holding on, and I can start to hear and feel this clunk, clunk, clunk. It feels like it is underneath me somewhere, before I hear it ever so slowly ascending up the side of the vessel, the port side of the vessel, and now I'm really not sure what I saw. I saw something. I saw something coming over the side of the vessel. I didn't see any faces or any bodies. I just saw these unnaturally long limbs that make me feel nauseous just thinking about. The skin looked yellowish. It looked wrinkly. Not like a human wrinkly, but I don't know. That's just the impression that the skin gave from what I can remember. I see this long arm become visible. I see this hand that is pronged with 3 long appendages. They become visible, shoot up so that they are just slightly over the port side, and then faster than I can even say, they just come down. These fingers, if you can call them that, are now over the eyes of one crew member who is slumped against the port side, and then slowly, and with barely any force or exertion, he is just pulled up and over the side of the vessel, and I hear a splash and no more noises. He could not move or react or fight back. It was taking everything in him just to breathe, never mind scream. I heard 3 splashes when I saw this. When I came to again, there was shouting and screaming and the vessel was already moving. No one was saying anything meaningful, but I later found out that we had 3 men overboard. The next few weeks I can scarcely remember because it all just blurs together. We had to give reports, submit to psych evaluations. No one got any explanations. Absolutely no one was told why we were really there. I can't remember how they explained what we experienced. All I remember is that no one believed the explanation for the Russian ship, which was still in pieces when everyone came to. What I do know, but I shouldn't know, because one of the command crew who I was on good terms with let slip, is about the reports that people wrote up. Not all of them matched up. There were always pieces missing, and sometimes little bits of details changed. Some matched up perfectly. This is how I know I was not the only one to see those limbs, which I guess still does not prove anything. How a cover-up managed to happen after an event as catastrophic and blatant as this still blows my mind. Maybe we really are just that stupid, and desperate to believe the thing that makes our lives the easiest. Thankfully, the Russians had survivors, and they were kind enough to not lie and say that we committed an act of war. I know there was another meeting, but I was not invited. And within a year, I was not part of the AARO anymore. I just got less and less duties, less and less information until they moved me on and told me that I was not fit for work anymore and that I had failed a psych evaluation and that I was being medically retired. My memory is still Swiss cheese in places. This entire thing has taken me so much time. Notes when I got home, revisions, trying to talk to people, thinking and obsessing over it every single day, obsessing over every single little detail. But not everything has come back to me, and the things that have are not super clear all the time. I'm not saying that you should believe me, and I probably wouldn't if I were you, but I don't know. I just had to get this out there. I was born in Chattanooga, because when my father met my mom, she was living in the city. My dad was from the Copper Basin, but was working in the city. When my mom and dad divorced, I moved up to Canada with my mom, and my dad stayed in the South. I've got a few stories. I was around 6 years old at the time of this happening. I was spending 2 weeks with my dad and my grandparents. They're not real good at watching me. They leave me unattended a lot. It's a really nice day. I am hanging out in the backyard with a dog. My dad went to the town, and my grandma is asleep on the porch with a lit cigarette. I wander to the back of the property to the fence and see a gap small enough for me and the dog to fit through. Beyond the property is really thick wood, and being the curious little shit that I was, I decided to go for a walk. The dog is with me. I am feeling great. I am climbing over logs and marking the ground, which I do by dragging a stick along the dirt. I slip down a ledge maybe 6 feet. The dog is barking. My butt hurts a lot. I fell on something lumpy. I get up and take a look at what I fell on. It's a pile of dead cats. I cry. I run back to the house and wake up Grandma and tell her about the gap in the fence. They build a new one the next time I am there. I never go into the woods alone again. It's now 10 years later. I am hanging out with the old dog in the yard. Dad has gotten all weird. He's now worried about me growing up, getting and mixing up with boys and shit. My dad comes out of the house and says, "Hey, let's go walk around the woods." I totally forgot about the pile of dead cats by this point, and I agreed. We walk up to the stupid neon starlight that they have above our town at the top of the hill, and walk down the other side of the mountain. He talks to me about him growing up, and tries to start conversations on something that we both like. We start talking about stars and space. "Well, Dad, you know a lot of stuff about astronomy." He trips and lands his face in the dirt. He tripped on a small rectangular stone. It's a tiny little tombstone. We can't make out what it says, except age 2 years old. We looked around and noticed more tiny stones underneath kudzu vines. We are in a graveyard. We are trying to read as many as we can when our dog starts losing its shit and just barking. There is a person staring at us from behind a tree about 20 feet away. My dog is holding its ground between us and the stranger. I am so scared I'm gonna shit my pants, but my dad is weirdly calm about it. They just stare each other down. Dad finally stands off and the weirdo runs off, making some weird ass sounds. My dad stands there silently for 5 minutes, watching him run off. He finally looks at me and says, "Let's go home." I never really ask about it. Later that night I am going to bed. My grandparents have gone to bed too. My dog is laying on the end of my bed. I wake up at 2:30 a.m. My dog is trying to get off the bed. He starts scratching the bedroom door to be let out. This dog, man. I get up and let him out. The dog is in the bush, sniffing shit. I am at the front door, waiting for the dog to get back inside. The dog yelps and runs back towards me. In my half-asleep state, I think I see the register of a person. I slam and lock the door, with the dog grunting and passing beside me. My dad comes down the stairs. He takes a look at me and asks me what's going on and what's with all the commotion. I tell my dad what I saw, and he is not happy about it, and he tells me to go back to my room while he looks outside for what it was. He grabs a shotgun off the wall, walks outside, and I peek out the window. He looks in the bush. He does not seem to find anyone or anything. My grandma comes down the stairs. She says something about a bad dream. My dad comes back in, the three of us standing around, looking at each other. Her and my dad have the silent agreement and start locking all the doors and windows and closing the blinds. I wake up Grandpa and Uncle and sit us around the dining table. She pulls out a candle, lights it, and we all sit there silently around the table. They won't let me fall asleep. My dad stands up every so often to check around the house and then comes back. What the hell is going on and where is the dog? I try to ask questions, but they keep shushing me. I hear it banging against the siding of the house, moving from one end to another. I am starting to panic internally. It is suddenly all silent. My grandma blows out the candle and lets us finally go to bed. I sleep on the floor of their room because screw that. I wake up in the morning to find Uncle and Grandpa painting the side of the house. My dad takes me to Ruby Falls for the day. I never got an explanation after that. It was summer, and I was 12 or 13 years old. This was well before cell phones or digital cameras. Back then, I had moved to the city, a suburb, but it was a hell of a lot bigger than the country town I grew up in. Being summertime, I was staying a couple of weeks with my oldest and longest known friend at the time, Mike. We were out squirrel hunting, so we had our 22s and were walking through the woods and fields out in very rural Oklahoma. Like I said, it was summer, so it was in the 90s or the 100 degrees, typically hot for that time of year. We had been out for a few hours and wandered pretty far from his place. We were in an unknown territory. At the time, we did not think anything of it. We were young teens after all. Thinking back, I don't know if we were trespassing or not, though I suspect we were, as we had crossed a few old fence lines in our wanderings. We had just come out of the woods into a pretty good-sized clearing. It was at least a football field wide, 100 yards, and stretched on probably 2 or so of the same length. As we were walking, we started noticing a humming. It started low at first, but got louder the farther down the field we walked. Towards the 3/4 mark of the field, we could tell it was a backwards L shape, and continued on to the right. It was heavy and dense enough woods. We could not tell what was in the other part of the field, but as we got closer, the humming became much louder. We rounded the corner of the woods, and before us was probably 40 to 50 dead cattle in varying states of decay. The humming that we had heard was thousands of flies all over the bodies. Being Oklahoma in the summer, the smell from the bloated carcasses was overwhelmingly strong. Past the grisly field, there was a single road path that had been cut out from the woods. We decided to leave, so we cut into the woods to go around the carnage and followed the road out. We hooked up to a road, and after walking along the road a bit, we figured out where we were and got back to his place from there. As soon as we got back, we told his dad what we saw, who then called the local sheriff's department about it. It wasn't a big priority, but they said they would send a deputy out the next day to come and get us so that we could take him to the field and show him. So then next day, about mid-morning, the deputy showed up, and Mike's dad Dwayne, and myself take the roads back to the field that we had found. We get back there, and the carcasses are all gone. Not a single one was still remaining there, other than the blood and other fluids left behind on the grass and the lingering flies. Not a single body was seen. The only reason the deputy believed us was the fact that the grass was flat and gory from all of those bodies, and the smell was still there. He said they would investigate, but I never heard anything more about what they had found. It kind of freaks me out, thinking that someone knew that we had been back there, and then went back to dispose of those cattle bodies that we came across. It makes me wonder why they would do that, and what killed those cattle to begin with.
This is going to be really hard to explain without dropping a lot of context and typing for hours. All I want to do is get this off of my chest, no matter the consequences I might face. All you need to know is that I work for a covert branch of the government, which I will not be naming directly. I will not be telling you what this branch is called. It's a federal program that cannot operate publicly. We are assigned to do tasks that cannot be handled out in the open, and that cannot be leaked for whatever reason. Just cleanup, essentially. We have to make sure that certain information cannot get out to the public, that key witnesses are not able to share anything, and that information is obfuscated. I know that's a little vague right now, but I think it will be obvious once I tell you what actually happened. I don't claim to know the ins and outs or everything that goes on. All I can tell you is what I personally experienced firsthand and was assigned to. The first most notable case I was assigned to actually happened on the outskirts of Las Vegas, in a very rural and isolated part of the city. I was on standby at the time. I was pretty much always on standby. A lot of the time you live in quarters that they assign to you, or in accommodation in a city where there is business, I guess you could call it. It means a lot of moving around and never settling in one place. It means you can't really form connections with anyone, but that's irrelevant rambling. I was already awake at the time. I think it was close to midnight or so. I was contacted on my work-issued phone, and they only explained really the exact amount of information that I needed to know to do my job. The voice was always different each time, and I of course was not aware of any of the identities. They sounded weird, and looking back, I think they were certainly using voice changers, or maybe some kind of AI software in order to mask the real voice.
I was given a location and a time window in which I had to be there. I was given a code phrase just to confirm that this had been verified by someone higher up. I was given a rural address in Las Vegas to head out to, but I would be accompanied by a couple of other people. I think it was 3 of us. Hard to remember because it was so long ago, but I think it was to not draw attention. Things like this where people can see you go in and out, I figure less people is better. I knew vaguely what happened, some kind of attack, I think. The property owner had called 911, reporting an intruder, but it cut off. The details given must have flagged something, which is why I was being sent. Local responders had already been told to stand down, due to a federal training exercise or some other bullshit excuse like that. They do this all the time. The right people know, and the wrong people get told to shut up. Instead, we will be dressing as local officers and responding to the scene. I was told to expect possible exposure and to bring full kit. This usually meant that someone had seen something they were not supposed to, and I had to verify exactly what they knew and then proceed from there. The property was far enough out that there were no immediate neighbors, which was probably why the call got escalated so quickly. You could see the house from the road because the porch light was still on. There were no cars or anything around, no police, no ambulance. I parked us a short distance away and we proceeded on foot. We scanned the perimeter first and checked for any signs of activity or movement or something else being in the area. The first thing I noticed in the area was this acrid smell. It smelled like when puke dries up in a carpet and is left to bake for hours. It was completely silent around too. I could not hear anything coming from the house or anything in the immediate area. I took a look in the yard before moving inside, and with my flashlight, I caught sight of some footprints. Only, they didn't actually look like footprints. They looked more like an object to put heavy pressure down somewhere. Something heavy and without any distinct shape, other than a rectangle kind of thing maybe. They were much too deep for a human to make, even if they jumped up and down on the spot. It was more like if you took your wardrobe and plonked it down outside. The other weird thing in the yard was that the grass had scorch marks on it. I could not really tell what had caused it exactly. It didn't look to be from a barbecue or anything like that. The grass was damp with something and was a little slippy, so there was no way it was a bushfire. One of the other guys whispered something to me that I didn't manage to process before I heard the sound of something. It sounded like something heavy had just smacked against concrete, something metal maybe. I heard a funk and some scraping, and it sounded like something really heavy was running. So we swung around the property as carefully as we could, and I don't even know fully what I saw if I'm honest. This was not my first rodeo, but before this, most of my work had been mundane. Things that I could probably explain if I was given enough to connect the dots. But what I saw running towards the tree line was something that was not human. I did not see it for very long, because it moved so quickly, but I caught the general shape of it. This thing was tall. I'm talking coming up to over halfway of a tree's height tall. I know that's not exactly accurate, but it's the best I can work with. It was pretty dark, but I remember with my flashlight, I saw that the body was shimmering, I guess I would say. When the light hit the thing, it shimmered, and the skin looked rough. The only other thing I managed to notice was just as it was disappearing into the tree line. I saw it start to bend over and put its hands onto the ground, and when it did, I saw it sink into the ground. And that's it. I did not give chase because I had no idea what I was dealing with, and we were not ordered to engage unless in self-defense. Gunshots would only complicate the situation. The only thing I don't understand looking back is why it chose to flee. I mean, it probably could have killed us easily with the speed that it was running. We found the survivor, but he was in a terrible state, and I knew almost immediately that he would not make it without immediate medical intervention. He was slouched up against this couch with the TV still going. He was barefoot, and I remember that the t-shirt he was wearing was half soaked in blood, but it was also burned through in places to the point it looked like he was wearing tattered rags. The burns in the t-shirt did not make sense though. Where these burns were, there were no burn marks underneath on the survivor's skin. When he saw us, he just weakly raised his arms up into the air, and I could hear him struggling for breath. He was wheezing, and sounded like he was trying to breathe with water inside his lungs. My colleague immediately got down and started to examine and attend to him while I paged the necessary number. No reply meant that we had to sit and wait while securing the perimeter. I did not find anything else strange around the property, which I suppose was weird in itself. There was no evidence of any kind of tampering with the doors or the locks, and no smashed glass. We had to prise the front door open ourselves as it had been sealed shut. The survivor could not do anything but make horrible gurgling noises, so asking him anything was no use. My colleague filled me in once I had finished scouting the house, and up close, the injuries looked worse than I first thought. There were bruises that had already started to form underneath his skin, really deep and nasty ones. But the skin was still intact and did not show any signs of blunt force trauma or any kind of scratches or wounds. My colleague said he had never seen anything like this. He said it looked like a result of massive internal pressure, but that there were not any marks as evidence of this, so he was just doing guesswork. His forearm had a kind of pattern pressed into it. You know when you hold your skin up tight to some kind of object and it leaves an imprint? It was like this, but it was a similar looking shape to what we had seen in the mud. Again, the skin was not burned or broken, so we had no idea why. We tried asking him questions again for a while, but it was no use. He could not even look me in the eye when he talked to me. His eyes were just slowly moving back and forth while looking up at the ceiling. He kept trying to point, but he did not even have the energy to lift his arm all the way, so I'm not sure what he was trying to tell us. I made sure to page another message with more information this time. We were told to stabilize him and prepare him for transport. My colleague made it very clear that in his state he would not last long without medical intervention. Not in an emotional way or anything, but just making sure that it was fully understood, but there was no talk of that. He eventually managed to gather enough breath to gargle something weakly to us. It was cut off, but I understand he was trying to ask if we were going to help. I knelt down beside him and assured him that help would be on the way and forced a big smile to calm him down. And then he just went back to wheezing and looking up at the ceiling. He was slipping by the time transport arrived, and we had to hoist him outside while he was wrapped in a blanket big enough to obscure him. They took him away, and that was the last I saw or heard of the matter. I don't know if that actually really explained anything. After that, the house needed to be cleaned. We carried out the basics before leaving in order to not draw attention, and then the work would be passed over. We scrubbed any marks, cleaned up any fluids or messes and things like that, made sure there was no evidence of scorch marks or footprints left outside, and we were always asked to empty the house of as much as we could. Anything that we could remove easily. Documents, clothes, smaller personal items. We would take it with us and drop them off at a handover point, out at whatever remote place was closest, and then we would continue driving back to where we were staying. We would take pictures of these footprints and stuff like that before we destroyed them too, and we would hand those over at the same time, and then we would continue driving back to where we were staying. Whether shitty motel rooms that were discreet, or nearby cleared out apartments, just whatever, it didn't matter. I know that there is a lot more to it than that because this is not the only thing I ever did, but I don't know if I'm even being coherent right now. I just feel so awfully guilty when I think about it. We are taught to compartmentalize things in order to cope with what you do. The success rate varies from person to person. I think it's the way he wasted his last words asking me to help him. I always end up thinking about that when I am trying to drift off. I guess I should at least try to explain more so that it becomes a little bit clearer at least. I don't know if any of this will actually be of use to anyone. It's just more of a confession of what I was involved in, I guess. This second incident that stuck in my head happened the same year, but around the back end of it. Most of the things I dealt with in my time were simple. Not simple as in they were easy, but simple as in they were things that I understood. This one did not happen anywhere out in public. This happened at a secure industrial facility in a relatively rural place in Utah. I don't know exactly what was being handled there, but I know it was civilian. I mean, this place had cameras and access logs and a fair amount of employees. The place was still running when we arrived this time, and you could hear all of the machinery going full throttle. I just want to clarify that you almost never work with the same people. It's just, Rare for the same people to line up twice, I guess. Or for them to stick it out, I suppose, could be another reason. But that's just a thought that popped into my head right now. The affected area was a sealed room used for storage, or at least, that's what it was supposed to be. The door was intact and the lock was unbroken, but inside, everything felt off. The air had that same ozone smell, and there was a fine residue on the floor that looked like dust until you noticed the absence of footprints. There was a section of this dust, though, where it had not settled. Again, there were no footprints, but the dust had been displaced, I guess, without actually having been touched. I guess like someone had maybe blown on it, or some wind had moved it and piled it up in a different way. We found a worker sat slumped up against a wall nearby, and he was holding a cloth up to his face. There was blood just pouring out of his nose, but almost as soon as it hit the air, it was drying up and becoming solid. It was like he was just bleeding a long string of clotted blood at some point. He barely even took notice of us when we stepped inside the room. He reacted when he heard our steps, but he did not look towards us immediately. He was kinda doing this swaying motion while sat down, like he was drawing circles with his body. Like when someone is drunk and super off balance and the room is spinning, so you can see them just drifting around in a circle. Exactly like that. This worker clearly had no alcohol in his system, you could just tell. His pupils were wide, bigger than I had ever seen, and his eyes were strained. You could see all of the blood vessels in them really strained. It looked painful. I got down on my knees and kept clicking my fingers so that his eyes would focus on me, but he could not do it. He could not hold his eyes in my direction for more than a second or two. He was clearly dazed and confused. He kept mumbling something to me about the room. I tried asking him, but he just kept saying, "The room, the room, the room," over and over again. None of us were in the mood to screw around, so we picked him up to his feet and walked him out of there. He was putting his whole body weight down onto the ground, so we had to drag him along the floor as he dug his heels in. He became lucid enough to ask questions once we had been driving for a little while. He asked where we were going and why, and I could tell he was starting to panic. I tried to reassure him that he was being relocated for safety and to receive medical attention, but he did not buy it. Once we got to the handoff point and we opened up the back, he lunged at one of us and tried to fight. He was still dazed and off balance, so he missed completely and face planted. One of the handoff agents took the opportunity to knock him out, so to speak. I was never involved with anything after these cases took place, but I knew a lot more than I pretended to in front of other people. It's an open secret, and the more cases that you take, the more rumors you hear, and the more you can infer. Some things become crystal clear. Again, I do not claim to know everything, but I know these handoffs are a safety measure. To compartmentalize different tasks, so everyone only knows a little. I cannot be 100% sure, but I'd like to say I'm at least 95% sure that these people, I'm handing them off to be poked and prodded and then discarded. How, I don't know. Cleaning a house and gutting it in a rural area is one thing, but a civilian workplace, I don't know how that is done. We just hand it off and I don't think about it anymore. I don't know how the families are handled if they have any. We just close our eyes and the problem is magicked away by someone else, from my perspective at least. I can infer this because of the nature of the job, because of the other incidents I've been involved in. I've never done the dirty work, I guess you could put it, but I've done some horrible things. My hands are not clean. I guess I can share one more. I guess I don't have much to lose at this point. This one is more believable, I guess. More human, at least. One that I understand. It's certainly one I think about a lot, because it's not something I can pretend was my imagination, or was something I did not understand. I don't want to make this too long or dwell on it too much. I don't want to give too many complicated details either. I will just say that there was some kind of internal exposure. A leak from the inside to the outside, but I'm not sure of what kind. All I was told was that I was just to head to his house and escort him back. It was only two of us this time, and we just wore casual, run-of-the-mill clothes. We pulled up at the property and knocked, and I think somewhere deep down he knew, but I don't know. I saw him get a little sweaty, and he stuttered a little, which made me think he was going to try something. We just explained that we were going to be his escorts for his next assignment, for his personal safety. Again, I don't know if he bought it or not, but he followed us and got into the back. We gave him what he needed to know about what he was doing, and that seemed to calm him down a lot, so he must have either been familiar or just thought it sounded believable. But after we had been driving for a few hours out into the desert, I heard some really light sobbing coming from the back. I did not bother turning around or trying to say anything anymore. I think this one hit me so hard because it was the closest I had been to seeing the aftermath. After a little bit more time, he asked me again where we were going, and I reaffirmed what I had said earlier. He did not snap at me, but just asked me again, and I just gave him a look and shook my head. He started asking me things I didn't have the answer to. He asked me about his wife. He asked me if I could pass on a message. He started damn near having a panic attack. I could hear him get down onto his knees and start praying underneath his breath. I could not do anything but ignore his questions because, I did not have an answer. I didn't know. When I opened up the bag to hand him off, he was just laying on his side, pressed up against the corner with his knees raised up high. He was shaking really badly. I could not even look at him. He did not fight, but the two of us still had to grab him and hoist him up. The handoff agents put something over his head and just dragged him off by pulling him along the ground. And again, just like that, that was the end of that. I never saw anything else. I was never involved in anything else. I'm sorry that they were all so disjointed and some were probably incomplete and did not explain a lot. That is honestly all I really know. For years I did this shit, but most weren't like that, but most of them were like the last one. Most were more mundane, and I never really saw anything aside from the first two cases. Those were the strangest ones I was involved in. For years I did this shit. For years, and I knew deep down somewhere that I was essentially executing these people. There is serious blood on my hands, and I don't know how to live with myself anymore. I'm not a part of this anymore. I'm nowhere near there anymore. I'm still so damn paranoid though. I just want to hide away in a hole and die and not have to think about this stuff anymore. I'm sorry to all of those people. I don't really know what was happening, but still, I should have known better. I should have said no. I should have done anything else at all. I'm sorry that this is a fat load of nothing and tells you nothing about the agency. I'm sorry. This happened to me when I was around 16 years old. It was homecoming weekend. It's kind of a tradition to toilet paper someone's house. Me and my two friends decide to go out and TP the house of someone that I really hate. We drive to her house at 2 a.m. We get out of the car, start looking around the place. It's kinda eerie and quiet for a house near the busy part of town, but then again it was 2 a.m. I am about to start until my friend says that this might not be her house. We decide to leave and go TP someone else's house. We start to drive off, me sitting in the back, my two friends in the front. We are coasting around. I'm looking outside the windows to make sure that there are no cops around. Headlights are following us for quite a while. I tell my friends that this car has been following us for the past 8 blocks or so. My friend goes down foreign roads that no one goes down to be sure that this car is not just coincidentally following us. The car keeps on following us. Damn it. We start to speed up, taking fast turns. The car is still on our ass. At this point, my friends and I are spooked as hell. We've managed to drive on about every road in town, and they are still following us. We start honking for something in return. The car does not honk back. We drive down neighborhoods blasting our horn to maybe scare off the person driving the car, but it is no use. They are not letting up. We finally lose them after sharp turns and speeding through a neighborhood only me and my friend would drive through. We get to the end of the neighborhood to get back onto the main road. Coming out of the main road, the car turns into us and hits the front of our car. The car has its brights on. My friend starts frantically screaming. She cannot see shit because of the brights. She puts the shit into reverse. We hit a mailbox. She puts it back into drive and starts speeding off past the car. The car does a U-turn in the road and starts following us once again. We are doing 85 in a 40 mph zone, passing two police SUVs, honking like hell for help. We are so desperate. The police do not even give a shit. They did not even follow us. The car starts edging closer to the back of our car. It's tailgating us with its brights on, and we cannot see shit back there. I am trying to get a glance at who is driving the car, but no luck. The car is tapping the back of our car. I navigate my friend to drive to the only place in town that would be open this late, McDonald's. We show up to McDonald's speeding in front of the car, so we were ahead by probably half a mile. We dash into McDick's and start crying while watching outside for the car. We see nothing for a good 10 minutes. At this point, the McDick's workers think we are crazy as hell. They give us free sodas without question. We finally start to relax, thinking it's finally over. Lol, nope. Right as soon as we finish our sodas, the car comes into the McDick parking lot. All of our fears have returned. The car is parked at the back of the lot. Eventually, the car's headlights shut off, like the driver was wanting for us to not see them. We wait for hours for them to leave. Many soda refills later, the car finally turns on its headlights and creeps towards the exit. We still wait an extra hour, making sure they are gone for good. After an hour, we get inside of our car with our hearts pounding and start heading to my house to sleep. As soon as we get out of the parking lot, the car was there again. We are screaming our heads off at this point. We speed through another neighborhood that only we would know the shortcuts for. We get towards the end, and once again, the car turns off the main road and hits the front of our car. My friend puts the car in reverse. We back up the whole neighborhood, about half a mile long. We back into a driveway. My friend just wants to bang on the door and ask for help, but I say screw that. There is no way I am getting out of this car. I convince my friend that we need to stay in the car and just go to the police station. We blast out of the driveway, making our way to the police station. The car chases us the whole way down to the station. After vigorous turns and speeds, we drive there, realizing they're closed inside at 4 a.m. What the hell? We decide to hightail it back to McDonald's. We arrive back there once again, shaken, scared, and once again, crying. The car is sitting out there, watching for us again. Luckily, me and my friend have police officers for dads. I decide I will call my dad, even though he will be pissed at me for sneaking out. I call up my dad, bawling on the phone. He shows up, sporting 2 pistols. I don't know anything about guns. His police baton, a high-powered flashlight, and of course his badge. My dad steps out of the car in uniform. The car suddenly makes a dash for it, speeding out of the parking lot as fast as light. My dad buys all of us cheeseburgers and drinks while we all cry, telling him what the car looked like and what happened. Weeks later, I had my dad search for the car license plate. Yes, I got the license plate when they hit our car the first time. Turns out it was a 64-year-old man who had charges for sex offenses, drugs, meth, and assault. I have not driven past 10 p.m. since that day. Me and 2 of my friends are driving home after a party. I am the designated driver. My friends are in various states of drunkenness. We're on the highway. There is a cop car behind us. It signals to pull over. I ask what the problem is. I expect an alcohol test or something. They ask us to step out of the car and ask for permission to check the trunk. Okay. The cops explain that they are looking for gas station robbers. They shot an employee and stuff. We apparently fit the description. We laugh with the cops about the poorly chosen getaway car. We are driving a 53 horsepower Wagon R, like the robbers. Not the best choice for a quick getaway. Anyways, we are back on track again. 10 minutes later, this shitty looking VW Bora starts driving next to us. Some seriously angry dudes stare at us, and they are doing all kinds of hand signals. If they are related to the robbers, this could not be good. I continue driving home. We are nearing the place where we get off the highway. The Bora is driving behind us now, following us. We get off the highway. They start to zigzag behind us. Fortunately, there is still some traffic, so they cannot overtake us. I am driving as fast as I can. That little engine is giving more than I can imagine. That noise though. The Bora starts bumping into us. My friends were all scared sober in the meantime. The Bora is driving like mad. It has space now to overtake us. I U-turn over 9,000. My car almost tipped over. The Bora just blazes past us in the totally opposite direction. Nice, we won some time. I take as much turns as possible, trying to lose them. My friend spots the old bank in that part of town. They have this small entryway to an underground garage. I drive towards the garage. It's closed, of course, but the car cannot be seen from the road anymore. I turn the engine off and kill the lights. We are just sitting there quietly, trying not to freak out. We hear a car speeding and drifting close by. Oh shit. They pass us. We sit there for like 15 minutes. I decide to get out of the car and take a look. It's all quiet. We drive home. Next day, we report to the police. They ask, "Why didn't you call during the chase?" And I didn't really have an answer. I guess I just forgot. Anyways, the Bora crashed into a lamppost in the center of town. The people got caught by the police. This is literally the only paranormal thing that has ever happened to me, but it terrified me. I was around 12 years old or so. I walk into the backyard of my mom's house around sunset. She is working near the gate to the side yard, installing some electric fence to keep our dog in. I am watching her from the edge of the deck, looking down a bit. I see an older woman that my mom is friends with, literally named Eleanor, come up from the side yard. This is strange to me, because Eleanor did not live anywhere near us. She stops in front of my mom and stares at her quietly. Her jaw looks kind of slack. My mom looks up, seems to stare through her for a few moments, and mumbles something at her that I could not hear. Eleanor does not respond, just continues to stare for 10 to 15 seconds. She suddenly turns and locks eyes with me. She looks extremely tired. Her eyes look glossed over. Her hair is curly and comes down to about the base of the neck, but it is all grey and frayed. She looked much more drained and colorless than how I remembered. I had seen this woman many times before. She slowly turns her head back towards my mom, pauses, and then walks away. I am heavily disturbed by this. My mom finishes working. She comes up to where I was sitting and asks me what I'm doing. I don't answer. I immediately ask her why Eleanor, who lives a state over, was suddenly at our house. She's like, "Who? What?" I insist Eleanor was there. I was less than 15 meters away and I have good eyesight. She looks confused. Eleanor wasn't here. She doesn't live near here. I tell her I knew that I was 100% positive it was Eleanor, or that I at least saw someone. My mom insists nobody ever came up to her while she was working. My mom has no sense of humor and never tried to fool me, so this freaks me out. I don't see Eleanor again. I ask about the event one more time several years later. She does not remember it at all, but mentions that Eleanor died of a heart attack not too long after the fence was installed. I remember that me and my mom had stopped visiting her around that time in my life. I don't really know how to type this out without a lot of irrelevant information you guys don't really care about and will make me seem like I'm overcompensating for something. Back in 2020, I experienced something that I cannot really explain in my home state of Maine while driving. It's something I have bottled up for a long time because I just didn't have any outlet to deal with it, and I had no answers at all. You guys probably won't believe me, but I want to get it off of my chest anyway. So, I grew up in northern Maine, but I moved out of state for job opportunities when I was 18 years old because the small town that I grew up in really did not have a lot going for it. Your only options are to do some menial work in a shop, work for a family business or farm, which I was not fortunate enough to have as an option, or get the hell out of there and move somewhere normal and with an actual quality of life. I ended up moving halfway across the country, and it went like this for a while. Anyway, I was between jobs, and I agreed to head back and visit my parents since it had been a while. They wanted me to relax for a while, offered to feed me free of charge, and I did still have some friends who stayed either in the town or nearby. We had a mini family gathering of sorts, and I saw a lot of family members I had not seen since I was a kid. Anyway, pandemic hit, yada yada. You know how that went, which meant I couldn't really do much but stay put for a while. I stayed there for a good half a year before saying screw the stupid rules and moving on with my life. In that time, I was hanging out with my friend Rod a lot. We were childhood friends. He worked on his parents' nearby ranch, and yeah, I guess he was just content with small-time stuff. When we met back up, it was like we had never stopped hanging out. Our favorite thing to do was go driving around nearby and even far-off areas. There was not much else we could do because of restrictions, and a lot of things being closed off, so we would just drive for hours, sometimes late into the night. The day this happened was no different. It was around 7 or 8 p.m., and it was starting to get dark in the sky. We were zooming down some roads. I think by this point we were on the Golden Road, but I can't remember exactly what part of it. It's so long and 99% of it looks the exact same. At around a certain point, I think it was around when I had to switch on my headlights because of the darkness, I started to feel really weird. It sticks out in my memory because I hit the stalk to turn on the headlights, and there was this kind of delay. I remember hitting it, a few seconds going by, and then seeing them flash really slowly, almost as if they were slowed down. It's weird because I was going pretty fast at this point, well over the speed limit like a moron, but it did not feel like we were going fast. 1 second I have this adrenaline rush from the speed that I can feel, and the next second that feeling is gone and everything just feels, I don't know, slow. I remember turning over to Rod and saying something to him that I can't remember. And when I did, he stayed staring out the windshield for a second, before ever so slowly turning his head towards me, and then finally speaking. But when he spoke, all of a sudden, the feeling of the speed of the car came back to me, and everything felt normal again. I just tried to shrug it off. I remember there was forest on both sides of us just flying past, and I could feel the wind smacking my face at high speed. I felt so free. And then I suddenly get hit with this flash of blue light. It hits my left eye and all I can see is blue, and it's like pulsing ever so slowly, and my head is starting to hurt. I remember in this moment everything just slowed down again. This blue light is still hitting my eye. I am trying to say something to Rod, but he is not responding. He is just holding his face. The car is moving slowly. I can see it moving like an inch at a time. I remember trying to hit the brakes with everything I had, but we were still just inching forward every couple of seconds. And then I hear this pop and a release of air, and then I hear metal scraping. And in that moment when I heard the pop, it was like time sped up, and everything happened so quickly all at once, like a tape sped up. We both got thrown forwards as we came to a screeching stop, and Rod got mad and asked me what the hell I was doing, hitting the brakes that violently and driving like a madman. I told him, and I asked him if he saw the blue light, and he was like, "What? What are you talking about? We were driving normally and you just stopped." I was like, "Bro, you didn't hear the tire just go, you didn't just hear it pop." And he told me he did not. We both got out of the car and took a look at the tire. The tire had just burst inexplicably near the top. I had no explanation for it. It looked like it had been inflated too far like a balloon and just given in, but I knew my tire pressure should have been fine. We were screwed. Neither of us had any cell signal on this stretch, and we were miles away from anywhere. Our only option was looking like one of us walking miles to a gas station to call my dad or a recovery service. We were in luck though, or at least I thought we were at the time. There was another car pulled up on this road just ahead of us. It did not look broken down, had no lights or hazards on. I figured this dude had stopped to take a nap or something. I told Rod that we should shout out as to not surprise him and see if he can get any signal. Some mobile plans are a little better than others, and you never know with the shit service in this part of the state. He was apprehensive. He told me that he was sketched out. He was like, "Dude, that car door looks like it isn't fully shut. It looks like someone did not close it properly." I took a look and, man, he was right about that, and it was weird, but I mean, hey, maybe the dude was just tired and made a mistake, had to stop quickly for a nap or whatever. I said there were two of us, and from what I could see, there was only one person sitting in the seat. No way he can take both of us. Rod felt a little reassured by that, and so we walked up to the car. About halfway up the road, I was shouting something like, "Hey, buddy, sorry to bother you if you're sleeping, but we just broke down. Any chance your signal out here is working? Ours is terrible." And we did not get a response, so we stopped midway there, because I was not planning on making someone shoot me out of fright. I tried saying the same thing again, thinking he had not heard me, but when I got no response again, I was suddenly worried. I was worried that maybe there had been an accident of some kind and something was wrong with the guy. Maybe he was hurt or something like that. I could clearly see some kind of silhouette sitting in the front passenger seat. Odd that he wasn't sitting in the driver's seat. In that moment, I thought maybe they were stuck in the same situation as us. Rod and I crept a little bit closer, and as we did, that's when I started hearing something strange that had my adrenaline racing. I could hear some kind of mechanical noise, a kind of humming or a clicking or ticking, something like that. And then I could hear someone choking or gagging on something, but slightly muffled, like there was something over their face, like their mouth was closed or being covered. Rod must have thought the same thing, because we both started running and ripped open the back door, thinking someone in the back was choking on their own vomit or tongue or I don't know what. Maybe it was a drunk driver. I just thought that someone might be dying. I didn't really have time to stop and consider all the possibilities. But that isn't what we saw. I don't know. I don't even know what we saw. I must have gone over it in my head 1,000,000 times, and I still could not really tell you for sure. There was a man laying across the back seats, his head slumped slightly up against the door on the other side, his feet pointing towards us, and he had something over his head. It looked like a mask or one of those heads for the suits that you would see at Disneyland, but this one looked to be made of rubber or something and was just so realistic. It had these big and shiny black eyes that were almost like an oval. They reflected light. That's how realistic they were. They looked shiny and almost wet, kind of. I'd never seen such a realistic mask before. And the rubber where it connects to the head. Man, it was so realistic. It almost looked like it was part of the man's own body. I would have been fooled if not for the vastly different color. The color of this mask thing or whatever was this really washed out sand kind of color. It looked tight too. It looked restrictive and almost like it might hurt or be cutting off air. The guy is laying there with this on and he is twitching and writhing and squirming. He looked like he was having a seizure while trying to do the worm at the same time, except backwards while on his back. This mask is big too. It's like twice the size of my head, but it almost looks, I don't know, vacuum sealed around this guy. The mask just looks compressed and flattened, and I don't know how to make that make sense to you. It's his neck though that really caught my attention. There are these weird marks all over it. I can't really tell what they are, but they do not look like birthmarks. They look like that thing that swimmers do on their backs, but a lot smaller and dotted all around. The veins around the neck are really bulging out and looked strained. It looked like they could pop at any minute. And his throat, okay, don't make this weird, but there was something almost pumping down it. It's like he is swallowing something, but forcefully, like he is being force-fed something liquid. I can hear the horrible choking sounds he is making. All of this happened so quickly. We stood there for a minute or two, and I know it seems like a lot to remember in such a short amount of time, but I have tried to forget. I have had a long time with my thoughts, gone over it again and again in therapy. That's why so much of it still sticks out so clearly to me. I start to feel this tapping on my shoulder, and the hand is incredibly cold. So I pull my arm away and tell Rod to knock it off because this was serious, and in a split second, I shit my pants and jump back. The hand actually grabbed me and tried to yank me into the car, but it could not. And all it did was rip and stretch my shirt slightly. I ran a few paces behind, while Rod fell flat on his ass a few paces closer to the car than me. Because it was not Rod who was tapping me, he did not even need to say anything. There was something in the front of the car. It opened up the car door in the front where this thing was sitting, and This thing, when it got out, it was massive. It had to duck down and bend over so far. It was the same color as the mask on the man in the back. This thing was towering over both of us and must have been around 6 feet or more. I know you won't believe me, but this thing had no head. I swear it was just a body, arms and legs, but there was no head. The body proportions were nothing like a human. It did not have a neck. It had these prong-like things sticking up out of some kind of hole, but they did not look metal. They looked like skin, flesh and blood. Rod was closer than me and was close enough to touch this thing. I shouted at him to run, even though I was glued to the spot myself. But the second he went to get to his feet, I saw this blur of movement, and then I heard him scream, and all I could see was his ankle bent at a horrible angle. It looked absolutely messed up. It looked snapped and twisted. The movement, it was just a blur. I blinked and saw the movement of color, and then everything was normal. But it looked like this thing did it. I saw that same washed out color for a split second, almost flicker, and then Rod was screaming. My legs were like jelly, but I forced myself to run back to my car. We hit a shitty 22 in there, and I was hoping it would be just enough. I heard a car door open and then slam as I ran off, and by the time I had grabbed it and turned back around, this thing was holding the mask that the man inside the vehicle was wearing. Only now, I could see that it was not a mask. There was a hole in the bottom of it, and those same prong-like things that was on this thing's neck, and it being the same color. I could only assume the worst. I could only assume that it was this thing's head. I didn't think. I just started firing while Rod was trying to shuffle his way backwards. I am lousy with a weapon. My parents never taught me. But this thing was big enough that hitting it in the body was not too hard. But the bullets, I'm really not sure what happened. I hit this thing, I was sure of it. I was aiming right at it, but I did not see any impacts. I did not see any blood or much of anything come out of this thing. I did not even see any wounds or anything to suggest I hit it, and it did not react. I was just screaming while firing and shouting at Rod to get away. But in the moment between me firing and screaming and the next, I just saw a blur of movement again, and all of a sudden, this thing was just crouched in front of Rod. It had its head or whatever. It was just above him, and I saw it slam it down really hard, and I heard the squelch as it made contact. Rod immediately started clasping at his own throat, and I could tell he was gasping for air, but it was only a second before there was silence, and all I could hear was gurgling and choking as I saw he was being forced to swallow something. This thing, this head, this whatever, had gone from being massive and bulbous in the thing's hands to constricting and contorting to fit Rod's head, and it looked skin tight. I saw the veins on his neck start bulging outwards and throbbing really quickly, really aggressively. And then I saw Rod's head just hit the dirt, and he started convulsing. That is the only word that I have for it. I did not know what to do, so I did the only thing that I could think of in my panic. I ran up to Rod and grabbed his head to try and pull whatever this thing was off of his head. But the second I made contact with this thing, I fell backwards onto my ass, and I remember hearing this ringing right directly in my ears. My vision was so blurry and almost fading in and out. I had felt some kind of sudden and really painful electric shock enter my body. My fingers and toes had gone entirely numb. In fact, I remember I could not feel my entire left arm for the rest of that day. I was just sat on the floor, winded, and this thing just walks up to me, and I felt its ice-cold hands wrap around my throat. And without exerting any effort whatsoever, it just lifted me off of the ground and into the air by my neck. I was so far off of the ground, I was being held almost above where this thing's head would be. It was choking me. I could not breathe. I swear I saw flashes in my vision. I know they say that your life flashes before your eyes, but I never thought it was so literal. All I could imagine was being back home with my parents, hanging out with Rod, just doing stupid shit and not having to work. In that moment I had so much regret, and I almost did not mind the thought of a pandemic anymore. I was on the verge of passing out, and was using whatever little energy I had left to try and struggle, but it was not working, and I thought how stupid I was in that moment because my 22 was still in my hand and I never thought to use it. But I was so weak I could barely raise it. Like I said, I'm a lousy shot and could not even hit this thing when it was so big. I had actually missed so badly that I hit Rod. I shot Rod in the face, only it hit whatever was on his head. Upon this happening, this thing immediately dropped me to the ground and went down onto all fours. This screech started coming out of the head placed onto Rod. I had to cover my ears reflexively because I felt this heavy pressure and it felt like they were about to burst. I know I'm a horrible friend. I know I betrayed him, but there was nothing I could do. I just ran to my car and hit the gas as hard as I could. In my panic, I had fucking forgotten that the tire was unsalvageable, and the sound that hit my ears when I hit the gas was almost as painful as the screech. It still went somehow, I don't even really understand how, but not very fast. All I could do was look ahead and hope. It was impossible to control. My car was veering all the way to the left, where the tire was popped, and I thought I was gonna fishtail when I tried to up the speed. The car was moving at a snail's pace almost. I probably could have run faster than it moved. At this point, I did not care if I totaled my car. I just had to go. The thing didn't chase me or track me down or try to block my path. I don't know why. I thought I was done for, but I managed to make it the entire 1.5 miles to the nearest gas station in this heap of shit, all while calling the police. My car was totally messed up. It took me forever to get there. All I could blurt out down the phone was something about breaking down and my friend being attacked, and that I had to flee because they were armed. I thought if I told them that the guy had a weapon, they would get there quicker. Everything after this was just a whirlwind and a blur. Police eventually pulled up beside me. I sat there for what must have been a few hours, unable to move or even relax. They saw my car and asked me to explain again what happened. He told me not to worry, and that other officers had already gone out to the scene to find my friend. I just tried to simplify my story and say that some guy attacked us, but I guess I was not very convincing. I couldn't exactly say what I actually saw. He asked me to step out of the vehicle and come down to the station and give a formal statement. That asshole made me take a breathalyzer test, and it of course came up empty. I had never seen an officer look so shocked. He sat me down and basically told me that I had been in a traumatic crash and that my brain had filled in some blanks, but that it got it wrong. He said police went out to where I told them. No trace of my friend, no trace of the man in the back seat, no trace of that thing. The only thing they found was the car that was fully locked up. They ran the plates and found out that the vehicle was actually stolen and they were looking for the man who stole it. They asked me for a description of the man, but all I could think of was the most generic-looking white man in existence, and the officer just kind of gave me a blank look as I told him this. He asked me if I was sure that I was riding with my friend and not alone, and I don't know. I guess I just decided that playing along would be easier, and I was like, oh, no, my friend must have been in a different car ahead of me, huh. I had a waterfall of sweat pouring down my forehead at this point. He told me to go home and get some rest, and that they would be in contact if they caught the guy. I think I stayed home for another day or two before I gave my parents some excuse about how I could not put my life on hold for some silly flu and that I needed to put myself first. They looked sad, but they did not stop me. I headed out, and I have not been back there since. I always insist on meeting them somewhere nearby if I go and visit. I have no idea what I saw. I cannot explain what happened to me. I've tried to look for answers in places like this on other forums, but no one has ever described anything like what I saw. But man, I couldn't just stay there. I could not look Rod's mother in the eye and lie. I remember my mom texted me not long after I left and asked me if I had seen him recently, and I just had to tell her no. I know that a missing persons report was filed. I know his mom was distraught. It just hurt too much. And she would not believe me if I told her what I actually saw. Has anyone here ever seen or heard of anything like this? Hey guys, I don't normally post here except to poke fun at people and bump interesting threads. but something happened to me yesterday that I need to talk about. At the time this happened, I was living with my folks in town near Chicago. I was not a complete NEET yet. I was doing contract work as a network technician while studying at the local college. My mom works for a small telephone and internet company as a secretary. Small as in like 4 people small. I know the owner pretty well. He will often hire me for jobs. He's a pretty nice guy. I get a call on Tuesday. They're moving to a different office nearby and need some networking gear organized and put into new storage unit tomorrow. It's paid and I have nothing better to do since the pandemic is taking all of my work away, so I agree. The next day it's raining. I get a call and boss man suggests I wait for it to let up so the boxes do not get soaked. I wait for a while. The rain lets up a bit. I head out. I get there and start loading boxes into my mom's Ford since it's bigger than my car. I take them to the storage unit and get them nice and organized. The storage complex is between the highway and about an acre of forested area. I worked at UPS for 2 years. This is nothing. I make a few runs. The unit is looking nice. While partway through with my third run, the rain picks up like crazy. It had been raining all day, and we'd been getting flooding, but this was really heavy. I can't get the boxes from my car to the unit in this rain, so I get comfy inside the unit. I put on some jazz, don't judge me, and start working on fixing a MacBook for another client. I work for about 2 hours while I wait for the rain to clear up. It's pretty cozy actually. It just keeps getting worse. It's not very cold though, and only about 3 in the afternoon, so I'm fine hanging out. I finished with the Mac a while ago, and am now just chilling. Then I start hearing smashing from nearby. It sounds like something hitting metal. Maybe a car crash on the nearby highway. No, it's definitely coming from the other direction. I really do not want to go outside and get wet. Whatever. Some asshole probably just dropped something. This is a public area like 200 feet away from a busy highway. It's raining, but it's still the middle of the day, and I even saw other people earlier, so I have zero fear at this point. I keep on working. I keep hearing various banging noises. Man, I'm going to feel like a real idiot if I find out tomorrow that someone was hurt out there and I did not bother checking, is what I think in my head. So I say fine, I will go and check. The rain has let up a bit, but it is still pouring. I head outside. I round the corner looking for noise. I notice a massive hole in the fence leading to the little forest area. I see something white moving near a dumpster by the fence. I should be wearing glasses, but I lost them a month ago and have not bought new ones because I am poor. I try to zoom and enhance by squinting my eyes. I spend 1/100th of a second thinking, is that a big garbage bag underneath the dumpster? That is not a garbage bag. Garbage bags do not have arms. They don't click either. Now, let me make something clear. I've read Skinwalker and Innerwood stories on here for a long time, and I know all of the tropes. This had none of them. It was the middle of the day. I'm not in some deep forest or ancient tunnel or abandoned farmhouse. I am in the middle of a small town, and I can hear traffic on the highway just 300 feet away. I did not smell any rotting blood or stop hearing the wind or anything. I did not feel a sense of unease or nervous at all. This was not a setting I expected horror in. I am still not convinced I'm in danger. I am just confused. I try and get a closer look at the thing. I am maybe 150 feet away from it. I can see what looks like a bag of skin under there, but there is these massive white spikes poking out from under it. I keep hearing clicking noises. Hello? Who is that? I immediately regret yelling out. Why would I do that? This is the kind of thing I get mad at people in other green techs for doing. The typewriter garbage bag thing must have heard me. Something big squeezes out from underneath the dumpster. It's this massive pile of skin and spiky bits. It's at least 4 feet tall. It stands up, if you can call it that. It is now taller than me, at least 6'5". It looks like if you took a spider, reversed its body, made it pale white, and slapped big pointy arms on it. It has a pointy and angular body, kind of like a crayfish or spider, but clearly fleshy instead of hard, except for the tips of its arms and legs. The face is smooth and flat, except for a slit on each side of its head, and a recession at the bottom, full of little moving things. I did not get a good look. I think they looked like crayfish mouthparts. Even from where I am, I can tell it's covered in tons of scratches and bruises. The creature is clearly not happy. It doesn't seem to mind the rain, but every time there is thunder, it flinches hard. It also seems to be spitting up a large amount of water out of its mouth, I think. It looked like water anyway. I can hear it clicking even louder now. Not like a bat or a dolphin though. It sounded more like a typewriter or someone flicking a lighter. I start freaking out internally. This is not possible. I live in a decently sized city. There is no forest or swamps or deserts for whatever this is to be hiding in. The forest nearby is like an acre wide. You would be able to see through it if not for the little hill in the middle. It does not give a shit if it's possible. It is moving towards me. Thankfully, it does not seem very fast. I quickly think, I don't know what this is. I have no weapons, and my car is 100 feet away around the corner. I don't know how fast or dangerous this thing is either. I start slowly backing away, too scared to let it out of my sight. I am yelling progressively louder, hoping someone, anyone will hear me. Hello? Hello, help. Anyone, help, please. It starts moving faster, clicking more rapidly. It moved kind of like a crab with the 6, I think, legs at the bottom, moving it around, while the 2 arm things were raised up like claws. I tried to move faster to get away, but I am still too terrified to turn away from it. I end up awkwardly backwards running into a concrete bollard and messing up my back. It's moving really quickly now. It's about 20 feet or so away from me. I am absolutely terrified, but I grab a loose piece of asphalt and get ready to try and smash it in the weird mouth parts. Suddenly, I hear a loud truck horn on the highway nearby. This thing starts flinching again. I take my chance to cower it out. I throw a rock at its head and miss really badly and haul ass away. I eventually reach the row of storage units that my car is in. I get in, start the engine, and peel the hell out of there. I go to get out of the storage complex. I have no time for code, so instead, I do something incredibly stupid. I hop out of my car, scale the fence, and start running across the busy highway into a graveyard. So this is where most of the excitement ends. Instead of turning into another green text, the graveyard was fine. I ran to the nearby church. A little parish office lady let me in and let me use her phone to call the police. Obviously, I didn't tell them I saw a skinned spider monster, but someone with guns needs to get in there ASAP. I tell them I saw a shifty-looking man waving a pistol around at the self-storage center. I waited at the chapel for one to arrive, and I thanked the old lady. The cop asked me some questions, and I just gave some vague answers. I did not need to lie about messing up my back by backing into a concrete bollard though. Apparently, the cops found nothing there. There was another guy in the storage area at the time who heard me scream, but was not able to find me before I ran out of there. I should mention, I had to go back there today. There was no rain, it was nice and sunny, but even though I reported an armed and dangerous homeless man to the police, my mom still wanted the work done. If I was not going to do it, she was, and I am not sending my own mother to go and get eaten by a typewriter skin spider, so I tell her I will go and finish the job. I do, and it was uneventful. I saw one cop there keeping a lookout who nearly jumped out of his skin when I said hello, but said nothing was wrong. I got out of there as soon as I was done, and I could. No, I'm not going to go and investigate the area. I'm not stupid. Theory time. It lives in a cave somewhere in the acre of forest. It's clearly flexible, seeing as despite being over 6 feet tall, it's able to squeeze under a dumpster that's probably only a few inches off the ground. Because of this, the entrance to its cave is probably only a couple of feet wide, small enough for people to miss. It never comes out because clearly, it's adapted to life underground, and if it were to come out, people would have seen it by now, considering how small the area is. During the heavy rain, I think probably its cave flooded, and it was forced to escape. That's most likely where it got all its cuts and bruises from. Once it got to the surface, it started trying to hide under something, hence the dumpster. Since it uses echolocation, it cannot detect anything very well in the rain, which is why it did not hear you until you yelled at it. As you were yelling for help, it could get a better and better sense of where you were, and so that's why it went faster. After the truck horn stunned it, and you ran off, the sirens of the police probably scared it back into the forested area. How they didn't find it there if they checked is beyond me, but if the rain has stopped now and the water receded, then it's probably back in its cave now. So don't worry, Anon, you're probably safe. At least, for now, until it rains again.
I have worked at Disney World in Florida for quite some time now. Around 10 years or so in total, so a lot of the more tenured staff would still consider me to be a newbie rather than a veteran. Some people have worked for Disney their entire lives in parks, no joke. It's honestly quite insane to think about. But I would like to think that I know enough about the operations here and how things work to be able to call out something strange and call someone on their BS. I have one experience like this while working here that happened around the year 2018 or so. I'm not sure exactly how important the timing of this is, but I thought it best to mention it anyway. It happened during the summer. Now, I work as a resort housekeeping inspector, which is just a fancy way of saying that I'm a lackey who has to make sure that the hotels, the room turnover, and all of the processes involving the hotels for guests run as smoothly as possible. You wouldn't think that a job such as this would carry so much stress, but I have to juggle so many unreliable staff. Some who turn up for their first day and do not even speak fluent English. You know when you get a worker who needs another worker to translate what you said for them, then it is going to be a headache of a day. So, alongside this, I also get sent in when there is a problem. I get dispatched after scheduled checkouts to verify cleanliness, to make sure these idiots don't just spray some air freshener and plump some pillows and be done with it. I have wandered into rooms after a supposed cleanup, only to be met with massive streaks of shit and diarrhea all inside the toilet. I also check for missing items or damage or if maintenance needs to take a look at any problems. It's all about preserving the magic and not letting people see behind the curtain, or at least, that is the line they feed to us in training. I am supplied with a master key that lets me access almost any room to ensure efficiency and to make sure that nothing is amiss. So I am just filling out some forms and attending to some other business in the vicinity, and I get a call over the radio. I am told that there is a room that was due to be checked out multiple hours ago. I think maybe 3 or 4 hours by this point, but that the resident is not responding to knocks or calls, and the door is set to do not disturb. I ask why the cleaner has not just let themselves in already. If you're not familiar, Disney has a very strict policy that every single occupied room must be entered at least once every 24 hours by a staff member as a security measure. Even if there is no response, a staff member is to open the door, conduct a quick visual check, and then leave. Even if do not disturb, or room occupied as the message now displays, is triggered by the guest, it does not guarantee privacy because of safety concerns. Someone higher up than me tells me to head down and check it out. Cue my anger and panic when I get there, and I am told that for the entire week this guest has been staying here. Absolutely no one has entered. If something goes wrong now, it is me that is in deep shit. I rounded up every single one of the little bastards and asked what went wrong, why I was not informed, and why basic protocol had not been followed by people who should know what they were doing by now. The responses that I got to that question were mixed, to say the least. Front desk told me that the room was flagged as empty and not available for bookings until literally this morning, and she thought it was maybe a system glitch. One cleaner said her keycard would not buzz her in and that the lock remained red when she tried to open up the door. Upon seeing this, she reported to someone higher up than me, further up the chain than me. She did this on purpose because she thinks I'm an asshole and wants me in trouble and fired, and she was apparently told that it was being taken care of and to leave the room alone for the next week. The others just did not have a clue because they were useless idiots who could not wipe their own asses without an instruction manual. I told them all to get back to work and that there would be a mandatory disciplinary meeting at the end of the shift. So I headed to the room door myself and get a loud and rapid knock, one that you could still hear even with noise-cancelling headphones. I announced myself once, twice, to no response, and I said screw it. I swiped my card. What the hell? It didn't work. I swiped it again and again and again, and only on the 5th or 6th try of swiping it did it finally register and finally unlock the door. The room was empty when I walked in. After a quick visual check, I should have just let the cleaners do their job and give my supervisor a heads up, but I noticed some really weird details that I just could not shake off. The room appeared to be clean on the surface, but there were little marks here and there that were missed. It was like someone tried to clean up and cover their tracks but were stopped halfway through and had to just leave in a hurry. The first thing I noticed were the flagrant muddy boot prints that were embedded into the carpet. Like you know when something heavy leaves an indent in its shape once it has sat there for a while, applying pressure to the ground. It was like this but with these boot prints. They walked along one side of the bed and they looked like they came out of the bathroom. After that they get kind of smudged. I assume where someone attempted to scrub them, but then they just disappear. I could see the bleach stains on the carpet that completely discolored it. Whoever did it was desperate and was not using their brain. The bed was made, the sheets looked pretty much unused, until I pulled the covers off of the bed. They were these dark red, almost maroon looking stains near the middle. It looked about the size of a person's head, but there was no obvious imprint of a body part. There were also a couple of flecks on the undersides of the pillows that had been forgotten about. By this point, I was really starting to panic. I decided I would continue searching, while rehearsing my story in order to not lose my job. I needed to search the place top to bottom, and come up with some kind of explanation as to why I managed to fail in my basic duties. I was also hoping to find if there was anything else strange before my supervisors, so I could just be, ready. I checked the bathroom next, since that is where the footsteps seemed to originate from. There was nothing in any of the cupboards. There were no toiletries or any other hygiene products. None of the hotel-issue towels were there or lying around anywhere. The place looked completely spotless, and the shower looked unused. You can usually tell because even if you try really hard, you will always end up leaving some hair behind in the drain that you cannot reach easily, or some other kind of residue. What I did notice eventually was the toilet. Behind all of the toilets in the rooms were plumbing access panels that we have to check for maintenance. I could see that the screws on this panel had been left completely unscrewed. The screws were not even in sight. Now that I was looking closer and paying attention, I noticed some very visible scuff marks on the floor where it looks like something has been scraped along the floor. I have no idea how I did not spot this instantly. I reached over to pull off the access panel just to take a look, but I could not find any signs of damage or foul play. It wasn't until I was trying to prop the bastard back up without it falling that I slipped slightly and had to lean on the toilet to stop myself from falling. When I did this, I ended up moving the toilet forward a few inches and I heard a horrible screeching that made my ears cringe. This should not be possible, but for some reason, this toilet was not screwed down or connected to any plumbing. I checked the access panel again. It was all a dummy. Nothing actually connected. It was just meant to appear all in order so that no one would look too deeply or flag anything. I decided to pull the toilet away from the wall to take a closer look. I saw that directly behind it, there was some kind of hatch or other panel, which made my heart sink. It looked just about big enough for me to fit my head through. This hatch also had holes for screws, but they had not been replaced either. I had to take deep breaths just to stop myself from panicking and losing my shit, but I eventually managed to compose myself and stuck my head through the hatch. There was a horrible stench. It smelled like something that had been rotting for years. There was also a ladder that looked to lead down into some kind of a service corridor. Let me just stress that nothing of the sort should be in any guest hotel room. None of the utilidors that we use ever connect anywhere close directly to the guest rooms. This did not look like it connected to the usual utilidors that staff used to move around the park undetected by guests. This was completely split off from any other staff tunnel. That was all I needed to say. I knew at this point I was going to lose my job, so I just put the toilet back and continued searching the room. I wish that was the worst thing that I found, but somehow it wasn't. I ripped the entire room apart, top to bottom. I took apart the sheets. I pulled the mattress off of the bed. I searched every drawer. Once I removed the mattress, I noticed that there was something that had been left underneath the bed. It looked like some kind of carry-all bag. Once I reached down and pulled it out, I realized it was a duffel bag. Whoever left it must have been either an idiot or in a serious hurry. It contained cash. I have no idea exactly how much, but it was tied up with elastic bands, stacked with 20s. It had to be more than I earned in a year. Buried somewhere in the bottom of the bag, and I am very thankful I put on disposable cleaning gloves when searching in here, was a firearm. It looked to be a H&K P30 that did not look to even have so much as a scratch on it. When I reached in and felt something solid, I was wondering what the hell it was, but the second I pulled it out of the bag and saw it, I practically pissed my pants in fear. I should have gotten the hell out of there and alerted someone higher up than me the second I saw the boot prints. Never mind finding a damn handgun in a bag. I kind of felt responsible though, and I wasn't thinking straight. Whatever had gone on here was my fault, and I felt like I just needed to know before I got my ass chewed out and spat onto a plate. I continued searching the other pockets of the bag. I could not really find any of her personal belongings, aside from some pamphlets and other bits like that from around the park. When I opened up the very back pocket though, I found a small folder filled to the brim with photographs. These were printed out photographs of just various different people. There were pictures of men, women, and even couples and families together. And they looked like they had been taken using the Disney PhotoPass photography service that we have around the park. These are only uploaded to a person's Disney Experience account though, and there should be no way for anyone to get these. I am not aware of any staff database that someone can access to see any of these photos. There was no magic band in the bag, and these obviously did not belong to this person. These printed photos had been written on in black marker. There were what I presume were names scribbled alongside each person, along with dollar amounts. After these dollar amounts, that were usually way higher than my yearly salary, there was some kind of shorthand code. This code was always written in a series of 2 letters and 2 single-digit numbers. I think at the bottom of one of the photographs, I think I recall something like GEPBDTI-FE1213-EHL11. Obviously that's not exactly right, that's just from memory. That's more of an approximation, that's what the format would look like. It read more like some kind of checkout coupon code, and I could not make heads or tails of it. But to me now, in retrospect, it almost looked like some kind of a menu. By this point my stomach was in knots. The anxiety was so strong in my stomach, I felt like I was going to shit my pants. The wardrobe was also incredibly strange. There were lots of outfits in there that no regular guest should have access to. I am talking about full cast costumes and uniforms. I am talking a uniform similar to mine. I'm talking a full Mickey Mouse costume that looked like it belonged directly to the park. It had to. It had that distinct funk smell of someone wearing it and sweating inside of it for hours on end that is so hard to wash out. There were bits of mud on the hands of this Mickey costume, and there were costumes of a few other male characters as well, like Goofy and Donald. Also, in this wardrobe was what looked to be a custom-tailored suit, and a maid costume, and what looked to be a dress for one of the Disney princesses, but it was in a pretty big size. The last item in the wardrobe was a black t-shirt that had Mickey Mouse himself emblazoned on it. Only it had slight discoloration marks near the neckline. They were what looked to be bleach stains. The last thing I found almost made me vomit, and I instantly shot out of that room and finally called my higher-ups down to the room. In these rooms, you typically have Disney-themed prints or canvases or bits of artwork hung around the room. I don't even know why I thought to check it. I guess it just looked off. But I remember this framed illustration of all of the cars from the Cars movie. It wasn't massive, but
It looked a little bit too low to the ground compared to where they would be typically hung. And I don't know, I took it off of the wall. And to anyone else, they would have just thought, yeah, just a patch of wall that they hung something over instead of painting, because it was a different color. But I was on such high alert that I just pushed it. And it turned out to just be a panel covering up a hollowed out bit of wall. I know this is going to sound like some stupid and contrived cliche straight out of a shitty movie, but I swear that this is what I saw. For some reason, placed on some kind of dinner plate that looked pretty fancy, was a folded up note written on yellow paper. It had a "to" and then a name written on the front that I cannot recall for the life of me, and that is how I know. Another few stacks of dollar bills, and then a literal human hand. I only got a look for a couple of seconds before I realized what I was actually looking at, and then I shoved the panel back in and put the photo back over it and dashed out of there. It looked, how do I even explain it? It looked glossy, like it had been preserved in something. It was severed but clearly not fresh, but also showing no signs of any decay. I still have no idea what it means. I pushed the duffel bag back under the bed and made sure the toilet was pushed back up, just so I could pretend not to know the severity. I don't really remember my thinking behind it. All I know is I was well and truly scared. I radioed this into my superiors discreetly, on a channel that was not open to all workers. All I mentioned was the missing overdue guest, and the mud on the carpet, and the specific room number. 2 of them were down there, lightning quick. I had never seen such a response from higher-ups. Normally, these guys are allergic to actually doing anything themselves, but the second they heard the room number, they said they would be right down. Before they even set foot in the room, they grilled me and asked me to describe exactly what the situation is and what I saw. I told them exactly what I told you, up until the point of the mud, except I told them that I spotted the mud from the door and did not go any further. I figured coming clean early about nobody checking the room every 24 hours as per policy was the best thing that I could do. Neither of them even looked concerned when I told them that detail though. They told me to wait there and to make sure nobody interrupted. I think I waited for around half an hour before they came back out and actually sealed the room and put along some tape to cordon it off as needing maintenance. They told me I did the right thing by telling them first, and that I was under strict orders not to mention it to anyone. They said all of us would be in deep shit if it got out to anyone else. I did as I was told, kind of. I asked the front desk about swipes into that specific room. I was told that until May, just recently, there was only ever one swipe into that room. One guest let themselves in, but they never opened the door again. There was no record of any room service or anything of the sort. The system was basically telling us that the guest sat in their room for a week straight. I mean, that just doesn't make sense. And now, just missing. I asked if she remembered the guy, but she said no. Makes sense. You see so many people it's hard to remember a face, let alone any specific details. Would you believe me if I told you that was basically the end of it? I did not dare ask my higher-ups again, and I couldn't exactly speak to other staff. That room, after what must have been a month or 2, eventually got put back into rotation again. None of what I found the first time was there anymore. The toilet was screwed back to the wall. There was no hollowed out part of the wall anymore. No nothing. Just a regular old room again. I wish I had a better explanation, and that my story did not end like this with just no resolution. Again, this is the only time I have ever come across anything like this in all of my years here. If any of you have worked at Disney before, or just have any other kind of theories or explanations for me, that would be really helpful. In September of 2003, my mom decided to take me to Disneyland for the weekend to take my mind off of things, and honestly, it was exactly what I needed. I was hugely into Disney movies as a kid, and although I had been to Disneyland a few times before, being so stressed around the house meant seeing it again was like seeing it for fresh eyes.
I took pictures with as many of the characters as I could, and each ride my mom and I went on seemed to alleviate my anxiety and depression a little bit more. The whole first day was going wonderfully well, at least until we got in line to ride the Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. I am pretty sure it was about 11:30 by the time we got into the little rail cars for the ride itself, and everything was going smoothly at first. We were speeding along all of these twists and turns until we hit the fake little desert setup, and then went up an incline into a dark tunnel. I remember feeling this jolting sensation shake the cars while we were in the dark, and then there was this horrible grinding of metal and a thud before people in the cars in front of us started screaming. Everything came to a sudden stop, and everyone was really shaken up from it. But then I heard some of the worst things I have ever heard in my life. This woman started asking out loud, Mark, wake up, Mark." And we were all mostly in the dark, but there was a little bit of light coming from the tunnel openings on each side of us. I remember seeing how some of the cars were not even on the tracks anymore, and the cars in front of us were all wet and shiny with some kind of fluid, a fluid that I would only later realize was someone's blood. In the moments after the rail cars came to a stop, people started clambering out of them and walking down the tunnel as fast as they could, calling out that someone was hurt really badly and that we needed help up there as soon as possible. As my mom and I climbed out of the rail car and followed, I could see the train car at the very front of the coaster had derailed and that the rear of it had mounted the car behind it. It was only then that I realized whoever was in the car behind it would have taken the full force of that thing as we sped up that incline. There were also people in the cars ahead of us who were trapped by it, stuck in the rail cars and unable to get out because of the way they were positioned in the tunnel. Thankfully, my mom and I were not trapped, so we could just get out of there, but I think it took another half hour before firefighters could get them out so that paramedics could treat them before taking them to the hospital. All the people who could get out were herded off by park staff toward the Riverbell Terrace, where a medical treatment area had been set up. Like I said, my mom and I were mostly okay, just a little shaken up from the whole thing, but there were people with some pretty serious injuries who had not been so lucky. We later found out that the guy who had been in the first car had actually died of his injuries. It is horrendously tragic that someone should lose their life when all they wanted to do was go to Disneyland to have some fun on a few roller coasters. I know it's kind of messed up for me to think of it like this, but we got really lucky that day, as way more people could have died. I used to work as a custodian at Disney World in Orlando back in 1999. My job was mostly cleaning the park when it closed, emptying trash, and treating water features so that they would not get gross. Sometimes I had to interact with guests, giving directions and answering endless questions about the park. I'd say my job was 70% janitor and 30% walking information booth. Being a custodian meant I could walk all over the park, within reason. If a guest needed directions to Space Mountain, I could walk them over to Tomorrowland instead of just telling them. This was especially helpful for guests who did not speak English. The team felt like one big family, which made the job a lot more enjoyable. That's why what happened next still messes me up, even 21 years later. It was the second weekend of February in 1999, and the park opened at 11 a.m. We spent the first few hours of our shifts doing cosmetic cleaning, testing rides, and getting everything ready. That morning, I was helping clean and prep Tomorrowland. I saw Ray, a cheerful older guy on our team, up on the Skyway platform in Fantasyland, sweeping and whistling. Ray was in his 60s and had been with us for about a year. Everyone liked Ray because he was friendly, laid back, and always willing to help. We worked together, partied together, and some of us even lived together. I called up to him morning, and he smiled, waved, and went back to sweeping. It was a beautiful morning, and everyone was in a good mood. As I walked toward Tomorrowland, I heard the electric whirring of the Skyway starting up above me. The gondolas were moving along the track, and I did not realize right away that something was wrong. It was a Sunday morning, and I was tired and a little bit hungover from drinking with coworkers the night before. For a long time, I blamed myself for not preventing what happened. I thought if I'd been sharper, I could have helped.
Suddenly, I realized the gondolas were moving fast on their first test loop, and Ray was still on the platform. Someone had switched on the skyway without checking if the platform was clear. I started running back toward the platform, hoping to catch up to Ray before the gondolas reached him. I ran as fast as I could, but I could not close the distance in time. I looked up and saw Ray whistling with his back to the gondolas, completely unaware that they were coming. I shouted to warn him before the gondolas knocked him off the skyway, which was about 60 feet up. Ray heard me, turned around, and looked horrified when he saw the gondolas coming. He had a mix of anger and fear in his voice as he tried to move away from the gondola. He could not move fast enough, and the gondola caught up with him. Ray grabbed onto the gondola and tried to pull himself inside to avoid falling. He was not strong enough, and suddenly he was dangling from the gondola, 60 feet above the concrete. I shouted up to him, "Hang on, Ray, just hang on," but there was nothing I could do. I watched him struggle to hold on, knowing it was only a matter of time before he lost his grip. Ray looked down at the ground below, and I will never forget the terror on his face or how helpless I felt. The gondola started passing over flower beds instead of concrete, and I figured the soil would be a better place to fall. I shouted, "Jump, Ray, jump for the flower beds," hoping he would make it. I don't know if Ray let go on purpose or just lost his grip, but he fell 60 feet down. He landed with a loud thump in the flower beds, and it looked like slow motion as he fell. When I reached him, Ray was not moving at all. He lay among the flowers, glassy-eyed, wheezing and groaning in pain. Before I ran to get help, I saw him spit up blood onto his lip and chin. I was in tears when I found another cast member and begged them to call 911 for an ambulance. Emergency services arrived in less than 20 minutes and took Ray to Orlando Regional Medical Center. We all hoped he would be okay, and it helped that he landed in the flower beds instead of on concrete. A few hours later, we got the word that Ray did not make it. His injuries were too severe, and he passed away despite the hospital staff's efforts. The fall caused too much trauma and internal bleeding, and he slipped away after surgery. We were devastated to lose such a cheerful and dedicated cast member. This happened to me when I was about 15 years old. My dad ran a wrecker service for over-the-road truckers. Late one night, we got a call that a truck had run off the road and struck a tree 20 miles south of town. So my dad and I fired up the wrecker and headed south. When we came on the scene, the truck and trailer had ran off the road to the right and smacked a tree head-on. It was one of those 100-year-old oak trees. This was back in the day when there were cab over semi-trucks, or the ones without noses, or the engine is underneath the cab. The truck was still running at idle, the door was closed, but no driver was seen from the driver's windows. The front driver's windshield was busted, and there was a large hole in the middle. The trailer was loaded with flat, 1/4 inch sheet steel. Of course, it is pitch dark, and you can't really see things that well when we first got there. Our impression was the driver smacked a tree, hit his head on the windshield, and was already getting treatment somewhere. So my dad set up the wrecker to hook onto the trailer, and he wanted me to open the cab in order to release the brakes. When I opened up the door, I was greeted with a lower half of a body. When the driver hit the tree, a single sheet of steel broke free and cut through the cab, cutting the driver in half. The upper half of his body went through the windshield. I found the driver's upper half in a cornfield about 40 feet away from the truck, and he was still grabbing the upper part of the steering wheel. It looked like he was frozen in time, still driving the truck. Needless to say, he went into a body bag with his lower half, and we worked through the night, getting the truck and trailer back into town. This is just one of many experiences I had growing up in a wrecker service family. Last Sunday, some friends and I went to our favorite hiking spot. Only a few serious dog walkers go there because it's so uphill both ways. On our way back up the main trail, we saw a really beautiful spot between the trees. It had a bunch of moss-covered rocks and wildflowers, so my friend Chuck decided to go in, and while the rest of us started to follow, my girlfriend says, "What's that in the trees?" I look up, and there is a deer/goat head hanging from a branch. I am not sure which one it was. Probably a deer since they are so abundant here. It was almost right above my head. It was tied onto the branch by a long flap of neck skin. So I noped for a second and did not tell her what it was. My friend started to inspect it, so instead of staying quiet, I had to tell her what it was. Well, we just kept on going because it was going to get dark soon. I did not have my camera sadly, but I am going back on Sunday with weapons for a little investigating. Chances are it's nothing paranormal, but still, you gotta be pretty messed up in the head to hang a deer head on a tree branch by its neck skin. I forgot to mention, but it could not have been more than a day or so old. I did not see any fresh blood, but it was not quite decomposing yet. It still had its eyes. We did not see it on the way down the trail, but chances are we did not notice it. My buddy Sanya was a third-year medical student back then when this happened. The kind of guy you would not expect to end up in a story like this if you met him under normal circumstances. He was outgoing, joking a lot, and drank like everyone else. He didn't have that stereotypical, creepy, future pathologist vibe that people imagine. Still, that is exactly what he was training to become, and to earn some extra money and experience. He worked nights at a city morgue, officially as an orderly, unofficially also as a guard. He'd mentioned the place a few times in passing, mostly in the same tone you talk about a boring job, and one night, he suggested I come by after hours just to see it and hang out. Around that time, I'd just bought myself a new computer and wanted to celebrate, so I did not think too hard about the invitation. I met him late in the evening, stopped at a store on the way to buy alcohol and snacks, and then headed to the outskirts of the city where the morgue was located. It wasn't attached to a hospital like people imagine from movies. Instead, it was in a shabby 2-story building that looked like it had been repurposed in a hurry. The area itself was depressing, garages lined up in rows, exposed heating pipes, cracked asphalt, poor lighting. In the same building, there was a shop for disabled people, some kind of medical lab, and a couple of offices that looked like they were always half empty. Sanya was waiting outside, smoking and clearly in a good mood. He explained that everyone else had already left. It was about 10 at night, and the place was effectively ours until morning. The guy who was supposed to replace him would only show up at around 6 o'clock. We went inside through a small vestibule, then down into the basement, where there was a heavy iron door with a padlock. Sanya locked it behind us, and casually mentioned that the next guy did not have keys and would open it from the outside later. He also mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that there was no cell reception underground, just an old landline that worked when it felt like it. At the time, it did not register as anything important. Once past the door, we went deeper into a tall corridor with no windows, white walls, and fluorescent lights humming overhead, and that unmistakable medical smell of disinfectant and chemicals. The silence was oppressive in a way that's hard to explain unless you have been somewhere like that before. The corridor branched off. One side had a small lab and a toilet. Straight ahead was a utility room, and off to the right was the main hall where the bodies were stored. Before we started drinking, Sanya insisted on showing me the morgue itself. The hall where the bodies were kept did not smell the way I expected. There was no strong stench of rot, and Sanya explained that ventilation and chemicals took care of that, but the sight alone was enough to make my skin crawl. Metal gurneys stood in rows, some with sheets pulled up, others partially uncovered. There were trays with instruments, jars, medical posters on the walls showing skulls and muscle diagrams. These were people who had been alive recently, now stiff and grey, faces frozen in expressions that no longer meant anything. Some eyes were half open, some heads tilted at odd angles, and more than once it felt like a dead gaze was following me, even though I knew that was impossible. Sanya walked through it all like it was a classroom. He pointed out 2 bodies that had been brought in earlier that day, a young man and a young woman, roughly the same age. According to what he had been told, some kids had found them in the basement of an abandoned building while trespassing. The police report mentioned blood everywhere, ritual symbols, candles, even a slaughtered pig, the kind of scene that sounded ridiculous on paper but messy in reality. Both had overdosed on drugs, and whether they were actual Satanists or just idiots playing dress-up was anyone's guess.
Sanya made a crude remark about the girl's body, and I remember snapping at him to knock it off and suggesting that we just go and drink already. Once we moved into the utility room and started drinking, the tension eased faster than I expected. Alcohol did what it always does. We talked, joked, told some stupid stories, and for a while, the morgue stopped feeling like a morgue. Time blurred. At some point though, I heard a sound coming from the corridor. It was faint at first, like wet footsteps slapping against tile. The footsteps were really uneven, and they were slowly moving away. I thought it was my imagination or the alcohol making my mind play tricks on itself, until I noticed that Sanya had gone quiet too. He said it was probably the shift replacement arriving early, even though that didn't really make that much sense. After waiting a bit and hearing nothing else, he decided to check. When I followed him out, we noticed this door to the morgue hall was open. I was sure it had been closed before. A cold draft came from inside. Sanya went in and turned on the light, and for a second my brain refused to process what I was seeing. Standing there was the girl from earlier, naked, her skin an unnatural yellow blue, blotched and bruised in ways that did not look like normal injuries. She was bent over another body, and only after a moment did it become clear what she was doing. She was eating it. She was taking bites, not tearing wildly like a wild animal, but methodically gnawing at the face, chewing, making wet, obscene sounds as she destroyed features that had once belonged to a person. Blood and other dark fluid ran down onto the tiles. It didn't look like a living human moving, and it didn't look like a corpse either. When Sanya shouted at the thing and instinctively stepped forward, the thing turned toward us, and whatever expression crossed its face was not anything I'd seen on a living person before. The fear that hit me then was not panic, it was something deeper. It was like my body recognized something as a threat before my mind could even explain it. Sanya slipped on the slick floor and scrambled backwards, yelling for me to close the door. We slammed the iron door shut and threw the bolt just as it started pounding from the other side. The impacts were heavy, shaking the metal, and the sounds it made were nothing like a human screaming. Sanya immediately started trying to rationalize it, saying it had to be a drug addict in a coma who'd been mistaken for dead, that people on heavy drugs could be insanely strong. He said we needed to call the police right away. The landline gave only static. Our phones had no signal. When we ran back to the exit, we discovered the padlock was locked, and the key that he had left in there was gone. I don't know why that idiot didn't just put it back in his pocket. That's when Sanya realized something else, and he told me out loud that the second body from earlier was not in the morgue anymore, that he could see through the window. We both froze for a second. I was just trying to comprehend what he was saying. The second corpse, the young man, he was gone too. He wasn't underneath a sheet anymore. He was not in the corner or lying on a gurney. Sanya started pacing, muttering about how the thing we'd just seen could be wandering somewhere in the basement, probably hiding in the smaller utility room or the toilet. He said the woman or drug addict or whatever it was must have stolen the key, that one of them must have the key. I said that we should just wait until the next guy arrives, or at least call the police, but if he doesn't want to lose his job or get in trouble, we can just wait for the next guy. But he told me that we could not just leave them to wander around the morgue and do whatever they please. I grabbed a nearby fire hook, and Sanya picked up a hatchet from a storage rack. The situation had shifted from tense curiosity to raw panic in seconds. We slowly moved toward the utility room, checking the corners, turning on the light, but it was empty. Relief lasted only for a moment. Then we tried the toilet. The moment Sanya flipped the switch, I could feel it, an immediate shock, like my skin recognized something was horribly wrong. Sitting in the corner, naked, frozen, staring at a single point, was the corpse of the girl that we had seen earlier. But she was no longer a corpse. Her skin was that same sickly yellow blue, wrinkled and bruised, her eyes unblinking, and there was a key in her hands. Sanya stepped closer, telling her to give up the key, and that's when she moved. The way she got up was not normal. She lunged. She made this really weird and horrible face. There was a smell of decay and rot mixing with her breath. Sanya leapt back, swinging the hatchet, but she was fast. I barely had time to hold the fire hook before she tried to reach us. There was screaming, wet sounds, the smell of blood, and chaos. I don't remember much detail of the fight itself, just the panic and fear that every second might be our last. I remember that Sonya stole the hook out of my hand and stabbed the cadaver in the chest with all of his might, and then it fell to the floor. I remember being shouted at to hold down the body, while Sanya just furiously beat it over and over again with an axe. The girl, or whatever the hell she was now, she sure as shit was not human, just until it was all mashed and gooey and made me nauseous. The blood was just gushing like a fountain. Sanya did not stop until he had chopped up everything. He swung the axe and lopped off fingers, hands and legs, and everything was just mincemeat. My memory of all this is blurry, and it feels more like some kind of bad dream. Even though I know it happened, I cannot recall it as a real memory. It almost feels like it happened to someone that was not me, like it was a story someone told me or that I had seen on TV. The second creature that was locked away in the cope storage in the distance was howling and growling and scratching to try and get us. I have no idea how it even managed to get in there or managed to lock itself back in. It sounded feral. Sanya did not stop until the head was disconnected from the body and he had no strength left to cut. And I saw something that made me doubt everything. The dismembered head. It actually opened up its eyes. I am not kidding. They were closed and then shot open like some kind of jump scare in a shitty horror movie. The eyes were black and bloody, and it makes me feel sick to recall them. And it was still making sounds, or at least trying to. This low moan and gurgling coming from the body, and this really wet and horrible squelching sound. Sanya grabbed the key from the blood-soaked tiles, and we made our way to the main door, but there was no time to think clearly. Sanya insisted we finish the other one, the second creature. According to him, if we didn't, nothing else would matter. He said it was okay, that according to the documents, they were corpses already, that I had seen what he had seen, that they were not really alive. I just stayed silent and nodded. I just wanted this nightmare to be over. The hallway had gone completely dark now. The lights kept flickering on and off. We could feel the chill, smell the grave-like earthiness, hear breathing that did not match anything living. Sanya reached in first to find the light switch, and immediately a hand grabbed him, pulling him into the darkness. I ran after him, and what I saw next is something I cannot describe without feeling sick again. The creature was on top of him, trying to tear at his throat. I think it even cut him in the arm at one point and tried to bite him. It was growling and wheezing in a way that I can't even really describe. It just made me sick. It made my stomach turn. I swung the hook that I had taken back out from the girl, barely hitting it, and Sanya got the hatchet again. We fought together, attacking it until it finally went down. Only then did we realize the full horror. This one, the head moved too, the eyes black and wet. They were just staring at us. And it was talking, it was saying something in this raspy, hoarse voice that we couldn't even hear. Just gurgling and making all kinds of sounds, but it looked at us. I swear, it looked at us while it did this. Sanya just kept going until the sound stopped. We spent the next couple of hours in a daze, collecting pieces, trying to clean the tiles, stuffing the remnants into an old iron barrel. We did not speak much, only muttered to ourselves about burning it outside behind the garages and destroying the paperwork. By the time we left the morgue, both of us were soaked in blood, hands trembling, clothes ruined, smelling like the basement had soaked into our skin. I went home in silence that night, trying to convince myself I would forget it, that maybe my mind had broken in some strange drunken haze. I have no idea what Sanya told his boss, if he told them anything. I have no idea why there was no police involvement or anything like that. It still baffles me to this day. For a while, trying to just think of it as some bad dream kind of worked, or at least I pretended it did. Later, when I returned from studying abroad for 6 months, just to get some space and get away from everything, I learned that Sanya had died 3 months after that night. Doctors said it was some kind of blood infection that they couldn't really pin down, that they had never seen before. I never found out exactly what happened in the end, and I never stepped foot in a morgue again. That night stayed with me, and I just wish I had a rational explanation. Someone must know something. The doctors. There is no way his boss did not know, or that the police did not know. Someone has to know something, and they are not saying it. Be me. This was mid-June when this happened. COVID has destroyed my employment and thus destroyed my last reason to remain in my shit show of a town, so I decided to move somewhere less populated for the time being. I remember about this small town in another part of the US that my family used to visit during the winter. It was somewhat populated in the summer, but almost everyone left during the winter season. So I start packing up my bags. I moved to a tiny community about 30 minutes away from said town. Right away, it's instantly more peaceful. There are no annoying neighbors or assholes, the restrictions are much less strict, and there is a surprising amount of girls for a town that is basically in the middle of nowhere. A few months roll by, and the talks of the second wave start up. Liquor control tells bar owner that he either closes at 10 or closes for good. Light bulb over my head moment. I start digging a fire pit in my yard. I get some nice sturdy benches. The next week it starts snowing. All according to my plan. I shovel all the snow in my yard into a circle around the fire pit and benches. I stack that shit 7 feet tall. I test the fire pit on a cold night. The snow reflects the heat perfectly, making the inside of the circle blazing hot while the outside remains in the negatives. It's perfect. I start going back out to the bar around 7 and start chatting up a girl. 10 p.m. It's go time. The bar owner begrudgingly lets us all know it's the final round. I tell Stacy, hey, I got an igloo and we'll drink at my place. She is in. I bring her back to the snow fort and light up a blazer. The temperature goes from cold to hot almost right away. She eventually gets too hot and starts to peel off her layers of clothes. I do the same. You know where this is going, don't ya? Next morning, I can't believe it worked. I repeat the same scheme every night, scoring on most of them. The weekend rolls around and it's supposed to be a huge storm. The local news is saying to stay off the roads and bunker down. I get cocky. I invite over all of the girls from the last few days to come wait out the storm in my fort. I get 3 of them. Stacy, Barbara, and Jenny, let's say. I get to the fort right as the big storm is about to start. The fire gets going and right away, the good times start to happen. The wind is whistling like hell and the clouds completely block the stars. The only light in miles is my porch lights in the fire. Stacy perks up. Hey Anon, I dare you to go and turn off that light, but no putting your coat on. Not wanting to seem beta in front of 3 topless girls, I decide to do so. I step out into the cold and dark and instantly regret this decision. Balls are inside me, the wind shreds against my exposed member, and the snow makes my feet red as ruby. I run as fast as I can to the porch and get to the switch, but I realize there are lights on inside the house. I am not chancing it. I run inside and turn off every light in the house before slamming the porch light off. I make the painful walk back. It's so dark I can barely see the glow of the fire from the entrance to the circle and slip several times, making it back. I could not see 3 feet ahead of me. I make it back and see the girls are all fully undressed now. The mood flips from sour to euphoric right away. Feels good, man. After everything is done, we all relax around the fire. Barbara suddenly sits up. Did y'all hear that? Nobody else heard that. She seems a little bit worried, so I assure her it's just the wind. She is not having it. She gets dressed and asks if we could watch her as she goes to her car. The rest of us shrug and do so. She leaves without much issue, besides the low visibility. I settle back into the seats when Stacy says that she has to pee. Tell her to just piss around the side of the fort because the house is not lit up. While she is out there, me and Jenny stay inside. About 10 minutes have gone by, and she still is not back. Barbara's freak-out is looming in the back of my head as we decide to go make sure she didn't slip or something. We circle the fort and can't find her. Well, damn, maybe she went inside. There is still no lights on in the house. Start to call her name, but we know it would be impossible to hear with the wind howling as loud as it was. We both get very worried as she is undressed and very drunk in a blizzard. We turn our phone lights on, but the snow is blowing so hard it was like turning on high beams in a snowstorm. Made it even harder to see because snow was reflecting light. I call her name out in panic. Nothing. I decide that given the risks involved, it was best to call police. I check my phone, but there is no service because we are in the middle of a blizzard.
I just moved here and have not gotten a landline yet. Damn. I figure if we turn on my car's headlights, we might be able to see her. I run out to the car while Jenny stays in the fort. I turn on the car and drive it onto my yard, looking for her trail with what little visibility it offered. I see a small bit of yellow on the snow closer to my house than the fort. I see a big long trail of smashed down snow leading away from the yellow towards the tree line on the edge of the property. This is bear country. This is grizzly bear country. Oh no. I floor it to the tree line and pull right up to it. I can't see anything. I get out of the car to go and look. I make the biggest mistake of my life. Despite the roaring winds, I was still somehow worried I would not be able to hear her over the car engine. I turn my engine off and leave the lights on. I sprint into the woods, yelling her name. I don't hear anything back. I am really panicking at this point. I run around probably for half an hour in the freezing cold, looking for her, but staying in the light because I was scared for myself. I notice the light is getting dimmer. I finally realize my terrible lapse in judgment. I run to the car to try and start it. I turn the key. It turns for over half a second before the battery fully dies and the lights go out. Damn. I get out of the car and start heading back to the fire. I get to the fire and Jenny is not there. I start to look for her, calling her name. I see her car is still there. I see a red spot in the snow by her car. Oh no, 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 no. I start to take a step towards the driveway when I see it, lurching out just a little from the side of my house, right next to the car. 2 reflective orbs in the snowstorm. It was not a bear. It was about 5 feet tall while leaned over. This massive thing with huge, bulbous-looking shoulders, kind of lopsided. It stares at me as I stare at it. It moves around the corner again. My body is telling me to make a break for the house when I realize something. It's right by the side of my house where the steps to the patio are. The patio is too high for me to quickly climb up. The only cars are far away from the fort. If I run for my car, I will either not make it or freeze inside of it by morning. It has me. I think I waited in that igloo for around 7 hours. The sun seemed like it took forever to come up, and the storm was still raging. I had no phone service and it was about to die, so I decided that this was my last chance. The fire was somewhat safe. It never came bursting through the walls, but I heard it. I heard the steps. I heard it circling me. I heard it testing the integrity of the walls with its claws or whatever it had. I have never been so frightened in my life. I knew that I was about to run out of wood, so the second I knew the fire was going to die, I just made a run for it. I ran to the nearest car. I didn't see anything. I thought I saw something just peeking out at me from the woods, but I don't know. None of it really seems real to me. I managed to get away. I don't know if I got lucky. I don't know if it gave up. I don't know what happened, but I managed to make it into town, and I reported it to the sheriff. There was an investigation. I was questioned, obviously. I was prime suspect number 1. They really thought I just lured these girls in and murdered them. I mentioned what I saw, told them it could have been some kind of animal or a bear, not really wanting to tell them what I really thought, what I really saw, but they didn't really believe me. But they also couldn't pin it on me either. I ended up moving out of that town and back to where I lived before. I would rather COVID restrictions than getting killed by some monster. I've got a story for you. I was probably around 13 or 14 years old when this happened. I live in an area where my backyard opens up into a forest. The whole yard is pretty much concealed to neighbors. The basement door is impossible to see unless you are pretty much right in front of it. I have these constant dreams about someone breaking into my house. I am always home alone in the dreams. They walk off the street and around to the backyard. They open the door, come upstairs, and as I try to run they grab me and do terrible things to me. These dreams go on for a few weeks. I start hearing movement in the backyard. We have a stone gravel backyard, so you can hear animals out there sometimes, walking on the rocks. I figure it's probably just a skunk or something, some kind of small animal. It begins to happen each and every single night. One night, someone steals a ladder from my yard that got left out that I forgot to put away. I start having dreams of these same people climbing up to my open window with the ladder and killing me. I decide to close the window and lock it. The dreams go back to how they were. A few more weeks go by, and my parents are going to a funeral and leaving me home alone. Hell yeah. I stay up all night doing Roblox Workline and playing Halo Reach custom games. All of a sudden there are some headlights shining through my living room window. The car pulls into my driveway and turns around and then drives off. My stomach drops. I run downstairs and check the basement door. It is unlocked. I lock the door in a panic. Maybe 10 seconds later, I hear something walking on the gravel outside. Someone touches the door handle and tries to open it up. They keep on trying to open it up. I hear breathing coming through the door. I run up the stairs. I flip all of the exterior lights on. I see 2 people wearing all black running out from behind the house. I call 911. The police tell me to hide. They take about an hour to get there. The police get there. There are no signs of the people. I call my parents, who immediately drive back home. The police stay for around 4 hours until they can get back. The missing ladder was outside my bedroom window, is what they told me. I am pretty sure they were going to mutilate me. I am pretty sure my dream was a premonition. This happened to me in the summer of 2018. I am deep sea fishing with my uncle because he has not got long to live at the time. This dude smoked like a chimney most of the time I'd known him, and they found growths on his lungs. We were about 40 to 50 miles away from the coast. We made a lengthy trip on a small boat that he had had since apparently 1986 or something. We cast out a good distance from the boat. There is nothing. There were no clouds nearby. No real choppy waters. Then we feel this object right below us collide. It shakes the boat hard enough the cooler with the beer in the bait cooler got knocked free and they go overboard. My uncle starts screaming. What the hell was that? What the hell? We see this long, thick shape dart out just from underneath the boat. It's just barely visible underneath the water. It's just a long, shiny, dark shape. It disappears into the sea, and we do not see it again. My uncle decides that we are done, because there is no use in being out here with no beer or bait. He tells me if that we still had either, we would wait to see it come back. It takes about an hour to get back to the docks and load the boat on the truck. My uncle asks me if I saw its head. I say no. He tells me that it's good because he did, and he was scared shitless by it. He says it looked like a dinosaur mixed with the devil. I tell him all I saw was it being a thick, snake-like body. I guess he told one of his fishing buddies about it, and they all only talk about what a great kill its head would make on a fireplace mantle. I look up various marine reptiles and aquatic dinosaurs, but nothing really fit. This happened about 40 to 50 miles northwest off the coast of Maine. I still don't know what I saw. I can't remember if I shared this story before or if I just meant to. I know for certain at least one of you have experienced something similar. This happened when I was around 8 or 9 years old in primary school. I used to love wearing corduroy pants for some reason and always wore them to school. In the class, there was one of those mechanical pencil sharpeners attached to the teacher's desk so she could see who was trying to waste time. If you needed an eraser, you had to ask her for it because people would always steal them. I got the eraser this one time and apparently put it in my pocket without thinking when I was back at my desk. Some little grass on my table told the teacher I was stealing it. I protested that I had not. I even put my hands in my pocket to check, and there was nothing in them. Totally empty, because all stationery and things were supplied by the school. The teacher makes me stand up in front of everyone and turn my pockets out. I turn my pockets out. I feel something in my hand. I must have had that look of guilt on my face because the smug teacher turns her hand out, ready to receive the eraser. This doesn't feel like an eraser, and I really do not want to get it out. She tells me to hand it over. I have the object clenched in my fist. I reluctantly open up my fist. It's a dog's tooth. Not like the cool canine ones, but a molar. The teacher looks at me like I am very, very strange. Everyone in the class thinks I'm an absolute weirdo. I don't even have a dog. I have never owned a dog. There are no dogs where I live. I have no clue where it came from. I never found the eraser or where it went either. I still think about it sometimes because of just how bizarre it was. I think with the eraser, I at least put it on my desk and someone else took it. There's an explanation for that. The desks were weird because they were more like tables for 2 people, but they would be 4 together. 2 horizontal back to back and then 1 vertical at either end. So it was like 8 people sharing 1 big desk. I know people have found teeth in their pockets before, but they were usually human and they are equally unsure of where they came from. I can't think where it came from or why it would end up in there. Is this the sign of something? Did something happen to me? I just really do not have an answer for this, X.
Be me. I am a long-haul trucker. At the time that this happened, I was pushing the miles and heading up the highway across Wyoming. It was the middle of the night. All of a sudden, I desperately needed to pee. I basically had no choice. I tried to tell myself I would wait until the next big truck plaza in Cheyenne, but I had no chance. I was half considering peeing right there on the side of the highway until I saw a sign that gave me some relief. There was a rest area maybe 2 miles up ahead. I could probably just about hold it and make it there in time. I did not even think twice. I pulled up and the lot was covered in ice. There were piles of snow here and there that had just stacked up. There were 2 other vehicles in the rest area too, a really shitty old sedan and some RV or something. I could not see anybody inside of either of them, so figured they were either inside or just sleeping in their vehicles, sleeping off the long drive. The RV looked pretty old and like it was falling apart. I pulled my truck in as close as possible to the building. I killed the engine and figured I could relax here for just a short while. I was completely exhausted. The rest area was a pile of shit, cheap and dirty, and like it was straight out of the 1980s. It genuinely looked like it had not been cared for or updated since then. The lights were barely on and working. Just these dim shitty yellow ones that gave you a migraine and flickered more often than not. I got outside of my truck and headed in. I was just ready to finally piss so I could just relax and take a break. It was a little bit warmer inside, but that was balanced out by the horrible smell of something that was wet mixed with something chemical, disinfectant or something maybe. The whole place really did just seem mostly abandoned. There were racks near the door that had flyers in them and they were about a decade old. You could see the aging on them. The bathrooms were down a short tiled hallway. They were out of order, and wet floor signs were just strewn around everywhere. I just sighed and went to the nearest urinal. This shit was not my problem. I just need to pee, relax, and then get moving again, pretty quickly actually. I had a deadline for my load. The way the bathroom was set up was really strange. You could not see the sinks from the main entrance. They were like behind/to the side of the urinals. It was a really strange setup. But because of this, I did not even notice until I was zipping up that there was a man by the sink and that I was not alone in there. I almost jumped out of my skin when I turned and saw him, but I tried to play it off cool. He was incredibly tall, at least in comparison to me, probably around 6'2" or 6'3", and he was wearing this old grimy trucker hat. I kinda stood there for a moment, hesitant to walk over, because I noticed he was just standing there. He was not washing his hands or anything, he was just craning his head down slightly and just pretending to fiddle with something. And I noticed that every so often he would glance in the mirror once or twice to catch sight of behind him. To look at me, I imagine. This immediately had my hair standing on end. It just really gave me the creeps. He mumbled something in my direction when he realized I caught him looking at me, and I just gave him a quick nod while stepping towards the door. This guy, though, reacts insanely fast. He immediately steps out in front of me and puts his arms out to block me with his body. On instinct, I go to punch the guy, and I make pretty good contact with his jaw. I hear a horrible cracking sound, and he stumbles backwards in a crouching position until he hits the wall and slinks down it. He looks pissed. But before he begins to get back up, he just smiles at me, and I see the blood running from in between his teeth, and I feel the rush of air as someone rushes up behind me and grabs me from behind. I try to throw an elbow backwards, but I do not make any contact. He has me in some sort of full Nelson, and the guy in front jumps up from the floor and sprays something in my eyes. After this, with my eyes stinging, they put some kind of cloth or blindfold over me as I am flailing desperately, and I feel the guy in front of me start to search me. I hear the clatter of my phone and other belongings hitting the ground. I feel this sharp pain in my arm as I recognize that this crazy bastard has just jabbed something into me. I immediately feel this kind of weightlessness in my head. It feels like a balloon getting ready to take off, but at the same time, my head feels almost detached. Like my head is not a part of my body anymore. He is feeling all over both of my arms and legs, pulling up sleeves and my pant legs. He starts shouting to his friends, and he sounds desperate. Something like, "Shit, shit, shit. He does not have a mark. Where is the mark?" The guy from behind is saying he does not know. The guy in front sounds even more panicked now and says, "This is not the guy." And I hear the door slam and footsteps racing down the hall. My brain is in full panic mode, and I am not entirely thinking straight. I don't know what they put in my body, but I already feel my strength slipping and my eyes giving up. My brain does not even give me a chance. I just decide I fight back now or I die. I full force throw back my head and make contact, and I hear the guy yelp. I think it hurt me more than it hurt him. I now have this dull ache in the back of my head where I make contact, and I feel even lighter. I almost feel like I am floating, and like my movements are now automated, like I'm just on autopilot. I do not even turn to see if I hurt him. The second I hear the yelp and his hands release from around me, I run and open the door and sprint down the corridor. The lights are all off now. I can't see shit. All I can see is the light coming from a flickering neon sign. I take a right into the back because I figure if I go out the front, I will be caught and die. I end up in this small stockroom which has more light. There is another door, and I figure that is the only way I can go. But the stockroom is not set up with any food or anything. There's some, but not much. Most of the room is taken up by a bed in the center of the room. There is a guy strapped down to it. There is a light over him, shining down. He is asleep or dead or I don't even know. I can't even really remember. But he has these fresh wounds. He has markings on his body in some kind of black ink or marker, and he has fresh cuts that have been poorly stitched back up. They look really infected. Near his upper chest, near the bottom of his ribcage, he has these, and they look horrible. I am not thinking straight still. I somehow, for some reason, think it's my duty to help him, even though I'm not even capable of helping myself at this moment. I turn towards the bed the guy is on, and in the process, my legs give out from under me, and I knock over this rack of noodles and Mountain Dew. I have to lift myself up with my arms, using the bed as leverage, and I just start shaking this guy. I have all of my weight resting down on him, and I shake him as hard as I possibly can, but I do not get any response. I still nearly puke every time I think of this, but I opened up his eyelids. I wanted to try and force him to see, and I don't know what I was thinking would happen. My scared and confused and falling asleep brain thought if I forced his eyelids open, it would wake him up or something, I don't know. I did not have a plan to get the straps off him. I had no idea how I was going to get him out of there because he would not be able to walk, and I could barely carry myself, never mind another person. In that moment, I was just on autopilot, but I opened up his eyes, and I remember yanking my head away and gagging because he did not have any eyeballs in his sockets. I did not even stop for a second to think.
I managed to use a plank of wood nearby to steady myself and to help myself walk. I had no idea how the guy behind me had not caught up to me yet, but in hindsight, I think I know why, because I got outside. I went out through the door in the back room. Both the sedan and the RV that were there on the way in, they both had their headlights on now. The lights coming from them were so strong I felt blind, and they were making my head hurt. There were a few guys there now, standing out front in a circle, just smoking and laughing and watching me. I dragged myself over to my truck. The window was smashed, but I just ignored it. I put the key in the ignition and tried to start it, but the engine would do nothing but sputter. I felt my eyes drooping, and I knew I did not have long before I passed out. I knew that I was going to die right then and there. The last thing that I remember before I passed out is seeing people getting out of the sedan and RV. Tons of people, way more than I realized. Them and the guys out front started walking up to my truck, basically surrounding me. And then my vision just cuts to black. When I woke back up again, I was still in my truck. I scrambled up and started looking for my keys. And then I realized I was not at that rest area anymore. I was in the pitch black, with my headlight shut off, somewhere off the side of the highway. I turned the key in the ignition. It started immediately this time. I eventually drove off and made it to the nearest town. It turns out that my truck was miles and miles away from that rest area. I pulled up and checked into somewhere I could shower and just take a rest. I wanted to chalk everything up as a bad dream, but I had a mark on my arm where I felt that sharp pain. That much was real. Something had happened to me. I called the police in a panic. I told them what happened. Someone got out to me eventually and took a full statement. They told me it was odd because that rest area had not been active for a long time, and there should not have been anything to make me believe it was. The police found nothing. Nothing at all that I mentioned. They found tire tracks and such, but assumed that they were mine, or maybe some other idiot who thought the same thing as me, who thought the rest area was still active. They found nothing in the store that matched what I said, not even any stock. I wish I had more of an explanation. I wish I knew what was happening there. I wish I knew why they let me live. Surely it would have been easier to get rid of me rather than evacuate the place. Or maybe my brain broke and I really did make it up, like the officer said. I really don't know anymore. All I know is I cannot stop thinking about it. I never had panic attacks once in my life before that day. I thought panic attacks were something just made up by lazy people, but now I know how real and horrible they are. I have been having horrible night terrors again recently, and I don't know how much more of them I can take. Be me. I am a long-haul trucker. I was running a load through Montana, Minnesota, and North Dakota. I have done these highways so many times I could drive them blindfolded. It's one of those nights. There is snow everywhere. I can barely see the road. The temperature is dropping pretty rapidly. My cab heater is struggling. My coffee has gone lukewarm. The CB radio is just static. There is not a soul out here tonight. I start thinking about how empty these roads get at night. It sometimes makes you feel like you are the only person left in the world. Just me, the hum of the engine, and the snow. I try to keep myself awake, flipping through radio stations. There is nothing but white noise on the radio. I take another sip of my coffee. It tastes like shit, but at least it is slightly warm. Suddenly, the CB crackles to life. Breaker 19 for the southbound, and then there is some static. You copy? I nearly jump out of my seat. I was not expecting anyone. The voice sounds familiar, but I cannot place it at first. And then it hits me. It's Earl. The problem is, Earl has been dead for 5 years. He crashed his rig on this same stretch. There was an icy patch and he just went off the road. I went to his funeral. I saw the casket. I even helped his wife with the paperwork. But now he's talking to me on the radio like nothing has happened. You out there, Bill? I'm lost. I grip the mic. My hands are shaking. I don't even answer back. I am just staring at the radio. Maybe it's some other driver with a similar voice. But then he says, "Bill, I saw you drive by me. I know your truck. You there?" My heart starts pounding. I am sweating, even though it is freezing. I ask, "Who is this?" There is static, and then Earl laughs, that same damn laugh that I remember. "You know damn well who this is. Now talk to me." The snow is coming down harder. I can barely see the lines on the road. Earl keeps asking me if I am out there. I just finally snap. I tell him he is dead and that this is not funny. This is not a funny prank, whoever is playing it. There is a pause. Then he brings up that time I locked my keys in the cab and he helped me out. Nobody else ever knew about that, just me and him. Now I am really freaked out. I slam the mic back. I try to convince myself it's just some asshole with a scanner, but my gut says otherwise. Earl comes back. He says there is fog and a wreck ahead. He tells me if I go straight ahead, I will crash for sure. I check my GPS. There is nothing about a wreck or fog, but I start feeling uneasy, like something is off. I suddenly hit a wall of fog. I cannot see more than a few feet in front of me. Earl says, "Exit is coming in 1 mile. Just trust me." I see the exit sign. I do not know what to do. I think about guardian angels for a second, even though I'm not religious. I take the exit, even though it feels wrong. The road is empty. It's just me and Earl's voice. I ask him where the road goes. He just says, "You will see." I am driving down this weird back road. There are no lights or signs, just snow, and all I can see are shadows. Earl starts talking about that diner in Billings, the one with the waitress with the bad wig. We used to joke about dying out here, how the road would get us one day. I ask him how this is even happening. There is some silence, and then his voice sounds weird, like it's coming from underwater. "I'm gone. You think there's only one road? There is the side, just under and then it goes to static." The snow starts looking strange, like it's moving in patterns. The road feels like it's pulling me in, like I am not in control anymore. Earl tells me to let go. My CB suddenly starts squealing. Earl's voice gets louder. It's almost desperate now. I yank the power cable, and nothing happens. "Just pull over, brother. Let me in." I can see that just up ahead, the road curves right, but it looks like it keeps going straight into the fog. I see a man on my shoulder. He has his hand raised. The truck starts fighting me. It feels like it's steering itself. I can't control it. I force the wheel back. I almost roll the truck in the process. I finally get back on the real highway, with snow blasting the windshield. The phantom road disappears. My CB starts going nuts. Earl's voice sounds really angry. "You will see me again, brother. We ain't outrunning this." Everything in the cab goes dark and then comes back. I just keep driving. I do not stop. I finally see the signs for Helena, Montana. Finally, I am back to civilization. I pull into a truck stop at dawn, with my hands shaking. I watch the other drivers and none of them look haunted. I try to convince myself it was just stress. I check the GPS log. I see that I really did take a 7-mile detour. The road isn't even named, it's just a gray line. I don't even ask anyone. I just get some food and go to sleep. It never happened to me again. I still do not believe in ghosts or devils, but I cannot explain that night. Many years ago, I was on what is called a meet and turn. This is where a driver that is domiciled out of one city will drive a load halfway to its destination, while a driver domiciled out of that destination will drive halfway with a load that is destined for my city. We meet in a parking lot, switch trailers, and drive back home. I had been on this run for a few months and found that I always got to the meet point about an hour before the other driver. It was a dark and empty dirt lot at about 3 a.m., so I would stretch out across the seat and take a short nap. One night, About 10 minutes into my nap, I was awoken by a barking dog. I tried to ignore it, but it carried on for several minutes and got louder as the dog got closer. Soon, it became apparent that the dog was right outside of my truck, barking at me. Okay, either this dog is Lassie and is trying to alert me to something, or he is just a pain in the ass and I will need to throw something at him to scare him off. It is important to note that the barking had been going on for a good 10 minutes at this point. So, I sat up and looked outside my window. Standing there, mere inches on the other side of the glass, was a man of about 35 years old. He was a large fellow and was barking at me. His eyes were crazy, and he was frothing at the mouth just a little bit. The scene really held my full attention for a moment. The sheer creepiness of this struck me. Gently, and making an absolute minimum of sudden movements, I reached down and started my truck and slowly pulled away. He chased me, much like you would expect an angry dog to do, barking all the while. Needless to say, it played hell with my power naps from then on. My mom is a trucker. This is her story. She was driving through Arizona when she saw what she thought was leaves blowing across the road in the distance. This puzzled her, since there is mostly pine trees in northern Arizona. When she finally got to the leaves, she realized that they were migrating tarantulas, thousands of them. There were so many of them that her truck was sliding on their guts, so she had to slow down. She stopped at the first truck stop and told her co-driver to fuel up. He was sleeping at the time because she was not going to step foot outside after what she just saw. Her co-driver was pissed since it was technically his time off and he thought that she was crazy until he saw the tarantula guts and legs caked in the inside wheel well of the truck. She also outran a tornado in the Midwest. She was about to pull over and take cover until she saw another big rig that was parked on the side of the road get tossed a couple 100 yards like a toy. She called me and told me that she thought she was going to die and wanted her last words to be, "I love you," to me. She pulled off the freeway and got to a Walmart where she ran into the basement where all of the staff and customers were taking shelter. After the tornado passed, they stepped out of the basement and into daylight since the Walmart was destroyed. She has many stories like this. Trucking is 90% boredom, 10% insane shit like this. My uncle was a long-haul trucker back in the 1990s. Mainly did international runs from Canada down into the US and back to Canada with a pretty nice new Kenworth that had one of those maximum size sleepers on it. It had a built-in toilet and the works. He decided that the small tank that came with the toilet was a pain in the ass to have to empty so frequently, so he converted half of his passenger side diesel tank into a septic tank. A few weeks later, after converting his tank, he happened to pull in at a truck stop somewhere in the States and parked for the night after driving longer than he should have. When he woke up at 5 a.m. with the dawn just starting to get bright, he climbed out to see beside his truck something that makes him laugh every time he tells the story. On the ground on the right side of his truck was a 5-gallon jerry can, a siphon hose with one end in his tank and the other laying on the ground. There was a puddle of puke and some puke footprints another few feet away. That few feet away, there was a puddle of puke again. And another few feet away, there was another puddle of puke. Some dumb son of a bitch tried to siphon his septic tank in the middle of the night. Former trucker here. I was driving north through the mountains of Colorado towards Pueblo, and it was my first time dealing with anything like the Rocky Mountains, so I was taking it nice and slow with my hazards on and in the right lane. This was in the spring, and there was not much snow on the ground aside from a light dusting. I remember passing another truck pulled to the shoulder on my way up, nothing out of the ordinary. However, as I was heading down the mountain, which can be scary as shit in an 18-wheeler, trust me, I saw the same truck I passed earlier fly by me in the left-hand lane. Now, being passed on the left going downhill in the Rocky Mountains by another tractor trailer is crazy enough, but what really makes this story is this guy's trailer brakes were on fire. He was pulling a load, I could tell because the trailer was sealed, and if you know anything about trucks, you know there is only so much braking you are supposed to do before they overheat and, worst case, catch fire. This guy's truck looked like a comet as he sped down the mountain at what I thought was surely to be a deadly pace. I grabbed the mic to the radio and called out to him, "Hey, driver, your brakes are on fire. I mean, literally on fire." This rough and weathered sounding voice comes back over the speaker of my radio and says, "Cool as a cucumber, I know." And he disappeared around a curve. I never saw any wrecked truck, emergency crews, or even a mention of an accident over the radio. I did see a discarded extinguisher on the ground at the base of the mountain though. I was a long-haul trucker for a few years, and just spending every day out on the road is pretty crazy. You see a lot through the windshield of a truck. A lot of people naturally assume that truckers are male, and women will flash you a lot. I also discovered that a lot of men will masturbate as they commute to work. Huh? Once they see that you are female, they like to do it for you. The images that stick with me the most are the dead people you see. There was a bad accident one night in Chicago, and it was late, rainy, on the interstate by Wrigley Field, and I could see the flashing lights in the opposing lane. I don't usually rubberneck, cause I just don't want to see other people's misfortune, but this time I did. There was a dead family lying broken on the road, and the first responders were pretty much just standing around, waiting for the coroner to arrive. I can still see the flashing lights in the rain, and the little dead baby laying 30 feet away from its dead parents. I wish I had never looked. Another time, again near Chicago, probably around Gary, I saw a possible drunk driver in a fancy car driving erratically on the interstate. I called the police and gave them the mile marker that we were at so that they could try to stop it. I lost sight of the car as it sped off, but a few miles down the road, it was flipped over on the other side of the freeway, engulfed in flames. I don't think the driver made it out. There was no one standing beside it. One night in northern Ontario, I was climbing a hill on a single lane, black top, and just as I crest the hill, there is a minivan coming straight at me in my lane, and a long line of cars that they are passing in the other. I have nowhere to go, and I am not allowed to leave my lane of traffic, even if it means killing you, so I hit the brakes, even managing to lean forward and grab the trailer spike to use all the brakes, knowing two things. 1, I am about to kill someone in this minivan, and 2, that I am about to be covered in the thousands of gallons of horse piss that I was hauling in the trailer. Luckily, the stupid minivan was able to get back in the other lane when other vehicles started hitting their brakes to avoid the incident that was about to happen. Things like that I remember. Nearly dying in accidents, nearly killing people as they cut you off, not realizing how long it takes for a truck to stop. There are good days to driving truck, but the bad ones were the reasons I quit. My dad was in Albuquerque. He was stopped for the night in a pawn shop parking lot. It was about 10:30 p.m., and his air compressor was empty. Earlier that night he had rolled down the windows, but since the compressor was out, he could not roll them back up until it refilled. Anyway, he is getting ready for bed, and a voice yells at him not to move. A female Puerto Rican tweaker jumped into the truck from the driver's side. The voice was in the passenger side window and pressed a gun to his head, ordering him to give her all his money and belongings of value. Unfortunately for her, my dad does not ever have cash on him, and the poor guy never buys himself anything expensive. He only had $60, a broken laptop, a cup of change, and his clothes, blankets, and toiletries. Of course, he did have his debit card, credit card, and a T-check, checks they can redeem at stops from the load they were hauling. They held him hostage in there for more than an hour as she unloaded everything from the cab and handed it to her 300-pound male friends. According to my dad, homegirl was tripping balls the entire time. She ordered him to follow her to the ATM, but considering that my dad owns his own business, it probably would not have ended well had she seen his accounts. He decided he could not let it happen. After a few more minutes, she decided that they were walking to the ATM. She had her friend on the passenger side help her down, ordering my dad to follow. As soon as she was clear of the door, he closed the door, locked it, and tried to honk the horn, but it made a hardly audible noise. Apparently, this was enough to send the trio running into the darkness with blankets in hand. Shaken, my dad called the police. Surprisingly, they had an amazing response. 15 to 20 patrol cars, a helicopter, dogs, etc. were all there within 5 minutes. They caught 2 of them, but not the 3rd. I would also like to add a second story and figure why not put it here. My dad drives in Texas a lot as well, but there is a particular road he always avoids. I am not sure what road it is, but he says it is in the middle of old Native American land. One night as he was driving through, he kept seeing shadows running alongside his trailer. Every once in a while he would hear a loud bang, as if someone was slapping the side of the trailer. He decided to stop and see if the tire has a blow, because that is the only thing that could be making that noise. He did his usual walk around, checking the tires, but as he turned the corner, he heard a laugh and a shadow took off running down the road. Needless to say, he shit his pants, jumped in the truck, and did not stop until daylight. My dad said this incident was between Fort Stockton, Texas, and Eagle Pass, Texas. Apparently, he saw the thing standing on the side of the road with its arms crossed about 15 miles later. This happened to me some years ago now. This was honestly probably the catalyst for me finally quitting the force. I used to work as a cop in a not so small town in the Midwest, and I am not going to be more specific than that. I don't want people finding out who I am, or, people figuring things out. I joined the police force from a young age. I worked the beat for a while, worked some rural stretches where I would mostly be in a cruiser and responding to silly disputes between farmers or idiot teenagers stealing pigs and running across the property. The worst sight I ever saw before this story was probably a dead kid. He must have been around 12 to 13 years old. He was stone dead, right at the entrance to a sheep pen. They stole some alcohol from their parents' liquor cabinet. They got drunk very quickly. Then his friends thought it would be funny to sneak onto the farm and tag a sheep with a spray paint can. It was winter, and boy was it foggy. I think it was over Christmas break, actually. The farmer in the house heard some commotion. He said he heard the boy fumbling over the wood fence and knocking a metal gate slightly. The boy must have been too drunk to realize just how loud he was being. The farmer grabs his gun and sneaks around back to try and get a clear line of sight. This kid is tall for his age. All the farmer sees in this mist and fog and darkness is a tall male figure holding something, approaching his defenseless sheep. He hears one of the sheep start to scream, and then boom, he kills the kid stone dead right there. He thought he was going to kill all his sheep. Telling his parents was the worst part. Having them find out that there was barely any of his head still left intact to even identify him by, and hearing their wails was even worse. Anyway, by this point I had seen it all, so when the dispatcher got on the radio to me and informed me of the situation, I was just ready. I had been just going through the motions all that day. It was mostly just routine traffic stops and such, but I was tired. I think my partner was feeling it too. I think everything was just getting on top of us. I caught him nodding off a couple of times in the passenger seat beside me. The dispatcher started laying out the situation for us. The dispatcher said that a man of around 30 to 40 years old had been yelling down the line and that she could not calm him down. She said he yelled for a good few minutes straight before hanging up and being unable to be reached afterward. The dispatcher told us that the man had heard noises outside and went to investigate, and upon doing so was attacked. After a scuffle, the man had no idea where the assailant went, and that was about the most that she could make out of his rant. We headed out there ASAP. I think the property was only around a 10 to 15 minute drive away, and we were told not to delay. We pulled up just a short distance away and observed the property for signs of any immediate threats. Sometimes, assailants will stick around, hoping to get another chance, or hoping to break in through a different access point. Sometimes they do not know when to give up until it's too late, and you can catch them fleeing in the nearby area. Since nothing was spotted, we decided our roles. I would be approaching the house, gaining entry, and then securing it while questioning the caller. My partner was to secure the perimeter and check the backyard for any signs of the assailant and any signs of a scuffle or where they may have fled to. I approached the door and announced myself while my partner slinked around the back. This man, who I could tell immediately was the caller, yanked the door open at light speed and begged me to come inside. I quickly checked the entry points of the property while my partner updated me over the radio that the backyard of the property appeared clear after an initial sweep. He said he would check for any signs of the perpetrator while I finished up here. It didn't look like anyone had tried to gain entry. None of the doors or windows looked damaged or anything. I gave a quick update to dispatch confirming that there was no threat in the immediate area and that I was talking to the caller now who was safe. The whole time I'm searching the access points, talking to my partner and talking to dispatch, this guy has not stopped talking even once. I tried to calm him down, to ask him to explain the situation to me while sitting down, but he just would not. His face by this point was bright red. His eyes looked bloodshot, and it looked like his left eye kept twitching involuntarily. His wife or GF or whatever was just sat on the couch with her hands clasped together and shaking. I asked her, "Ma'am, are you okay?" But she seemed shell-shocked and barely got the words out when she replied, "I'm just scared." Again, this guy is talking in this non-stop stream, and I am amazed he has not had to stop for breath yet. I ask him what happened, and here is what I got out of it. He tells me about the yard. He said that he heard weird noises outside, and his wife got really scared and asked him to go and check. He said he thought he heard growling at first, and thought he was going to have to fight off a wild animal, but then he said it was not growling. He would not elaborate on that until I pushed him, and then he told me it sounded like a human making a groaning noise. I asked him what kind of groaning noise, and the only way he could describe it to me was someone choking on something, choking on blood, which I thought was oddly specific. I asked him what happened after that. He said he did not own a gun, so grabbed a baseball bat from his cabinet and slowly opened up the door. He said he did not turn on the lights in the yard because he did not want the animal or person to know he was coming. Instead, he had a flashlight in his back pocket just in case he needed to see more clearly. He said when he got outside, he shut the door very quietly and tried to stay in the shadows while he looked around. He said he heard the noise. The person was next to one of the windows at the rear of the house. I asked what they were doing, if maybe they were casing the place. He just straight up tells me no. He said the person, who was standing up probably around 6 foot tall or so, and who looked much stronger than him, was just walking into the wall. I asked him what he meant, and he repeated that the person was just walking into the wall where the window was. He said he kept walking, and every time he hit the wall, he stumbled back a foot or so and made the groaning sound again. He told me he thought the guy was high or something. He told me they get them a lot around this area. I mean, he isn't wrong. I've dealt with a lot of tweakers in my time, and this sounded textbook. He told me in that moment he just kind of panicked and shouted at the guy to get off of his property. He told this guy that he was armed and was not afraid to hurt him. He said that upon saying this, the men suddenly went quiet and shot around. He said that the man looked deathly pale and just really unwell. He said the skin, especially around his face, looked swollen and sunken in and looked like it was really dry and cracking in certain places. He told me that at this point, he turned on his flashlight to get a better view, and that is why he could make out all of these details. The second he turned on his flashlight, he noticed that the man's eyes had no whites. They were all this pinkish hue, and he told me that all in one split second, this man went from standing, looking dazed and staring lifelessly, to moving at a speed he could not even properly react to. He heard a moan and saw a blur of movement and tried to swing as he dropped his flashlight, but that he could not in time. The man had run and ducked just slightly underneath where he had swung and tackled him to the ground and began flailing on top of him as he used the bat to try and hold him back. He was holding the bat against the man's neck as the man apparently started drooling all over his face while he flapped his hands to try and grab him by the face. This apparently went on for a couple of seconds before the man retreated his face, and then suddenly, the caller felt a sharp pain and a burning in his leg. He said the man had bitten him, and upon feeling this, and finally having enough leverage to fend him off, he was able to strike the man several times on the back of the head with the bat. He said that the man did not seem to be harmed, and even shot him what he told me was an angry look before getting up and eventually scrambling off. He disappeared into the nearby bushes as the narrator hit him a few more times as he fled. At this point, I feel I should mention that this whole time that the caller was telling me this, I noticed that he had begun to start sweating. Again, he barely took a breath, and he had started to look a little bit queasy. I honestly thought that he might pass out, just from the look of him. It was at this point the caller pulled up his trousers and told me to take a look for myself to prove he was not lying, but aside from some redness near his ankle, I could not see any signs of a bite. I was keeping my partner updated on the radio and told him to head back in towards me. All throughout this story, by the way, the wife has not looked up once, and the man is now starting to clutch at his chest as he continues to ramble about the bite and the burning. He is telling me how he could not feel his feet anymore. I tell him that he should sit down and that I will grab some water, and I alert both my partner and dispatch to the situation at the same time. He takes a few steps backwards but is unsteady on his feet, and I see his hands just trembling away. He takes another step. He tries to sit down, but he misses, and his ass hits the ground. I ask him if he is okay, but I noticed he has started foaming at the mouth and is now shaking violently. His wife has jumped up to her feet, but still is not saying a word. She is just looking on in complete shock. I am now yelling for my partner to get in here and telling dispatch we need an ambulance immediately. My partner previously worked as a paramedic for a number of years, so my thinking was that he could try and get me to stabilize the man before EMS got here. Anything that we could do to give him a better chance of survival and give the EMS an easier time. In the handful of seconds it takes my partner to get inside though, the shaking has stopped and the man is not moving. My partner comes in, checks vitals, etc., but he is pretty sure the man is dead. He has no pulse whatsoever. Upon hearing this from us, the wife just starts bawling her eyes out. We update dispatch, and they tell us that EMS are already en route and that the ETA is around 15 minutes. My partner is tending to the man still, but he tells me that he found something, weird in the yard. He told me he saw some footprints and some marks from the scuffle where the two had hit the ground pretty hard. But he told me he found something weird and holds it up to me after pulling it out from his pocket. It's an identification card. It's an identification card for the US government, but that's not all. It's an identification card for the Department of fucking Defense. Holy shit. I mentioned it over the radio. This guy has clearly gone on some kind of crime spree and stolen this card from a worker's home. Who knows how many houses he has broken into or tried to break into. Dispatch was silent for an awfully long time, and I was worried that there was something wrong with my radio. When I got a response again, it was a different person. It was a man now, and he sounded really old. He told me that an ambulance would be there ASAP, along with more officers. I was like, what the hell? This is a medical emergency with no immediate threat, and we never asked for backup. I just said roger that, and told my partner over my shoulder that dispatch was being weird. I was facing away at this point and looking outside of the window. My partner does not respond at first, and I'm like, dude. I turn around to see my partner stood in complete shock, and then I see what he is looking at. The man who he basically pronounced dead is shaking again. Not like the electrical impulses that are still around that make muscles twitch and spasm after someone dies. I am talking about a full-on body shaking. This goes on for about 20 seconds before his eyes roll back open. They now have a pinkish/reddish hue to them, and they do not look right. We try to speak to the man and figure out whether he is properly conscious and is aware, but he does not respond to anything. We tell his wife to take a step back and to come and stand behind us for safety, but she does not even acknowledge us and just stands there watching. The shaking continues, but now focused only in the torso region. I see the caller move his fingers on both hands in a pattern. He is flexing all of his fingers in this sort of wave motion. His neck is propped up, and he is looking directly at the ceiling, and I swear on my life, this next part is true. He begins to stand. He is still looking directly up at the ceiling, and his torso is still like vibrating, but he begins to get to his feet. Again, he is not responding to us whatsoever, and I am now screaming down the radio at dispatch, saying, he got back up. I do not know what is happening, but he got back up. He starts taking steps towards us, while still staring at the ceiling, and we are now commanding him to back up. We are telling him he needs to sit down on the couch and wait until the medical professionals arrive, but he does not stop. He is just taking more and more steps. He just keeps moving forward. His wife is grabbing onto his arm, clinging to him, and is crying while begging him to listen to us. We are now yelling at her to get behind us for safety, but she is not listening either. While in the midst of taking these steps, he suddenly snaps his head down to face directly forward, and I hear this sickening crack sound. We have our guns at low ready, and we tell him to get on the ground immediately. This guy is unarmed and very clearly unwell, and with his wife right next to him and refusing to cooperate, we obviously did not want to escalate the situation. We did not want to cause any more harm to a man who by all means should have already died, but we cannot take any risks. By this point, I have no idea what is going on, and I can't think of any kind of medical condition that could cause such a rapid change in a person, to make them act so crazy and frantic. Finally, after lots of yelling from us and crying from his wife, the caller stops on the spot. But this only lasts for probably about half a second in total. It all happened so fast. In that split second, the caller snaps his head to his right-hand side, where he sees his wife. We could not react fast enough to stop him. He lunges at her while making this horrible noise. It sounds like his throat is completely dry, and yet clogged up with a year's worth of mucus at the same time. My partner rushes in to pull the man off of his wife, as we cannot risk taking a shot while he is flailing, as we might accidentally injure her. But the damage is already done. I can see his mouth around her neck, and his teeth pressed firmly in. She is bleeding, badly. I am shouting at dispatch as the situation escalates, and I am told they are probably seconds away by now. My partner cannot wrestle him off. He told me after the fact, it seemed like he had the strength of every single man in the world. I can see that the wife is not moving anymore, so I take the decision. I tell my partner to move, and I place a shot center mass. Again, all of this scramble happened in literal seconds. From him lunging, to the bite, to her going limp, to me deciding to shoot, could not have even been 10 seconds in total. That is just how quickly you have to react on the job. I put 2 shots, 3 shots center mass, but this bastard is not even slowing down. He is still just ripping and tearing at his wife, with his teeth and his fingernails that are full of blood and have dirt from outside caught underneath them. My partner, who had a much better angle than I, managed to connect with a round directly to the caller's head, and he went limp. My partner rushed to attend to the wife, but it did not look good. I don't even think a full minute went by before the front door was practically smashed open, and a group of around 4 officers entered first. The ambulance was right outside. I could see it through the window. I could hear the sirens going off, but the EMS was being held back by 2 other officers outside, and all I could do was shout, "She is going to die if you do not let them help her." I could not understand why medical attention was being delayed. I was ignored while they began to just take over and sweep the house. I asked them what the hell they were doing until one of them grabbed me by my shoulders and forcefully pushed me up against the wall and told me to shut up and let them do their job. This guy was wearing the same uniform and badge as me, but I had never seen him around anywhere before, and he was not acting like a run-of-the-mill cop from around here. He told me that me and my partner were to get the hell out before he threw us out. I almost punched the bastard right there before my partner blocked me and pulled me outside. Another car pulled up not long after that. Looked like FBI getting out of that car. I had to write up a detailed report. I ended up getting pulled in to talk to the chief of police directly. He told me he wanted to know each and every word from me directly. I told him exactly what I saw and exactly what I thought, both now and then in the moment. Then he just tells me it was nothing to worry about. He told me that the officers that he had sent in as a backup had found some pills on the scene that were not prescription. They looked home-brewed, as he called it. He said they also found some used needles in the bedroom, and that it was probably a junkie who finally snapped. He reassured me the house probably was not attacked, and that he had just made it up in his head, had a medical episode of some kind, and then acted out violently due to the drugs still in his system and his confused brain. I tried to interrupt him and tell him that did not add up with what we found outside, both the tracks and the stolen identity card that my partner handed in. He looked at me puzzled and told me that my partner had not handed anything in, and I told him that was impossible. He kinda made this sigh and gave me this pitiful look and was like, "Look, son, you've had a rough night, been pushing yourself too hard. Go home and get some rest. You did all you could. This was not your fault." And before I could even argue back, I was sent packing out of the room. The woman apparently died on scene. She made it to the hospital eventually, but was already long gone, and there was nothing they could do for her. I got hold of my partner around a week or so later. I had not heard from him since that night, and I was kinda worried. He was kinda nervous and evasive when I talked to him. I asked him about the identity card, and he acted all shaky and tried to give me a puzzled look. He just told me he had no idea what I was talking about. Then he told me that he was just up and quitting. He said he had enough and could not go through with something like that again. He told me, and he said this verbatim, that he was scared he might not make it back home to his wife and kids next time. I mean, what does that even mean? I never found anything else out after that. The rest is a complete mystery to me. I am just glad I do not have to deal with crazy bullshit like that daily anymore. This story takes place in Long Island. My dad at the time was a police officer. This story happened to my dad. Being my dad, have to work night shifts, 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. or something like that. My job is to lock down parks and beaches at night. I go into the pitch black darkness and search for people and then lock up the park. Rinse and repeat for each and every park on my patrol. The sky is beautiful at night. Once at a park, decide to chill for a minute. I look up in the sky. I see a star moving very fast. It is bouncing up and down and making shapes in the sky. It goes very fast and then stops for a second and then continues. It's doing like unbelievable turns, like 90 degrees going straight down and all, to be a satellite or a plane. Those two could not do the turns this thing was doing. I get scared as all hell. I remember that I have my BlackBerry phone. I record this stuff. I get in my police vehicle and book it. When I was young, I am into all of the police stuff that my dad did, so when he came home, I will ask him about his day. He told me the usual crap when he talks about the light he saw. He had almost HD video, and you can see that little star moving around. Back then, I did not think much of it, but realizing it now, I asked my dad about that, and he says he might even still have the footage of the light, since we have a hard drive with roughly over 10 years of data. I remember seeing that shit with my own eyes on his phone. He has many other paranormal stories when he goes on patrol. He is going to check the hard drive at his work in a few days to see if he still has the video. Hey all, time for another story. My dad is a police officer and he works the night shifts. He is seen in being through a lot of stuff. This night, he is an auxiliary. It took place a few years ago, which is basically a cop volunteer. He told me this a while ago when he came back. His job is usually just to lock down the parks and beaches at night. This actually took place on a famous local beach on Long Island called West Meadow Beach. If you live on Long Island, you would know it. This was around 12 a.m. at the beach. Be my dad, roughly 4 to 5 years ago. He has this friend, let's call him Greg. Greg and I go to parks and beaches. We pull up together at a beach called West Meadow Beach. We go inside the gates. He and I have our windows rolled down. Greg and I are making small talk. I look through the rearview mirror and see something like pick related. The gnome. Small. Maybe the size of a radiator in a home. Like 2 foot tall. It's a little hunched over, kind of making some sort of dance walk. It dragged its leg as it ran hunched over. I turned to Greg. Hey, did you see that? Yes. Oh shit. I think it may be a kid. Sadly, it is my job to look over things like this. I turn on the spotlight and begin my search. I get out of the car with my flashlight with Greg and proceed to look around. I can't see anything. I look around the tree line. It's absolutely quiet and there is nothing to be found. We get out of there. Greg and I decide to brush it off as geese since it's season, etc, etc. The next day, which was a Friday actually, it's around 12 AM. We park in the same spot we have always parked at. Here is the layout of the beach. There is a road that no one really goes on because it is really dark, etc. On this road, there is an abandoned house. It's about a stone's throw away, pardon the pun. Suddenly, a rock hits my windshield. I brush it off. Another one hits my windshield. What the hell is going on? Then another one hits Greg's windshield. I am scared shitless, but brush it off, as thinking kids in abandoned houses are just messing with us. We get out of our cars, turning on every light we had. We search everywhere on the beach. There is not a soul in sight. We just book it out of there after locking the gates. So, he calls it a gnome. My dad, being the rookie that he is, decides not to tell anyone in fear of being made fun of in the police department. It turns out that the other officers who have visited the beach also have had odd experiences, and some even claim to have seen this gnome. It got so bad in the police department that the volunteer officers would bring shotguns if they were going to that beach. Even the head chief of the department sent a letter to all of the officers saying that they do not have authority to shoot the gnome or little people because there is no lethal threat. They don't want to hurt animals or kids. Unrelated to the story of ridicule, my dad was with his buddy when a dog attacked them while on patrol. The dog bit into the officer's arm, and so he shot the dog in the head face down, so he shot his own arm as well. People to this day still leave puppy pictures on his police locker. That is being made fun of in the police department. I have told this one before, but it really sticks with me, and I like sharing it in these threads. I am state police. I regularly do river patrols to try and find shit like drug farms, abandoned boats, hermits living off the shore, poachers, etc. It was my day off. I was practicing my boating and familiarizing myself with the river. The area was gorgeous, and I was mostly using it as an excuse to borrow a boat. I am scoping out the distance here and there with my binoculars, not really doing anything, just watching buzzards and seeing if I could spot any wildlife along the shores up ahead. I see this white birch-like tree with no leaves on it, not shaped like a birch tree at all. The very second I see it, I feel like there is something wrong with it. I notice its branches are moving kind of weirdly, while all of the other trees are moving uniformly with the wind. It starts just wigging out and wiggling. It's doing this weird kind of bouncy dance-like movement, like a bouncing S-shape, inverting and reverting over and over. It really gives me some extremely bad vibes. I notice most of the birds in the area have completely shut up, despite this being pretty far away. I don't really care if it's a bad omen or some kind of messed up unique mutant thing. I just want to get a closer look. I brought my SKS, just in case anyway. It made me feel better to have it near my hands. It is completely gone by the time I get to the area. I've gone back through the area a few times and I have never seen it again. I am bad at drawing with a mouse, but it looked pretty close to this. I have tried to seek any explanation whatsoever for what this thing could have been, even paranormal, but all I get by people is, maybe something possessed it, or maybe it was God or something. Those are not super satisfying answers. I tried asking some storytellers in my tribal community, but nobody knows of anything like that in the area, and these guys could talk about shit like bears that have human faces, and double-headed crows as big as a house. I could not find anything that even comes close to describing the shit. This might be nothing, but might also be a solid lead. It reminds me of something Charles Fort wrote about in New Lands, 1923. October 15th, 1922. A large quantity of white substance that fell upon the shores of Lake Michigan near Chicago. It fell upon the clothes of hundreds of persons, fell upon the campus of Northwestern University. It occurred to one of these hundreds or thousands of persons to collect some of the substance. He is Mr. L.A. Hopkins, 111 West Jackson Boulevard, Chicago. He sent me a sample. I think that it is a spiderweb because it is viscous. When burned, it chars with the crinkled effect of burned hairs and feathers, and the odor is similar, but it is a strong, tough substance of a cottony texture when rolled up. The interesting circumstance to me is that the similar substance has fallen frequently upon this earth in October. While the substance's fall and form are different, the description of how the substance behaves feels very similar to the behavior of your tree. A tough, cottony, spiderweb-like substance would behave similarly in that shape. I think it's probably something different, but I saw something similar once. I was out for a hike in the woods when I came across a cherry tree in full blossom. A Japanese cherry tree in full blossom in the middle of the North American Midwestern forest. The petals were blowing in the wind, and the branches were shaking. The whole scene was quite lovely, and I walked closer to get a good look. That's when I noticed that it was the only tree blowing in the wind. The rest of them were not even twitching. And that is when I noticed that there were no petals on the ground around the tree. Not a single one. I was not scared at this point, but I was pretty sketched out, and I slowly backed away. That was when I saw the eyes peering out of a large branch at the top of the trunk. The best way I can describe this thing is a huge praying mantis, like one of those ones that pretend to be a flower or a leaf, except this one was pretending to be an entire tree, complete with branches, petals, leaves, etc. I could swear it was looking right at me, but I backed away, and it never came after me. Scariest thing I have ever seen. I am gonna cut the crap and proceed right into what happened to me because I think what I experienced stands well enough on its own. Take it or leave it, essentially. I am North Korean. I have lived in South Korea for some 30-odd years now, and I guess I finally just feel like I am in a good, safe headspace to share this. I was in the North Korean army for as long as I was able to be. I didn't really have all that much way of education about the world, and it just seemed like the easiest choice. Even if I didn't really see much, I would at least see something. More than my family would ever get to see. Both my parents died when I was young, and I did not have much in the way of family, so I was basically raised in a home. I wouldn't say raised so much as owned. I was basically groomed to be in the army. Usually, kids are recruited in the spring, and you have these large send-off ceremonies where parents say goodbye. Military service is mandatory for at least 10 years for me, and I think 7 years for women, but that obviously was not necessary for me. Because I was an orphan at this point, it was basically drilled into me that this was the only way for me to survive, to be able to feed myself, to be able to gain status instead of staying poor and barely scraping by for the rest of my life. I completed basic training within a month, and it was one of the worst experiences of my life. Basic training and just the army in general is rampant with abuse, which I'm sure I don't even need to describe for you to guess at. Daily beatings. I saw one kid tied up in handcuffs in the showers, with boiling hot water sprayed at him until I saw bits of his flesh starting to flake off, and he cried and begged for mercy. It wasn't even the worst thing that I saw while I was there, but I don't think it's necessary for you to hear the rest. I think I got my point across. After basic was over, I was assigned to my branch, which was Ground Forces. Ground Forces is the largest and has over 1 million soldiers. It's basically what you get shoved in if you were deemed to be too much of a bonehead to do anything more complicated than stand and salute and wipe your ass and say please and thank you. After that, I was assigned to my first post. The less desirable spots, The things that are in the middle of nowhere, things that have a high chance of death, are given to those of lower class, of lower loyalty. The higher your family status, the better chance you have of something good. I was deemed pretty much useless and ended up on this post out in the middle of nowhere in Samjiyon. It was just this little outpost, and we were to patrol, guard the outpost, and procure supplies daily. I worked shitholes like this for years, rotating through places that were desolate with tiny populations, eating horrible food, and suffering abuse daily. That was until I was eventually transferred to this base that was located near the capital, Pyongyang. I could not believe my ears when I was told this, but it was not at all that it first seemed. There was this almost bunker-like thing on the outskirts of the city, basically at the base of a mountain-like thing, and was actually built into the ground in the woods. It was always heavily guarded. Citizens have to be escorted by armed guard to visit the nearby cemetery. It was way out of the way of the big city. I don't want to spend time telling you about all of the horrible things that I witnessed here. I don't want to tell you about all of the horrible things that they made me do. Executing a young boy because his father fled the country. They made me pull the trigger. And it was all for nothing anyway, because his father barely got a mile out of their grasp before they hauled him back in and tortured him for hours until his body finally gave up. They closed down the graveyard for a while, and I was to stand guard every night along with another rotation of soldiers. I was basically given zero info on what was going on. My orders were essentially, stand in this spot, do not move. You will work from this time to this time, and this soldier will retrieve you when it is time for you to rest. 12 hours straight, they wanted me to stand with nothing but a set of binoculars, a rifle, and a bottle of water. If I needed to piss, I had to do it out in the open while still watching. It did not take long for me to notice strange things, and that was without even really looking. We had a half-assed checkpoint set up, and I was to check IDs and verify the personnel being let into the graveyard and the site, but I only checked on day one, and afterwards I just left them alone and let them do what they needed to do. If I hassled them too much, then I would be berated, and then command would not be happy with me. There were no military personnel coming in, aside from the scheduled rotations. It was all scientists. The thing that freaked me out the most is that they were wearing these protective suits, like these big fumigation suits with built-in gas masks and such. They had trucks pulling in. I had to occasionally do spot checks just to double-check the cargo, and they had all sorts of chemicals in the back, the names of which I had never heard before in my life. I had never even seen anything like it. What possible use they could have for something like that in a graveyard is what I was wondering. I was mostly on guard duty during the night, with other soldiers taking shifts throughout the day, and there was no small talk or gossip between us. Gossip was grounds for serious punishment. There was a base nearby and soldiers flowing through every so often, and vehicles pulling past or pulling up. You would not talk to the scientists either. Just opening your mouth will get you in serious trouble. Beatings, starvation, or worse. They couldn't exactly force me to close my eyes though, and I saw things while I was there. Too many things. These scientists had these, I want to call them tubes or something, but they were big. Like, really big. Bigger than my arm, wider than my head, probably. They were attached to and running from a nearby temporary shelter that had been set up. They were connected to barrels. I assume they had some kind of chemicals in them, probably a mixture of what had been arriving. It immediately struck me as odd because they were running these tubes into the ground. They were running them into graves, running them in this neat network that would hit basically every grave in the graveyard, it looked like. I had never really seen anything like it before. They spent days mixing and connecting and preparing. Before I saw the barrels through the window one night, I thought maybe they were dumping some kind of waste that they had no other place for. I had no idea how waste management worked in the city. I thought maybe they had some new technique instead of a landfill. Then I saw the barrels and thought maybe they were storing nuclear waste where no one would look for it or come into direct contact with it. But that would not work either. I know now from research after I have left that nuclear waste has to be contained and can't just be dumped or pumped into the ground in its raw form, or it will cause massive problems and affect the people of Pyongyang, kill them or make them ill or worse. So what the hell were they dumping? I know that by this point, no one had visited the cemetery under guard for a number of years. I think the deceased there were old, and all of the relatives had passed or didn't care. I figured new graveyards had been built somewhere, or maybe people just weren't being allowed to anymore. One night, the important night, I am on guard duty as usual, and I hear this whirring sound behind me, and then these loud funking mechanical noises. They had set up these machines nearby, something like generators but not quite. I'm not sure if they were just for power or had some other kind of purpose, but they were really loud. I could not help myself from turning around and looking, which made me catch some abuse from the scientists. Before I ended up turning back around, I could see that these tubes were now being used. The machine was helping to pump them, and I could see them almost throbbing as something quite big and thick was being pumped into the dirt, directly into where the graves were. I started to smell this really horrible chemical smell, and every time I breathed in and got a whiff of it, I could feel my nose start to burn. It felt like the little hairs inside my nose were stinging or catching fire, or like a little electrical jolt on them. I can't even describe the chemical smell. It was like smelling chlorine, but more sour, I guess you would maybe say, and this hint of something metallic. I also had this foul taste in my mouth that I could not really pinpoint. The pumping of these, what I assume are chemicals in hindsight, continues for around 5 minutes or so, before I start to hear these really strange but faint sounds. It sounds like a really distant thunder, just on the edge of my hearing. I also think I hear scratching, like the sound of a cat pulling its claws along wood or tree bark. I was not paying it any mind. I was tired, barely keeping my eyes open while standing, and I figured whatever weird things were happening was down to these machines. Out of what seemed like nowhere, I started to feel these shock waves moving through the earth. I could feel them travel along the ground, and I felt the sensation travel into my feet and up my legs. It startled me, and I could not help but turn around and ask what the hell was going on, just on impulse. It could have gotten me killed, but I was so confused. It was like I was on autopilot, and they told me very quickly to shut up and turn back around. But before I could even have a chance, the ground started to almost rumble. Not like a really high magnitude earthquake, but just these little rumblings that made me lose my balance. These scientists or whoever they claimed to be were fumbling, shouting to each other, checking the machine and making notes. One of them made a radio call. I heard a siren going off in the distance that signaled that the nearby base would be on high alert, and I guess they were being called over. One of the guys starts yelling frantically to stop the machine, but the others just shake their heads and tell him to wait. The rumblings continued over the next minute and seemed to get worse, until I saw the dirt and ground directly above the graves start to visibly shake and move up and down. It was every single grave in the graveyard, not just one. All at once, the shaking and rumbling just stops, and everything is quiet for a second apart from those weird noises that have become louder. And then one by one, the dirt above the graves just start to give way. The dirt starts to form this kind of sinkhole or something, and the dirt starts to funnel downwards like crumbling sand, and these big holes started to form. This took multiple minutes to happen, and by that point most soldiers had arrived. I was punched by one of my commanding officers for watching, and then told to get into formation. I think this is what scared me the most. They did not even take the time to properly punish me. That never happened. We were all lined up with our rifles raised, and I did not know what we were waiting for. The scientists were still near the machine, and there were a couple of soldiers next to them, restraining them and shouting at them to turn off the machine. Everything after this is just a blur that I can faintly recall. I remember hearing this loud sound that made my ears ring. I remember something making the dirt that was left near the grave almost pop, and then something, what looked like a limb, shot out of it. I remember seeing this weird, translucent thing sliver its way out. You could see straight through it. It had no kind of organs. It wasn't built like a human, but it had these weird limbs. And it was fast. I don't remember how it moved or how its limbs worked. I remember my commanding officer shouting at us to be ready to fire. I remember seeing it move in a flash and appearing by the scientists. I remember seeing it grab one scientist by the ankles. I remember seeing his legs just turning into a liquid. The thing held him. I heard the scream. I swore I saw some kind of steam coming off of the scientist and the creature, and I saw just liquid where the ankle and the foot should have been. Not like water, but viscous. Some kind of goo, maybe. We were told to fire, and we did, but it did not work immediately. The soldiers closest to the thing did not stand a chance. One of them just dropped after being touched. Nothing melted like the other guy. I didn't see any steam or water or goo. He fell to the ground, and this could have just been my mind seeing things. He fell to the ground in a pile of loose skin, like he became 2D. Does that even make sense? Like there was nothing underneath him anymore, like he had no bones left under the skin. There was nothing keeping his form. I remember seeing bullets hit this thing. I remember hearing these screams that I cannot recall, but I never saw any blood. It tried to retreat back to the sinkhole. It damn near got away, but it eventually seized up. I saw its limbs curl upwards towards itself, like when a spider dies. Again, the aftermath is just kind of a blur. I got put on cleanup. I remember throwing up lots of times. I remember being taken into this locked, all-white room, being threatened. I don't even remember the threats because I was not even present in the room. I was like, not in my body listening. I could not think or see straight. No one gossiped, so no one knew. No one talked. That was the end. I stood guard there for another few weeks. They pumped more chemicals. They used those machines again. Nothing came out any other time that I was there. It was then that I realized my whole life was worthless. Everything I had ever done was pointless. I had no future anymore. I mean, I never did anyway, but at that point, it really set in. I never even really got a chance to grieve for my parents. Never got to visit their graves. I never even found out how or why they died. The process for being smuggled out of North Korea is a long one. It's detailed. The people helping can be killed at a moment's notice, and you will fall into a trap. If you have family and you escape, they will be punished. Every generation will be punished, even those who were born after you escape. I could not sleep or eat while all of this was going on. Knowing that everyone you ever spoke to, even in passing, was at risk of punishment. This whole entire escape, it took me years. Years of restlessness and planning. I couldn't just get away overnight. I had to stay there and reckon with what happened, reckon with what was going to happen. I only had one person who agreed to help, who I knew who I could trust. The less people you involve, the safer it is for everyone. He had smuggled people before. He knew the border pretty well. He knew all the different routes and all the different schedules. He knew the soldier rotations, when they take breaks, when was the best time to go, when the weather would be best. He could not accompany me personally, but he could advise me and then leave the rest to me. I had a tiny stash of food that I had to stretch, and I had a little pocket lighter and some valuables that had been left to me, an old wedding ring of my parents and a little necklace. I had to use these for bribes. The escape route had to be the northern border, where I would be crossing the Tumen River. It was incredibly dangerous, and I would only have one chance to get it right. The water is icy cold in the winter, so it had to be in the summer to avoid hypothermia before I even got to safety. The banks of the river are incredibly steep, so you have to claw your way up it with just your fingernails as quickly as you can before you grow weak and the strong current pulls you away. Once you cross to the Chinese side, it is just uninhabited wilderness for miles. I had to hope to not get lost in the dense forest or be killed by wildlife. I did not know any of this, but my helper, he informed me that there were landmines placed all around. He told me that where I was crossing was the safest, but he could not be sure that there would not be new ones placed. At any second, I could take one wrong step and lose my life. I have heard that in recent years, it has become even harder than when I left. They make the rivers deeper so you can't climb and get swept away, and there are so many hidden traps and mines that the odds are not in your favor. And of course, there is always the chance that my helper is an inside man, and he or a local turns me in. Even to the end, you cannot trust anyone. You have to be prepared for absolutely everything. I had to wait for a dark night, for heavy fog, and then I just had to pray. Pray that I would not be spotted or shot. But I made it. I had planned for a shift change, and the intel that I had was right. I made it somehow, not without having blood streaming from my fingers and ripping the nail off entirely from the nail bed on one of my fingers. I remember that clearly because it got infected, and I was scared that my finger would fall off or it would spread to my entire hand. You are not even safe once you hit China. There are people always looking, and they will send you back. I had to get help through a contact that I was given. I had to hope that they were still alive. I moved through this network of safe houses that I think was operated by some kind of a Christian organization. They were pushy and preachy, but it felt comforting somehow, even if that was not my faith. This went on for weeks, a month or more, and the goal is to reach a third country where you will be safe and manage to gain asylum. I ended up in Thailand by the end. After that, I had to spend a long time scraping together money for food while I contacted the South Korean embassy. I think I had to talk to this third-party organization first to even get anywhere and even get into contact with them. After that, I was treated like a criminal for a while. Interrogations, investigations, background checks. It was, intense. But I am thankful. I managed to get away. I hope all those who helped me are okay. I hope other people manage to save themselves too. I don't really know what happened that night. In the end, I think maybe whatever chemicals they were pumping into the ground for whatever reason made my mind see things that were not there. Either that or I'm crazy, and life in North Korea just finally broke my mind. Either way, I am just glad to be safe. I feel happy I made it to share my experience, even if it isn't really a believable one. When this happened to me, I was about 18 years old. I had just gotten my draft notice for the Soviet army. I was not thrilled, of course, but it's what everyone does, and I didn't really have an option. I meet this guy called Oleg at the transit point. He is the same age as me. He's basically gone through the same thing. We are both from the same region. We are both city boys. Since we have this in common, we end up becoming pretty fast friends. Especially when we get assigned to the same training camp. That's when we properly become friends. The first week is hell. We got put through a lot of rough training, but we bonded over shared misery. One night, Oleg starts to tell me this story about last summer in his grandma's village. He says the village is somewhere deep in the Volga region. It's this tiny little place that is barely on the map. There are tons of these kinds of villages around Russia. He spent a month there. He said that there was nothing really to do but fish. He is not even a real angler, but he says that boredom makes you creative. He explores every single riverbank that there is in the village. He catches enough fish to feed the whole village. But then he starts to get restless. He wants something new. The same old lakes are becoming boring. The same old rivers are offering nothing new. Oleg's grandma mentions a lake to him. She says it's probably around 20 kilometers away, full of crucian carp. She says that men used to go there, spend the night, but then bad things started to happen. Drownings, disappearances, people just up and stop going. No one has fished there for a long time. There is another old village nearby, Olkovka. It's abandoned. The river is all dried up. Everyone left. Oleg's grandma is superstitious. She warns him to be careful, but she says, "You're a city boy. You will be fine. You know how to handle yourself." She gives him grandpa's battered Ural bike. She tells him the route. Oleg is completely hooked. He is desperate to see this lake. He wants to catch something big. He's imagining all the different fish that could be living there. He plans to go in the morning, but the rain kind of ruins it. By noon, the weather clears up. The sun is blazing. The birds are singing. Grandma tries to stop him, but he is really stubborn. He straps rods to the bike and shouts, "I'll be quick," and pedals off. The road winds through wheat and rye fields. The road is wide but pretty rough. It's a wonder he did not hit a stray rock and fall off his bike. He said that there was not a soul inside for over an hour. He starts to feel really uneasy while traveling there, but tells himself it just means more fish. He finally sees the village in the distance, just like Grandma described. The houses are old, all falling apart. The roofs are caved in. The windows are smashed. There is this one house in the village that stands out. It's about 4 stories tall. It's blackened by age, but it's shaped like a pyramid. It looks abandoned, but the windows are actually intact. The path leading up to the gate is all worn, like tons of people have walked over it over the years. Oleg slows down. He feels this chill running through his body, but he decides to keep going. The village is dead silent and there is no sign of anything. No dogs or people. There's only the wind howling. The road starts to get worse and more torn as he goes on. There are these huge puddles that have formed in gaps in the potholes. He almost loses the bike in one. He does not want to stop. He feels like something is watching him now. He gets to the last house on the edge of the village. There is this birch tree and an old wooden bench. He sees an old woman sitting there, staring at him. She is smiling. He shouts hello, but she does not respond. Just turns her head to follow him and watch him the whole way. He pedals faster. He feels her gaze burning into his back. He glances back. He sees her standing in a road, waving a handkerchief. He shakes it off. He enters a grove. He realizes it's the village cemetery. It's all abandoned too. The crosses and the monuments are all overgrown. They haven't been cleaned in who knows how long. The trees are blocking the sun. It feels like evening in there, even though it's still bright outside. He gets spooked. He thinks about turning back, but he pushes on. He finally reaches the lake. It's beautiful and untouched. There is forest all around. He sets up his rod and starts fishing. He catches these huge crucian carp, bigger than anything he's ever seen. But the line keeps breaking because the fish are too strong and his hands are shaking from excitement. He eventually loses track of time. The sun starts to set. He realizes he has been there for much too long. He needs to get back before dark. He packs up. He leaves most of the fish and only takes the biggest ones, as much as he can carry. He secures the bag, hops on the bike, and pedals hard. He wants to get past the cemetery and village before night falls, but fate has other plans. He enters the cemetery. His rear tire goes flat. He has almost 20 kilometers left to go. He has no way to ride. He has to stop and fix the tire. There are mosquitoes everywhere now. Darkness falls fast. It feels like the trees are closing in. He tries not to look at the graves, but he cannot help it. He imagines the dead watching him. He feels their eyes. He finally fixes the tire and rushes to pack up. His bag tips over. The fish flop on the ground. They are still alive. He throws them back in, ties the bag tight, and then pedals away. He feels relief as he leaves the cemetery and sees an open field ahead. He glances back to check the tire. He sees a boy sitting on the trunk, 6 or 7 years old, dirty, silent. He has no idea where he came from, too far away from any house. He stops and asks, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" The boy just stares and does not say a word. "Are you from Olkovka?" The boy nods. Oleg says, "I'll take you home. Hold on tight." He pedals fast. He tries to get the boy to talk, but he stays silent. He enters the village, sees the birch tree. The bench is empty. The old woman is just gone. The houses are all dark. No lights on, no movement. He asks, "What house do you live in?" The boy does not respond. He glances back. The boy is gone. The bag of fish is gone too. He curses and feels stupid, but he just wants to get home. He pedals through the village. Everything is silent. He passes the pyramid house. One window is glowing on the top floor. He feels a chill and starts pedaling faster. Suddenly, he hears a horse neighing from the black house. It is loud and sharp. He hears hooves clattering. There is a horse thrashing in the yard. He can't see anything because the fence is too high. Panic sets in and he pedals as fast as he can. He does not care about the tire or the fish anymore. He just wants to get home. The wheel holds up. He races across the field. He is exhausted by this point. He slows down a little and listens, but he can't hear anything. Then, he hears the clatter of hooves right behind him, getting louder, getting closer. He panics and tries to outrun it, but the road is narrow. There are fields on both sides. The hooves get closer. He can feel the horse breathing right behind him. He yanks the handlebars and crashes into the wheat. The horse rushes past. It is riderless. He lies in the field with his heart pounding and waits for the sound to fade. He drags the bike back to the road. Front wheel is bent now. He cannot ride it. He starts walking, with the bike limping beside him. He walks for hours and loses track of time. He hears hooves again, but also this time he hears voices. He sees flashlight beams and villagers in a cart. He sees his grandma's neighbors searching for him. They laugh at his story, say they never saw a horse on the road. He gets home. Grandma is terrified, especially by the story of the boy and the fish. She crosses herself and scolds him for days. Never take anything from a churchyard, even if it's valuable. Leave it, or you will be cursed. This story sticks with me, but I try to forget. A month later, Oleg gets kicked by a horse during kitchen duty. The hoof hits him in the forehead. He is in critical condition. He is taken to the hospital and discharged soon after. I never found out what happened to him after that. I never saw him, so I don't know if he survived. I can't shake the feeling that something followed him back from the village. It seems almost like too much of a coincidence. This happened to me back around the mid-2000s or so. I was really hesitant to reveal too much, but I figure at this point, the worst is probably way over by now. And what trouble could I really get into now? I think it's probably okay now. What I saw is probably long outdated, and it's not like people think the stories on this website are anything more than just easy entertainment to pass the time anyway. Let me cut the BS. I served in my country's army for many, many years. I was involved in countless conflicts and operations. At a certain stage of my life, I was heavily involved with NATO because, as crazy as it sounds, I enjoyed seeing places that I never would have in my life otherwise. Most of this was just peacekeeping rather than active conflict. Though that's not to say that we did not run into any trouble or resistance depending on the country that we were in. Bosnia after the war was the worst of it by far.
During the time this story took place, I was actually stationed in Estonia, but it wasn't exactly your typical peacekeeping work. It was a bit different to everything I had done so far and took me a bit of time to adjust. I was there as part of the Enhanced Forward Presence mission that had been taking place since Estonia became a NATO member in 2004. Soldiers from many different nations like the UK and France and Belgium and even the US are all deployed here in order to have a heavy presence, especially along the border to Russia. The job of these deployments is to deter aggression, which basically just means walk around with guns and look mean, conducting reconnaissance and practicing exercises to be ready for if any attack did suddenly take place. It isn't really reported on to the wider public all that well, especially not back then, but you will be surprised at the situations we have had to deal with. People attempting to sneak inside the borders, local villagers helping smuggle weapons and trying to incite violence. It was honestly more hostile than I ever expected, that first year especially. We would be bombarded with bits of intel, both false and true, about threats and aggressive action, and reports of people acting funny, on the border and in the villages, and reports of weapon smuggling, and even people being trafficked. Both ways too. We operated out of Tapa military base, and from there is where we would conduct patrols and such in the remote and forested areas by the border. I thought the day would be business as usual. We had our morning briefing, but then my particular squad deployment was pulled aside and talked to privately. We were a squad of around 9 soldiers, encompassed by a senior NCO, 4 riflemen, a medic, a communication specialist, a support gunner, and a recon specialist. Apparently, we had received word from a local informant, someone with a military background who command seemed to trust and who had given us credible information in the past. The villagers nearby had apparently been reporting some weird activity nearby, particularly coming from this derelict compound that was just a few clicks away from the border. We had patrolled around there in the past, but never investigated too deeply, as it was abandoned, and the Estonian deployment assured us it had been cleared and hollowed out. These villagers had been seeing these weird lights in the sky, nearly every night for a week or so. They thought it was just flares at first, but there was supposedly a spectrum of blue-green lights that would strobe before vanishing. Some villagers who were brave enough to stray away from their cozy homes reportedly heard some heavy thudding and some mechanical clanking. This very quickly prompted an investigation. Our informant was able to personally witness various vehicles pulling into the compound and patrolling around in the distance. They were in different states of disrepair. They looked like they had been pulled right out of a scrapyard and fixed only just enough to function. Intelligence managed to pick up some scrambled signals from encrypted transmissions in that area, but had no such luck in cracking them. They were not from any known military or civilian traffic, and while all of this is going on, you still have the heavy and threatening Russian activity, which I think may command panic. There have been detonations happening just across the border. Nothing insane, just small devices blowing up small structures, or what were essentially fireworks displays which were just intended to scare us. That, combined with a very recent violation of the airspace by a Russian craft, had everyone nervous, and the alert levels were extra high. But not only that, we had to be incredibly careful not to poke the bear. Our job was to de-escalate, not to cause an all-out war after all. This leads me to the operation that we were to carry out. We were tasked with reconnoitering the compound at the grid reference, and we were given the coordinates. We were to approach with caution and maintain radio silence unless contact was made. We were told to look for signs of any recent activity in the area, any tracks, vehicle movements, equipment, weapon caches, unauthorized personnel. We were told not to engage if we encountered resistance and to withdraw immediately. We were told not to fire unless fired upon first. We were given the usual warnings about booby traps and other such things. If we managed to make it to the compound with no resistance, we were to document everything, especially if it was still abandoned but showed signs of recent use. After that, We were to wait for other soldiers to swing by and grant extra assistance before continuing deeper and sweeping the entire compound. Our squad headed out ASAP in a CV-90. Our route was extremely cautious, and we were to travel through a heavily forested area that led to a barely populated village. From there, we would approach the compound on foot, using every opportunity to check for any life signs. We kept checking in every few minutes just to update on our current position and situation. The village that we passed through was a little weird. There were more people there than usual. Everyone was up and awake, and this was like early in the morning, but no one was really actually doing anything. It almost seemed like they were feigning being busy, but were actually secretly keeping track of us. There were recent tracks from another vehicle through this village, not one of ours, and there was this one kid who was sat in his yard. I guess he was supposed to be shearing and caring for the sheep, but he did not even pretend. He locked eyes with me on the way past and gave me this lifeless stare. It creeped me the hell out, if I'm honest. If a grown man did that, I would probably just laugh, but a kid? That gave me the shivers. When we made our final approach, the entire place seemed like a wasteland. There was no aggravation that day at all either. None of the usual scare tactics or false intel or empty threats. None of the decoy explosions or the stupid light shows. It just seemed way too quiet for comfort. We secured a perimeter pretty quickly and did a sweep of the surrounding area. We could not find anything old or disused, no kinds of equipment left behind or anything like that. On the face of it, the place looked well and truly abandoned. I would have believed that our sources were wrong, if not for what was a very visible leak of an oil-like substance around the rear of the compound. Let me tell you, it did not smell like oil. It did not feel like it either. It was much thicker, much more viscous. It really clung to your skin and stained it. I almost felt this small burning sensation and a sharp prick of something when I knelt down and ran my finger through it. My CO was immediately sketched out and said it had all of the markings of a trap. No way they would be so cautious, only to let something so obvious slip by. Command were in agreement, but advised us to maintain a tight perimeter and scout the horizon line. Keep a guard and keep on our toes while they sent more men with gear to help with breaching the compound. I forgot to mention, but even though this place was abandoned and looked a mess at first glance, it was locked down tight. Command has suspicions that the compound was much bigger than the exterior suggested and potentially ran underground. I think the biggest fear of all of us was stepping one foot in that place only to be met with an improvised explosive device. We had to be so careful. I think we sat there for maybe 30 minutes. Only a 2-man team showed up, god damn it. What were they playing at? Command informed us that they suddenly had a situation, more intimidation tactics, and the other men would be there shortly. That's just great. They got to work on the doors. We wanted breaching with explosives to be a last resort. We wanted to keep our presence to a minimum. I think we only waited about 15 more minutes until there was this thunderous crack ringing in my ears, and the rifleman next to me had a gaping wound in his eye, and he was slumped up against a wall, sliding down it with blood gushing out of him. All of the events from here are like one big blur. It's like when you try to recall a dream, and the events are muddied and meshed together, and you can't always remember everything in the right order. You can't always get a clear picture in your mind either. Out of nowhere, there was more gunfire raining down on us, but we could not spot a shooter. One of the other riflemen took a bullet above the knee, and we assumed defensive positions. I remember, and this could be my brain being wrong and misremembering, but it only sounded like one assailant. It did not sound like a barrage of gunfire from a well-drilled team. It sounded like one gun at a time. Every time we tried to peek out ahead to see anything, lifted our arms to provide suppressive fire, it did not seem to deter our attacker. I can't count how many times someone came close to losing their head. There is barely any cover. We are completely exposed. Our comms to command are just static now, and appear to be being jammed somehow. Our cover is being slowly whittled away, and we still cannot see anyone for the life of us.
but we can hear this metallic clanking or thumping, something metal slamming down hard on concrete and on dirt. We decide to go to the last resort. CO is screaming for someone to place charges and breach the compound. He takes the executive decision and figures it would be easier to defend ourselves from an assault inside a base. It was risky and stupid in hindsight, but in the moment, we still were not sure how many shooters we were up against. We could have hit a booby trap, not to mention our attackers would have the advantage of presumably knowing the layout of the compound. Either way, it seemed like a good idea at the time. We did not even need to breach it in the end. One of us almost got killed trying to do that. Thankfully, a soldier on the rear perimeter found some kind of old and messed up metal cellar door type thing. It was buried under piles of trash and scrap metal and dirt and foliage. I have no idea how we did not come across it before that point. I remember there were bursts of suppressing fire ringing out as we took our chance at making a dash for it one by one. There was dust and shit being kicked up in front of us. At one point a couple of explosions went off, but not close enough to us to cause any harm. I think at one point I saw a flare shoot up into the sky too. Once we got in, we immediately began sweeping the compound as fast as we could. We made sure to set up at different parts in order to repel an attack. There were signs of people. There were rooms stacked to the ceiling with documents and paperwork, and even a room with a couple of computers inside of it. We did not have time to stop and check them. We found a staircase and descended deeper into the compound. The hallway was strewn with medical equipment and hospital trolleys, lots of drugs that had been used, either full or partially, used syringes that still looked to have traces of something that I could not make out in them. Then we reached some kind of dead end that led into another room. There was a keypad for the room, but it was switched off, and the door was slightly ajar. What I saw in the room, I still do not know if it was real. All I know is that the hairs on my body immediately stood on end, and I felt this deep, real fear. I was already scared from the chaos outside, but this amplified it somehow, which I did not think was possible, especially at the time. It was a room filled with more medical equipment. There were these test tubes that were still full of these concoctions. They were labeled in what looked to be Russian. They had beds set up that had these horrible stains on them. One of the beds had a hole that was charred right in the middle, like some kind of acid had eaten through it. But the worst part was on the far wall. There were these tanks, medical tanks, water tanks, but I don't think they were full of water. The liquid inside them was tinged in this yellowish hue, which could have just been from debris and age, but I think it was something else. There were 3 of them lining the walls. 2 of them were completely empty, but the one in the middle, it was occupied. There was someone floating there in one of them. I say floating, but his body had actually sunken right to the bottom of this tank, which is the opposite of what should happen when someone dies. In the tank, what was left of a human body. He was very obviously dead. I could not tell you how long ago he died. It didn't look like decay had properly set in yet, but it was hard to tell. Parts of his flesh and his body were just melted away. Strips of flesh were just gone. The skin from his jaw was all gone, and half of the skeleton underneath it was just missing, like it had been dissolved. There were what looked like puncture marks all at different points of the body. Marks on the neck, the arms, even one in the thighs. My CO had seen enough, told us to bring more men down here and reinforce the room. Said we would try and contact command again and ask for additional reinforcements, but that was not the only room left. We mistakenly thought this room was a dead end, but behind what was just hanging cloth and draped sheets, there was another room. It looked to have been hollowed out into the wall. It wasn't a large room, only big enough for a table which had someone strapped down to it, and another wooden structure beside it that was lined with tools. It looked like the most bare workshop that you could possibly imagine. I think this one scared me more than the men in the tank. This guy, he looked like a local from a nearby village. He was strapped down with these leather buckles. His body was, I don't even know how to properly describe this. It was altered. He had bits and pieces of metal fused into this body. You could see a scar where his arm had been amputated below the elbow, And then the horrible wound and scarring where his skin had tried to heal over, where these metal pieces and contraptions had been jammed into him. The bits were just shoved in haphazardly. Some looked like they had been fused to the body with heat. This guy was also clearly dead, but he looked like he suffered a great deal of agony before his death. It was not long after this before we heard an explosion and metal clanking on the ground. We had men positioned strategically to protect the hallway leading to this dead end. We just hear this horrible metal clanking and things being toppled over and what sounds like pieces of metal being, I don't know, crushed. And it was not long before we were under fire again. Again, my memory is not the clearest because the firefight was so fast, but it was just one person. Only one person entered and was firing at us. He looked like the guy on the table, with the metal fused to him, but obviously more refined, I guess you would say. His arms and legs were augmented with metal. He had this metal chestplate type thing embedded into his skin that the skin had healed over. Even when he was hit by bullets in places where he still had flesh, he did not scream or make a sound or even look scared, and no blood came out of him. The only thing that seeped out from his body when he or it was hit by return fire was some kind of black substance. What looked like the same black substance from outside the compound. I remember him walking down the hallway, just eating bullets and not even reacting, even as it hit non-metal parts. His feet were modified, but I couldn't even tell you how. They were made of metal and were almost claw-like and left these deep scratches and gouges into the concrete. I remember him hitting a couple of our men. I remember him making significant ground. I remember our radios finally buzzed back to life and command informed us that men were en route and close by. We were saved. I think this thing realized. It looked messed up. The last thing I remember it doing is dropping down to the floor, dropping down onto all fours, and running back the way it came at a pace that was so incredibly quick. I had never seen anything like it. He just scuttled along the floor. It left a trail of black blood or whatever it was and tore up the ground. We managed to treat the wounded as best as we could until people arrived. Fortunately for us, we only suffered the one casualty. These soldiers arrived, but they were not wearing any type of uniform I have ever seen before. They instantly ordered us to leave. They were aggressive sons of bitches and said they had orders from higher up and for us to do exactly what we were told. We cleared out of there. What followed after this, I don't think I even need to explain. This never made it to any outside sources. It was never talked about outside of each and every one of us being sat down to give a detailed report. We were made to sign papers, to swear, even threatened, although that probably is not the word that they would use. We were told that it was under control, that it was an anomaly in a rogue group. I was told if I breathed a word, then I would be dishonorably discharged and made a laughingstock, that they would make my life hell. I remember one of those soldiers, the ones in the uniform I did not recognize. He outright told me that they would frame me. He said that word would get back home that I was the reason my fellow soldier died, that I had committed a war crime, that I would spend the rest of my life in a military prison. They even told me that they would say that I fled and aided the enemy. I did not need any more convincing. I could go on and on about the aftermath, but I am tired of writing this now. I think I have said enough. They agreed to ship me back to serve with my home country's army. I served for another few years, and then I retired with no issues. I just tried to forget. I convinced myself what I saw was not real. I convinced myself that in my fear, my brain forgot and created false memories to protect me from trauma. Believe it or don't, I just needed this off of my chest. I was out with my team doing recon for a big push into Ramadi, near that massive lake east of the city, south of Fallujah. I can't remember the name, maybe Habenya? Whatever. It's huge and impossible to miss. It was nighttime, and we were posted up about 700 yards away from the highway, just watching for movement. Everything was quiet. My buddy crawled away to take a piss, mumbling some jokes about his large wang. Suddenly, he stopped talking mid-sentence, which was weird as hell. I joked, "What, you get it caught in your zipper?" even though our pants were button flies. He crawled back, grabbed my ankle, and whispered, "There is a kid out there." I did not believe him until I looked and saw a kid just standing in the moonlight, clear as day. The kid was just staring at us, not moving or blinking, like he was waiting for something. I radioed my team leader, thinking our cover was blown, and told him what was happening. TL asked, "Does he know you were there?" And I said I didn't think so, but he was right on top of us. TL said, "Grab the kid and do not let him get away." We did, and the kid did not even fight back. He just calmly raised his hands, like he expected it. My buddy patted him down, cleared him, zip-tied him, and walked him to our hide. The kid's skin was cold, way colder than it should have been for a local kid in December. TL tried to get the Tactical Operations Command on the line to report the situation. They told us to get out and exfil, so we started packing up. I asked what about the kid, and TL said, "Bring him with you." We huffed it towards the lake, about a mile away, moving fast. When we were about 300 to 400 yards away from our original spot, we took a knee in some palm trees and bushes to make sure that we were not being followed. TL decided we were far enough away, so we cut hard into a big canal that runs through Ramade and connects to the lake. He said we could follow the canal straight to the rendezvous and use it as cover. When I turned around to grab the kid, he was gone. Just straight up vanished. No sign he was ever there, except 2 zip ties on the ground. We never heard any noise or footprints, and the zip ties were still intact, just laying there. He didn't break out of them. It was like the kid literally disappeared into thin air. 7 other guys saw him, and a few physically interacted with him, so none of us imagined this kid. My battle buddy was shaken up, scanning everywhere for the kid with his nods on. We were far enough away from our first spot, and it was too dark for anyone searching for us to see us. We took a few minutes to look for the kid, but there was no trace of him anywhere. TL called it, and we got our asses out of there. As we moved deeper into the canal, the air got colder, and I started hearing whispers in a different language, echoing off the water. My buddy said he saw shadows moving along the banks, but when we looked, there was nothing there. The moonlight seemed to flicker, like something was passing in front of it, but every time I looked up, the sky was clear. Suddenly, one of the guys at the back of our group started screaming, saying he saw the kid's face in the water, eyes black and mouth wide open. TL tried to calm him down, but the guy would not stop shaking. He kept muttering about more than one. As we got closer to the rendezvous, we found fresh footprints in the mud, way too small for any of us, leading straight into the water and just stopping. The zip ties that we had left behind were gone when we checked later, like something had come back for them. That night, back at camp, I woke up to the sound of someone crying outside the tent. I went outside and saw the kid standing at the edge of the light, staring at me, but when I blinked, he was gone. The next morning, one of our radios was smashed, and nobody admitted to touching it. S2 said sometimes the bad ones come in groups, and if you see one, there is usually more nearby. I asked him what the hell he was talking about, and he told me that the kid was probably a jinn, which is like the spirit that can either be good or evil that Muslims believe in. I started noticing weird scratches on my gear, symbols I had never seen before, and they would not wash off. A couple of guys started having nightmares, waking up screaming about being dragged underwater by pale hands. One guy swore he saw the kid's face in the palm trees, grinning with teeth too sharp to be human. TL said we needed to burn sage or something, but nobody had any, so we just kept our weapons close. Every night after that, I felt like something was watching us, just out of sight, waiting. I never saw the kid again, but sometimes I would hear footsteps behind me, and when I turned, there was nothing but shadows. The next night, we were moving through a ruined building near the canal, trying to avoid patrols. I heard a wet crunching sound coming from the darkness, like someone chewing on bones. My buddy shined his flashlight, and for a split second, I saw something hunched over in the rubble, pale and twisted, gnawing on what looked like a human arm. Its eyes glowed red, and when the light hit it, it hissed and vanished, leaving behind a trail of black sludge. The smell was like burning hair and rotten meat, and stuck to my nostrils for hours. TL told us to just keep moving, but every few steps, I felt something tugging at my pack, cold fingers brushing on my neck. We found another set of footprints. These ones were deeper and wider, like something heavy had been dragging itself through the mud. One of the guys tripped and fell, and when we helped him up, his leg was covered in bite marks. He was bleeding through his pants. He swore something grabbed him and tried to pull him under, but there was nothing there except swirling shadows. We started hearing voices, these whispers in what I presume was Arabic, but none of us understood. The words felt like they were crawling into my ears, making my skin itch and my teeth ache. My battle buddy started muttering to himself, saying he saw the kid again, but this time the kid's mouth was full of sharp broken teeth. The TL tried to keep us together, but the group was falling apart. Everyone was jumping at shadows and flinching at each and every sound. We found a pile of bones near the canal, picked clean and arranged in a circle, with symbols carved into the mud around them. The symbols matched the scratches on my gear, and when I touched one, my hand went numb. S2 said we needed to get out, that it was a sign that the Jinn were back, that some of them can be pure evil and will stop at nothing to ruin your life and try and kill you. As we tried to leave, the air got thick. It felt like I was breathing through a wet cloth, and the moon disappeared behind a wall of black clouds. I heard a kid's voice, but it was coming from everywhere at once, echoing through the trees and bouncing off the water. And then something other appeared, a second Jinn. It was not like the kid, but tall and twisted, with skin like cracked stone and eyes that burned like coals. It moved through the darkness. Its limbs bent the wrong way when it moved. Its mouth was stretching into a grin that split its face in half. It reached out and grabbed one of the guys, lifting him off the ground with one hand, squeezing him until his bones popped. The guy screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the night, and when the Jinn dropped him, he did not move. There was blood pooling up in the mud, and the Jinn got down and licked it up, and it left a trail of steaming footprints behind. TL fired his weapon, but the bullets just sank into the Jinn's skin and vanished, like they were being eaten. The Jinn turned to me, and I felt every hair on my body stand up, like I was being electrocuted. It whispered my name, even though I'd never said it out loud, and I felt my heart skip a beat. My vision blurred, and for a moment, I saw dozens of faces in the darkness, all with black eyes and mouths full of teeth. The kid was among them. He was grinning, holding out his hands, beckoning me to join them. I tried to run, but my legs would not move, like I was stuck in glue. The Jinn reached for me, and I felt its fingers wrap around my throat, cold and hard as iron. I could not breathe or scream. I just had to stare into its eyes as they burned brighter and brighter, and I felt the life draining from me. Suddenly, TL tackled me, breaking the Jinn's grip, and we both fell into the mud. The Jinn shrieked. It was so shrill, it sounded like metal on bone. And then it vanished away into the trees. We scrambled to our feet, dragging the wounded guy with us, and ran for the rendezvous as fast as we could. The air was thick with fog, and every shadow looked like it was reaching out for us. I heard footsteps behind me. They sounded heavy. They sounded close, but when I looked back, there was nothing there. We made it to the rendezvous, but half the team was missing, and the wounded guy was barely conscious. S2 said that we had been marked, that the Jinn would follow us wherever we went. I did not sleep that night. All I could do was stare into the darkness, waiting for the Jinn to come back. Thankfully, I was not deployed there much longer, and I never experienced anything as horrible as that again.
I'm writing this now because enough time has passed that the details have stopped rearranging themselves in my head every time I think about them. And because I no longer have a badge, a supervisor, or a reason to pretend this is something that can be handled internally. I was an FBI special agent for a little over a decade, assigned to a Midwestern field office that covered a lot of nothing, punctuated by occasional things that mattered. Missing persons cases were part of that workload when there was some hook that made them federal. Things like access, interstate movement, corruption, anything that gave us jurisdiction. Most of them ended the exact same way, quietly, usually with a body found when it was way too late, or sometimes none at all, or with enough evidence to call it voluntary and move on. The case I am talking about did not start any differently to the usual. And that's part of why it took as long as it did for me to understand that what I was dealing with was not just another man who did not want to be found. The initial report came from a county sheriff's office about a deputy who failed to report home after a night shift. I am only going to refer to him by the initial M from now on. He was in his late 30s, he was married, he had 2 kids, he had steady employment and had been an officer for many years. He had no disciplinary write-ups beyond the usual minor stuff. He worked patrol and handled some infrastructure checks because the county had a lot of light industrial sites and utilities that fell under local oversight. His wife reported him missing the next afternoon when he still had not come back and was not answering his phone. The sheriff's office did what they were supposed to do. They checked the local hospitals, they checked the jails, they canvassed the last known area from his cruiser GPS, they even checked the next towns and states over. His vehicle was found parked where it was supposed to be at the end of his shift. There was no signs of a struggle. There was no blood inside the vehicle or outside. There was no damage, no footprints, no signs of a scuffle or anything. His body camera showed a normal night. He signed off at the end of his route, and that was it. We were looped in because he had access to law enforcement databases and mapping systems tied to county infrastructure, and because the sheriff did not like how clean it was. Neither did I at first, but clean is not evidence of anything in itself. I went down to the county the next morning with a local task force officer and sat with M's wife at their kitchen table. She was exhausted but not hysterical, which I've learned not to read into. You can't always tell how a human will react to something as traumatic as this. People grieve and react to trauma in different ways. She told us the same thing that spouses always tell you, that he wouldn't just leave, that they'd had an argument a few days earlier, but nothing serious, that he had been tired lately, but who isn't. The house looked lived in. There were kids' backpacks by the door, dishes in the sink, his boots were left by the couch. Nothing about it suggested someone planning to disappear. I took notes. I asked about his daily routines, about his health, any recent stressors. She mentioned he complained about headaches the week before. I wrote it down without knowing why. We left and did the rest of the legwork. We checked his phone records, his bank activity. We checked his work computer for any signs of anything. Everything stopped when he did. There were no withdrawals taken out. There were no messages, no searches on the computer. There was not even anything in his history that suggested he was making a break for it. It was as if he'd been turned off. 3 days later, while we were still organizing search efforts, M walked into the sheriff's office at the start of a shift like nothing had happened. He was in uniform. He was armed with his state-issued handgun. He logged into his terminal and started filling out paperwork. One of the deputies thought it was a joke until he realized M was not playing along. When the captain pulled him into an office and asked him where he had been, M looked genuinely confused and said he'd taken a personal day and must have forgotten to update the schedule. That answer did not fit the missing persons report his wife had already filed, but it also wasn't insane. People lie badly under stress. The sheriff called us because he did not know what else to do with a man who was both missing and present. I interviewed M that afternoon in a small conference room that smelled like stale coffee and cleaning solution. He answered questions calmly. He remembered his childhood, his training, his coworkers. He knew his badge number without checking. These were all just basic checks we were doing to see if he was in the right frame of mind. You know, sometimes the stress gets to you and your brain just cracks. When I asked him about the night he went missing, he said he'd finished his shift. He said he went home, slept, and then came back to work, but this did not add up with what he just said. He said he took a personal day in between, but now he's saying he just came back, like this is just the next day. When I told him, his wife said he had not come home. He did not get angry or defensive. He just looked lost for a second, then said maybe she was mistaken. I asked him to describe his house. He did, accurately, except when he got to the kitchen. He described the layout as it had been before the remodel that had happened months earlier. When I asked him about a scar on his left forearm that showed up in older photos, he looked down at his arm like he'd never really examined it before and said he had never had one. That caught my attention.
Scars are things that people remember, especially cops. I noted it and moved on, but I wasn't really sure what I was getting from all of this. I kind of still had no clue what had really happened. His memory was obviously fried, but why? And where did he go? At the end of the interview, he stood up and shook my hand. It's a small thing, but it stuck with me, and I don't even really know why I took note of it. But the grip wasn't weak or crushing at all. It was uniform. It was all pressure at once. It just felt mechanical, not like a human gripping your hand, more like a robot. It felt practiced. I remember thinking that was a strange thought to have and just immediately dismissing it, but it kind of stuck in my mind. I'd shaken a lot of hands in my career. Not all of them felt the same. I left the room thinking I'd just spoken to a man who was under more stress than he realized, and that the truth would come out eventually. Maybe he had something to hide, or maybe he was just really unwell. I didn't get the chance to. 2 days after M returned, a maintenance worker at one of the industrial buildings near the last cell phone ping reported a smell coming from a rented storage unit. Inside was a body in an advanced state of decomposition. Dental records confirmed it was M. The time of death lined up with the night he had vanished. There were no obvious signs of a fight. There were no gunshot wounds. There was no blunt force trauma that could explain it cleanly. The medical examiner's preliminary report used vague language about tissue damage that did not match environmental exposure. That language changed in the final report. By the time I saw it again, it read like any other unattended death. That should have been impossible, though. I had just interviewed him. I had just shaken his hand. There is no way he could have gone back out to the same spot and just died. There is no way he could have been in that state of decomposition in the time since I'd last seen him. The sheriff's office quietly put him on administrative leave and told his wife there had been a mistake, that the body had been misidentified, that the stress had caused some confusion. She didn't really believe them. I don't really know what she believed, but I don't blame her for being so confused. I was told, verbally and without paperwork, that the case was being reassigned. Not closed down, not cleared, but reassigned, which tells me they knew something more, that they had another lead or knew something. 2 people I did not recognize took custody of the body, the storage unit, and M himself. They had credentials, but not ones I could place easily. I was told to remain available if needed. That was it. I didn't really understand. For a few days, nothing happened. Then I was called to a federal facility a couple of hours away and asked to give a statement about my interview. It wasn't internal affairs. It wasn't a prosecutor. It was a group of people who asked me very specific questions about how M spoke, how often he blinked, whether he touched his face while thinking, whether his movements were symmetrical. This call to come here came right from the top. My supervisor himself approved it, told me I needed to go. I answered all the questions honestly, which mostly meant I said I hadn't really noticed. When they asked me about the handshake, I hesitated and then described it as best as I could. One of them nodded like I had confirmed something. Nobody really explained what. Nobody really explained what was going on here, what they were doing here, what they were doing with them, what I was doing here. When I left, I realized I had not been allowed to bring my phone or notes into the room, and that no one had taken a recording. The first time I saw M again after that, it was not in a sheriff's office. It was in a medical room that didn't look like a hospital, but was clean in the same way. He was on a gurney, restrained, conscious. It was in the same facility. He looked at me when I came in, and there was recognition there, but it was thin. Like he knew I was someone he was supposed to know, not someone he actually did. There were bruises on his arms and chest that had not been there before. A technician told me they were from previous attempts. I didn't even ask what that meant. I didn't trust my voice to stay steady if I did. I was told to observe. That was the word they used. Observe and report any discrepancies I noticed. When they administered whatever it was they were giving him, his body reacted violently. This was not a sedated patient going under for surgery. This was some kind of full body convulsion that lifted him off the gurney hard enough that the restraint strained. He made a sound I've never heard a human make. It lasted longer than it should have. When it stopped, He did not breathe for long enough that I thought he was dead. Someone checked his vitals and said something quietly to another person. They didn't cover him, they just adjusted equipment. When he sat up again, I knew immediately that something was wrong, and I also knew this was considered a success from the looks on the faces of the people around me. He looked the same. The face was identical, but there was less behind it. His eyes didn't wander. They fixed on whoever spoke to him, and he stayed there until he was addressed by someone else. He just seemed so empty behind the eyes. He moved and talked like a robot. He didn't really seem human anymore. Ever since I got here, all I could think in my head was, why is he in this facility? Why is he not in a hospital with a medical psychological professional? Like I said, when he moved, it was too fluid. It was efficient with no wasted motion. When they asked him questions, he answered correctly, but without hesitation, without searching his brain. He didn't even have to think for a moment. It was like a computer where you get an instant answer. He didn't complain about restraints or ask where he was. He didn't ask about his wife or kids. He showed no signs of panic when he should have. He was in a completely unfamiliar facility with who knows what being done to him. When I spoke to him, he just acknowledged me with this meek nod, and that was it. I said his name and he responded immediately, like a switch had been flipped, just immediate, all attention on me. I said out loud that this was not the same man I'd interviewed, that there was something wrong. Nobody contradicted me. One of the technicians wrote something down. Another told me that he would be returned to duty once evaluations were complete. Returned. Over the next few weeks, I was brought in again and again, always as an observer, always without paperwork. I was never formally briefed. They didn't have to tell me not to talk. I just knew. The implication was already there, and honestly, who would even believe me? I honestly did not even fully process what I had become involved in until way after the fact. Why they chose to continue my involvement is anyone's guess. Maybe how I handled stress. Maybe how I just did what they asked without question, like a good little agent. I saw M in different settings. Interviews, training exercises, debriefs. Sometimes I saw more than one version in the same building, never in the same room. I started to notice patterns. The versions that had been through more adjustments were flatter. They followed instructions perfectly, but lacked any kind of resistance, even when resistance would have been appropriate. During a simulated arrest scenario, one of them failed to respond to pain cues the way a human should. The evaluator pushed harder, assuming non-compliance. Something broke. His body seized up, and they went still on the mat. The room went quiet, but nobody rushed to help. They waited and watched and confirmed what they already knew. He was removed from the room, and within days, there was another one. I knew it was a different one because it acted differently. It looked differently. Scars and moles and other markers were not in the right place. It was not always a perfect replica. There was always something that just looked a tiny little bit different. I stopped being surprised by the deaths. That is the part I still have trouble with. I started measuring time by iterations instead of days. I would see one version, then not see him again, then see another who looked the same but felt emptier. I would flag issues when asked, and those versions would disappear. I wasn't told what happened to them, but I didn't need to be. The process was efficient. It didn't leave room for sentiment. Again, I had no idea why I was involved. It's not like I knew the guy personally. All I knew is what I learned from the case. Surely someone closer to him would have been a better bet. But I don't know, maybe involving a civilian was too high risk. The justification, when it was finally explained to me in plain language, had nothing to do with him as a person. It was about access and control. His role put him in places and systems that could not afford leaks. They said a human being was a liability. A version of him that could be replaced without legal or ethical fallout was safer. They said he could take on more complex cases, more secretive cases, without worry or fear, with the knowledge that maximum efficiency would be achieved and they could always just send another. I was told this in the same tone someone might use to explain a budget decision. No one framed it as evil, it was practical. I stayed longer than I should have. I told myself I was needed, that if I left, someone else less careful would take my place. That might be true, but eventually it stopped mattering. My performance on the job slipped and I stopped sleeping. I lost a lot of weight. I caught myself staring too long at people's faces, looking for tells that didn't belong. I wondered just how many other times they had tried this before. Just how many fake people they had in the world that they could just replace at a moment's notice. I wonder if the first time M came back was really the first time he came back. There is no way that was the first ever attempt. I was eventually called into a meeting with a doctor and an administrator, and told it would be best I took a medical separation. I signed what they put in front of me. I wasn't threatened, I wasn't followed. There were no people monitoring my house. I was simply removed from the process. I was removed from the FBI, full stop. But they continued to pay me. That was part of the deal. I guess to keep me quiet. I don't know. Like I said, it's been years. I don't know how many M's there are now, or if they moved on to other people once the system worked well enough. I think about his wife sometimes, and his kids, and which version of him they were given, if any. I'm posting here because there's nowhere else to post it. I survived because I was allowed to leave, that's it. There was no victory, no exposure. I mean, hell, I suppose they could still come after me, but I doubt it. I doubt all these years later anyone would even believe, and I imagine the project is not as primitive now as it was then. I have my doubts. I imagine he was just step one, and I can't even comprehend what they could use it for. I don't even know if this was even voluntary on M's part originally. All I know is that there is no one I can tell this to who wouldn't either laugh in my face, put me in a mental institution, or cause me some serious harm. I was a police officer working in southern Jersey when this happened. I started this job when I was 23 years old, and I have been doing it ever since. For the most part, my work is not as thrilling as people imagine it to be. There is not a lot of action in my county, and most days are pretty quiet. The worst calls I usually get are disturbance calls or the occasional shoplifting incident. Sometimes, something more serious happens, but those cases are rare and only occur once in a blue moon. I have worked just about every possible shift that you can think of. I spent my time on the night shift, and I can see that the calls during the night were definitely stranger than the ones during the day. One night, while I was working the night shift, I did not receive any calls at all. I was just cruising down a quiet road with no streetlights and woods on both sides. Suddenly, I saw the reflection of taillights approaching quickly on the right side of the road, on the grass. As I got closer, I noticed that the driver's side door was wide open. I started to veer onto the grass and slowed down, fully planning to get out and see if the driver needed help. I saw someone step out of the car, stand by the door for a moment, and then suddenly run into the woods. I radioed in the codes for a suspicious person or vehicle, then got out of my car with my flashlight and my hand on my holster, just in case. In situations like this, I always have to expect the worst. I walked up to the front door of the car and looked inside, half expecting to see someone else sitting there. The car seemed empty, but there was a seriously foul odor coming from inside. It smelled like a rotting animal, and it was almost overwhelming. I called out to the woods, asking if anybody was there and needed assistance, and I stepped up to the tree line, waving my flashlight around. I went back to the car to take a closer look inside the passenger side. There were multiple bloodied tissues and paper towels on the floor of the passenger side, and also on the rear seats. All of the papers were soaked in blood and dark red. While I was looking inside the car, I suddenly heard footsteps coming from inside the woods. I spun around with my flashlight and yelled for whoever was there to come out of the woods. I did not see anyone, but I knew someone was hiding in there, and that was confirmed when I heard a deep voice somewhere beyond the trees and shrubs. I had no idea what the voice said, but I responded by saying, "Show yourself. Are you hurt?" I prepared to unholster my gun as I walked a little bit closer and repeated myself, asking if they were hurt. There was no response at all. The voice I heard before did not sound like someone in pain or bleeding out. Plus, I wondered why someone would run into the woods upon seeing a police car if they needed help. Something about the whole situation felt very off. I went back to the car and requested backup assistance. As I investigated the car further, I noticed it had no license plates. When I checked the rear of the car, I found something that almost made me puke from shock. There was something heavy, wrapped in bloodied paper towels. I put on my gloves and unwrapped it, only to find a severed hand. It took me a moment to realize what it was, because it was completely soaked in dark red blood. The situation instantly escalated from a 5 to a 10. I radioed in that there was a possible murder and that I needed backup immediately. I turned on my cruiser's lights to help the other officers find my location more easily. When backup arrived, we did a thorough search of the woods, looking for possible blood trails. We found nothing, not even any blood trails leading from the car. That meant the hand and the blood on the tissues might not have belonged to the person I saw run into the woods. Eventually, the canine unit had arrived and searched for the person. Hours and hours went into the search, well past dawn, but we turned up nothing. The vehicle was taken into custody, and it turned out it had been reported stolen by a resident of a nearby town. The owner said he had no idea who could have stolen his car. We collected fingerprints from the steering wheel and did DNA testing on the severed hand. There was not a single match to anybody in the database. To this day, there has never been any progress in finding out who the driver of that car was or whose severed hand it was. I used to be a police officer in Seattle, Washington. If I am being completely honest, I never really liked my job as an officer. I never truly wanted to become a police officer in the first place. I only chose the profession because I did not get into any of the colleges that I wanted to attend. I figured that being a police officer would be a decent backup option because I was athletic and physically fit. I had been on multiple high school sports teams, and I continued to go to the gym every day to stay in shape. Every workday felt routine and predictable, and most shifts blended together in my memory. There was one day that did not blend in, and it still stands out sharply in my mind. In October of 2019, I was sitting in my patrol car on duty. I received a call about a man in a park who was holding a hammer and yelling while swinging the hammer at another man. The report said that civilians had tried to intervene and stop the man, but weren't able to do so safely. I decided that I would respond to the call because I was already close to the park at the time. As I drove toward the location, I heard additional radio traffic about a man in a nearby alley holding a flaming stick. I slowed down because the man could have been anywhere in the area and I did not want to miss him. I then saw a man come around a side corner with a stick that was on fire in his hand. I opened my door from a safe distance and shouted, "Seattle Police Department, stop," in a clear, commanding voice. My command did not work at all, and the man cursed at me in response. What happened next was a chain of mistakes that I could have avoided if I had been more careful. I drove my car forward without remembering to close my door properly. I shouted at him again to stop, but he started running straight toward my car while holding the flaming stick. When he reached my vehicle, he threw the burning stick into the car interior through the open door. I immediately jumped across to the passenger seat and fired several shots in his direction in a panicked reaction. None of my shots hit him, and in the chaos, I forgot to hit the brakes to stop the vehicle. The car began rolling backward while I lost my footing and fell partly out of the seat and onto the ground. I got on the radio and dispatched that shots were fired and that I needed immediate medical assistance. I ran away from the car because I could tell that it was about to catch fire completely. Within minutes, other officers reported that they had located the suspect, used a stun gun, and taken him into custody. Hearing that update made me feel relieved because the immediate threat had been contained. Medics arrived at the scene and transported me to a nearby medical center for treatment. I was treated for minor injuries to my left leg and to both of my hands from the incident. While I was still at the medical center, I learned the suspect's name, and I was told that he was charged with assault after being taken into custody by responding officers. About a week after the incident, I was placed on administrative leave as part of standard procedure. After thinking about my life and future, I decided that resigning from the force would be best for me. It still is not clear what started the original argument between the man with the hammer and the other person in the park. Despite moving on, I will never forget the feeling of being trapped inside my own burning vehicle that day. I will also never forget barely making it out with my life after the flaming stick was thrown into my patrol car. I was a state trooper for 25 years, and I thought I had seen everything there was to see in this line of work. There was one night, though, that changed my perspective on what everything really means. It happened quite a few years ago, during one of my regular night patrols on the interstate. The clock read about 4:30 in the morning, and the world was quiet except for the hum of my cruiser's engine. I don't know if you're familiar with the show Cops, but it was a program where cameramen would follow real police officers and film whatever happened during their shifts. The episodes were basically compilations of the most interesting and dramatic moments, and the show was insanely popular back in the day. Unfortunately, new episodes are not made anymore, but back then, I was lucky enough to be featured on the show. Even though I did not appear in many episodes, I still thought it was pretty cool to be part of something so widely watched. On this particular night, I had a cameraman named Joe riding along with me, filming for the show. Joe was a genuinely down-to-earth guy, and we got along well as we cruised through the dark stretches of highway. Normally, I would park my car near some bushes to hide from the view of oncoming speeding cars, but at this hour, I did not bother with stealth. We were just driving down the interstate, talking and scanning the area for anything out of the ordinary. The area I worked in was not the best, and there were plenty of abandoned buildings visible from the road. Because of that, I made it part of my nightly routine to check the parking lots of those buildings, since they were hot spots for drug activity. One building in particular was an abandoned gas station, and as the exit for it came up, I decided to check it out. Joe started filming as we pulled into the lot, and we both immediately noticed a flashlight moving around inside the building. I parked the car and watched the beam of light flicker through the windows, almost certain that some kind of drug deal was happening inside. But something felt off. There were no other cars in the parking lot, which was unusual for a deal. I realized if there really was a drug deal, there should have been at least 2 flashlights visible from the outside, not just one. Either way, I knew I had to investigate, so I grabbed the cruiser's speaker and called out, announcing myself as police and ordering whoever was inside to come out immediately. As soon as I did that, the flashlight inside switched off and the building fell into an eerie silence. I decided I had no choice but to enter the building and get whoever was inside to leave, so I stepped out of the cruiser and walked toward the wide open front door. Joe followed close behind with his camera, documenting every step. As I approached the entrance, a terrible smell hit me, like an animal had died in there and had been rotting for at least a week. I peeked inside with my own flashlight, once again yelling out, "Police," to make my presence known. The gas station was small, so any sound could be heard from anywhere in the building, and I paused for a moment just to listen. That's when I heard what sounded like something being dragged across the floor from the other side of the building. I called out, "Who's there?" but got no response. I walked deeper into the building, and in one of the back rooms, I saw what looked like a figure standing in the shadows. I shined my flashlight in the direction of the figure, but as soon as the beam hit them, they bolted and ran out for a back exit. I started chasing after the person, but as soon as I exited through the same door, I did not see anything. Almost the whole area was surrounded by a cornfield. There was no way I was going to find this person in the dark, but I figured I had to try, so I ran out in a random direction. After a few seconds I stopped, realizing it was pointless to keep searching in the vast field. Feeling confused and defeated about why the person had run, Joe and I went back to the gas station to see if we could figure out what had happened. What we found left behind in the back room made everything perfectly clear. There, in the shadows, we discovered the lifeless remains of a dead body. I immediately called for backup and explained the situation to dispatch, knowing this was now a crime scene. Unfortunately, the person responsible was never found, and the body itself could not be identified. It was in such a horrible state. For obvious reasons, the footage we caught on video that night was never used in the final cut of the show.
The endless public toilet. Have you ever been to this place in your dreams? The place is completely run down. There is a strong stench of old piss and excrement, an inch or two of sewage on the floor, stalls with partitions, and doors that are much too high off of the ground, toilets that are clogged to the brim with shit and piss,
bad lighting, and the weirdest part of all, there is other people in there with you. What exactly is this place? It has the patterns of a liminal space, but it is disgusting. Not endless, but still uncannily large and maze-like, usually in a school. Filthy, but not as much as in your dreams. Locks and stall doors may not work. Some stalls even have missing doors. There may be areas with many toilet seats with no doors, walls, or dividers of any kind to separate them. Often diminished lighting and always uncomfortable atmosphere. Black and white color scheme, sometimes gray mixed in, but almost never other people or maybe just a few. Even so, there is a constant dread that someone might see me and interrupt me if I start doing my business. I've had this dream a few times. The floors are not completely flooded, only the areas near the dreams. There are other people there, but I can only hear their voices echoing down the halls. The lighting is poor, the smell is nasty, and there is never any escape, besides waking up. Feels bad, man. This sounds kind of like the mall world phenomena I heard of a few years back. It's this endless mall guarded by security. They will track you down if they figure out you are conscious. They will take you to a place that you cannot remember and do things to you. I don't know if they are harvesting you or testing you, but it cannot be good. It affects you in the real world. Once they get you in your own mind, your real life body and mind is not safe. Be careful if it is the mall world, because that is a government trap/prison harvest. They find people through these secret government programs, then they dream of the same world, except the entire time it feels wrong, like you are not meant to be there. Yep, almost every night. Blue doors, endless school gym type of setting with endless bathroom stalls. You are constantly being watched. I typically go here after the endless lazy river world, where I am drifting through water with dinosaurs lurking in the bushes surrounding me. I also think a lot of people visit the theater world, which is part of mall world. The theater is a slam-packed, multi-layered auditorium where the shows they put on change scene from right to left, planning to different scenarios. The lights come on a lot, and everyone is kicked back out into the mall world. Have any of you played the laser tag car game that is themed to space? More than once. Some of our dream locations have ungodly horrible hell bathrooms that are so bad you would not believe. One dream, I had to traverse the hell sewage bathroom of ungodly horror of some underground office complex, and when I emerged back on the surface, I saw a group of people dressed like superheroes at the main entrance of the underground facility. I felt sorry for them and thought, man, those guys dressed like superheroes have no idea what ungodly hell they are going to encounter down there. But on rare occasions, I have seen the clean toilets packed like sardines in indoor pool grid world. Other people in these areas is often sparse. In the more liminal spaces, I might see 3 to 4 other people, but we do not really interact much. I often encounter people of entirely different cultures that do not speak English. What are these places? Why do so many of us go to this same place in our dreams? Is it a trap? A place where the collective consciousness goes to rest and reboot? There has to be some hidden meaning behind it. OP here. I've actually never been to Mall World, although one place that still sticks with me vividly is like a giant gaming convention. It was packed so densely, and it was for a fantasy MMORPG. They had some kind of host or announcer on a jumbotron giving pep talks and reading off events. The host himself was a low-poly avatar with basic colors. The place itself was dark, with tons of neon lights and PCs where you could go and play the game itself. I could tell that it was definitely the kind of place that you were meant to get lost in and lose track of time, like how a casino is set up. I never sat down and played the game itself, but it was tempting. It reminded me of World of Warcraft and how people used to get completely engrossed in the game for days at a time. They had food and drinks in there as well. These are subconscious overrides, so you don't piss the bed. I always wake up laughing from how absurd they can be. My favorite was the stalls so narrow you could not fit your shoulders through them. Here is my journal entry from earlier this year, March 29th, 2025. Had to pee so bad. Find a bathroom with a very long line out the door. The line was moving faster though. It was on a moving walk. Maybe more like a conveyor belt because it turned so often. Once inside the bathroom proper, I could see no urinals. Instead, every wall has a vent you were meant to start pissing into. It was like a casino with minigames. People just hanging out, eyes on the screens watching sports or whatever, making bets by peeing into the walls. Because of how often the belt turned, you could easily end up peeing on each other, or the floor, or anything really. It was awful. I can't believe other people get these too. What the hell? Same thing in mine. I know I'm not crazy. These dreams are a tether to a certain astral world. There is other variations and themes, but they all have the same feeling. You feel a presence of magic, but it's draining and old, wandering in familiar places back in an older time. Abandoned houses with waning living spaces, construction sites resembling your neighborhood, forest trails resembling summer camp, abandoned theme parks and arcades, etc. I used to get them a lot when I was on antibiotics. I actually have these from time to time. In these dreams, I am often searching for a public bathroom because of nature's call. When I find one, the door to it looks like any other toilet door, but the interior is a maze like you described. The rooms are filthy with pipes and stuff running everywhere. The toilets are weirdly shaped and have not been cleaned in a while. Others are there too, but they seem to be as confused as I am. I finish my business, but for some reason I can't find a way out anymore because the geometry of the rooms have changed while I was in the stall. That is where I wake up usually. Scary stuff. Yeah, they weren't necessarily bad, but it was very exhausting and restless, beautiful landscapes, but too expansive and lonely. A lot of meaningful dreams have usually started in these places too. I think it might be related to the older root networks that we have accrued connections with in those areas. In our current timeline, it's very hard to tap into the spiritual aspects of nature like that. We have to be asleep or meditating to have any actual awareness of those things. I do believe that there was a balance a long time ago, where that cosmic energy was enmeshed with our conscious life. That restless, tired, lonely feeling is the unnatural divide between our world and nature, becoming more apparent as time goes on, and people forget how to farm and manage forests. Maybe it's a way for people to unconsciously communicate. Maybe it's a space for when the brain does not have the energy to conjure up a real dream, almost like a loading screen so it can rest and recover. Maybe you have to be on a certain frequency that we are all attuned to. I always get a bad feeling when I am in there, this sense of impending dread. I've never acted out or been caught because I always have this fear of what might happen. I have absolutely been here many times, but there are a few different biomes, if you will, of endless bathroom. A common one I have found myself in is a large vast open room with tiled walls that are faded to be beige and endless rows of commercial toilets lined up uniformly for miles and miles. There is the occasional support pillar in the room as well. There is also never a smell in mine, at least not discernible as having a poor smell. As of recently for me, the endless bathrooms I've seen in dreams have been different. I will enter, and the lighting is dark red, and there is 2 rows of 10 doorless stalls on either side, and a hallway at the end of the room. The hallway will lead to an endless shower room, which is always lit up well. Either grey or dark, slate-colored walls. It varies. I have also seen maze-like endless bathrooms in my dreams. These ones have stall doors and walls, but they vary in height. There will be large stalls that feel like you are enclosed, and small stalls that you could easily see over. I digress. Anywho, I love visiting the endless bathrooms. Scenarios are always either exploration, I don't know why, or sexual, and always, regardless of scenario, they are super comforting for me. Thanks for posting Anon. Cool to see a lot of others have seen similar locations. Speaking of red-lit rooms, I've visited a place that is a labyrinth of hallways in a house. It looks like pick related. The halls are winding, and there is a lot of rooms that they end in, but the weird thing is that it is non-Euclidean. So when you round that corner and then come back, you might not be going the same way that you came. What's interesting is that I can actually navigate this, but it puts a heavy strain on my brain. Somehow I understand it when I am there, and it takes a long time to get out of it. I've seen the toilet rooms, but mine looked a bit different. There were no urinals or stalls. It was just rows and rows of toilets in a bunch of differently shaped rooms. It was also extremely dark in there for some reason, and in the distance, probably 100 meters, there was a fog, similar to an older game's rendering distance limit. I think the floor was not entirely even, with some portions being raised up a little bit. The ground was this dark, metallic color, and the toilets themselves almost looked like old plastic. They also had a weird flushing mechanism that extended out of the water tank upward with a pull cord. The context was weird for it in my dream too. It was as if I was having a normal dream, but took a wrong turn and got stuck in there. I had the sensation that I needed to find something. It felt like I was walking around in there for hours. At the time of the dream, about 8 years ago, I assumed it was just some faded memory, lack of communal bathrooms at scout camps. Seeing this thread has creeped me the hell out. Okay, so has anyone been to the deep underground military bases in their dreams too? I've been a few times, and it was made very clear that I was not wanted there. Ever since I was a child, I've traveled to many places in my dreams, and each time, I know when I'm having a normal dream versus when I am legitimately astral projecting / visiting other worlds or shared dream worlds. There is a very distinct feeling, and usually the places feel lived in, and some of the people that you run into are just as bewildered as you, and don't know how to interact with others, while others are visibly well-versed, invisible, or leave lots of signs / notes on the walls to other visitors, kind of like a bulletin board system, but also with a lot of decorations, graffiti, and other communique. Some of the building worlds I've been to are like this, and usually don't have as dark as an aura. They have a feeling of goodwill, and might be psychically protected in some way. I swear to God this is not a LARP, but I'm really curious if anyone else has been here. One recurring setting that I have not figured out is AP, or My Own Dreams, is a large building with a very unique layout and architecture. The exterior is sort of like a mall or a large city building, and has a sort of rectangular courtyard or possibly C-shape from top down. It is possibly 10 or more stories tall, maybe more. I've spent most of my time in the bottom floor. The entire building has the vibe of a hotel or casino with large open floors and rooms, with strange entities and living furniture / objects, all of which feel relatively harmless. The part I've spent most time in is the right side of the building, which always presents as a tall, climbing apartment or a boarding house block that is all connected by stairs. It is in various states of dilapidation and hoarding, but mostly / completely abandoned. There is little to no running electricity, and there are very clearly distinct lived-in quarters that are filled with very tormented and unfriendly entities that act like protective, confused, or scared ghosts who clearly lived in these cramped rooms. I have gotten stuck in this area a lot, and have exited in a middle section that is a lot like the bottom floor, but mostly empty, and seems like another dining / catering area. The back part of the building has a section that progresses left to right or clockwise in a narrow hallway with warm, dim lighting, with a series of doors to the left, each containing various rooms with videos and movies playing for various forms of entertainment, misdirection, and information regarding the building and its nature. As you progress down the hallway, the information seems to get more high stakes and serious, scary, and top secret as you go on, especially as you take the right turn at the end of the hallway. Somewhere near the hallway is a small room that looks sort of like a postmaster office with a collage of lockers of different sizes and shapes. This room is a literal puzzle that is built by the architect / owner of the building, and each locker contains one of two things. A small unique puzzle that contains objects or keys to other lockers, or B, literal portals to rooms or worlds that are like games or escape rooms that eventually transport you back to the main room after you have solved them, which then give you keys to other lockers. The room, as well as the entire building, give the distinct vibe of a self-righteous, eccentric, possibly harmless but probably actually malevolent and powerful rich genius, architect or game runner that gets off on seeing if anyone can make it through the entire building and all of his games. Something feels extremely dark and malevolent about the entire building, despite sections of it trying to pass themselves off as playful, whimsical, or harmless. It is not a good place. Anyway, to wrap this up, I've ended up at this place multiple times in the last year, and I don't know why or how, but it feels like someone or something is deliberately obscuring or muddying my sense of distinction between projection or shared world and dream. Honestly, the whole thing kind of gives a sense of being a deliberate and malicious waste of time and energy, like a trap or a maze, but specifically made for people who keep projecting or meddling where they are not supposed to. I do not consider myself a well-versed astral projector, or even a very paranormally inclined person. I had passing interests and very little real belief as a teen, but this is different. I am only posting so seriously and manically about it now because I am experiencing a rare window of clarity and memory around it, as it seems these memories and knowledge are suppressed most of the time. Something feels urgent, but mostly because it feels like we're approaching a collective psychic/world change that feels orchestrated and malevolent, but also will render any knowledge and power we common folks have as irrelevant and harmless in the face of what is coming. Dude, it's a dream, it's not the end of the world. The closest thing I have to monster nightmares is what I will out of necessity call the semi-sentient dirty bathroom parallel dimension. Unfortunately, in order to fully explain it, I first have to explain the dream map nature of my dreams. 99% of my dreams take place in my city and surrounding area, and my house is the center of this map. Wherever I am in the dream world, I always know where my house is. For the sake of haste, I will just say that there are about 4 quadrants in this dream map, and different types of dreams happen in their own specific quadrant. For example, if I have a mild nightmare, it always happens in the downtown area. Good dreams usually happen in the park area. Hopefully you get the idea. Now I will get to the semi-sentient dirty bathroom parallel dimension. I don't get these dreams as much as I used to, but I used to get them all of the time. It usually involves a dirty, disgusting public bathroom, maybe even a school bathroom, that sort of thing. I do not like being in these bathrooms, and there is an overwhelming sense of dread whenever I find myself in one. Many times there are other people in the bathrooms as well, but they never seem to mind how disgusting they are. These bathrooms are also somehow connected to a vast sewer system that is underneath the dream map. When I'm in these places, I do not know where my house is. This sewer or bathroom dream area is some sort of evil entity that I cannot fully describe. My guess is that it represents the parts of my unconscious that I do not want to face. The last dream that I can remember involving these dirty bathrooms was several years ago, and seemed to be the culmination to this bathroom saga. I remember that I was in a library and needed to use the bathroom. I found one and went inside. It was disgusting, possibly the filthiest bathroom I have ever seen. While I was in there, I noticed a jagged hallway behind the last stall. This hallway led to what I will just call the hub. It's an area where all of the dirty places in my dream world connected. The first thing that I noticed was a massive river of piss, shit, garbage, blood, bones, food waste like grease and meat. This stuff all sort of blended together. It was pretty dark in this area, but I could still see fairly well, although everything was tinted reddish brown. Also, this area was indoors, like some sort of underground sewer waste facility, except the ceilings are extremely high, and this place was massive. There were huge hills of the slop that I described earlier, and I could see that it was dripping down from the ceilings too. Also, there were bulldozer-like machines moving this waste into piles. Most of the light that I could see came from those machines. I did not get the sense that there were people in the machines. They were just a part of this evil place somehow. I vaguely remember hiding from one of the machines. but I can't recall anything else from the dream, only that there was a metaphysical presence that wanted me to suffer. Pic related is about the best approximation I could find out of what the whole area looked like, minus the face in the picture. Just imagine that, but everywhere. Be me. I never really remember my dreams much as a kid, but there is this one place that keeps coming back. It's always some kind of mall, but not like any mall I've ever been to. The floors are sticky, the lights flicker, everything smells like old water and something sour. The bathrooms are everywhere, but they are all wrong. Sometimes the stalls are too small, sometimes there is no doors, sometimes the toilets are just holes in the ground. Sometimes I see other people, but they never look at me. They just sort of drift past me like ghosts. Sometimes I hear voices echoing down the halls, but I can never make out what they are saying, and there is never anyone there when I go to check. I always get this feeling like I am being watched, but I never see anyone actually looking at me. One night, I am in the mall again, but it is different this time. There is this weird tension in the air, like I can just sense that something is about to happen. I am walking past a row of shuttered stores, and I see this guy in a suit standing by the bathrooms. He's not moving, he's just staring at the wall. I try to ignore him, but every time I look back, he is a little bit closer. I go inside the bathroom, hoping he will leave me alone. Inside, it's even worse than usual. The floors are all flooded. The toilets are overflowing. The smell is so strong I almost gag. There is a vent open in the ceiling, with a light flickering inside. For some reason, I decide to climb up. Dream logic, I guess. I find myself in a tiny room with a bunch of old monitors. They're all showing different bathrooms. Some I recognize, some I don't. One of the screens is just static, but I swear I see my own face flicker for a second. I hear footsteps coming up behind me, so I turn around. It's the suit guy. He has followed me all the way up here. He says, "You were not supposed to see this." Everything goes black. I wake up in my bed with my heart pounding. I haven't dreamed since then. Sometimes I get this weird static in my ears when I try to sleep. I am paranoid that someone is watching me through the vents in my house now. Weeks go by, still no dreams. I start noticing weird stuff in real life. I get these random phone calls, where there's nobody on the other end. I see vans parked outside my house at night, always the same plain white ones. One day I got a letter in the mail, but it had no return address. Inside is a photo of me, taken through my bedroom window. On the back it just says, "Stop remembering," in block letters. I try to tell my friends, but they just laugh it off. And then, all of a sudden I can't find the letter anymore. I don't know if I just misplaced it, or it disappeared, or it never existed in the first place. I start getting headaches, especially when I walk past public bathrooms. Sometimes I hear the static again, but like, coming from inside my own head. One night, I wake up, and the suit guy is standing at the foot of my bed. He does not say anything, he just stares at me. I can't move or scream, I just lie there frozen. He leans down and whispers to me, "You are not supposed to be here." The next morning he's gone, but there is muddy footprints leading from my bed to the bathroom. I wanted so badly to chalk it up to sleep paralysis, but I could not. My mom screamed at me for bringing mud into the house. She was convinced I went outside at like 2 or 3 a.m. and just walked into the woods. She says she saw me do it. I try to forget all about it. The dreams start to come back intermittently. I close my eyes and see monitors in my dreams sometimes. I start keeping a little journal, just trying to make sense of it. I find out other people online have had similar dreams. Some talked about government experiments in past forums, others say it's aliens. Talked a little about it on Above Top Secret before it got taken down. One guy claims the mall is a real place, a kind of psychic prison where they harvest something from us. He says the bathrooms are gateways, and the suit guys are the guards. He warns me not to go back, says once you see the monitors, you are marked. I ask him what happens if you are marked. He just says that you stop dreaming and that they watch you instead. I start noticing more glitches in reality. Mirrors do not reflect light. I swear I see things in the corner of my eye. I hear that static more and more often, and I know it's not tinnitus. One night the static gets so loud I cannot sleep. I go to the bathroom. I look in the mirror, and for a second, I see the suit guy standing behind me. I turn around, but nobody is there. But the smell is back, the sour sewage stench from the dream. I try to leave, but the door won't open. I hear footsteps outside, slow and deliberate. The lights flicker, and I see shadows moving underneath the door. I start banging on the door, but nobody comes. Finally, the door opens, and I am back in the mall. Everything is wrong. The colors are off. Gravity feels weird. The suit guys are everywhere, moving in slow motion. They are carrying boxes labeled with names. Some of them have my name on it. One of them opens up a box and pulls out a handful of static, does that even make sense, and shoves it into my mouth. I can't breathe or scream, and everything just goes fuzzy. I wake up in my bed again, but now there's a scratch on my arm that I don't remember being there before. The static is louder than ever. I can barely think. I ended up in a psychiatric hospital for a while because no one believed me, and my mom could not cope. Don't dig into this too deeply, Anons. You do not want to know where it leads. Holy shit, Anon, what the hell? I have seen the military bases too. I had this dream a few months back and it still messes with me. It starts out normal, just wandering some weird city at night. The sky is orange, like there's a fire somewhere far off. I keep walking. I realize I'm alone. The streets are all empty. I see a stairwell going down between two buildings. I have never noticed it before. Something tells me not to go, but I do it anyway. The stairs go down forever. There are concrete walls, flickering lights. I eventually reach this heavy metal door. There's no handle, there is just a keypad. The door opens by itself and cold air rushes out. Inside is a long hallway. The walls are painted that weird hospital green. I hear humming like machinery, but also voices really far away. I walk past rooms with thick glass windows. I cannot see inside them. I just see these faint shapes moving around. Some rooms have red lights, others have blue lights. I keep going. I feel like I am being watched. I turn a corner. I see two guys in military uniforms. Their faces are blurred out. They don't look at me, they just keep on walking. I try to follow, but they disappear around another corner. I start hearing alarms, low and distant, kind of like submarine sounds. I found a big open room that looks like a lab. There are computers everywhere, with screens showing maps and weird symbols, some kind of language I don't recognize maybe. I see a big glass tank in the middle of the room, filled with a greenish liquid. There is something floating inside, but I cannot tell what it is, but it is moving. I get closer. I realize it is not human. Its skin is gray, the eyes are too big, the mouth is too small. It looks at me, or through me, I can't tell which. I hear a voice in my head that is not my own. They can't see you, but I can. I try to turn and run, but my legs will not move. The room starts spinning. The alarms get louder. I see more figures in the shadows, some in uniforms, some not human. One of them walks up to me and puts a hand on my shoulder. The hand is cold and the fingers are insanely long. I feel something pressing into my mind, like static but sharper. I see flashes of lots of different images, underground tunnels, rows of tanks, people sleeping in pods, more of those gray things walking around. I hear voices arguing, but I can't make out the words. They're just faint and at the edge of my hearing, but I can tell that they are scared. I see a map of the world, red dots everywhere, some of them are blinking. I try to scream, but nothing comes out. Out of nowhere, I hear this heavy, crashing sound. I turn and see all of this liquid just rushing out of the tank. This alien or whatever it is has completely shattered it. I can feel shards of glass nicking my cheeks, and I feel myself bleeding. This thing almost floats down from the tank onto the floor. I try to turn, but I am now locked in place. I can feel my entire body shaking as it refuses to move.
It feels like there is some kind of heavy weight pressing down over my entire body. Each and every single limb feels this pressure. The alien finally reaches me. When it walks, it makes this weird sound. It kind of sniffs the air, but the sound is much different to that. It sounds more machine-like. It reaches over my head and hovers one massive palm over me. It is bigger than my entire head. It clamps down on me, and I feel my head begin to get lighter. I can feel everything in my body get lighter and feel like it's just draining away. I can feel it speaking in my head. It's telling me, submit or forget. I don't even have a second to think. My brain is still in full panic mode. In one split second, I hear this bursting sound and the squelch of flesh. My right arm, the blood vessels, it has all just burst. There is now a giant gaping wound in my arm, and I can feel it getting lighter and lighter. It tells me the same thing again, and in my panic I am screaming in my head, yes, yes, please, anything. It releases me and does this horrible smile. The thing did not even have a mouth originally. I see the skin where the mouth should be begin to tear and rip apart as it stretches and forms a smile. The thing tells me, good, you are not the first, but be ready. All of a sudden I am hit by this massive shockwave of force, but the second my body starts to move, I am not where I was. I am now in the hallway. My arm is normal again. The doors to the base that originally opened up to me slam shut, and an alarm starts blaring. I start to run away, but I am shot at by soldiers and I die. I woke up right after that. I don't know what it means. I don't know what any of these things mean. Surely it can't be coincidence, but I do not know. Forgive my not so good English, but I have a story that I want to share that happened to me probably around 20 years ago now. I grew up in Slovakia, and in my youth in my village there was not so much for us kids to do, except go to school, do work for our parents, and try to learn the trade, or go and explore and goof off like idiots. Naturally, where I lived had lots of deep forests that you could get lost in for hours, but it very quickly becomes all the same and you get bored. As kids, we got bored even quicker than adults, and so the novelty wore off. Deep forests aren't the only plentiful thing where I live though. There are lots of cave formations and things like that. Most of them are just really small outcroppings that do not go very far, but even these small ones filled us with excitement. We would go and investigate, and sometimes make little finds here and there. We found animal bones in one of them one time, and it looked like an animal had made some kind of a den there. We would turn these places into our own little hideouts, and would hang out in them for hours. We would steal beer and drink. I was 16, so this was normal here. People drink really young where I am from, and then explore even more. Eventually, this also got boring, and we wanted more. We wanted more thrills. School was making our brains ache, and working was making my body ache, and we were desperate to cling to being kids. And then my buddy, we will call him Tomas, said he had found a new cave that is unlike the others. My other friend, Stefan, and I rolled our eyes, but he assured us this one was an adventure. He told us it was in the Slovak karst. He said that there were so many caves here, but that he heard a rumor that there are still so many that are unexplored. He said his uncle had equipment that we could borrow and then give back before he notices. He said it was easy. We would pick one, explore, eat some food, and then we could say that we conquered it and that we were the first in the world. Me and Stefan shut him down instantly, but Tomas did not shut up for about a week. He went on and on and on until we had too many to drink one night and agreed to go the next day so he would leave us alone. I regretted it instantly the next morning when I felt sick from beer and anxious about going somewhere so scary. Tomas practically dragged us there himself. He brought so many things I did not know what to do with. He gave us helmets with lights, and he had rope and food for all of us. I asked him why his uncle had this, and he told me his uncle used to do this before he got old and rickety, and that his uncle told him lots of stories, which is how he came up with the idea. There was still lots of light in the sky when Tomas dragged us to this outcropping that was through some deep woods.
It was in the wall, between two big beech trees, and it had roots and moss growing out of it and all around it. I don't even know how he found it. I think if he were not looking for it, then any normal person would just walk right past. Thomas practically ran straight ahead into it on his own, but I shouted at him to wait. Immediately, he gets really mad and tells me not to spoil his fun, but I just have this really bad feeling. My skin has this itchy feeling, and I can just tell that something is wrong about the cave. It feels unsafe. I tell him, what if we get stuck? He tells me his uncle knows we are here and knows people who can rescue us in a flash. I did not really believe him, but I did not want to be seen as that guy, the pussy who ruins it for his friends. Our village is not big, and so everyone would know, and I would get a reputation. We had to crouch just to get inside, and I got dirt all over my arms and elbows. The second that we got inside the cave, it felt so cold, and I wish I had brought warmer clothes. It's like there was a wall at the cave entrance, and the second you cross it, it goes from normal weather to pure winter freezing. I started asking Thomas what he knew about this cave, because he must have found out about it somewhere. The place was so echoey, and I could hear my voice coming back from everywhere. Every time one of us talked, I heard this faint crumbling sound, like my voice was causing something to break and fall with the echo. He told me that it was his uncle who told him. He told him a story of how back in the 1950s, when we were Czechoslovakia still, that two cavers went missing in there. His uncle was part of a search and rescue team to find them, but they only found one of them. He said he was all just really quiet and meek and did not even seem scared. When they asked him what happened to his friend, all he could say was that his friend fell when he took a misstep and some rocks gave way underneath his feet. Everyone in the village thinks he murdered the friend, but they could not risk resources or people just in case the truth was being told. They searched the immediate area in the cave obviously, but could not find a single trace of the other hiker. I got so mad at this idiot and told him that we were all turning back right now. I asked him how he could be so stupid as to keep this story from us. We got into an argument, and I punched that idiot in the face, and Stefan had to stop us from fighting. We were shouting and screaming at each other, and Stefan suddenly grabbed me by the mouth and told me to be quiet. We stopped fighting for a second, but I could not tell what he said it for. I started to talk again, and he shushed me quickly, and we heard something echo, but it was not me or Stefan. We heard this low rumble sound, but we did not feel anything, and we can hear this skittering kind of sound. It sounded like tiny little legs, animal legs, something really small, moving quickly, over the stones and rock, repeatedly. Now I was even more worried, because what if something bites us and we get rabies? Stefan was fed up. He told us to hurry up, and that we would see the stupid cave and then go back home. Thomas agreed, and they walked off without me, and did not even look back. I was tempted to go back home right then and there, but I was scared to walk back through the cave on my own. Plus, the headlamps that Thomas had brought were shit. They were really weak and dim, and only lit up so much in front of us. I don't know if they were faulty and old or just cheap. I ended up hurrying up and running after them and catching up. It was not long until we came to this weird kinda crossroads in the cave. Literally, there was a thin piece of membrane-like wall in the middle with two entrances that looked just about big enough that we could crouch through them. Both of them were incredibly dark and offered nothing when we shined our lights. They looked identical. One looked to turn a corner left, and one looked to turn a corner right. Thomas asked us heads or tails, and I told him to take this seriously, that if we are not careful, one of those passages might get one of us hurt. But Stefan played along because he was fed up. He looked sick of our shit. Tails won and we went left. Very quickly, we came across this really narrow passage. Just to even get in, we would have to get right onto our bellies and slide ever so slowly through it, otherwise we would never make it through. I said that we should check the other way first, but Thomas was already crawling through. He was moaning the whole time and said that the ground was sharp and cutting him, but he eventually squeezed in. The passageway was quite long. I think I remember it took us 15 to 20 minutes just to squeeze our way through. I had to take off my helmet that had my light. My head was way too big, and I could not squeeze it down low enough. I thought I was going to get stuck, but Stefan kept stopping every few feet and would yank me by the arm. I got a big bruise on the side of my head from this because it was right next to the ceiling and was being squeezed. We did not even make it out the whole way before hearing Thomas scream, which echoed all throughout the cave, and we heard those same weird crumbling and skittering noises again. We shouted for him and asked what was wrong, and he started laughing when we did. I said stop playing around, and he said it was bones. Why did he find this funny? I asked him what was wrong with him, and he kept laughing and said that it was obvious that they were not real. He said some idiot probably put them there to scare people, but I told him that no one would waste their time doing that, especially through such a tight section. He kept laughing and reached down and picked one up, but immediately threw it back down and made this disturbed face. He straight away shouted that it was wet, and he came over to me and wiped his hands on my shirt. I would have kicked his ass again if Stefan did not stop me. We could not tell what kind of bones they were. We just assumed they were an animal so that we did not scare ourselves. We did not want to consider it could be from anything else. After a tiny bit more walking, the cave really opened up. It opened up into this big chamber that had a lot of space and had a high ceiling. There was tiny specks of light coming through right above us, but I could not tell from where. It really helped since I did not have my light anymore. The chamber was weird and felt different from the rest of the cave. I wondered where we were under and where all the space suddenly came from. It was even colder inside this chamber too. I noticed it straight away. There was some kind of wind or chill flowing through here and hitting me. There was something on the walls of the cave. I couldn't read it because it was not in Slovak or Czech. It looked like it was in Cyrillic, but I could not guess if it was Russian or a different one because I did not study any language in school except a little bit of English because it is mandatory for us as first language to learn. They were just what I think were single words carved into the wall in some places. They had marks near them too, some really dark color that I could not make out. That was not the oddest part though. There were like 5 different other entrances/exits aside from the one that we crawled through. One you could even stand up in. It seemed like every passage led into this place and that you had to go through here to be anywhere else. There were more bones in here. They were lots of different sizes, so I could not tell what they came from. At the far end of the chamber, where there was not any tunnel, where it just kind of ends, we found what looked like a shrine. It was placed atop some kind of stone pillar that came up to around our heads. There was a little figure of something, carved from wood, that I did not know what it was. Alongside it were some lit candles, and some weird liquid spilled over it. It looked pure black, and the way it had dried, it actually looked like a lump of something, like when you have a blister and it gets big. It was like that but black, and when I touched it, all I felt was rock hardness. There were also more bones scattered underneath the shrine. There seemed to be more here than anywhere else. The whole time we were in this chamber, I heard more of the little running, but it sounded closer than before. I said that we should go, since this was it, but Thomas said no. Stefan agreed with me this time, and said this was it, but Thomas got mad, and said that we needed to go into every single passage. We ignored him this time, and started walking back. Thomas got really mad, and we saw him trying to rip the shrine off of the pillar, and I assume tried to throw it in our direction. He yelled, "Hey assholes," and when he tried to lift it, he ended up breaking it. He put too much of his weight on it, and it was so old it broke, and he slipped and knocked down the pillar, which also crumbled slightly, and he shouted as he fell. This was the first time we had properly made noise since getting into the chamber. We had been practically wordless looking at these things, but now Thomas's shout was echoing, but it would not stop. The echo kept going, and it was like an infinite loop over and over. And I felt something. I felt something in the floor. I felt some kind of a vibration. It felt like the ground was shaking, but only very slightly, and you would not notice it if you were not paying attention. This goes on for a little while, and the echo of Thomas eventually crescendos, and it gets high-pitched, and it sounds like a really high-pitched screech, and I had to cover my ears because it hurt me so badly. And then the vibration stopped for about a minute, and then, near where Thomas had fallen, where the wall was cracked a little bit, I saw something crawl out of it. It looked like a tiny little bug, but it had lots of legs, and it was very hairy. I don't know what kind of bug it was. It was just long and hairy, and it looked to have some kind of pincers on the end. I had never seen any kind of bug like this before, at least not in Slovakia. Tomas immediately stood up and waited for this bug to get close enough, and then he stomped down really hard and laughed. He squished it completely underneath his boot. When he did, I smelled this awful smell. It smelled like a bad fart. After about a minute of us saying ew and Tomas laughing, we saw another one come out of the wall, but it was from a different place. Tomas saw this one and lifted his foot to get ready to do the same thing, and we begged him not to because it smelled so badly. Tomas stomped his foot down hard and began laughing, but he immediately stopped and said, "Ow." I guess he must have missed, and maybe the bug gave him a little bite. He wasn't wearing boots, just these little crappy shoes, and he did not even have socks on. We were really poor, and sometimes if our socks got all damaged, we might go without them. He is jumping from one foot to the other and is yelping and talking about it burning, and we asked if he got bitten, but he was not even responding. He looked to be in a lot of pain. He was hitting his ankle really hard and slapping it until eventually he started hitting other parts of his body higher up, which made me confused. I asked if he had lost his mind, but he told me to shut up. I saw another one of these bugs come out of the same place, and I laughed and told him to watch out or he might get bitten again. Tomas got mad and shouted at me and raised his foot to stomp again. But when he brought it down, he yelped again, and I saw something weird happen with his foot. I saw the side of his foot start to bulge, and then I saw the bulge start moving up his body. The bulge was long and it looked like something moving in there. I know that does not make sense. He was pretty much screaming at this point and asking me for help, but me and Stefan did not really know what was wrong. This whole time we could hear the skittering sound, and it was really loud now. It sounded like lots of little feet running back and forth just in the next room over, and it was getting louder and louder and closer and closer. I saw more bugs coming out of the same cracks, quite a few of them now, and Stefan ran over to try and kick them away. But it didn't work. I saw them. I saw them climb Stefan's foot up to his ankle, and I saw them force themselves underneath the skin. I did not see any kind of wound. I don't think they bit him. 1 second they were crawling, and the next second they moved their pincers, and all I could see was a bulge wriggling slowly up his ankle. I shouted for Stefan to come back over here, but he was not paying enough attention. Tomas was now writhing on the floor and crying, and I saw him rip his shirt off. I saw these bulges. They were in his arms now. They were just slowly wriggling and moving up his arm underneath his skin, and Tomas was hitting himself and clawing at them to try and get them to stop, but it did not do anything. I watched it eventually wriggle its way up his arms, and then I saw it move its way across his cheek. I saw the space behind his eyes and the skin bulge before moving to his forehead, and then the bulge disappeared. Once this happened, he stopped hitting himself or trying to fight. He just let out this weird, high-pitched sound, kind of like earlier, the kind that no human could just make on their own. And then there was a tiny rumble that I could feel underneath me again. And then it was like a nightmare from here. I pulled up and away toward a tunnel, but Stefan was too focused on these things crawling in his skin. But more of them started to come over from the cracks of the walls, really quickly now. I saw, I don't know how many, rush over to where Tomas was laying, and I saw them all cover him. Some went straight for his head, and others a different part of his body. I never saw any blood or any kind of wound. And while they were still moving toward him, I saw Tomas start to stand up. But he stood up weirdly. It was like someone who didn't know how to walk or move trying to get up for the first time. He moved so jerkily, and almost like a puppet who can only move a little bit at a time and not fluid movements. I remember only flashes from here. I remember him taking a step forward, but he did it in 3 parts, and he did not respond when I tried to talk to him, when I begged him to come with me. And he did not move his head when he moved. His head was still facing a different way, even though he was taking steps forward, and the bugs were still coming. It did not make sense for them to still be here. What do bugs even eat? How were they eating in a cave? I pulled Stefan by the hand and forced him to run with me, and I could hear footsteps, actual human steps, moving now. They started really slowly, but I could hear them get faster and faster, and I knew they were Tomas. I could hear the bugs still moving. Stefan was so slow. We thankfully did not need to crawl through anywhere this time, but he was too focused because they were still bulging. I saw one in his arm. I handed him my tool I had. It's the one with all of the knife and other things on it. It has every tool, but I don't know the name in English. I handed him that, but he was too scared to cut and just kept hitting. I could hear the steps closer, and I could see more bugs crawling out of little cracks, and I felt one. I felt it. It must have reached me, because I felt my legs start to burn. And the only thought I had in my head was that I must stop running and stand still and get rid of it. That I must stand still and get it out, but I managed to stop myself from listening to this thought and just kept on running. It was a burn that traveled up my body, and like an electric shock from static, and I could feel my leg go a little bit numb and feel a little bit weaker. I felt tired, even though I barely had been running. I remember at some point, Stefan had just stopped running and stood still and was just facing the wall. I ran back to grab him and pull him, but he was too strong and would not follow me anymore. He was not even trying to hit himself anymore, and he was just standing there, carrying my knife tool. I kept running and looked behind me only once, and I saw him on the floor and bugs running over him. I saw Tomas next to him too. He stopped and touched him, but I don't remember what he did. I remember running and my legs burning harder and harder, but I felt the air change and not feel so cold anymore. And then I remember seeing some light and being so close to getting outside. I remember the second I got outside, I could not run anymore, and I just laid down on the grass even though I needed to keep going. I did not have any energy left. I felt drained and sapped of energy. I remember once I hit the ground, I heard this pop and squelch and something just burst out of my leg. Like there was so much blood and one of those bugs fell out and dropped to the grass and I saw it run. I had to tie up my leg with my shirt because I was bleeding too much. After that, the next few weeks were a blur. I did not know what to tell my parents, so I hid and skipped school and lied until people knew anyway and found out. They knew Stefan and Tomas were missing, and they blamed me. Their parents said I went with them and that it was my fault. Cue me crying and trying to explain that something absolutely impossible happened in that cave, and no one believed me. I told them every detail I said here, and my mother said I was crazy, and my dad hit me and made me hide away in shame. I remember Stefan's uncle asking and coming to speak with me. He asked me what happened again, and I said the exact same thing. He told me that a rescue was going to look for them. He said the cave had something wrong with it. He said it wasn't the first time people acted oddly after going in there. No one found either Stefan or Tomas. Their parents called me a murderer, and my parents could not even look at me. I was really sick for like a week afterward. It felt like the flu, but I threw up almost every day. There were bits of black and also blood in my vomit. We had to leave the village because people hated me. All my father's hard work in house and job just gone. Once I turned 18, he told me to go on my own and not bother to come back. I ended up moving to Czechia, and the rest from there does not matter. I know a lot of people on here do not believe and think it's all stories. I was young and an idiot, but I know that this happened. I don't know what kind of things can do that. I've never seen any bug that does that. Has anyone else ever seen anything as weird as this? Alright, X. Here is my spooky story for the day. I recently moved right into the middle of the Mojave Desert in California. I naturally got into dirt bikes. There are miles and miles of trails out here, and we are like 30 miles away from any kind of city. There is a track where I live that is deserted most of the time, but I don't really frequent that. I prefer trail riding. So out where I ride, there is a lot of flat land and 3 big hills about a mile away from each other. Every time I go to ride, I go a little bit further. I eventually make it to the 3rd big hill. It was amazing, perfectly quiet, just the sound of wind that never stops blowing around here. I hopped back on my bike to go a little further, and I was overcome with this gut-wrenching terror that came out of nowhere. It felt like I was being watched, I guess, but I could not see shit. It's all mostly scrub brush and big rock outcroppings. So I shit my pants and got back home as fast as I could. That was about 2 months ago. Today I went out for my weekly ride, and I figured I would go back to the third hill. I decided that I was being irrational the last time I went there. The isolation must have gotten to me. Plus, I've been riding a lot longer, so now there is no reason to be frightened. I go out and get to the first hill, stop and relax for a bit, smoke a cigarette, and listen to the silence. I then got back on the trail and toot on up to the third hill. I was not even thinking about the last time I was there. Everything was so great, so I go even further. Past the third hill is just a lot more wavy smaller hills and a lot more giant rock things. I knew people go out here sometimes because there were other tire tracks, but I spotted what looked like a cave entrance. Even if it wasn't a cave, someone could definitely fit underneath the rock. At the entrance of this opening, there was a pile of rocks about the size of a hand, all stacked up pyramid style. I took note of that and kept going, but as I passed this thing, I hear like a goddamn guttural croak/scream. It sounded like a raven but higher pitched and loud as hell. I know the sounds my bike makes, and it was not that. I rode so fast that I probably would have died if I crashed. I got lost as hell in those hills, but eventually I made it back home. I did not stop feeling that being watched sensation until I got back between the first and second hill. Then it just went away. I got back home safely. I am probably never going back that way again. There are stories in my area about blue eyes, some kind of creature that supposedly lives around here. Not sure if it has any merit, but holy shit, it sure felt like it. That's all. I have absolutely no idea what could be out there, if anything. I need a riding buddy. If the story that you just told me is true, and not just a mere role-playing, what you saw was a residual memory of the nun. I had a somewhat similar experience when I go traveling to Papua New Guinea, involving a bit of cave and deceased man of World War II. It is my holiday break. I decide to get lost by traveling to Papua New Guinea for 2 weeks. One day, I go staying in a one native man house at Biak Num 4. He invited me to visit a site named Binsari Cave, and is some kind of a memorial monument of World War II. He said the cave was used by the Japan Army in World War II as a hiding place when military aggression happened. More than 6,000 soldiers hid there in the past. One day, the cave was destroyed by the order of General Douglas MacArthur using a bomb and gallons of gasoline to burn them all to ashes. Almost all of the Japanese soldiers died, burned alive inside because of that. Those who ran away and got caught were held as prisoners of war or were killed on sight. He said to this day, the ghosts of those buried alive often wander around the site, from sounds of soldiers marching, objects around site moving by itself, to apparitions that have been seen there. And then, let's call him Robert, and his son who guards the site, told me they often hear faint whispers near the mouth of the cave, asking them to unbury the remains of the soldiers so that they can escape. I have also seen some kind of apparition when the sun sets. I saw a soldier dressed in white uniform walking to the cave. He looked at me for a split second and then just faded away. I told Robert what I've just seen. They said it's normal. The locals used to see them too, but now they never show themselves. They only show themselves to new visitors. Well damn, I'm a lucky one, eh? I was about 7 years old when I experienced this. I watched my dad murder my mom. He tells me to keep my mouth shut, that he will hurt me if I don't, and that she deserved it, that God told him to end her life. He then drags her body out of the house. I hide underneath my bed for the next few hours, just crying and losing my shit. I don't know what to do. I don't even know what happened. Suddenly I hear a shout, "Anon, come down. Dinner is ready, and bring your father too." What the hell? I tiptoe outside of my room and see my dad creeping outside of his. We both sit at the table, confused. She serves us a meal. She looks just fine. She sounds just fine. She is just fine. I glance at my father and he has no idea what is happening. I glance at my mother and she does the shush gesture. Nobody ever mentions it ever again. They separated and are doing just fine. For all intents and purposes, my mom is healthy and in a good spot. My dad is a raging alcoholic and always under the influence of whatever drug he can get his hands on. She died. She was murdered. I watched her die with my own 2 eyes. I still don't know what happened. This happened to me today. I was hanging at an elderly friend's house. I'm just chilling as usual in his living room, watching TV. I hear my name said softly twice from friend's room. Anon, Anon. I go to his room to respond. I find my friend stone cold dead. I immediately freak the hell out. I just stand there in shock. I take a minute to get my shit together and then call 911. I get instructed by the dispatcher on how to resuscitate him. No bueno. It's not long before the ambulance and police arrive and the paramedics finally take over. I give a statement to the police. The medical examiner is pretty certain that it was heart failure due to natural causes. They estimate the time of death as several hours before and possibly even the previous evening. The dude had been dead, long dead. My face went. I'd been hanging with my dead friend all day long, and I did not even know it. My face went. I'd heard him call my name long after he would have been dead. My face went. The only reason I even went to check on him and found that he was dead is that I heard him call my name. This just happened to me a few hours ago. I'm obviously not a kid, but there were no other creepy pasta/life experience threads. Anyway, I am still feeling sick over this, and maybe not around to respond for very long.
I know this likely will not be believed by most of you, but that's a good thing. Don't ever take anything you see on this website at face value. Scrutinize everything. Analyze and pick apart absolutely everything. With that being said, I still think it's worth sharing what I experienced. At the very least, just to get it off of my chest. But with some luck, it might give you some insight. Failing that, it might give you some entertainment at the very least, if you can call what I saw entertainment. I worked for the Central Intelligence Agency for a number of years. Enough to know a little, but not enough to know a lot. Enough to be allowed into certain projects on a lower level, but not enough to know the ins and outs and the inner workings. Some of you will scream fake because I could get myself killed is what you probably think, but that is just not true. The government doesn't just go around headshotting people because that draws a lot more attention than you would think. That is a last resort, drastic action because even in a best case scenario, you can only cover up so much and you will always leave lingering traces behind. With that being said, the project I was assigned to has long since been discontinued. I would personally consider it a failure, but who knows what could be done with the research that we did. Maybe it could have even been refined by now. Anyway, let me begin. I worked for the CIA for a number of years, but mostly in roles that would probably be considered insignificant or disposable in the grand scheme of things. I was brought in to evaluate human behavior inside controlled environments and take note of my findings. I was to watch how people reacted to pressure, substances, conditioning, isolation, and many other factors. I could write for hours on all the things we tested, but for the most part, none of it was that crazy. It was mostly under the guise of training, either for soldiers or agents in the field. We would analyze and come up with tests for mental resilience, techniques to resist the influence of drugs, our own drugs to make our work easier, etc. We would also model counterinsurgency tactics. A big thing in the testing that I was involved in was always surrounding psychology, picking apart just exactly how each brain ticks and every single trick, technique, and shortcut that you can use to mold it the way that you want, to manipulate it into thinking or doing things that you most desire. In theory, the way the brain works is incredibly simple, but in practice, it's almost impossible to work out, and is something that has eluded us for a long time. I'm sure anyone reading this already knows this from the various declassified documents that have been released over the years. This specific test was never released to the public because of the implications it could have for trust in the government. Well, like there's any of that left, and public outrage. At the time we conducted this, it was thought that disclosure or leaks would cause a countrywide panic and possibly mass rioting. That is not something that concerns us anymore because of contingencies in place. I don't want to write hour-long backstories or a detailed life story for myself, so I'm going to start at the project beginnings. The United States government provided us with enough funding, basically infinite. This was a project they had a keen interest in. We traveled to a country in a very poor part of the world, which I will not be naming. We had and still have a relatively heavy military presence there, which made it easy to lay out the groundwork. We erected a mock village from scratch on a remote stretch of land that was basically devoid of people. By the time we were done, it was probably the best looking and high quality of life village in the whole damn country. We erected some structures like schools and hospitals and some prefab buildings for dwelling, and made sure to provide lots of supplies, such as food. We poured out concrete. We provided gasoline and generators, and a supply of fresh water that was sustainable. We even set up a small market. We were not designing it to be some kind of top secret. Oh no, we wanted to lure people in. The premise was very simple. You come to this village and live by the rules that we set out and sign this contract. In return, you have safety, you are well fed, and you will get to live in relative luxury. It only took a couple of people before we had people begging to live there, so many that we actually had to turn people away. Of course, the bigger sample size the better, but we still had to think about tracking and logistics and not drawing the attention of anywhere other than the immediate area. The people were told the minimum amount that they needed to know. We presented it as a long-term behavioral study that was meant to improve cognizance, mental resilience, and disaster preparedness. Half the people did not care, and the other half were content. To sweeten the deal, we paid them a modest amount for the area. We cleared any debts so that their residence would not be interrupted, and then their family were fed official cover stories. Again, some people knew it was not true, but you can only cover your tracks so far. A few people in a random village knowing was of no consequence. One of the rules that they agreed to was that they were not allowed to leave until our experiment was over, and no one had a problem with it. At first, anyway. I was only told exactly what I needed to know so that I could accurately track and observe what we were after, so I could make sure that we saw the results that we wanted. They never used these words directly, but they were essentially interested in mind control. Now, it's not as dramatic as those words suggest. It was more akin to making people more suggestible, to break down any resistance barriers. We were essentially testing to see if over time, through subtle influence, if we could force mass compliance in a population. The explanation I got was pretty fragmented and was told to me across several different briefings and under-the-table exchanges, so I had to piece most of it together myself. I don't proclaim to know the exact inner workings, but the gist is that they were introducing a combination of low-level chemical exposure combined with environmental conditioning, along with other stimuli. Some of this stimuli would be purposefully traumatic in order to make the brain more favorable to our suggestions. And this was all designed to heighten pattern sensitivity in the nervous system. That is a verbatim line that was fed to me. I was assured that it was not anything hallucinogenic or that would show up on talk screens, although in retrospect, I think I seriously doubt these assurances. I have no idea what chemicals they exposed them to. I was never told. They explained it as compounds that alter how the brain weights incoming information, which would be paired with a precise manipulation of routine and other stimuli. Doors opened or stuck at certain times. Lights flickered just enough to register subconsciously. Schedules shifted by minutes, then seconds. When someone made a choice that led to a negative outcome, even a small one, the system made sure they felt it. When a choice avoided a negative outcome, the system reinforced it. The way these were reinforced varied depending on the severity of the mistake or correct choice. Electric shocks were what we found to be the most effective in the end. Beatings basically had no effect and actually pushed people the opposite way. Any kind of violence had an undesired result, aside from electric shocks.
Even just a taser zap did the trick. Rewards included money, special privileges, parties, etc. Even from the off, all of the people staying there did not really react to any violence. It would seed mental resentment, but no one intervened, even in the early days. We also never told anyone straight up about why anything worked the way it did. Anyone who lived in the village learned from other cues. They had to learn the rules firsthand. In this way, it became ingrained in them much quicker. Over time, the idea was that people would start feeling which actions led to trouble and which didn't, without even being able to articulate it. It was framed as a way to study intuition under stress. What it actually became was something much closer to anticipatory compliance, where people began acting as if outcomes were already known. I know that sounds bananas, and we were just as shocked to find out that it worked on this scale. Kind of, anyway. The government throws money at hundreds of projects like this with different scope and goals, and 99% of them usually fails. Hell, some years 100% of them fail, but that is just the cost of doing business. Any information that can be gleaned is invaluable and can be used to devise the next project. At first, it looked like a success. Incident reports dropped dramatically. Minor injuries declined. People were not getting into any kind of petty disputes, but that could also be attributed to taking away struggles with money and material goods. People stopped getting sick as often because they would unconsciously avoid the clinic on days when equipment was malfunctioning or staff were off, or when they knew they might spread a sickness, even if observable symptoms had not properly presented in them yet. They just knew when someone else was sick and would avoid them. For some reason, they could comprehend cues and tells on a much smaller level than usually possible, and they knew by instinct the outcome. Grandma has the flu. They could tell halfway to the door. Someone in a bad mood. People knew way before they should. The guy is going to start a fight at the bar, diffuse before he even has a chance. They took different walking routes without even being able to explain why. Arguments fizzled out before they escalated. During interviews, subjects would say things like, "It just didn't feel right," or "I figured it would be better to wait," and they would be correct often enough that it started to look impressive. Of course, it didn't always work, but we were seeing high success rates, at least in the early days. I remember one woman who moved her entire family out of a housing unit the morning before a gas line ruptured underneath it. She could not explain why she had packed up so suddenly. She just said that she woke up knowing they should not be there. These leaks and obstacles were obviously planned by us, and we were amazed. We always operated under cover of darkness, when no one would know we had messed with anything. Some of the obstacles were planted before we even moved them in. They basically complied with everything we said, because they could sense the outcome before it happened. People were much more willing to just go along with even the most absurd requests. Those kinds of stories traveled fast among the oversight teams, and for a while, the tone was almost excited. I sat in on meetings where people talked about applications, about how something like this could reduce casualties, stabilize volatile populations, make assets harder to compromise. These were obviously not the main goals. The main goals were much closer to quelling riots and unrest and rebellious activity, to keep a population reliant and scared to act because of potential consequences, much easier to manipulate and shape how you want. I kept my mouth shut and did my job, which was to interview subjects weekly and note changes in affect, decision-making, and stress responses. It did not take long for cracks to show in this project and scupper any chances of a wide-scale escalation. Crack number one was that the subjects wouldn't just comply with our requests. They had essentially destroyed their own resistance to anyone who even gave the impression of authority, even if they were complete outsiders with no affiliation. We could send in a homeless guy in scraggly clothes, and as long as he talked the right way, used the right words, and the right chemicals were sprayed, they would do whatever he said. Sometimes to their own detriment, including causing harm to themselves or others if the perceived future harm was greater than the one presented in the current moment. I know it sounds like a lot of nonsense right now, but I think it will become more clear as I share other scenarios, but essentially, anyone could just walk in and take over. The compliance was too broad, and we could not figure out how to reduce that without it not working entirely. After this, there were more cracks. Some subjects began avoiding things that were objectively safe.
They would refuse routine medical checkups because they were convinced that something would go wrong if they went. If they knew they might get a bad diagnosis, they would just not go, so that, in essence, to their mind, nothing was wrong with them. A man with a manageable heart condition skipped medication for days because he said taking it felt like a bad move and that the side effects were bad for him, and he ended up hospitalized when his condition worsened. When asked afterward why he had not taken it, he wasn't defensive or confused. He just said he had been sure it was better not to. But then if we told him to take it again, he would start, only to stop later on. We are still not sure what caused these conflicts, but it threw a real wrench in things. Others began referring to events that had not happened yet, as if they were already over. Someone would say, after the fire, when there had not been one, or talk about a meeting in the past tense, days before it was scheduled. When pressed, they would backtrack, embarrassed, like they had misspoken. We would correct them, and then they would overwrite whatever their brain supposedly imagined happening. Any memory would be accepted, no matter how bizarre. We pushed this to its limit, and managed to get one older man to accept that his country had been involved in a 100-year war, and that he had served on the front lines. It was insane to say the least. But the other stuff, the conflicts, it was subtle enough that you could chalk it up to stress or fatigue if you wanted to. A few of us recognized early on that this would become a problem though. I remember writing in one report that several subjects appeared desynchronized from present time. Not delusional per se, but oriented toward an internal timeline that did not line up with reality. These subjects were now even becoming compliant with their own imaginations and intrusive thoughts. One villager would fear something, and the rest would accept that as truth, even from them. It was becoming uncontrollable to the point where you could not control them because their brains were too easy to manipulate. Something about the chemicals or whatever they used had turned their brains to mush that wanted the path of least resistance. The first serious incident was written off as a domestic dispute, even though we had largely quelled these smaller happenings early on. But we figured at first that perhaps the chemicals or whatever was being used on them had reached a limit and only remained effective and active in the body for so long. A middle-aged man restrained his wife during an argument because he was convinced she was about to hurt herself later that day. He held her down long enough to bruise her ribs and dislocate her shoulder. The worst part is that he did not even need to do this. She wasn't begging or pleading or fighting. The woman actively complied when he said that she would hurt herself if she left, and she just sat there quietly and did not try to intervene. Even at the use of excessive force, she for some reason just deemed it necessary and did not call for help or resist. When security intervened, the man did not resist either. He kept saying that he was trying to stop something worse and only calmed down when he was told otherwise. In interviews after, he was calm to the point of being unsettling. He did not deny hurting her, but said if he had not done it, something irreversible would have happened. When asked what that was, he said he did not know, only that he felt it building. It was always vague when we would interview them. They could never point to anything solid or tangible, just that something would happen, just a feeling. The oversight team increased monitoring and moved on. The next incident was harder to ignore. A subject pushed a co-worker off of a ladder during a maintenance task, which resulted in a fatal head injury. I actually saw him fall from high up and saw him splat onto the floor. It made me feel sick. The justification from the man was the same vague kind of answer. He believed that the co-worker was about to cause an accident that would kill multiple people. He wasn't entirely wrong. We had rigged the task that they were carrying out to become unsafe, but he had no way of knowing that without the expertise of the field, and we had never seen any of them kill before. He wasn't angry or panicked either. He was unsettlingly still. He never once asked if the man was okay or if he survived either. He was only concerned with whether what he did stopped anything. It got worse very quickly from here. I have a sneaking suspicion that some of the parameters were changed without our knowledge. A change in chemicals or application or dosage, but I did not know for sure. I did have a theory that someone in the project was interested in pushing it to its absolute limit. To put it bluntly, they were doing the most that they could because they knew that there would be no loose ends.
A few of the villagers became withdrawn, barely speaking, barely moving, not even leaving their house. They were scared of their own shadows and were becoming avoidant of anything at all, becoming avoidant of the world in general. Others went in the opposite direction. They became hyper-vigilant, constantly scanning the people around them, intervening in small ways that escalated over time. We had some horrible incidents that led to the shutdown of the project, as it would have been hard to contain. One woman, she had an elderly father, and she sedated him. We don't know why, aside from her telling us that he was going to be in pain and that she could sense that he was going to suffer. She messed up the dose really badly. She had no kind of experience with this, but I guess in the moment she thought she did. He did not make it through his sleep, although he technically did not suffer any pain in the end, I suppose. We had to lock her up because she went crazy after that, crying and screaming about something bad happening and how she should have done it sooner. She would not calm down, no matter what we told her. She had gone from being compliant to everything that anyone told her, to being convinced that her delusions were real and that everyone else was wrong. Catastrophic failure. We had more incidents like this where villagers could not be reasoned with anymore. Honestly, it felt like some of these chemicals were getting me too, even though I knew it was all in my head. The PPE we wore, I was assured made exposure for us impossible. I did catch myself, I don't know, questioning my orders less and less, being less resistant to changes in my work and change factors. It's weird because I'm anal about little details, and I have a history of kicking up a stink about them. I think I would chalk that more up to tiredness though. But yeah, the incidents got worse. We were not able to intervene until it was too late. But this lady smothered her husband who had the flu because she was convinced it would spread and hurt the village. She also told us that it stopped his suffering. We tried to explain why that is not right, but she would not budge from this, and she became hysterical too. The project lasted not even another week. It was deemed a failure, a massive failure, too much of a liability and unsuitable for wide-scale implementation. It was also now a huge risk. We had a village of people consumed by delusions that every little thing in the world might kill them, and that they had to kill others to prevent this, and now we have made it so they could not be reasoned with anymore. They would not believe anything you told them, because they believe their own minds more. Higher-ups had them put away and dealt with locally. Said that the exposure would wear off eventually, but I definitely doubted this. Even if it did wear off, the guilt, the memories of the actions, and the psychological damage would be permanent and destroy their lives. The ones who managed to repress would have it all flood back sometime down the years, which would cause even more chaos. Still, it was decided that it was not our problem anymore. I'm told that there was a reintegration project where the participants were eased back into society as the chemicals left their system and they were given jobs and mental support. Again, I seriously doubt this. This was the worst thing I had ever been involved with, and truth be told, I could not live with myself. I was reassigned at first, but then was essentially forced into medical retirement. I signed an NDA and blah blah blah, but again, I am in no danger. To this day though, I still cannot sleep and have some kind of permanent brain fog. As far as I am aware, that was the last of that project, but I have no doubt that similar ones have probably sprang up since then. If it's any reassurance, I don't think there is any way to truly control the human mind like how we desired. I hope, anyway. Take from this what you will. It's up to you to decide whether I'm lying or being truthful. Do not take anything at face value. Don't just comply without thinking. I will admit, it does feel a little bit bitter just to get this off of my chest. I was 7 years old at the time this happened. I am a white boy in a family of 5, dad, mom, and 3 older brothers. Living in Réunion Island, a French overseas territory east of Madagascar. I am surrounded by Tamil Hindus, Muslims, and voodoo-practicing Africans. The place is hugely multicultural. Many occurrences of animal sacrifice happen locally over the years. It's a cultural thing, so we kids don't think much of it. Sometimes weird things happen. We might see human-made tracks or bizarre puppet-like thingies hung to our front yard bushes. One day, There is a dark chicken inside of our mailbox for some reason. I am more worried about my parents' reaction than the actual discovery though. One night I woke up to my parents talking in the kitchen. I get out of bed to join them, feeling like they are in need of a big family hug. On the way to the kitchen I feel very weird. I am feeling big, like several kilometers long big. I don't know how to express this other than my organs and limbs are so long that it takes seconds for them to obey my brain. I remember vividly watching them from the kitchen door, having some kind of whispering argument against the window. They were constantly looking at the neighbors, about 200 meters away from us. They are visibly worried. Eventually, they notice me. Jump scare out of hell. They ask me why I'm not sleeping. My mom comes to grab me, but she stops after a few steps. "Why are you doing this?" is what she says to me. I realize that my mouth is uncontrollably gnawing at nothing. It's opening, closing, opening again, and then closing but empty. It's just the sound of my teeth colliding. It stops as soon as I realize this. I didn't even realize I was doing it. And then my mom says, "And why are you like that?" I didn't know what they meant. I just waited for something to happen. They looked at each other. My mom then caught me and put me back to sleep. The next day they tried to talk about this. They kept asking me questions and looked at each other when I answered. From that night on, I had very frequent nightmares. I only remember ill-formed animals crying, yelling, suffering in general. Some nights I would wake up standing in front of my parents yelling at me in random parts of the house. I never even knew how I got there in the first place. They would ask me why I was just standing there, with my body twisted, my mouth gnawing or smiling exaggeratedly against the living room couch or the bedroom bed. I apparently never gave any answer. Everyone in my family started to worry. One night I woke up to my mom looking at me with the lights on in my bedroom. She had a horrified look on her face. But most of all, I remember the dozens of people all around her, of all kinds and colors, vividly staring at me. I look at my mom and I say, "Why are all of these people here in my room looking at me?" I see my mom looking around her, and she tells me, "What are you talking about?" She grabs my hand, takes me out of bed, and makes me take a shower. Then, one night, I woke up to my big brother yelling, "He's here." I was outside, naked, in the backyard, looking at our neighbor's house burning. Everyone gathered. It was a big family hug. I remember clearly the fire being the most satisfying thing that night. The nightmares instantly stopped. The sleepwalking instantly stopped. All of the weird stuff around the house instantly disappeared. Life instantly came back to normal. No more of me waking up in random places, not knowing how I even got there. Mom and Dad feared that there was some voodoo shit going on in our neighbor's home, and Mom has always said she was 100% sure it was related to what happened to me. I used to be a true skeptic. I did not believe in ghosts, the paranormal, poltergeists, or UFOs. My first experience happened at age 18, shortly after my mother died. Be me. I was living in an apartment building. My friend knocks on my door one morning. "Bro, come quick, you have to see this." I follow him to the office where there are 4 or 5 workers crowded around a computer screen. They all look at me and go, "Yep, have a look. It went to your door." I look at the screen. It's camera footage from my hallway the night before. It's labeled at 2 a.m. The sensor light turns on in the hall. A grey, misty humanoid figure appears at the top of the stairs and gently floats down the hallway to my door before stopping. Out of 80 doors in the building, it came to my door and only my door. It looked exactly like Pick related. After I saw that video, I turned from a skeptic to someone who is on the fence with ghosts. Here is my second incident. This was years later. It's probably 2019 now. I see a swarm of white orbs in the sky during the day and manage to film them. From that moment on, I turned from a skeptic with aliens to someone who is on the fence. 3 years later again. It's 2023. I have just moved houses. Things in the house start moving on their own. I witness a cigarette on a bench spin by itself. I hear strange noises coming from the apartment constantly. There are handprints appearing on the mirrors by themselves. I start seeing orbs in the sky at night. I am no longer a skeptic. I am a firm believer in ghosts and UAP now. I forgot the most important one. This happened to me when I was 5 years old. Be me. I am in bed with my mom. I am watching movies on a shitty computer monitor at night. It's like 3 AM. We are watching some kid-friendly movies and she falls asleep. I start drifting off to sleep as well. The movie ends. The screen goes black and we start falling asleep. Everything is nice. And then this happened, I shit you not. The computer screen goes blue. Everything in the room is blue. I wake up. Suddenly, a gory film appears on the screen. There is blood everywhere. People are dying. I start crying hysterically. My mom wakes up and frantically unplugs the computer. I repressed that memory really badly and still do, but sometimes I remember it as an adult and it still creeps me out. I had one that was a bit weird and didn't seem to get partially explained until about 10 years later. My friend gets a new girlfriend and we often sit in her house. This is back in the PC is the family computer days. Me and my friend are both DJs, 19, and her dad is too, so we all get on well. Albeit, we play a completely different type of music to him and DJ at a very different club to him. One night the three of us sit in her house while her dad is at the club. We are listening to one of friend's sets on the PC. Gets this really odd distortion over the top, like listening to two radio stations at once. His set gets drowned out by her dad's voice introducing whatever tune he's about to play, because it's his daughter's favorite and dedicates it to her. This is weird in itself because we have been to his events before and he never ever goes on the mic. The tune starts playing but only for a few seconds and then it gets drowned out by friend's set again. We put it down to somehow both sets played at once when no one was touching the PC. Friend's girlfriend says it does not make sense because his sets are recorded at the club, but it's always on cassette, boomers you say, and he never puts them on the PC because he would not know how to. We are doubtful and check the PC, but none of his sets are on there, so it's a bit tougher to explain. We mostly just forget about it, it's just an odd happening. About 7 or 8 years later, her dad dies unexpectedly. She keeps all of his old cassettes and plays them from time to time because she still likes the music. One day I'm at their place and she puts on one of the cassettes. Her dad's voice comes on and introduces a tune for his daughter and dedicates it to her because it is her favorite. Literally exactly what we heard on the PC years before. 3 of us get spooked. At least we're part way to solving the mystery now. Except we aren't because the date is written on the cassette and it was the last event he ever did, 2 weeks before he died.
It's coming up to around 2 years now since this happened to me, and I think I'm just finally processing it enough to feel comfortable to share it. Sharing it here feels less risky than talking to my friends or my parents. I don't want anyone else to get hurt because of my loose lips. I've noticed a string of people coming forward in the last year or so, especially on this board, and although most have been laughed at and not believed, I almost feel like it's my duty now to shine a light on this and not let it remain covered up. I'm sure I will have a knock on my door by the time I press post. I will stop with the vague posting. This is regarding the event that some people have started calling the Miami Mall alien incident, which took place at the Bayside Marketplace in Miami. I know that it's been officially debunked, but I would not trust things like that. Just like anyone can come on here and claim to be some insider with super secret knowledge, people can so easily claim to be behind something and proclaim it to be fake, especially if they have an incentive to do so. For those unaware somehow, on the 1st of January 2024, there was a police report filed and a phone call to 911 made. Officially, the caller noted that teenagers were setting off fireworks inside the mall and aiming them at people. They were apparently causing explosions and making people frightened. Hundreds of police officers turned up within minutes of this call. If you don't live in Miami, let me tell you, this is not normal. You could be held at gunpoint in your own home, and the police do not give a shit. They will turn up when they feel like it. This was hundreds of officers and tons of squad cars, with even reports of a SWAT team being spotted in the area, but that was never reported in any official capacity. Shortly after this, news leaked online about 10-foot-tall shadow figures appearing in the mall, causing chaos, injuring and scaring people. Social media went crazy, and for one single day, it was everywhere. The day after, not a single person was talking about it. You could not find a single stray mention of it on any social media site, as if it had all been scrubbed clean. You would try to post on social media, public forums, anywhere, and people either asked you what the hell you were talking about, or just straight up called you crazy. Or you were ignored. Or your post mysteriously got 0 views in hours, usually as a result of a shadow ban due to certain keywords. Then people on fringe forums like this started to remember. People looked up news articles, and they all had these weird discrepancies. One place reported teens setting off fireworks. Some articles blamed it on a group of black teenagers fighting. Others said every single aspect was a hoax and that the police showed up for a false report. I think I even saw one news article mentioning a man carrying a firearm unconcealed and threatening people verbally. The point is, no one could get their story straight. And then these stories come out anonymously, all different stories about aliens and whatnot. I'm still not sure if they were by immensely confused people or if they were there to poison the well. But conveniently after these started being posted, this random YouTuber uploaded a video and claimed to be behind the entire story. It was all him apparently. Case closed. Everyone believed him without a single question. But why did the police turn up then? Why so many and why so quickly? How did he make so many major news publications pick up the story? Sorry for the rambling intro. I just felt I needed to adequately inform people for the story to make sense. Almost 2 years ago, I was about 18 years old. I had graduated high school a few months ago now, and my parents were angry with me because I had no qualifications and no prospects and no boyfriend. I very reluctantly got a job at the Bayside Marketplace, at Build-A-Bear of all places. It was a shitty, annoying job, and I felt like such a loser. Anyway, I was working the day that it happened. I can't remember exactly what time everything went down, but I remember it was starting to get dark outside. Anyway, I was working the day that it happened. I can't remember exactly what time everything went down, but I remember it was starting to get dark outside. I only had one other person on shift with me that day, and we had to handle a massive wave of customers, so I was exhausted. I remember every time the store emptied, even if it was just for a minute or two, I would collapse on the floor in the back and try and rest. So, it's one of these times, and I am just sitting in the back, and I start to hear this weird sound, kinda like a static electricity. I hear it faintly, then it gets a little bit louder. Then I feel the sudden jolt in my body, and my leg goes wonky, and spasms a little while I am sitting down. It was only for a split second, then the lights in the back started to flicker on and off randomly for about a minute straight. And I got fed up, and just got up and went over to my coworker to complain. I was getting ready to start moaning to her. I don't know why they put 2 girls on shift with so many customers and no one else to help, but I noticed that she was nowhere to be seen. The door to the store is usually closed, and it rings a bell when you open it to let you know that a customer is here if you were in the back. It was now pinned open outwards and pushed right up against the window glass. I could hear that static electricity sound out here now too, and the light started flickering in here. There were no people walking past outside, whereas before there were tons of people walking by all the time. I could not hear the usual sounds of people talking and shouting and laughing and kids running around. I walked outside to take a look down the stairs that overlook some more shops and a different part of the mall down below. There are people down there, but there is no sound coming from anywhere. I immediately noticed these things or figures or aliens, I don't know what to call them. They weren't these shadow figures like everyone describes.
They were tall, but not abnormally so, maybe around 6 feet or so. Their skin was all the same block color mostly, this weird pale blue kind of color, but with patches of this pure black over different parts of the body. One patch on the elbows, partially on the face, etc. I think that's where the confusion maybe comes from. The fear distorts memories, and since that stands out the most, that is what people remember. I only remember this so clearly because it's before my fight or flight kicked in, when I thought it was maybe some weird light show I didn't know that was planned. I mean, what can I say? Miami is a weird place. There is always things going on. There are probably 3 of these figures scattered throughout the mall, standing over people. Their legs look insanely strong. Instead of feet, they have these blocks that look like concrete blocks with these wide toe-like things connected to them that are planted into the ground. Even though I am a bit away, I can actually see cracks in the ground where their feet are planted. These people they are standing over are not moving. The lights in the entire place are flickering intermittently, and I can hear that static sound right in my ear now. Some of these people are on the floor against a wall, some lying flat, some standing upright, some cradled in a ball, but none are moving. And they are almost glowing. This really faint white hue is around them, but I don't know if my mind made that up, or if maybe my eyes were just tired and confusing other bright lights. I see one of these alien things turn. It looks directly at me. This is where my fear kicks in. I am thinking, holy crap, I need to find Sarah, my coworker. I need to see if she is okay. I need to escape. I need to tell someone. Just this rush of thoughts all at once. I start to feel the ground shake and hear this pounding and crunching sound as it happens. I start running, and as I do, I see this thing walking straight up the wall. It has its feet drilled into the wall and is scaling it, and it is moving quickly. I run and I run, but I trip and I lose my footing, and I fall over the side of the no longer working escalator that I was trying to run up. There are supposed to be barriers in place to stop this, bigger barriers, but the government are useless. I close my eyes as I am falling, and I just wait to feel the pain or for my mind and my vision to go blank. But I don't feel any rush of air. I don't feel any impact. I open my eyes, and I am now kneeling on the ground where the other people were, looking up at one of these things. I can't move an inch of my body. I can't close my eyes back up again. And I hear this voice inside of my head. It's really soft and gentle. It sounds so almost human, but it is a mix of 7 different accents that it keeps switching between before it eventually stabilizes and settles on a local male accent, except it's a little bit deeper, and every time I hear it in my head, I feel that static electricity feeling run throughout my entire body. It says my name. How does it know my name? It tells me not to be scared, that it's sorry for how sudden everything is, but that this is the only way. It starts talking about loads of things that I don't really understand, and I don't really know how to explain. Something about the Earth not being right. Something about the government lying and taking advantage of us. All I know is that again and again and again, it kept saying that they were there to help, but that this was the only way that they could. That they were angry. Angry that this place is wrong. It said something like that verbatim. It asked me to trust it, to trust that I would be safe. Bear in mind this whole time I have heard no sounds aside from the alien talking and its footsteps. When I was running away, I did not hear my own. I did not hear myself screaming when I fell, even though I felt it, and I know I did it. I did not hear any of the outside world. But all of a sudden in my head I hear this really loud pop, like a balloon popping but louder, and I get this incredible headache all of a sudden. And then all at the same time, the sounds of the world come rushing back in. The first thing I hear are police sirens, and then gunshots. My ears were suddenly ringing. I think at the same time I heard that pop in my head, I saw a bullet hit this thing and rip flesh, but it didn't seem harmed. I'm not sure. It's so hard to properly remember. The second I could, I wrote down everything I could remember on physical paper when I got home and hid it and tried to keep thinking about it every single day. But the memory has become fainter and fainter the longer time has gone on. The second all these sounds came back, the facial expression of this alien changed, and it immediately shot a look at the entrance of the mall. Basically, all of these next events are just a blur. I think even when they were happening, they were all shaky and going in and out of focus like I was drunk or drugged or something. I could feel blood dripping down my nose, even some in my ears. I thought maybe I'd been shot at one point, but I didn't die, so that could not have been it. Everything I am about to tell you, I only know because it is what I have from my notes from the first day that I got home. In my head it's just a blur, and I only have a faint memory of even remembering, if that makes sense. These cops or SWAT or whatever they are armed, start swarming in. There is a lot of them. They are sweeping and trying to secure the area. The alien who talked to me looks furious. All of the people who were on the ground are back to reality now. People are realizing what is happening. They are processing. They are seeing blood. They are seeing these things. They are hearing guns being fired. They get up and scramble and start just running, and I do too. There is just firing happening non-stop. I saw a lady wearing a hijab get shot in the lower body while trying to carry her child away to safety. The police shouted for people to flee, but they did not try all that hard. There were more cops there waiting to grab them, waiting behind these shooting cops, I think. I managed to run and slink behind one of those tiny concrete walls with the shitty fake plants and trees or whatever. A guy was running next to me, and I hear his scream disappear, and I think he got shot too. I don't know. I am watching these aliens. I can see how angry they are. I can see these veins starting to appear all over their bodies, and one of them just starts screaming. This really shrill, high-pitched scream that makes my head hurt. And they start talking, but really talking this time, not in my head. I don't know if this is verbatim, but what I have written down here is that the aliens started talking to the officers while they just kept on shooting. They said something about humanity rejecting their kindness with violence too many times. This is when they started to... I don't even know how to say it without sounding like a nut job, but distort reality? Like the air in front of them? Time? My body suddenly feels heavier, and every movement I make, even just breathing or blinking or moving my hand over my mouth, seems to take twice as long, if not longer. Every single blink feels like a sleep. The aliens don't even move, but I can see things in front of them start to change shape. All they are doing is looking, but I can see this one soldier nearest to the front start to stretch. It's like when you're at a carnival and you are going into that place with the wacky mirrors, where you are longer and taller in one, but shorter in the other. The soldier became like that, the taller one. It wasn't instant. It took what seemed like hours to my mind, just watching his legs stretch and expand, watching the expression in his face slowly change from pure horror to crying, to begging, to closed eyes, to empty. His screams are distorted too. They echo through the air and are slowed down. I hear him scream as it looks like he is being pulled apart from all angles, like being drawn by a horse. And it keeps going, and his scream gets worse and worse until time goes back to normal again. And in the space of 1 second, it's like I see 100 seconds worth of things all at once, like a sped up videotape. And I see the SWAT guy or officer or whatever just split apart. Blood everywhere. Parts everywhere. Things I didn't even know were inside the body are everywhere. They did this to more than one. I think they did other things, but I can't remember, and I didn't write it down. But I know they did more than that. Then the officers start to run back out of the room, towards where the civilians fled, and they seal the doors. The second this happened, I see these 3 aliens run, but they did not make any of those loud sounds or make the ground shake this time. They did not cause any damage to the ground when they ran. I saw them run around a corner close by, and I know I should not have done it, but I crawled along the ground and followed from very far away. I could not even stand up because my legs were too shaky, but I dragged myself along the floor, and I saw them change into regular people, like you or me, like regular shoppers. It wasn't a gradual shift, it was like all at once. 1 second alien, the next second person, sped up like a videotape, like with the guy. One of them, God, I remember shaking while writing this, but I barely remember it in my head. But I remember one of them looked like Sarah. They were wearing the uniform. She spotted me, the alien, as her. They didn't even do anything to me. It just put its finger up to its mouth and shushed me, and I had to cover my mouth with both hands to stop myself from screaming. I started hyperventilating, but I remember they changed themselves again. The one who was Sarah gave itself a gunshot wound. It just made a hole appear in the head, and then it laid down and played dead. The other one made this red trail appear on the floor, and it went and laid down against a wall. Shortly after, I remember hearing footsteps flooding in, people being carried out by people in uniforms, and then I passed out, probably from shock. When I woke up, I was being detained. Said I was a key witness or something. They grilled me for hours and hours, non-stop. I tried to ask for a lawyer, to ask why I was being held, but they just ignored me. They didn't even allow me a drink of water or any kind of medical attention. They looked scary. There were so many people in that room, all just to grill a young girl. I explained everything I saw, like I said here. I said everything except the last thing I saw, about them lying down. At the time, I was convinced I hallucinated all of it, but now I'm not so sure. I just broke down in tears and begged for them to leave me alone. For the first time in years, I begged for my mom. I remember just going on autopilot after that for however many hours they had me there. I remember they gave me some kind of medical exam that they did not even ask me for permission for. Took blood and vitals and everything. I remember at some point after the exams I passed out again. I don't even know why. And when I woke up again, I was not being detained. I was back at home. I woke up on a lawn chair in my backyard and it was nice and sunny outside. I asked my parents what gives, but they said that I was out here when they woke up. Figured I was tired from last night's shift and needed time to rest. I pressed them on that, and they just said they heard it was busy and that there was some commotion. What I don't get is how this thing has been debunked, but no one from that day has any footage, any photos, any memories, no CCTV footage. You'd think that no one was there that day. No videos or photos of people at the mall. No receipts of purchases on that day. Nothing. What the hell happened? Maybe I did go crazy and imagine it all. Maybe it was some kind of mass psychotic outbreak and everyone telling me stories is just a lunatic. Maybe I'm just a nutjob who had a mental break. There is one last detail that trips me out though. I obviously did not quit my job on the spot. Sarah had apparently quit because of that day. Said she couldn't handle the stress and that I was not pulling my weight. Gee, thanks Sarah. But the layout of the mall, I thought maybe I was just tired, but it's different now. And I don't mean some shops have closed down and moved or whatever. The entire layout of the mall was entirely different. But no one mentions it. No one in real life has any idea what I am talking about. And if you go back and look at all these stories people are posting, the layout is different in each and every single one of them. I think I'm losing my mind. I don't even know if I want people to believe me. I don't know what I want. I think I just want peace of mind that I am not crazy.
I am not asking for your belief, I'm just asking for you to pay attention and to cast your judgment at the end. Basically, the cat is already mostly out of the bag. This is regarding the Miami Mall alien incident. We have seen the uptick in witnesses coming out and sharing their stories, drumming up new discussion online, and it is clear that it will not be long until the pen boils over, and so here I am, getting ahead of it. While I am not technically allowed to be disclosing this, the disclosure does not matter anymore. I want to ease my conscience while also helping you understand. This all started with a project that I will not be going into too many details about, otherwise the explanation will confuse you, become too convoluted, and I would have to explain years of man-hours of research and work and theorems, and that is not the most important thing here. Essentially, this specific project has been researching a very specific phenomena, which if you research alongside historic accounts, has actually been happening on Earth. The boundary of Earth is weak and can be breached. I will leave it there for simplicity. This has caused all kinds of phenomena over the years. It's the reason behind accounts of people accidentally slipping into the past for brief periods of time, missing persons cases where there is not a trace of the person, and also the reason why there are so many accounts of so-called cryptids. A lot of them are bullshit made up by teenagers, of course, but not all of them. Most of these breaches are unrelated, but that changed around 6 years ago in the year 2020. We actually make contact with these alien creatures. Before this meeting, we had no way to truly track them. This happened at a black site out in the middle of nowhere, Mexico. We have made a breakthrough recently and have been tracking some strange phenomena and signatures. We were attempting to create a small breach ourselves, which ended in catastrophic failure, and it obviously drew the attention of these things. It was not long before they found us and broke sucked out, even though I could still breathe. My vision became blurry and unstable. My memories once these aliens breach through is fragmented and almost feels like a dream in some places. It's like the physical presence of the breach causes your memory to become unstable and stops your brain from storing new memories properly. So this is more of a collage of different things stitched together that multiple agents witnessed at the time. These figures were not as described in other accounts. They were actually very small beings. The problem is that they were capable of manipulating their presence in the physical space on Earth. I don't know if they are capable of doing this wherever they came from, but they can manipulate their own bodies, human bodies, buildings, gravity, etc. We found this out very quickly. The second that we saw them breach, we were ordered to respond with hostile force. The bullets did not hurt them. They looked like they made contact, but I'm not sure how much I can trust my eyes in these situations in retrospect. The aliens, it's almost like a tribal tattoo, but it was just their skin. Their feet were more like cinder blocks rather than regular human feet. It was like a cinder block with multiple prongs that I guess you could call toes, but they were more like claws. Not even claws, more like straight points that just went through whatever material they stood on. I remember them stepping through the tear and the ground cracking underneath them from the sheer weight and from the piercing of the ground. Their eyes were another notable feature. They were this strange, almost Vanta black that always caused you to see a reflection of yourself and the room inside of them. Staring at them made me confused. The one time my eyes met them, when I realized what was happening again, a large unit of time had passed. It made me disoriented and nauseous just by looking at them. The agents who fired on them were quickly put down, and we were ordered to stop firing since it became clear that it was useless. Most were just, I don't know how to describe it, erased from existence, out loud, but in our heads. It hurt really badly. It made my head hurt. I felt my nose start bleeding when they talked inside my head, and I thought that I might pass out. They never gave any of us a chance to talk back to them, and I can't say they made a lot of sense either. And again, I only remember fragments, so this recollection is a collage of what a lot of people there remembered. They told us that the Earth was, wrong. I remember that exact word, verbatim. They said something about us being trapped here and being exploited, and that it was their duty to free worlds like ours. Again, free was the exact word they used.
They said something about how they have been trying for years, as long as humans have existed. They have tried to take us one by one, but it is too slow and too ineffective. They said something about breaking the veil and making people see things they shouldn't, so that they question their reality on Earth. That one was told to us by a colleague. That is not something I ever done. Underwent psychological evaluation over the next few days. We were subject to memory tests, stress tests, and some of us were even isolated. We were grilled and all wrote up reports. As you can imagine, it was rare for them to all add up. Everyone had different descriptions of the events, what exactly happened, and who was actually present at the time. One guy they could not even get to talk anymore. He was found in a corner shaking, with vomit all over himself, and he was just cradling his knees and rocking back and forth. He tried to talk, but he couldn't. He was mute for months after that, and had to be medically retired. Explaining that to his family in a way that did not draw suspicion was difficult, to say the least. The events of that day did not leave the building, aside from the higher-ups who needed to know. They actually locked the black site down for about a week straight in the aftermath, and no one was allowed to leave. I didn't get to take a shower that entire week, and I was starving and craving some real food. Aside from smaller, unrelated anomalies, we did not manage to track anything again until the year 2021. This next part comes directly from an agent in the field and was also pieced together for reports that we were given. He was stationed in Las Vegas and was sent to respond on the night that this happened. We had received reports in the area about aliens landing in someone's yard, forming crop circles, and then intimidating people before disappearing from sight. I was dispatched, along with a team of other agents, around 4 of us in total, and we arrived at one property very quickly, and the sight that we witnessed was horrible, to say the least. The response was minimal, partially because we were not expecting what we saw. We were not fully aware it was the same alien things at this time, and partially because this was not the only report that we had. I think we received a total of 5 reports that night. We would receive reports of something similar, but unrelated, in 2023 as well. When we showed up to this house that was on the outskirts of Moapa Valley, it was a complete wreck. The house had already been cordoned off by police, and nearby residents had to be hushed by police and kept off of the site. Some woman was screaming about a murder. The first thing we noticed was the yard. There were heavy marks, and it looked like something had landed in the yard and left a heavy impact. The imprint was 2 circles, with one inside the other, along with 3 prongs, I guess you could say. There were 3 rectangles that were attached to these circles that went around it, and had one sharp point in the center of them. It was hard to breathe in the area even though we were outside with plenty of ventilation, and I remember choking really hard and coughing something up. We ended up having to wear gas masks in order to search the property. The front window to the house was smashed, but it did not look to have been struck with anything physical. We did not have to look far to find the bodies, 3 in total. 4 people were registered as living here, which we confirmed with the hysterical neighbor, but we could not find a trace of the 4th person anywhere. The first person we found in the kitchen, slumped over an open drawer, where it looked like they had attempted to grab a kitchen knife. Their fingers were still clinging to it, even after passing away. How do I describe this in a way that makes sense? The skull of this person had been excavated. At the top of the head, the hair had been zapped or scorched away entirely, and where skin should be, there was just emptiness. The skull looked like it had been crushed to the point of bone snapping and breaking until a piece of it just wrenched apart, like cracking open an egg. That is what the top of this person's head looked like, a cracked egg. There were no marks or signs of trauma on any other parts of this person's body. I wish this was not true, but the remains of this person's head, it was, well, only partially empty. There was blood that had turned this weird shade of red that was so dark it looked almost black. It was just sitting in this person's skull like a shallow puddle. It looked almost watered down, if that makes sense. Even with the gas mask, we could smell something absolutely horrible. It's like it just seeped through anyway, like we could smell it through our skin, if that made sense. The brain was mostly gone. By mostly, I mean that there were only fragments of it slopped against both sides of his head, floating around in a puddle of watered down blood that looked like some kind of cereal. We have no idea the reason for this. The aliens told us they were attempting to free people. They told us that they would only respond to violence with violence. They had no need to kill people in such a way. The next person we found in a bedroom upstairs. He was still suspended in midair and pinned to a wall. We don't understand why or how. There was blood all over the floor and soaked into the carpet. The person had their arms out, as if they were pinned to a cross. We suspect that this was a form of mockery. The person seemed to have their eyes removed from their sockets, but there was no sign of them anywhere nearby. He was also completely stripped of his skin, like every single limb and place on his body was completely degloved, for lack of a better word. Parts of his insides had long since fallen out of place, and the blood had drained out of him and seeped into the carpet. There was not a single inch of his body left unscathed. Again, they had no reason to do this, no motive at all. It was at this point that I heard screams, followed by rapid gunfire. We were lucky that the immediate area had been cleared of civilians and that a cover story had been given by police. We quickly realized that these aliens had actually never left. I saw one of them suddenly appear in the corner of the room. It looked like they uncloaked and suddenly made themselves visible, rather than tearing a hole to enter. As soon as it appeared, I was frozen on the spot, and every part of my body felt 100 times heavier, and as much as I tried to resist, I slowly slumped to the ground onto my belly while still feeling the pressure coming down on me. I felt like my head was going to pop at any moment. This alien spoke to me, but only briefly, and a lot of what it was saying did not make sense. It communicated in the same way as the first time, directly in my head, without even moving. Every time it talked, I felt this jolt of electricity move throughout my body, and it felt like I was being tased. Every single time it spoke, I felt the pressure in my head grow stronger and hurt so badly. I could barely focus on the words through the pain. I could not even speak back. It rambled on about how the humans refused to be saved, aside from one of them, that they rejected the aliens in a disrespectful way, and so they freed them the only other way that they could. He said something about salvaging them for parts, which doesn't make sense. They can go wherever they want and do whatever they want, so what use would they have for human parts? After that, they disappeared, and I was let go, but not before being told to deliver a message. A message that humans should stop intervening and accept being free. That they should reject the prison that we live in. I discovered all of my colleagues dead, in similar gruesome ways to the residents of the home. I'm sure you're all already familiar with what happened at the Bayside Marketplace on January 1st, 2024, so I will try not to waste too much time here. For those unfamiliar, I will quickly summarize. A police report was filed and officers were quickly dispatched. Officially, there was a disturbance, reports of teenagers fighting, shooting off fireworks, and even the presence of a firearm was reported by news outlets. Within minutes, hundreds of officers, and let me be clear, the vast majority of these were not Miami police officers, arrived at the scene. There is a reason why no one can agree on what really happened there, why each news outlet reports a completely different thing, and why all of these accounts are just now beginning to trickle out. There is a reason why every single witness testimony describes the layout of the mall in a different way, why the aliens are reported to have done different things to people and have different goals. Regarding the news reporting, 99% of that is down to us. The blacklisting of the topic on social media, the erasure of any key information, accounts being shadow banned for discussing it. There is a reason that one day it was the most spoken about topic on social media, and the next day there was no trace of it, and people appeared to have just wiped it from their memories. Again, part of this was us, and part of this was due to the breach. We were tracking anomalies, and we knew that this breach was going to take place. That is why so many officers were ready to turn up in minutes for something that seemed so small on the surface. Only we had no way of stopping it. We could not stop the breach like we planned. We were trying to figure out a way to stop it from opening or to close it afterwards, but it was not possible. This is because these aliens did not just invade the Bayside Marketplace on January 1st, 2024. They invaded on January 1st, 2022, January 1st, 2023, and January 1st, 2024, all at the same time. We have no real understanding of how they possibly did this. It's why memories surrounding this event are so messed up and fractured and nonsensical. The sheer instability of this event caused the entire event to not make sense to anyone. It's why one account describes the aliens trying to free people and only reacting with violence against officers when fired upon, whereas another account describes these aliens as invading the minds and memories of civilians and corrupting them, scrambling their brains and trapping them in their own minds in fake worlds for what seems like years and waking up with false memories, with their memories altered. Some reports report no deaths, some report mass casualties, and somehow these all did and did not happen, which I know does not make sense, and I don't know any other way to explain it other than that. All I know is that many humans were freed, as these beings describe it, and many agents and officers were killed. But some of them are still alive, which again, does not make sense. Some people cease to exist. We have records of people on file, of people who no one can remember, as if they never existed in the first place. There are people who were reported to have been killed in various different and horrible ways, who are still, to this day, walking around. It's why accounts are only coming out so much time later, and are always fractured and riddled with inconsistencies and inaccuracies. What we do know to be true, and that we witnessed on CCTV footage, is that these aliens can alter their own form in many different ways. We witnessed some of them, assuming the identities of corpses that were lying on the ground. We witnessed some of these beings pretending to be dead civilians so that they could easily slip by unnoticed. For what purpose they did that still evades us. It's not like they needed to do this to be able to do things unimpeded. There are only two reasons I can think of that they did this off of the top of my head, and both of them are terrifying to me. They either did it to blend in and act covertly and carry out their goals without leaving a trace, or they did it for fun. They did it because they could. Neither of those reasons are preferable. I'm sorry this part is rambly, and probably does not make that much sense, unless you've read the who knows how many accounts that have been posted by now already. I hope that in conjunction with the other things that I tell you, the reality of the matter starts to become apparent. This brings me to probably the most important part of all of this. We did not have another breach in the year 2025, but we did have another breach recently, in January of 2026, and aside from the incident at Bayside Marketplace, it is the most direct and horrific we have ever seen. This actually happened in Venezuela, in a relatively small village, in a location of the country that I will not be specifying. I was sent myself with a team of many people, as we had managed to track an anomaly shortly beforehand, which alerted us to this breach. The cover story was already perfectly in place, and so we did not have to worry about anyone questioning our presence in the country, and our sudden invasion, as it would probably appear to the residents. The village was already in the middle of being breached when we reached it. It's weird because from the outside looking in, the village looked normal, but the second that you got close enough, you could see the chaos that had been caused. It's like reality had been distorted, and the village had some kind of bubble around it, and the second you cross the threshold, reality appears as it actually is. There were people running and screaming. Some of them were frozen in place. Some were convulsing on the floor, and there was lots of blood. I saw this from afar, as it was not my job to engage in combat or extract any civilians. I was only there to observe from afar and note down my findings. So again, this is a combination of what I saw, along with verbal reports from those who reported back. Again, when these breaches happen, your memories become kind of distorted, so I only remember flashes. I remember soldiers going and trying to engage and to help people, but they were just reduced to nothing. I saw one soldier. 1 second he was firing his weapon, and the next, I saw him actually liquefy. I heard the scream, it was that loud, and it was like he was being dissolved by some kind of acid, but from the inside. I saw his arms being eaten away by something that I could not actually see, before being reduced to nothing, and then this weird black and viscous liquid pouring out from where the arms had been. I remember seeing his face being melted, bit by bit, one eye turning into liquid that just sat in a puddle in his eye socket, and it looked corrosive and had steam coming from it. By the end, he was just a puddle. I remember at one point, I saw people lifting in the air. Not just a couple of people, but it looked to be everyone alive still left in the village that was still in the vicinity of the aliens. I watched them slowly lift up and up and up until they were suspended in midair, wriggling and writhing and clearly in some kind of severe pain from this. The sky was literally a different color at this point and, I don't know, everything just felt unstable. The hole that I could see, it was bigger than any other I had seen before. They were lifted up to one of the aliens, who was now insanely tall at this point, and he talked to them. I know that he talked to them, because I heard it inside my head too. It's like they were broadcasting to every single brain in the immediate area. He offered the people who were floating a choice. It told them that they tried to be peaceful, but that now, this was the only way to free them. They could either accept and be freed from what he called this prison, or be left behind. I guess some people were willing to go. I saw them float up higher and higher until they just vanished right in front of me. 1 second they were there, squirming, and the next, I could not see them anymore. The others who were left behind, I saw them just pop, one by one by one. I don't know how else I can really put this. One soldier, I saw him literally just expand suddenly. All of his body and head and limbs just expanded in a single instant, and then pop. It was loud too. It sounded like fireworks going off. It was so loud. Within a couple of minutes, there was just blood, and the last remaining little bits of people raining down from the sky. There was so much of it. It went on for what seemed like forever. The soldiers who survived, they experienced severe time distortions and some kind of interference with their memories. One soldier reported that he had been stuck in some kind of different place for what he felt was thousands of years in his head, falling to his death. One we found in a trance-like state. His brain was literally mush. He had essentially regressed to the mental state of a 3-year-old and could not even form proper sentences anymore. Other soldiers described seeing completely different things. One told us that he had seen a beam of light shine down from the sky. It hit the ground in front of him, and circled, and searched around for a few moments before finally falling on him. He described feeling such an intense feeling of euphoria and so blissful. He said that in that moment, nothing else in the world mattered to him, and that he would have been okay with anything happening. The light eventually moved off of him, and this made him panic. He ran after it as it slipped away from him, begging for it to come back. He said he could not live without it, that he would do anything. When we found him, he was clawing at his own face, and even managed to gouge out one of his own eyes before we could stop him. Once we evac'd him and were able to give him medical attention, he recovered surprisingly quickly. One soldier reported that he was transported to some kind of alternate world. He said 1 second he was aiming a gun at these things, and the next, he was back at home with his wife and kids. It was around 7 years prior, before he took this job. He said he lived an entire 7 years in this world. Things started out almost utopian. Nothing ever went wrong. Everything he did was a success, and his business flourished. No matter what he did, it always turned out to be the right thing to do. But eventually, the cracks started to form. People would just stop existing. People would be there one day, and the next, they would slip out of reality. This soldier would be the only one who could remember them. Natural disasters started occurring more and more. He discovered that parts of the world did not exist anymore. One day he woke up, and Europe just was not a thing anymore. Not that it had been destroyed or anything, but that the world had always just been 6 continents. Anomalies like this continued. People and places kept vanishing until his city was the last city left in existence, and he told me that the last day he was there, these things came to see him. They made him watch as they distorted reality in front of him and tortured his wife and kids. They told him that because of his evil violence and the violence of mankind, his wife and children would never be free from this prison, and he watched the aliens pull them apart, quite literally, limb from limb. The soldier was pinned down, and the wife and the children would be forced to ascend into the air. And then their arms would be pulled and stretched in an impossible way until, click, they just gave in, and their limbs were no longer in their sockets, and all they could do was scream as blood poured out. And this continued for every body part, until he had to watch their heads ripped from their neck as their necks were stretched, until he heard a horrible pop and a wet squelch, and then he was killed in the same way. The cover-up in the village following this was the easy part. It was relatively small and remote. We still have people stationed there, and the cleanup is still ongoing. The problem is that we do not know where they will breach next and when. We do not know what they really mean by Earth being a prison. We do not know where people are taken when they are freed. I really do not know if we can believe what they say. That's basically it. I know it sounds like some kind of fantastical sci-fi story conjured up by a teenager, and I can scarcely believe these things myself. Just be vigilant. There are ways to find out why and how these things are happening. The way things are reported in the news, there are always tells. It's unlikely you will ever encounter these things yourself, for now at least. If you do, then I do not have any advice. There is no amount of cover-ups that can hide this anymore. I feel guilty for keeping this to myself for so long. I know I am screwed. Pray for me. I have something that happened to me that I've been keeping to myself for a long time. Partially because I know that no matter what I say, I have no proof. It's also partially because I don't know if I can really trust my eyes and my memory anymore. I was at the Bayside Marketplace in Miami on the 1st of January 2024, and I saw something that I'm not really sure what to explain. I've tried to look up news and things from that date to see if anyone saw something similar to me, but all I can find is something about teens and fireworks and a firearm, and then people talking about lots of police, but that isn't what I saw. I figured that maybe someone here could be of more use. There has to be at least someone else who was there that day that can make sense of what I saw. I don't really want to bore you with a ton of mundane details about what I did that day and blah blah blah, because it doesn't really matter. I remember that I went there sometime in the evening. It was starting to get dark, but I can't remember the exact time. From the outside, it just seemed really quiet that day. Usually, the mall is pretty busy most days, and on a day like today, you would have a ton of people walk in and out, or you would see people further along from the outside. But from where I was standing, I could not see a single person walking around, which just seemed odd to me. I remember walking up. I could see through some of the shop windows, through the ones that are right at the front of the entrance. I could not see anyone inside from the angle I was looking at either, but at the same time, the stores were not locked up. I remember going to walk in and I just felt this funny feeling on the back of my neck. I felt like the displacement of air or something. It just all of a sudden felt really cold, and I felt the hairs stand up on the back of my neck. I walked in and it was really strange. I walked in and checked out the store windows, but it was just empty. Completely empty. Again, none of them were closed. I could open up the door and go in. All of the lights were on, but there was just no one inside. I walked around for a while, and pretty much every shop like that was the same, and there was no one walking around. I did not see anyone inside any of the areas of the marketplace. I never spotted anyone new walking in. I thought it was weird. I figured maybe it was closed, but that did not make any sense either, since surely they would have blocked it off if no one was allowed inside. Plus, they wouldn't just leave stores unlocked and lights on. I went to walk back outside, but I did find something really odd. It was just this sphere kind of thing, and it was tucked away into a corner beside a trash can. It looked like it was made of some kind of metal, but looked old and had a lot of scratches on it. It had some kind of thing on the front. It looked like a camera lens, but only on one part of the sphere, and there was not a flashing light or anything to say that it was on. I don't know. I guess I just thought a security camera broke or something. I went to touch it and got a little shock, so I left it and went outside. I didn't want to seem weird, but I had to know, so I flagged the guy down outside and was just like, "Hey, dude, this is gonna sound super strange, but is the marketplace shut or something? Because there is no one inside there." And he gave me a really funny look and he was like, "No, I was just in there a few minutes ago." I told him what I saw and he was just like, "Nah, that can't be possible." And then he got really snappy and was like, Dude, I'm actually kinda busy. I think he probably thought I was on drugs or something. I did not want to bother anyone else, so I just went back. It looked the same from the outside for me, but I walked back in anyway. But it's like, the second that I stepped beyond a certain point, I just heard all of this noise suddenly start. I could hear people talking and laughing and walking around. There were people in the shops now. It was the trippiest thing ever. I walked further inside and people were just going about their day, but I remember it was only a few minutes before I heard some kind of a creaking sound. It sounded like metal creaking, and it started off really low and then got progressively louder, and people started stopping and looking around. I guess they figured something was about to fall over. And this is where things get to a point where I know that no one will believe me, but I'm just going to describe what I can remember as best as I can anyway. Even if it wasn't real and just some kind of I don't know, walking dream, or maybe my mind made something up. Even if no one else experienced this, I would still like to get thoughts on it, even if the answer is that I'm crazy. I remember that creaking got really loud. People started to look around, then it stopped for a couple of seconds. And then, there was this guy just across from me, and he was leaning against the wall. He was just minding his own business and doing something on his phone. I only took notice of him because I saw something shimmering over in his direction. It was behind him. The wall itself was shimmering. Like you know when you're drunk and like the wall and stuff can sometimes start to dance, or objects feel like they're moving or spinning or like changing shape, but they're not. That's kinda how it looked in my vision, but just the wall directly behind him. But then it got more intense, I guess you could say. It looked more like when water ripples and moves. It looked like when light reflects off of water. And then the wall started to change. Instead of the ripple, I could see something else. I saw something else appear in place of the shimmering. Something a completely different color than the wall. This block gray color. It's so hard to remember how I saw it appear. The wall did not open up or anything. It just appeared, but like it was on a delay. First, I just saw a blurry color occupying the space of a vague shape. Then I saw the details of the legs start to fill in, and then the body and so on, until I saw this giant thing. But it didn't just appear behind the guy leaning against the wall because there was no space. I saw the block color appear, super blurry, but it was almost meshed with the man. I saw him instantly drop his phone, and I saw his facial expression change the second that this blurry color appeared. All I can describe it as is shock, but I did not see his face for very long. Because when the details started to fill in, I could see that they were almost fused to this person inside them. I don't know how to explain it. All I know is that the leg detail started to appear on this thing, and this man, I saw his legs start to stretch, to get wider, to contort. He was wearing shorts. I remember because I was thinking it wasn't that hot outside that day, and his skin started to stretch. And then the arm details of this thing started to fill in, and this man, I saw his arms balloon to twice their size. And then the head details of this thing started to fill in, and I saw this man's head start to expand. His eyes were suddenly bulging. The top of his head looked to be bulging and about to burst. It was like this thing, whatever it was embedded in this man, but like overlapping him at the same time, if that makes sense. I saw the blur of color appear, and the details start to form as they gave way to this man starting to expand. And then I just heard this sickening pop. It all happened incredibly quickly. The appearance, the expansion, all of it was so quick. And all of a sudden, there was just blood everywhere. All over the wall behind where the man was. Blood just running in a puddle along the floor. Little bits and flakes of skin just everywhere. Patches of it stuck to the wall, to the ground, all around. Even some tiny bits and flecks hit over people and stuck to their clothes. And after that, there was just chaos. Everyone in my immediate area started screaming and running, and I think that by that point, I had just started to hear sirens and gunshots coming from the other side of the mall. I ran too. I was just following behind another group of people because I didn't know what to do. If my brain was switched on, I would have just run outside, but I was on autopilot and ran just behind, I think, this janitor, and a couple with a baby. I saw this thing before I ran. I did not see it for a long time, just while it was a blur and for the handful of seconds that I stood there in shock at what I saw. It was taller than me, a lot taller. I know that isn't super helpful, but it towered over me. But that was only after it fully appeared. When it phased through that man, I guess is the only way I can put it. It was the same height as him roughly. But then the man expanded, and the alien was taller once the man was gone. The only details that really stick out in my mind that I can remember were its torso and its hand. The torso was oddly long. Like, I think the length of the torso must have made up a lot of this thing's height. And the hands were shaped weirdly. They didn't have fingers or appendages like a human. It had these two prongs, I guess is what I would call them. They were cylindrical and fairly big. Each was probably about the size of a human hand on its own. It looked almost like the tube on a vacuum. And that's all I can remember, apart from it being grey. And I guess also that it was very shimmery and hard to focus on. I remember that my eyes were watering when I started to turn and run. And I'm talking like streams, and I know I wasn't crying. So I think we had run into some kind of janitor's closet. Or not a closet, but the door to a corridor that leads to that stuff. I saw the guy I was following fumbling with something. And I remember I was looking over my shoulder and crashed into the guy and the couple. No one said a word to each other. The woman was trying to shush her baby, who was bawling its eyes out. The janitor was fumbling around in another room at the end of the corridor, and the man was just sitting and staring off at a wall. I opened the door just a little bit. You can call me an idiot, but I wanted to see what was going on. I could still hear the sounds of people running and screaming, followed by the occasional gunshots. The sirens had long stopped by this point. I only opened it just a crack, and when I did, everyone's eyes instantly shot over to look at me, and the janitor ran over to try and restrain me. He was just holding some old and shitty broom and had it over my neck to try and force me back while I was trying to look. I was trying to explain myself, but he wouldn't let up, and I'm not sure what was going through my head, but I ended up biting his arm and he shouted really loudly. I saw him instinctively cover his mouth with his hands, and he just slumped down against the wall and slid down it. After that, he just didn't even try to stop me, and the couple did nothing but stare at me. I caught sight of something horrible when I peeked my head around the door. One of those things. It was crouched down over a body. Not the man from earlier, an actual intact body, and it was grabbing at it and tearing at it. I saw it pull off a hand. I saw it rip off a leg. But it wasn't eating it or anything like that. What I saw it do made even less sense. Once it pulled off the hand or leg, it would stand up straight and then almost absorb the body part, if that makes sense. Who am I kidding? None of this makes any damn sense. But I swear, that's what I saw. I didn't see exactly how it worked. I just saw the leg start to phase through the body, I guess, and it became all shimmery like the grey thing and the shimmering that I saw on the wall. I could not watch it for long before I felt like I was going to puke. I think I sat in that corridor with that couple and the janitor for around 10 minutes or so. I was just staring at a wall and trying to pretend like nothing was happening. Then I heard a few pops very quickly, like someone was setting off some smaller fireworks. And then I heard shouting. These really commanding voices, but I could not make out exactly what they were saying at first. I think they were telling some people to run, maybe. I opened the door just a crack again, and I saw what I can only describe as some kind of hole. But not in the wall or on the ground or anything. It was just a hole, floating in the air, just completely pitch black, and I could not see anything through it. I saw men dressed in what I guess were officer uniforms, but not quite. They had badges, but the uniform looked a lot darker than usual. They were rushing towards this thing and firing bullets, but I did not see anything happen when they did. Anyway, I don't think that's important. I never saw this thing open up or appear. It was just already there when I opened up the door. But I did see something come out of this hole. It just appeared suddenly where the black space was. I was viewing all of this from an angle, so I could tell that there was nothing behind this black space. And one of those grey things, I saw it reach out an arm and a hand, but nothing else. All of these officers, I think they were still firing. They were making the motions like they were, but I don't remember hearing the gunshots anymore at this point, and I saw this grey thing grab one of them by the legs. The officer it grabbed, he was shaking and writhing and trying to break free, but really quickly it just pulled him inside of the blank space. And I don't know what I saw after that. I remember just seeing some kind of dust in the air, or a powder, maybe more like snow. I just saw like a puff of the powder all in the air, so much that it looked like fog. I remember my eyes were watering again at this point, and it was hard to keep looking, so I did not see everything. It's like where you try to stare without blinking, and your eyes start to really sting. I remember seeing more of this thing being visible when I look back. It wasn't just an outstretched arm anymore. It must have had half of its body, inside and outside, at the same time. I remember looking back at one point after rubbing my eyes, and the cops were firing in the black space. I just saw it. I don't know. Not snap shut, but 1 second the black space was there, and the next I could not see it anymore. But part of that thing was still there. The part that was outside the black space was now on the ground, and I think it was twitching. I remember slamming the door shut really hard and screaming into my hand. My eyes were streaming, and I had strings of snot hanging out of my nose. I think I must have maybe hit myself with my hand too hard when I went to cover my mouth, because I know that my nose started bleeding at some point. I remember that some time went by, but I don't know exactly how long. I remember hearing a knock at the door, and me crawling backwards, and basically leaning on the janitor who was still holding his mouth and sobbing. And then it opened up, and it was those men I saw earlier. They came towards us, and started shouting commands, grabbing us, picking us up, dragging us off. It was all just a blur at this point. I remember something being off about them, but I can't remember what it was. I just have this feeling in the back of my mind that they were not who they looked like they were, but I have no actual evidence of that, other than a vague memory of a feeling. I didn't really see much of anything when I was being escorted, if you can call it that. I think I saw a tarp at some point, definitely a load of food tossed onto the floor, but I do not recall anything else. I don't recall seeing any people or any aftermath. All I remember is that my eyes were becoming blurrier the further they moved me. It wasn't them watering anymore. My vision was just ceasing to work, I guess. I remember feeling this sharp pain in my head, and my eyes being super out of focus, just as we were about to get out of the marketplace area, and then boom. I just suddenly was not there anymore. I was suddenly staring at a hospital ceiling, wondering what just happened. I know that I went a little bit crazy a couple of times, and I know I had to be restrained and sedated at least once. I still feel really bad because I remember I grabbed this doctor really suddenly and tried to bite him, and I don't even know why. I said sorry when I woke up, but he didn't even seem all that fazed, but it definitely didn't lessen my guilt. I asked what was happening, thinking I would get maybe some grand explanation, but they just told me that I was anemic, and that's why I was there. He told me that someone saw me collapse just outside a food truck, and then they called an ambulance. But that didn't make any sense. I am definitely not anemic and have never passed out like that before, unless you can just develop anemia, or it can hide undetected for 20-odd years. I wasn't exactly going to argue with a doctor, but also, he said I passed out at a food truck, but the nearest one that day was like a 15-minute walk away. I think I passed by it at some point, but no way should I have been found there. I don't ever remember walking back that way. I tried asking about the other people inside the mall, and he looked really taken aback and was like, "What are you talking about?" I didn't want to sound crazy, so I just tried to keep it vague and said that some people got hurt and that I was worried. And instantly he was like, "Oh, you mean the fireworks? Yeah, don't worry, it was just a scare. Everyone is completely fine." I felt like I was in some kind of alternate reality. I did not bother to say anything else because I knew I would look like a wacko, and I just wanted to go home. Thankfully, they let me go later that day, and I guess that brings me to now. I remember looking for news articles, but they all just said a similar thing to what the doctor told me. I tried to make a post about it on Twitter, but I did not get any responses, and I ended up deleting it so that people would not laugh at me. And then I guess I just kept my mouth shut and convinced myself I'd had a really vivid dream when I passed out from my anemia. I don't know. Maybe what I saw wasn't real, but it felt really real to me. That's pretty much all I can say. That's just what I saw as best as I can remember. Sorry if it wasn't all that coherent or interesting. I'm still looking for answers myself. Hey, hope you've enjoyed the story so far. If you want to hear more, make sure to subscribe, like the video, and leave a comment because it lets YouTube know you like the content and helps more people to see these videos. My next big goal for the channel is 100,000 subscribers, and as a celebration, I will be doing a Q&A video once we hit that goal. Thank you, and back to the stories. My parents still remember this and sometimes bring it up when I visit. They half joke, but they have since turned very religious. I was about 13 years old when this happened. I am Albanian. It's 1992, at the end of the communist regime. I have peasant parents that were forced to move to cities, and they decide to return to their old village. The village is called Buchai. It's the middle of absolutely nowhere in the north. The view is amazing high up in the mountains. I meet my grandparents for the first time. I am warned again and again not to stay too long in the forest and not to go in too deep. I am a 13-year-old kid with no friends or internet, so I go into the forest and stay too long, despite what I was told. I decide to make a map like the old stories from books. I wander around every single day and draw shitty scribbles on paper. Summer break arrives, and my parents go into town for business. I decide that now is the best time to go deeper into the forest. I grab an old axe from the shed and pretend to be a trailblazer. I come across a small circle of mushrooms that I have never seen before. I look around and see 9 birch trees form a circle around a mushroom circle. Those were the only birch trees that I saw among endless oaks and chestnut trees. I decide that I will chop one down for whatever 13-year-old stupid reason. I take my first few shitty swings and feel the air get colder. It feels like I did something wrong. I suddenly feel watched. I hear something I can only explain as a yelling growl. I shit my pants, I drop my axe, and I just run. I make it out of the forest, and my heart is pounding. The sun is setting, despite me leaving just after breakfast. I get scolded and belted to hell and back for the axe and going out for so long. The real horrible stuff starts after the forest. I start having nightmares and dreams about old friends from the city, beckoning me into the forest. Nightmares about me hiding from something in the house. I am scared shitless of everything for the next few days. Goats and chickens suddenly terrified of getting too close to me. I had a particularly bad nightmare. I wake up to something scratching on my window. I am covered in cold sweat. It goes away eventually. The nightmare repeats 2 more times. Next time, this thing tries to push the window open. It has long and lanky dirty hands. It walks away towards the front door. I pussy out and run to my parents' room. My dad is a heavy sleeper. My mom is already awake. I start crying and she comforts me. I fall asleep in their room. The following day, my room is completely trashed. There are clothes thrown everywhere and the bed frame is broken. I get yelled at again, despite not being able to wreck my room that way, even if I wanted to. The following day, I get taken to a neighboring village priest. I get baptized and gifted a crucifix. I get taken to imam in a mosque in the city. I am gifted a passage from the Quran and told to put it underneath my pillow. My nightmares get fewer and further between since then. I am still scared of the forest every time I visit. My dad is from Virginia. I visit his family every summer, drive the Blue Ridge Parkway, see bears, cool stuff. My grandmother has a little riverside cottage in West Virginia. She is so old she can barely tie her own shoes anymore, so we are in the process of buying it from her because she really has no need for it anymore. Anyways, the other summer, my parents wanted to fix the place up some. We are staying there for a month. There is no internet and barely any phone service. There were other cottages within 100 yards, but only sometimes occupied, so we are pretty isolated usually, with no one around. I am bored as shit all the time, so I decide to start exploring. I'm about a mile away from the cottage, and I start walking up this hill. I get to the top, and all of the underbrush clears out. The hilltop is mostly flat, about half the size of a football field. I am absolutely covered in moss. It feels like walking on a pillow. There is an oddly definite division between the moss at the hilltop and the regular ground. Dirt, leaves, shrubbery, etc., like a damn near straight line. The only thing in the moss field was one huge oak and a few large stumps. I am walking around the field. I am about to leave when I hear this weird hooting call from somewhere nearby. There is another hoot from a different place, followed by two more coming from a third place. I begin to get a little spooked. There are a few more hoots, one or two from new places. I decide to leave. I take my 4-inch buck knife out of my pocket and open it just in case. I head back down the hill to the cottage. The hooting dies down. The rest of the day is uneventful. I go into town grocery shopping with my mom. There is a storm rolling in. That evening, I'm in my sleeping bag on the screened-in porch. I sleep out there because I like to hear the night sounds and feel the air and stuff. I pretty much forgot about the hooting in the moss field. The storm is breaking. There is lightning and thunder and wind, etc. Over the wind and rain, I think I can hear something. That hooting, except this time it's like a sustained note. It builds in volume. I realize that it's several of whatever is making it all calling together. I am spooked. After several seconds, the sound dissipates. It is all silent for a moment except for the rain. The hooting starts again. More join in. It becomes this weird reverberating drone. I know what coyotes sound like. They live all around where I am from and call often. These are absolutely not coyotes. The sound eventually fades out again. I hear nothing but the storm for several minutes. I think whatever it is has chilled out for the night. There is a big flash of lightning. This hooting and wailing starts again. Then it dies off. There is another flash, then it starts, and then it fades. I realize the lightning is prompting the noises. I suddenly hear crackling in the woods outside. Something is moving through the brush. I can hear it getting closer. The sounds stop about 30 feet away from the cottage. We keep a small yard area around the building clear of leaves and twigs and stuff, so the ground is mostly moss, which does not make much noise. My dad has kept a bucket of corn and stuff fermenting in the yard to use to bait the river for carp. I hear the lid being pried off the bucket. The lid hits the ground. I hear sloshing noises and a soft cooing that sounds almost like a pigeon. There is more cooing from another place in the yard. The lid on the ground is jostled and makes a noise. The cooing gets high-pitched and louder for a second. A lawn chair is knocked over. The cooing again gets agitated. I am contemplating grabbing a flashlight and going outside. I am too much of a pussy. I just stay quiet and huddled in my sleeping bag. I hear something sliding along the screen, not 10 feet away from where my head is. This is how I die. The porch door is bumped. Thankfully, it is locked. There is more cooing. It's now right up at the screen. I am way too scared to move. There is scratching at the screen. The bucket lid is knocked again, and I hear a high-pitched cooing from that direction. The cooing and scratching at the screen moves away. All the noises seem to be going away. Praise Jesus. Lightning flashes. Suddenly, the hooting starts again, only this time it's not all that far away. It could not have been more than 20 feet into the underbrush. After the noise subsides, I hear some more movement in the woods. There is a loud branch snapping and this short screech. After that, it's mostly quiet, except for distant hooting with the lightning. After a few hours of laying quietly in my sleeping bag listening to them, the storm subsides and they stop calling. I am finally able to fall asleep. The next morning, a chair is knocked over. The bucket of carp bait has been spilled everywhere. The ornate bird feeder is missing. I did not hear anything messing with it, but it's just gone. I want to go and check out the moss field, but I am way too scared. It occurred to me that the only way for moss to grow out here was for someone to constantly maintain an open space, keeping all of the other forest refuse from building up on top of it. There is not even a stray twig up on top of that hill. Something is keeping it clear. I decided that whatever was up there, I did not want to mess with it. I will never go back. I can still sometimes hear hooting during thunderstorms, but I have never seen or heard anything close to the cottage again. I go on living my life, avoiding disturbing weird-ass forest creatures. I don't know if this is really all that spooky, but I used to work at this farmer's market. It had a little food court inside of it, and the booth I worked in was right next to it. It never had any customers, so on busy days, I would just sit and watch people. It's this busy as hell Saturday. It's busy for the market, but I had no customers yet again. This guy in a suit jacket and polo shirt comes and sits down. He looks very alert. He's just constantly looking around. He is holding up a newspaper that he is clearly not reading. I notice a clear plastic cord coming down from his ear and going into his jacket. He is tapping his ear and talking very quietly. Holy shit. I started looking around to see if I could see what he was watching. I could not find it, whatever it was. This all takes about 5 minutes in total. He gets up and leaves through the door that he came in through. See, I know what you're thinking. Probably just some drug bust. But I kept up on the local news for a while after this, but they never mentioned any kind of drug bust or anything. It would have been big-ish news in my city, and I certainly would have heard about it going down where I worked. I still wonder who that guy was and what he was watching. I live out in Arizona. I get out of work early. My fat boss fell down and pulled something, so he let us leave. I'm so sorry. So he let us leave. Instead of going home, I take a drive out to the desert off of the highway to smoke weed and relax. Sunsets out there are so serene. I lose track of time. It's close to dusk. I parked my Jeep on this hill overlooking a valley. I see a van bumping down the dirt road towards me. Weird. It's usually pretty desolate out here. Its headlights shine on me and it stops. I'm still a little big, so I'm like, hey, you need help with something? Are you, stuck? I can see the silhouette of the driver. He is not moving. He is just sitting still and keeping the lights on me. I get the, this is probably how I'll die vibe, and I leave. As I'm coming off of the hill, the van is right on my ass, flashing its headlights at me and hitting my bumper. What the hell? Why? I floor it, but there are no real roads out here, so I'm bouncing around like a damn bouncy castle. If I had not taken my Jeep, I would have been stuck. He keeps hitting my bumper, trying to spin me out. If he does, I do have a .22 Magnum I keep for wildlife, but I would rather not get into some no country for old men shit. I finally see the highway. I floor it, doing almost 65. I'm still bouncing up and down like I'm on an amusement park ride. He keeps on my ass for about halfway, then stops and hits reverse, going back into the desert. I do 80 until I get home. I circle the block a few times to make sure I was not followed. I tell my girlfriend's dad, who was a state trooper, and he was like, yeah man, people do tons of illegal stuff out there. Anything from drug trafficking to dumping bodies.